051 Elf examination is coming, seeking flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation tickets. Everyone rushed into the Fixie Energy House. Originalito see the energy cube that has been widely talked about. The result. Inside there are some cute elf puppets. And some lifelike elf sculptures. There is no energy cube exhibition at all. There are quite a lot of seats. This is completely different from the energy store that everyone imagines. All energy cubes have been packaged, and there is no lack of ritual sense. You can just take the money and leave. Take a look at the goods. It doesn't exist. There is no worry about selling at all. Everyone. At the critical moment, Lin Fei clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Fixie Energy House only makes fine products. The rule of limiting the purchase of 2 per person will not change, but 500 is just a test today, and the amount will be increased in the future depending on the situation. Please line up consciously. This is also the only chance for everyone to line up and buy. Those who make trouble will be blacklisted. Starting tomorrow, everyone can directly place orders on the WeChat applet with the bound ID card. Many people present knew Lin Fei on the day of the trial product launch. After seeing him speak, everyone subconsciously lined up. Li Fei and his wife were already confused. What's going on? Why is their son Xiafei talking here? Everyone is still looking at him? The owner of this Fixie Energy House is actually their son? The 500 energy cubes were quickly sold out. 2,000 per cube. 1 million sold in one day. Fixie Energy House has also become the fastest store from opening to closing in history, no one else. In the afternoon, inside the closed Fixie Energy House, Li Fei and Lin Xuan finally accepted a fact. This Fixie Energy House, which is so popular that it explodes. It is a surprise gift from their son Lin Fei to them. How about it, Mom and Dad, do you like this gift? Lin Fei smiled at his parents. Good things are always rare. It is also necessary to limit sales every day. First, he just wanted his parents to have something to do, instead of being too busy, which would be too tiring. Second, although other stores selling energy cubes can't do anything to them, they won't give them a way out, they are just trying to make a living. Those who didn't buy the Fixie Energy House energy cubes can only go to other stores to buy them, otherwise the elves will starve, except for those fed with elf feed. Li Fei and his wife looked at the smiling Lin Fei, and they were filled with emotion. Their son has really grown up. 1 million. This was an amount they didn't even dare to think about before. But now, it's just one day's sales? For a moment, Li Fei and his wife felt a little unreal. From now on, you two will be the owners of this shop. You know how to sell it. I will hire 3 pavilion master level elves to protect your safety, and you can also fulfill your previous dreams. It is impossible not to be jealous of such a money-making energy cube. It is safe to open a shop in the elf center. But my parents have to go off work. So their safety is very important. With a daily sales volume of millions, how much does it cost? Just some tree fruits and diluted energy liquid. And Lin Fei has tried it specially. The energy cubes extracted by the formula provided by the system cannot be analyzed by others. It is still necessary to hire 3 pavilion master level elves. Looking at the excitement of his parents, Lin Fei was also very happy. As a child, when you have the ability, you will naturally help your parents complete what they want to accomplish. For the whole afternoon that followed, Lin Fei taught his parents how to operate in the store. In fact, there is nothing to teach. After all, they would give customers energy cubes after they heard that the money had been received. The main thing was to teach the parents the formula of energy cubes. Li Fei and his wife naturally knew that the formula was the most important reason why the energy cubes were so profitable. That night, Lin Fei rented 3 pavilion master level elves from the elf center to guard the safety of Fixie Energy House for a long time. This was also the strongest elf guard that the elf center could rent. 2 weeks passed in a flash. In 2 weeks, the reputation of Fixie Energy House became bigger and bigger. But Lin Fei no longer cared about it. Parents were also happy to fulfill their dreams, and their daily lives were fulfilling and not tiring. Sales were still so high. It was simply the life they had always dreamed of. July 31st. All the high school graduates in Xincheng who were going to take the ELF examination came to the examination site, the Xincheng ELF Alliance Association Conference Hall. There were less than 100 students in Xincheng who took the ELF examination this year. Everyone was looking forward to their exam results in a month. 052 Lin Fei, you really deserve to die seeking flowers, monthly votes, and evaluation votes. The person in charge of the ELF exam in the Star City ELF Alliance Association is naturally Su Xiaorong, the director of the association. The exam papers were delivered to each other by 3 elite high-level trainers throughout the whole process. Today, the Star City ELF Alliance Association was surrounded by densely packed high school graduates, with a sea of people and a lot of noise. These high school graduates failed to become trainers for various reasons, but they still yearn for it. Almost all the high school graduates from Xincheng No. 1 Middle School and the other 2 high schools with Pokemon classes are here. They gathered in 3 directions in a clear distinction. Indistinctly, there was a momentum of competition between them. The first to arrive at the examination room were the Pokemon class students of Changli Middle School. There were not many of them, only about 20. But confidence could be seen on each of their faces. Obviously, there was no pressure for the first round of the written test of the Pokemon exam. After they arrived at the entrance of the examination room, the ordinary graduates of Changli Middle School stood outside and began to tease and brag. I don't know what the final results of the Pokemon exam will be this year. Although our Changli Middle School Pokemon class has a small number of students, there are more than a dozen students with outstanding academic performance, hehe. Their initial Pokemon are not bad either. Several of them are from the Big 3. I can't help but look forward to it. There are 206 high schools with Pokemon classes in the country. On average, each Pokemon class has only a few dozen students. There are a total of 10,017 candidates participating in the Pokemon exam, which is much less than our ordinary high school classes. There are few people, but they have a great chance to become trainers, performers, breeders, and other high-end people who work with Pokemons. Alas, we have no hope. We can only study in ordinary universities and then enter the society to work hard to save money, hoping to become a registered trainer in the Alliance as soon as possible. After the candidates from Changli Middle School arrived, it was the turn of Junior Middle School. The number of candidates from Junior Middle School was about the same as that of Changli Middle School. Not long after they arrived, the students from Xincheng No. 1 Middle School also arrived at the examination room. Haha, our Xincheng No. 1 Middle School has the most candidates. Woohoo! They always had more candidates in previous years, but this year it's our turn, hehe. Should I say it or not? Part of the reason is because Susa is studying at our Xincheng No. 1 Middle School. Which one is Susa? Gossip is everywhere. Especially since Susa is the daughter of Su Venkang, the owner of Xincheng Gym. She attracts attention wherever she goes. The head teachers of the 3 elf classes have already taken their positions. They are counting the number of students in their classes. All 58 students from Changli Middle School and Junior Middle School have arrived. But only Xincheng No. 1 Middle School. Li Qingfeng looked a little nervous. He looked at Su Xiaorong, the director of the association standing in front of him. He stepped forward and reported, Director Su, we are still short of 3 students from Xincheng No. 1 Middle School. They are on their way and should be here soon. Su Xiaorong is still very dignified in front of outsiders. At present, the other 2 schools have all arrived, and he is still short of 3 people. He always feels that the director of the association will be a little unhappy. However, Su Xiaorong looked at the examinees of Xincheng No. 1 Middle School, then nodded kindly and replied, "Well, it's okay, just wait a little longer." At this time, there are still more than 30 minutes before the exam starts at 9 o'clock. In addition, Su Xiaorong saw that his niece and Lin Fei had not arrived, so he didn't say much. The examinees of Xingcheng No. 1 Middle School looked at each other, wondering what Lin Fei and the other two who didn't come were doing. Lin Fei's elf knowledge scores have always been among the best, and his initial elf is an ultrasonic larva. If he doesn't make it in time. Why are you in a hurry? Isn't there more than 30 minutes? Hehe, the other two who didn't come are Su Hongzi and Rong Xin. It seems that their initial elves are not simple either. Zhou Long, one of the examinees, was a little gloating at this time. He hoped that Lin Fei would not be able to catch up with the start time of the elf exam. That would make him very happy. Su Xiao looked back at the way she came, also somewhat puzzled. Others didn't know that Su Hongzi was the daughter of President Su Minghui, but she knew. Logically, Su Hongzi shouldn't come so late. "Here I come!" Some sharp-eyed person suddenly shouted. Thousands of eyes suddenly looked at a certain place. There were Lin Fei, Su Hongzi, and Rong Xin walking over. Facing the gaze of thousands of eyes at the same time, the pressure was not ordinary, and it might directly affect the results of the elf exam. Looking at Su Hongzi, who was slightly affected next to him, Lin Fei reached out and held her hand, and then a domineering aura slowly released from his eyes. Thousands of eyes were immediately attracted by him. But wherever Lin Fei's eyes passed, those ordinary senior high school graduates turned their eyes away one by one. Subconsciously, they didn't dare to look at them. After so many days, because of the owner-level desert dragonfly, Lin Fei's aura has been further improved. It is no longer the same as before. Wow! Is this Lin Fei? His eyes are so domineering, I can't even look at him. Fuck! He seems super strong. Is there such a big man in Xingcheng No. 1 Middle School this year? There are many strong candidates this year. They were already very strong before the elf exam. This Lin Fei is probably one of them. You don't know yet? That Fixie energy house is opened by him. What? Fuck. He's a bit too handsome. Walking over under thousands of eyes, Lin Fei calmly joined the examinees of Xingcheng No. 1 Middle School. He looked at the head teacher Li Qingfeng and nodded. The male examinees of Xingcheng No. 1 Middle School looked at Lin Fei, and then at Su Hongzi, whose hand was held by Lin Fei, and suddenly the sound of broken glass sounded in their hearts. It's okay that the initial elf is the ultrasonic larvae. You also tinkered with a new type of energy cube? Now you actually took down the white moonlight in the hearts of all our male examinees? Lin Fei, you really deserve to die. If they knew that Lin Fei's ultrasonic larvae had evolved into desert dragonflies a long time ago, they would probably be even more devastated. 053 The first round, knowledge written test asking for flowers, monthly votes, and evaluation votes. Zhou Long stared at the little hand held by Lin Fei, and his face became gloomy little by little. Damn it! How could it be? But no matter how unwilling he was, it was useless. Feeling Lin Fei's previous momentum, Zhou Long didn't even have the courage to go up and provoke. No matter what, he couldn't figure out why Lin Fei had changed so much in just 1 month. Su Xia crossed her arms, looked at Lin Fei and shook her head slightly, saying to herself, Su Hongzi, I didn't expect you to have a boyfriend so quickly. She was familiar with that aura, which was the aura of her father Su Venkeng during the battle, which proved that Lin Fei had a gym leader level elf. No wonder her father Su Venkeng also told her that if she had the chance, she could get in touch with Lin Fei and make friends. So it was because of this? But Su Xia was not satisfied with this. This time the elf exam. It was an opportunity to meet a more outstanding family son. Even if it was to make friends, she had to find someone better than Lin Fei. Okay, since all the candidates are here, let's go into the venue and find our seats. Su Xiaorong looked at Lin Fei, who had just protected Su Hongzi. She was in a good mood and waved her hand. The door of the Star City Elf Alliance venue opened immediately, and the candidates entered one after another. Lin Fei and Su Hongzi were not far from each other. Lin Fei, come on. After arriving at his seat and entering his admission ticket on the computer to verify his identity, Su Hongzi, who was sitting in front of Lin Fei on the left, turned around and clenched her fist towards Lin Fei. Come on together. Lin Fei took a deep breath. Looking at the interface in front of him that only he could see. Ding! Main Quest 1 released, get the first place in the practical trial of the elf examination, quest reward, God level lottery opportunity. This is a main quest that existed a month ago. The first God level lottery opportunity changed Lin Fei's fate drastically. The second God level lottery, he will definitely get a better grasp. In addition to this main quest, there are 2 side quests that were refreshed a week ago. All of them are related to the elf examination. Ding! Side quest 13 released, be the first to hand in the first round of knowledge written test in the elf examination, quest reward, silver level experience critical hit card. Ding! Side quest 14 released, get the top scorer in the first round of the elf exam, quest reward, advanced good luck card. Lin Fei didn't know whether this first one to hand in the paper was the first one to hand in the paper in the Star City exam hall, or the first one among all the candidates who took the elf exam in the entire Dragon Country. It doesn't matter, just finish the written test as quickly as possible. Lin Fei has a lot of confidence in himself. Before coming to this parallel world, he had long been obsessed with elves. All kinds of related elf knowledge. Whether it was unpopular or popular, he had studied them all. After finishing his parents' shop, Lin Fei spent a lot of time to organize and summarize the elf knowledge in this world. It was no different from what he had studied before. Some subtle details were also made up by him during this period of time. He was determined to get the top scorer in the elf knowledge test. Of course, Lin Fei didn't forget the reward of side quest 12, the rare elf clue. This will start when the elf exam begins. I looked at the time on the computer, 8:55. It's almost time, the exam will start at 9 o'clock. As time came to 8:59, Su Xiaorong nodded to one of the elite high-level trainers, and he snapped his fingers. The next moment, countless transparent energy walls appeared from all directions. Finally, the entire examination venue was enveloped. Any sound from outside the venue was isolated. There were live cameras around the venue. The entire written test process of each candidate was recorded. At 9 o'clock, the exam began. Lin Fei looked at the screen in front of him. The Elf Knowledge Test paper appeared. 2023 Elf University National Unified Examination. This test paper has a total of 8 pages, the full score is 150 points, and the test takes 180 minutes. 1. Identify the elves by looking at the pictures, 10 questions in total, 1 point for each question, 10 points in total. Picture 1, a piece of white fluff that looks a bit transparent. Picture 2, half of a blue calf. Picture 3. There are 10 pictures in total, 1 point for each picture you recognize. Don't think it's easy. Take the first picture for example, the cotton-like picture given is not complete, it is obviously the fluff on some elf. Candidates who don't have enough knowledge about elves, they can't tell which elf this cotton material comes from. However, candidates with knowledge can probably recognize that this should be a fluffy sheep or bluebird series elf. Lin Fei didn't even hesitate and wrote down Kixie Bluebird directly. The elves' exam was very detailed. It was impossible for them to pull the elves' fluff temporarily. It must be the elves' natural shed hair. Before the evolution, the fluffy sheep was the melly sheep. The fluffy sheep was yellowish. After the fluffy sheep shed, it would be white with yellow. The fluff shed by the bluebird is pure white. But because the bluebird has not evolved yet, its fluff will shrink in a very short time after it sheds, and it will never look transparent. After the evolution, the fluff shed by the Kixie bluebird will not change. The Kixie bluebird can even use its fluffy fluff to deflect the enemy's attack. Only when it is fluffy enough will it look slightly transparent. Of course, it is not only the Kixie bluebird that has fluffy enough fluff, such as the cotton ball and wind fairy in the cotton ball series, but their appearance is not pure white, so they were ruled out by Lin Fei at the first time. 054 The fastest candidate to hand in the paper in history asking for flowers, monthly votes and evaluation votes. The first question is to identify the elves by looking at the picture. It takes at least 6 to 9 minutes for ordinary candidates. But Lin Fei finished it in less than 2 minutes. This also includes the time to write the name of the elf on the screen. After Lin Fei finished it, other candidates were still hesitating about the answer to the first question, and Lin Fei had already looked at the second question. 2 single choice, 15 questions in total, 2 points each, 30 points in total. 1. Which of the following elves has 2 evolutions? __. A. Pippi. B. Ponytail. C. Ironclad Rhino. D. Shellless Sea Cow. 2. Which of the following characteristics cannot be awakened by Boscodora? __. A. Strong. B. Hard head. C. Heavy metal. D. Shattered armor. 3. Which of the following characteristics is the characteristic of Beedrill? __. A. Sharp eyes. B. Sniper. C. Poison sting. D. Penetration. There are 15 questions of this type. With Lin Fei's knowledge of elves, he can find the answer to each question at a glance. The only thing to pay attention to is to read the questions carefully. Don't read the questions wrong and choose the wrong answer. 3. Multiple choice, 10 questions, 3 points for each question, 30 points in total. 1. Which of the following elves have 2 attributes? ______. A. Manini. B. Manatee. C. Warhammer. D. Mimosa. E. Infernape. F. Riolu. A. BDE. The answers to all questions may mislead you. For example, the Warhammer in the third option. Warhammer is an ancient fossil resurrected elf. If the candidates do not have enough knowledge of fossil elves, seeing the name of Warhammer, it is very likely that they will judge that it should have dragon and other types. Actually, this guy is just a rock type. It just has a dragon in its name, but it doesn't have a dragon type at all. Another example is Riolu. Many candidates mistakenly believe that Riolu has the same steel and fighting types as Lucario. In fact, before it evolved, Riolu only had a fighting type. Lin Fei began to write furiously. 10 multiple choice questions, he only spent 3 minutes. 10 minutes later, when the screen popped up that the listening part would start in 3 minutes. 8 pages of elf test paper, Lin Fei had already finished most of it. At this time, a small number of candidates were still struggling with the first big question. Most of the candidates stayed on the second big question. After 3 minutes, the listening questions began. Please pay attention to all candidates, the following is the listening part, please write down the elves that appeared in the speech based on all the information given. All candidates immediately put on their headsets and concentrated. Outside the conference hall of the Star City Elf Alliance Association, the person in charge Su Xiaorong, the president Su Minghui, and the vice president Su Vengking stood in the stands, talking to the senior students who were writing furiously below. I wonder which city the fastest candidate to hand in the paper this year will appear in. Su Vengking laughed and stroked the little goatee on his chin. The fastest candidate to hand in the paper? Su Xiaorong and Su Minghui both laughed. The candidates for the elf examination are different from those for the ordinary college entrance examination. The candidates who can be trained to participate in the elf examination, they are all highly expected by their families. The examination lasts for 3 hours in total. During this time, most candidates will choose to continue checking and checking after finishing. Very few people will hand in the paper early. Those who can hand in the paper early are all ruthless people. The one who submitted the paper early last year was from the capital. He only took an hour to finish the whole paper and scored a super high score of 147. I wonder which dark horse candidates will submit their papers early this year. Su Minghui was quite interested in this topic. Speaking of which, there was also a dark horse candidate in their star city this year. Although it is impressive to complete the ELF examination paper in 1 hour. But this year, there was a candidate in their star city who scored an S level in the battle assessment before the ELF examination began. This is also amazing, not worse than others. Thinking of Lin Fei, Su Minghui's eyes flashed a trace of admiration. This kid can not only steal his daughter's favor. He can even make such a perverted energy block. If the production is not controlled, I'm afraid the energy block market in the entire Star City will be out of control. Hey? Wait, someone has already handed in the paper. Su Minghui was about to sigh about something, but suddenly found that there were already candidates handing in their papers in the conference hall. At this time, only 32 minutes had passed. Xiaorong, who? Which candidate from which school? Su Minghui looked at Su Xiaorong with obvious anger on his face. 32 minutes broke the record of the ELF examination. It's impossible to finish the paper in advance at this time. Does this mean that there are candidates who handed in their papers before they finished the test? If this gets out, where can he, the president of the Star City ELF Alliance Association, put his face? Su Xiaorong frowned and tapped his fingers on the virtual keyboard. When he saw who handed in the paper, he was stunned. Lin Fei. 055. This is your daughter-in-law asking for flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation tickets. Ding! You are the first to hand in the first round of written examinations in the ELF exam, and you get a silver level experience critical hit card. Very good, I can experience the pleasure of critical hit upgrades again. 32 minutes is enough for Lin Fei to finish all the questions and check them. Therefore, when Lin Fei chooses to submit the test paper, the side quest 13 is completed. When all the candidates present saw Lin Fei hand in the paper and leave, they were all devastated. Fuck! I only did the second big question. What the hell? Is this Lin Fei from number 1 middle school? He finished it. What is Lin Fei doing? Just give up the ELF exam. Awesome, very individual, ha ha ha, just saw that he was so strong, I thought. They watched Lin Fei disappear in the examination venue, and they were all complaining, surprised, or gloating in their hearts. Zhou Long, what's wrong with Lin Fei? His ELF knowledge scores have always been among the best, it's impossible that he can't do it, but he? Zhou Long envied and hated Lin Fei, but at least he knew that Lin Fei's grades were very good, so he was very puzzled. Could he have finished it? Thinking of this possibility in his mind, Zhou Long just felt upset. This damn Lin Fei, even the ELF exam will be affected by him? At this time, Zhou Long happened to see Su Hongzi looking at Lin Fei's back with admiring eyes, and his heart was hit by 10,000 points again. For a while, he felt uncomfortable everywhere. Even the questions that he could do before felt that he couldn't do it. The candidates who finished the questions had to leave the conference venue as soon as possible. Therefore, after Lin Fei walked out directly, he once again faced thousands of eyes outside the venue. The thousands of people who were originally noisy suddenly became quiet. One by one, their eyes were stunned. Looking at the only figure walking out of the venue. The members of the ELF news program team responsible for the live broadcast on the scene lit up. Wow, you handed in your paper early? It's only been half an hour, right? Let's do the interview. It's definitely a hot ELF news on the headlines. The older sister with the microphone quickly approached Lin Fei. Classmate, this classmate, you handed in your paper just over 30 minutes after the exam started. Can I ask what's going on? The older sister pointed the microphone at Lin Fei. The cameraman behind him also quickly focused on Lin Fei. On the side, there were two electric dragons standing on tiptoe and raising their tails. There was a gem on the tail of the electric dragon that could emit electric light. They were using this electric gem to fill in the light for the interview camera. It looked quite cute. I handed in my paper when I finished it. Facing the camera, Lin Fei was calm and composed. The elder sister was stunned for a moment and then asked, "Do you think the written test of the ELF exam is difficult this time? Otherwise, how did you finish it so quickly?" "Lin Fei, it's quite difficult. Even I took 32 minutes. Elder sister." The elder sister who was interviewing was confused by Lin Fei's answer. The thousands of high school graduates outside were speechless. "Dude, I know you are awesome, but this pretense. Isn't it a bit too much?" Someone at the scene quickly searched for the submission time of the ELF exam in previous years. It was found that the fastest submission time in history also took 52 minutes. Good guy. This almost shortened the time by half. Do you have confidence in your results? The elder sister who was interviewing threw out a very topical question. Lin Fei, yes, it shouldn't be difficult to get the first place. The last question was an additional question, and additional questions did not add points. Lin Fei wrote his own opinions and views on it. If nothing unexpected happened, the previous questions should also be full marks. Well, I hope you can get what you want. Hey, classmate, classmate. I don't know your name yet. The interviewer hadn't finished asking questions yet. Unexpectedly, Lin Fei had already walked away. A student from Xingcheng No. 1 Middle School in the crowd shouted, "His name is Lin Fei." Lin Fei was not far away, because Li Fei and Lin Suan were not far from the Xingcheng Elf Alliance. Today was the day for Lin Fei to take the elf examination, so of course the couple had to accompany him. Unexpectedly, Lin Fei came out so soon. If they hadn't known that Lin Fei had his own ideas, Li Fei and his wife would have asked anxiously, "Mom and Dad, don't worry, I know what's going on. By the way, I'll introduce someone to you later." Introduce someone? Li Fei and Lin Suan looked at each other. Last time, they said they would give a surprise, but it turned out to be Fixie Energy House. What about this time? For a moment, Li Fei and his wife were looking forward to it. Time passed quickly, and nearly 2 hours passed. At this time, candidates also walked out of the venue one after another. Su Hongzi and Rong Xin also walked out hand in hand. The first thing they did when they came out. Su Hongzi couldn't wait to call Lin Fei. Rong Xin rolled her eyes beside her. "I'm vomiting, Hongzi, my hands aren't even warm yet, and you two are going to show off your affection in front of me again." Okay. After asking about Lin Fei's location, Su Hongzi smiled at Rong Xin and pulled her to run towards Lin Fei. "At worst, I'll treat you to a meal later, hehe. You said that. Your Lin Fei is so good that he finished it in 32 minutes. Fixie Energy House is so popular recently, so we have to rip him off. You can't eat that much, it's a waste of money. Oh, you're saving money for your Lin Fei before you even get married." Rong Xin. The two girls came to Lin Fei's position while arguing. As a result, they saw two people standing next to Lin Fei. Looking at that look, my goodness, Lin Fei's parents? Su Hongzi was instantly nervous. She looked at Lin Fei coquettishly. This was too sudden. "Mom and Dad, this is my girlfriend, your future daughter-in-law." "Girlfriend?" Li Fei and Lin Suan looked at each other again. "Your son is so good, why find two at a time?" 056 Elf Knowledge Written Exam List, Public Seeking Flowers Monthly Tickets and Evaluation Tickets. At noon that day, after Lin Fei and his parents returned home and had dinner. At Li Fei's urging, Lin Fei went to take a shower first. In the words of his mother Li Fei, it is better to check the results after taking a shower. Lin Fei doesn't care, Star City is a big furnace at the end of July. It is more comfortable to take a cold shower at noon. After taking a shower for 10 minutes, Li Fei immediately urged him to check the results of the written test of Pokemon knowledge. Log into the official website of the National Pokemon Examination. Name, admission ticket, ID card, all entered in one go. The family of three gathered in front of the computer desk. Li Fei and Lin Suan originally only hoped that Lin Fei could successfully complete Pokemon University. In the future, work hard and strive to become a professional trainer. Who knew that Lin Fei actually tinkered with a new type of energy block? And the initial Pokemon is so powerful. Now they are more looking forward to Lin Fei's future. To be able to attend which Pokemon University, you must first pass the Pokemon Knowledge written test. After pressing the Enter key for the query, a list popped up. Look closely. 2023 ELF Exam, ELF Knowledge Written Exam List. After clicking it, 3 areas appeared. National List, Provincial List, City List. Lin Fei casually clicked on the city list's written exam ranking. He didn't even look back. At first glance, he looked directly at the first place in the city list. Sure enough, his name suppressed everyone. Written exam list of the ELF exam. City list, candidate Lin Fei, score 150 plus, ranked first. At this time, Li Fei, who didn't even look at the first place above, walked in front of Lin Fei with her hand, wondering, "What are you thinking about?" Quickly turned to the ranking below. "Your past grades have always been very good, there are less than 100 people in Xingcheng, you should." Li Fei was still saying something. Suddenly Lin Suan pulled her hand. "What are you doing?" Li Fei looked at Lin Suan unhappily. "I'm checking the grades for my child, what are you talking about?" "No." Lin Suan was silent for a moment, staring at the first place. "Look who is the first place." "First place?" Li Fei was stunned and looked up. I suddenly saw the 2 words Lin Fei that suppressed everyone. "Xiao Fei, first place." Li Fei's heart twitched fiercely. My son Lin Fei got the first place in the city list of the written test list in the ELF examination? Mom and Dad, if I'm right, there should be surprises when I open the provincial list. Lin Fei looked at the and sign after the 150 points, and knew that the additional questions were also scored. But the total score is only 150, so there is a score of 150 plus. That is to say, if someone else gets a total score of 150, but as long as the last additional question does not write down the right answer, the ranking cannot be compared with him. "Come, let me see." Li Fei's body was shaking with excitement. She took a deep breath, exited the city list, and clicked on the provincial list. Written test list of the ELF examination. In the provincial ranking, candidate Lin Fei, with a total score of 150 plus, ranked first. Really? Number 1 in the provincial ranking. Old Lin. Really, our son got the first place in the provincial ranking, the first place in the provincial ranking. Li Fei was very excited. Even if Fixie Energy House could sell 1 million a day, she would not be so excited. No way, the older generation thinks like this. Even if it can make a lot of money, but still attach great importance to further education. Lin Suan's eyes were also shocked. He never expected that his son would burst out in the written test. He, who was always quiet, just patted Lin Fei's shoulder heavily. "Don't worry, Dad and Mom, there is still a list that hasn't been opened." Lin Fei comforted, the first place in the provincial list is not his goal. The national list, to get the first place among 10,017 candidates who participated in the ELF exam, this is his goal. Yes, there is also a national list. The first place in the provincial list of Xiongnan province is also very high in the national ranking, right? After all, there are only 36 cities in the country that are qualified for the ELF exam. Old Lin, you come to the national list, I have to slow down. Li Fei gave the opportunity to check the national list to Lin Suan. When the national list ranking was also clicked. Because they had at least 2 experiences. Li Fei and Lin Suan didn't look back at all. The eyes were ready to look from top to bottom. When they saw the name of the first place, their pupils shrank suddenly. The list of the written test of the ELF examination. The national list, candidate Lin Fei, with a total score of 150 plus, ranked first. Lin Fei, the first in the country. After seeing this ranking, Lin Fei also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the advanced good luck card has also been obtained. Ding! You got the first place in the written test of the ELF examination, and you got the advanced good luck card. Advanced good luck card, after using it, you will get good luck within 24 hours. The good luck card is only for 1 hour, this one is for a whole day. Just for the practical test of the second round of the ELF examination. 057 Lin Fei's name seeking flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation tickets. Like Lin Fei, there are also candidates who are checking the written test results. Everyone first looks for the corresponding ranking in their minds, and after finding their scores and rankings, they take a screenshot. Those who perform well start to show off. Take the screenshot and post it everywhere. Or on Penguin Space. Or on WeChat Moments. Or in places like personal signatures. In short, those who like to show off want to let everyone around them know how well they did in the written test of the ELF examination. It's not enough to post it, you have to go to the class group. At this moment, in the ELF class group of Xingcheng No. 1 Middle School. Class teacher Li Qingfeng at all members, you should have checked your written test scores, right? How did you do? Report your scores one by one, and the class monitor will do the statistics. The ELF examination is different from the ordinary college entrance examination. Candidates for the ELF examination know their scores before the school teachers. Li Qingfeng was also very nervous when sending this message. Because at this time, everyone had just checked their scores, and he didn't know how everyone's scores were. The 42 ELF class students were silent for a while. Most students didn't want to be the first to show up. Except for those who wanted to show off. Zhou Long, screenshot.jpg. I was impressed by Lin Fei's amazing performance, but I didn't perform well. I should have gotten a higher score. Lu Bo, what the hell? Brother Long is awesome. 132 points. This score is not low. He should be in the top 20 in the city rankings, right? Yang Ji, so scary. Zhou Long was the first to post a screenshot of his score. He also said something sarcastic to Lin Fei. He didn't expect that after being influenced by Lin Fei, he could get 132 points in the written test. This is his real score. Although he is not a good person, Zhou Long's parents hired many professional teachers to teach him elves. So Zhou Long's score is not bad. The 2 followers saw this and naturally came out to flatter him. After Zhou Long, who had acne on his face, sent the message at home. He checked the rankings of other candidates in the city, provincial and national rankings. When he saw the name of the candidate ranked first, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Fuck? How is this possible? Zhou Long's eyes widened, and with his face full of acne, he looked a little scary under the computer's fluorescent projection. Damn! Quickly withdraw. In the class group, Zhou Long quickly withdrew the screenshots and messages he had just posted. Lu Bo and Yang Ji were stunned at first. They didn't understand what Zhou Long meant. But then they both withdrew the messages. Zhou Long, withdraw. Lu Bo, withdraw. Yang Ji, withdraw. At this time, other students couldn't help it. Ha ha ha, I wanted to hold it back, I really couldn't help it, ha ha ha. At AE 3/4, why did you withdraw? 132 points is very high. If you were not influenced by Lin Fei, do you think you could compete with Lin Fei? Ha ha ha. At AE 3/4, screenshot.jpg, I am dying of laughter, you are such a yin and yang person, but it's a pity that you are too slow, I just took a screenshot. Fuck, screenshot.jpg at £. Lin Fei is awesome, 150 plus full marks, first in the city list, first in the province list, first in the national list, my god. Shocked. Lin Fei is so scary. The top scorer in the written test is actually next to me. The top scorer in the written test is actually my classmate. The top scorer in the written test is actually Lin Fei. The classmates who were supposed to share their scores came out in an instant, and they were all shocked. Andy's sense. The head teacher Li Qingfeng didn't understand the situation for a while. When he read 2 more pieces of information, he understood. Lin Fei, ranked first in the written test list nationwide? Li Qingfeng in the office couldn't help but said the national essence. Then, the head teacher Li Qingfeng couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. Lin Fei, but he is a student of the elf class he leads. He stood up from his seat. Rushed to the principal's office as soon as possible. At this moment, in the elf classes across the country, there was a wave of shock because of the name Lin Fei. The imperial capital. What the hell, who is this Lin Fei? I've never heard of him, but he can get full marks. Not just full marks, you can refer to Kong Yuya who also got 150 points. I thought Kong Yuya would be the top scorer in this year's written test, but it turned out that she was from Xingcheng. The total score of 150 plus proves that he got the last additional question right. Awesome. At Kong Yuya, it's okay, I'll help you test that Lin Fei in the second round of practical trials. At Kong Yuya, that's right, come on, Yuya, and surpass that Lin Fei in the practical trials. At Kong Yuya, with your strength, it's easy for you to get the top scorer in the practical trials, so what's Lin Fei? Modu. Ha ha ha, this Lin Fei is really awesome, he actually suppressed Kong Yuya's proud phoenix, I really want to meet him soon and fight him, I wonder what his initial elf is. At AEA with Diaresis C, this is Mr. Li's pattern, too good. At AEA with Diaresis C, I'm afraid the imperial capital will take the first step, I don't know if Lin Fei can withstand the challenge of those people in the imperial capital. Everything is still about actual combat, the second round is the most important, you can get the top score in the second round of actual combat trials, the first round of written tests can only represent the results of learning elf knowledge. Originally, Lin Fei's name was only spread in Star City. But now, all candidates across the country in 2023 know it. At the headquarters of the Dragon Country Elf Alliance Association, the answer to Lin Fei's additional question caused a big earthquake. 058 Actual Combat Trial, Eastern Secret Realm Seeking Flowers. Monthly tickets and evaluation tickets. Headquarters of the Dragon Country Elf Alliance Association. For the answer written by Lin Fei on the additional question. At this time, all the leading figures in the elf circle gathered here. The people who can sit here. All are big men who have made various contributions to the development of elves. Everyone. I think it is very necessary to meet this classmate Lin Fei. The super evolution theory he proposed is most consistent with the special attribute stone we found. An old man with grey and white hair is speaking. He is one of the elf evolution researchers of the Dragon Country Elf Alliance Association, and he has single-handedly promoted the establishment of the entire Elf Alliance Association. I think the super evolution theory proposed by classmate Lin Fei can be tried. My intuition tells me that the success rate is very high. But it is not appropriate to meet for the time being, so as not to delay classmate Lin Fei's actual combat trial. Not appropriate, the answer of this classmate Lin Fei is just a guess, and he also mentioned assumptions, but every king level is a strategic level existence, and the special attribute stone cannot be used easily to take risks. What should we do now? This is not okay, and that is not okay. How can the progress of civilization not take a little risk? In the middle of the table in front of these people, there are several stones with colorful brilliance, which they call special attribute stones. Special attribute stones were only mined from secret realms in the past 2 years, and are currently circulated only in a very small area around the world. It is possible to detect super strong energy fluctuations in its body. But elves cannot absorb them like other attribute stones. In the written examination of the elf exam in Dragon Country in the past 2 years, the last additional question is related to this. All those who take part in the elf exam are the hope of Dragon Country's future. We hope to pool our wisdom and see if any candidates can come up with refreshing ideas. Last year was the first time this additional question was added. All the answers given by the candidates were what everyone here had thought of. This year, additional questions were added again, and the result was: Met Lin Fei. What special attribute stone? When Lin Fei took the exam, he thought, isn't this a super evolution stone? No wonder there is no mention of super evolution in the memory of this world. It turns out that the role of super evolution stone has not been developed yet. Super evolution stone is neither an attribute stone nor an ordinary evolution stone. Therefore, the super evolution theory proposed by Lin Fei will be different from the answers of other candidates tomorrow. Unconventional, it immediately attracted the attention of the headquarters. The leaders of the elf circle are arguing about this. But no one is convinced by the other's argument. Finally, they can only look at a young man who has not said anything. It's a headache to let me decide every time. Looking closely, the young man's eyebrows and hair are actually light red. Hehe, although none of us old guys are convinced by each other, you still believe in Lin Ran. Well, let Lin Ran decide. Lin Ran, the youngest champion-level Ding Gaishanzan in the contemporary Dragon Country. Just sitting there, people can feel a hidden and tyrannical aura. Like a dozing tiger, no one dares to underestimate it. The matter of the special attribute stone has been going on for more than 2 years, and it is not urgent at this time. My suggestion is to wait for the elves to take the exam first. Let's talk about it later, don't let it affect his exam. With Lin Ran's final word, the others looked at each other. Finally, they all nodded in approval. This classmate Lin Fei has made us old guys quarrel over him before we even met. I wonder what kind of wonderful performance he will have in the practical test. Old Kong, I thought your granddaughter would get the top score in the written test. I'm afraid Yu is furious. Haha, kids, don't know each other without fighting. I'm also looking forward to the second round of exams for these young people. Seeing that the topic of these old people jumped so much at once, Lin Ran was also a little helpless. This was one of the reasons why he had been silent. However, Lin Ran was also a little interested in their topic. Younger students, this year's second round of practical tests is different from previous years, hehe. Thinking of the second round of practical trials of this year's Pokemon exam, Lin Ran chuckled with some evil humor. In recent years, there has been an endless stream of fresh blood in Dragon Country's trainers, which is inseparable from some gradually open secret realms. The so-called open secret realm refers to a completely free Pokemon secret realm. No ticket fee is required. Any citizen of Dragon Country can enter for adventure training. The danger level in the open secret realm is relatively low, and it is most suitable for practical trials of Pokemon exam. On August 1st, near noon, the candidates for the second round of Pokemon exam from all over the country gathered in a secret hall square called the Eastern Secret Realm. The Eastern Secret Realm. It is the place for the practical trials of the second round of the Pokemon exam. 059 The King of Heaven arrives in person, new rules for the trial asking for flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation tickets. The Eastern Secret Realm, the door to the Secret Realm appeared in 1983. It has been 40 years since then. The entire Secret Realm is roughly rectangular, with an area of about 66,000 square kilometers, a length of about 347 kilometers and a width of about 190 kilometers. Since last year, the Eastern Secret Realm is no longer open to the public. It turned out that it was chosen as the place for the spirit meeting examination this year. There were a total of 10,017 candidates present. 10,000 people gathered here, and even if there was no deliberate noise, it was still bustling. It's just that most people are looking for candidates from Star City. Because Lin Fei, who won the written test champion, is from Star City. Other candidates want to know what Lin Fei looks like, and he can get a total score of 150 plus. The candidates from Star City are so far away from us that we can't see them. Haha, I still want to see what Lin Fei looks like. Hey, why not take a look at Kong Yuyu, who got the second place in the written test? I heard that she is very powerful and is from the imperial capital. Tisk tisk. 150 points ranked second, I would be furious. Yes, 150 points is a perfect score. In previous years, she would definitely be the top scorer in the written test. Who knew that Lin Fei would come out with 150 plus points? I feel that the candidates from Xingcheng may be targeted. Who are you waiting for? Why don't you start talking before entering the venue? The examinees from each city were escorted by the president of the Elf Alliance of each city. At the moment, the presidents of the Elf Alliance of each city are here. They are basically all Quasi-King level beings. As the president of the Star City Elf Alliance, Su Minghui could feel the eyes of other presidents constantly looking at him. This made Su Minghui feel very proud. He didn't have this treatment before, but this year, Lin Fei appeared in Star City. He was angry that Lin Fei handed in his paper early. Now think about it, his vision is too small after all. Roar! Suddenly, above the square outside the secret hall, a shadow came from afar, very fast. It seems that an elf is approaching quickly. When many examinees saw this elf and the figure on its back, they cried out in surprise. King! It's the king! King Lu is here! It's really King Lu! That's his ace spirit, the fiery arrow eagle. It's so fast that you can only see a red lightning when it flies in the air at high speed. I'm so envious. This year's trial speech is actually King Lu. Don't the presidents of the Elf Alliance usually take turns to go on stage? Shivering, I think it has something to do with the actual combat trial later. In the sky, a huge red figure spread its wings for at least 10 meters. It slowly descended, and when it was still more than 10 meters above the ground, its trainer jumped from its back. It landed steadily on the podium in front of the square. All the presidents came forward to greet them. Lu Tianwang had a slightly kind face and replied to the presidents one by one. Finally, his eyes fell on Xingcheng and Su Minghui. Su Minghui was also quite excited and came forward to greet Lu Tianwang. Haha, good, 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 the candidates of Xingcheng this year are amazing, and you have won the top spot in the written test. King Lu looked at the candidates from Star City. He praised them loudly and unabashedly. This was a compliment from the king. Almost all the candidates from Star City felt their backs straightened. King is an achievement that most trainers can hardly achieve even if they spend their entire lives trying. The arrival of King Lu caused even more noise in the square. Looked at the time almost done. Lu Tianwang looked at his fiery eagle. The fiery eagle nodded and chirped softly. Everyone present clearly felt that their hearts were shaken by something. The square of 10,000 people was noisy a second ago. In an instant, it was silent. A Tianwang level elf has great power in every move. Just a light chirp can shock tens of thousands of people. I am Lu Penghua. I believe everyone is familiar with me. I am the general manager of this year's practical trial. Now I will tell you the new rules of this year's practical trial. Listen carefully, little guys. Sure enough, the Tianwang personally serves as the general manager. It means that this year's practical trial will definitely change a lot. As a Tianwang level trainer, Lu Penghua's power fed back by the elves allows his voice to be transmitted to every candidate's ears. This year's new rules are set by His Majesty Lin Ran himself. And you are the first to experience the new rules of the trial. Lu Tianwang smiled at the 10,000 candidates below the stage. A few words aroused the emotions of all the candidates. Lin Ran, the youngest champion of Dragon Country. All the candidates knew him. Even Lin Fei admired Lin Ran. He advanced to the champion level at the age of less than 30. This achievement, enough to make 99% of the veteran trainers ashamed. The rule in previous years was that the candidates brought their own initial Pokémon, and then competed to convert the Pokémon you defeated in the trial land into points. This year's new rules are divided into two parts. First, you need to capture a new Pokémon partner in the trial land, and then run in with the new Pokémon partner within 7 days, and use the new Pokémon partner to defeat the wild Pokémon in the secret realm to get points. As soon as Lu Tianwang said this, the faces of the candidates changed. This new rule is indeed fairer. But it is also more difficult to get points. To capture a new Pokémon, you must run in successfully within 7 days, and you must defeat other wild Pokémon together with the new Pokémon to get points. If the captured elves are not strong enough, those candidates who have prepared in advance look even more unhappy. In this way, the effect of their advance preparation is not so great, and they only have a little advantage in capturing elves. The second is the point challenge. Everyone has a chance to challenge others once, and the winner can win 1/3 of the opponent's points. There is no limit on the elves used in the challenge. But the challenged has the right to refuse. After Lu Penghua finished talking about the new rules of the trial, another explosive news. That is, starting from this practical trial, future practical trials will no longer pursue pure points. Even if you are unlucky and are defeated and eliminated by wild elves in advance, as long as you perform well during the trial, you will have the opportunity to be valued by the Elf University. The specific new rules will be distributed in a record sheet for each person. Candidates must not lose it, otherwise they will be considered eliminated. After Lu Penghua finished speaking, he took out a elf ball and opened it. A Alakazam appeared. Before many candidates could come to their senses, Hudi's eyes flashed. Superpowers enveloped tens of thousands of candidates on the scene. Instantly, everyone got the record sheet that matched them. Okay, little guys, I won't say any more nonsense, I wish you good luck. When Lu Penghua finished speaking this time, Hudi's eyes flashed again. Tens of thousands of candidates were divided into 10 groups, and disappeared in the square one after another. They were all sent to the secret gate of the Eastern Secret Realm by Hudi. The actual combat trial began. 060 Rare Elf Clues, 92 km East Seeking Flowers, monthly tickets and evaluation tickets. A feeling of dizziness came from Lin Fei's mind. When he looked at the surrounding environment again, he found that he was not in the hall behind the secret gate at all. At this time, he was already in adversity. The Hu did directly teleport all the candidates randomly using instant teleportation. Thinking of the 2 king-level elves before, Lin Fei still had some throbbing in his heart. That kind of momentum and strength is simply a mobile missile. But I will reach that level, and even far surpass it. Lin Fei is full of confidence. Looking around, he heard the elves humming sound faintly, and he called out his elf partner immediately. The rule of exploring the secret realm of elves, no matter how safe it is in the wild, you must let the elves accompany you. Bang! After the desert dragonfly came out, it looked around. Woo! It spread its wings to let itself rise higher. The diamond-shaped wings lifted it up. The aura of the elf at the level of the gym owner was released. After the wild elves nearby sensed it, they fled in a hurry, away from here. Fuck! Who is this boss who brought a desert dragonfly to participate in the actual combat trial? Isn't this pure bullying? Desert dragonfly? What a strong aura! I wonder if the boss wants a younger brother. If you follow such a boss, you will definitely win easily. What are you dreaming of? Even if candidates of this level are short of younger brothers, they are not short of younger brothers of our level. Let's form a team to avoid being eliminated. That makes sense. Count me in the team. My initial Pokemon is an acorn, which has evolved into mine is Mookowl. There were several other candidates nearby who were teleported here with Lin Fei. After seeing Lin Fei's desert dragonfly, they were shocked at first. But they quickly came to their senses and discussed forming a team together. Some even suggested that they come over and ask the trainer of the desert dragonfly if he wants to form a team. Start the record sheet first. Lin Fei naturally didn't know what those people were planning. After he praised the desert dragonfly, he pressed the record sheet on his wrist. With a beep, the record sheet opened. There are signal base stations throughout the Eastern Secret Realm. There are signal base stations in all public secret realms. In order to support the development of trainers, the country spends a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources every year. Build signal base stations in public secret realms. There are hundreds of signal base stations in the Eastern Secret Realm. As long as you carry the record sheet in the secret hall, you can contact people in other secret realms even in the secret realm. However, these signal base stations are built in the secret realm, and they will inevitably be destroyed by some curious wild Pokemon. It is quite troublesome to repair. But even so, the country must support it. Make the convenience of public secret realms to better. In this way, those ordinary people who start behind at the starting line will be more willing to try to become trainers later. In this parallel world of elves, national defense is directly linked to the overall strength of elf trainers. The trainers are stronger, and the country is easier to talk to. The country is stronger, and the welfare of trainers is better. After the record sheet is turned on, it will automatically connect to the signal base station. The record sheets sent down are all matched to the candidates. It is a product of black technology. It can capture the strength of the elves defeated by the candidates and convert them into points. Lin Fei first read the specific details of the second round of practical trials. In addition to the 2 points mentioned by Lu Tianwang, there are also some basic rules such as candidates are not allowed to kill each other. So now, the first thing I have to do is to capture a new elf partner. Lin Fei's tone was extremely relaxed, with a hint of smile in his eyes. Other candidates may need to slowly consider what elves to subdue. But Lin Fei doesn't need to be so troublesome. He fumbled on the record sheet for a few times. The general map of the entire Eastern Secret Realm on the record sheet was called up. Others don't know where to subdue new elves, but he knows. Don't forget that he has a rare elf clue. The opening condition is the actual combat trial, and now is the time. The rare elf clue was used successfully. There is a thunderstorm forest 92 kilometers to the east, where various electric elves gather. You will have unexpected gains here. Rare electric elves. Lin Fei didn't expect it to be an electric type. His current elves have gathered ground type, dragon type, steel type, psychic type, and fire type. The electric type does not overlap with the attributes of the elves he already has. Open the general map of the Eastern Secret Realm on the record sheet, and a light curtain map pops up. Lin Fei stretched out 2 fingers to shrink the light curtain map. There happened to be a supply station near 92 kilometers to the east. This is during the elf exam. A supply station specially opened for candidates. Candidates can rest and eat here, and they can also exchange information. And the thunderstorm forest is just next to the supply station. Kilometers. Lin Fei began to set the route. The map navigation issued a reminder. Start planning the route map to the No. 06 supply station. The route planning is successful, please follow the arrow instructions. After the reminder, the light curtain map disappeared. Instead, an arrow appeared on the screen of the record sheet. The arrow pointed to the east, showing 92 kilometers. Very good, the target is determined. Lin Fei nodded with satisfaction and waved to the desert dragonfly in the sky. Woo! The desert dragonfly landed obediently. Leaned over to let Lin Fei sit on its back. Let's go, desert dragonfly, let's go over there and take off. Lin Fei pointed in the direction, and the desert dragonfly took off. How long will it take to walk 92 kilometers? It is enough to show how important it is to have elves that can carry people to fly in the secret realm. Wu-ang! The desert dragonfly raised its head and whistled. The powerful dragon power that belongs only to dragon-type elves suddenly spread. Lin Fei was carried on the dragon's back, and its wings fluttered, soaring into the sky. Only the candidates who were still hesitant about whether to come forward to invite Lin Fei to form a team were left, looking at each other in amazement. 061 Supply Station. The unruly dragons might asking for flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation tickets. The flying speed of the desert dragonfly is not very fast. But Lin Fei's desert dragonfly is already LV.51, the owner of the gym. So it still flies very fast. But Lin Fei sat on its back. The distance of 92 kilometers, if it flies at full speed, it may only take about 40 minutes. It carried Lin Fei. Lin Fei could not withstand the strong wind at such a high speed. So it arrived at the 06th supply station 2 hours later. Supply. There were many candidates forming teams in the open space in front of the station. Lin Fei's desert dragonfly had just landed. The pressure unique to dragon-type Pokemon instantly quieted the open space. Lin Fei jumped off the back of the desert dragonfly. All eyes looked over at him instantly. Awesome, he's riding a desert dragonfly, he must be at least an elite mid-level, right? Fuck? Lin Fei. It's Lin Fei. Isn't his initial Pokemon ultrasonic larva? How did he become a desert dragonfly? Evolved. What? He's Lin Fei? The top scorer in the written test. Whispers spread in the open space. After 2 hours of flying fast in the air. There's no doubt that Lin Fei's hair was blown into a hedgehog head. Damn, I have to improve my physical fitness quickly. I, as a trainer, have definitely dragged down the desert dragonfly. Ignoring the candidates around him, Lin Fei complained a few words in his heart. He was just about to go to the supply station to fix his hair. Suddenly he stopped and paused. Ding! Side Quest 15 released, defeat 3 candidates randomly, quest reward, body strengthening pills. Ding! Side Quest 16 released, conquer a rare elf, quest reward, elf affinity +1. Another side quest is here. And is this body strengthening pill specially given to me? Does the system also think that I am a drag? Lin Fei was ashamed. Wait. You can get the body strengthening pill by randomly inviting 3 candidates to fight. Then you won't be a drag. As for the elf affinity, Lin Fei felt that this affinity should have a follow-up. He has already obtained affinity twice, and this is the 3rd time. Wouldn't it be possible to merge the affinity +10 into a special ability? At this time, a voice suddenly came. Hello, Lin Fei. Lin Fei looked up and saw a cute girl. Lin Fei's written test scores are so good, but I think it's better to have teammates for the actual test, so that there is someone to look after you. The girl quickly invited Lin Fei to form a team. This is my partner Piku, do you want to team up with us? We already have several candidates teamed up, and the teammates are very interested in you. 3 girls standing together not far away waved to Lin Fei, indicating that they were her teammates. After the girl mustered up the courage to speak. The blood-red compound eyes of the desert dragonfly also looked at her. The breath of the dragon-type Pokemon came. The Piku in her arms was frightened. The little guy quickly shrank his head, probably almost fainted. Piku. Lin Fei. Speechless, holding a Piku and coming up to find the trainer of the desert dragonfly to team up, who gave him the courage. Lin Fei waved his hand and politely rejected the girl's invitation. He took back the desert dragonfly and walked into the supply station. Seeing Lin Fei refused without hesitation and turned around. The girl who invited him obviously didn't expect to be rejected so cleanly. She originally wanted to see if Lin Fei could use the desert dragonfly to protect them, but now it seems that there is no hope. It seems that she has to find another male classmate. After calming down, the girl can only look for a new target. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Fei fixed his hair in the supply station. Then he came to the supply station hall to take a short rest. Then he challenged 3 candidates and went to the thunderstorm forest after getting the reward. He still had a silver level experience crit card and a high level good luck card that he hadn't used. When he arrived at the thunderstorm forest, he would use the high level good luck card, so that he should be able to find the rare elf provided by the system faster. As for the silver level experience crit card, it seems that the hot cat is only 2 levels away from a chance to trigger evolution. You can find a suitable place for the hot cat to use the silver level experience crit card. Thinking of this, Lin Fei called Yanra Miao out in advance. At this time, several candidates walked into the supply station hall. These candidates vaguely centered on one of them. That person's face was quite unruly. There was a sense of arrogance in his words. I didn't expect the team to be so smooth. Thanks to Westbrook, otherwise our team wouldn't have been formed so quickly. A man with acne on his face next to him was Zhou Long from Xingcheng No. 1 Middle School. At this time, he was flattering Westbrook. Hee, that's right, but just now I seem to have heard that someone came riding a desert dragonfly in the open space outside. This kind of candidate can be won over. It turned out that this person was Long Yaoei, whom Lin Fei had met before in the Xingcheng Elf House, and Yanra Miao was snatched from him. Long Yaoei relied on the fact that he had a doting brother, and he was a little unruly on weekdays. Although he was a little restrained in this secret realm, his nature was still domineering. Relying on his brother's reputation as a top student at Tsinghua University, Long Yaoei immediately found someone to form a team when he was teleported in. The candidates who could form a team with him were basically of poor character. Wei Xiao, let me go and find out who that candidate is. Zhou Long knew that he was the weakest in the team. So he was very considerate and took the initiative to run errands. So he successfully followed Long Yaoei. However, when Zhou Long turned around, he saw Lin Fei sitting there. The subconscious surprise made him stunned. Is it him? Long Yaoei also followed Zhou Long's gaze and saw Lin Fei, and the flamingo that Lin Fei had just called out and was lying on the table. Interesting, that flamingo should be the evolution of that hybrid fire cat, right? This person actually spent time to evolve that fire cat. Long Yaoei sneered at the 3 colors of the flamingo's fur. Zhou Long, didn't you say that you would give him a good show if you had the chance to meet him? The voice was not covered and accurately reached Lin Fei's ears. 062 Crush. Seeking flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation tickets. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and looked at the source of the voice. Discovered Zhou Long and Long Yaoei's team. Lin Fei. I didn't expect to meet you so soon. The last time I fought you, you relied purely on your own elves to be stronger. Now I am much stronger than before. If you have the guts, fight me again. Long Yaoei's words were exactly what Zhou Long wanted. He is now considered Long Yaoei's follower. If he wins, it's what he deserves, and Long Yaoei will also be proud. If he loses, Long Yaoei will probably intervene, right? So he challenged Lin Fei again without hesitation. Zhou Long's voice made everyone around him look over. After all, the name Lin Fei was a household name for these candidates. The old students who had just seen Lin Fei riding the desert dragonfly suddenly burst into an uproar. So he is Lin Fei. I didn't expect that the top scorer in the written test would have such a powerful strength. Oh my god! Let's not let anyone live. The top scorer in the written test brought a desert dragonfly to attack us. Tisk. A desert dragonfly at the middle level of the elite level. If we are allowed to use the candidate's own elves to gain points, what can we do? Haha, who is that guy? Is he a funny guy sent by the monkey? Fighting with Lin Fei's desert dragonfly. Maybe he is also a hidden boss. Ha ha ha. Zhou Long's invitation to fight made the candidates who saw the desert dragonfly burst into laughter. For a while, Zhou Long was extremely embarrassed. On the contrary, it was Long Yaoei. When he heard that Lin Fei had a desert dragonfly, he became excited. Hey, Lin Fei, come to my team. My brother is a top student at Tsinghua and Peking University. With your written test scores, as long as you perform well in the practical trial, I can ask my brother to help you talk to his tutor and let you be admitted to Tsinghua and Peking University. Long Yaoei was very happy. His team was not weak to begin with. If there is another candidate who has a desert dragonfly, then basically he will fight anyone he sees. He seemed to have seen victory waving to him. As for Zhou Long, it doesn't matter. He is just an errand boy for him. Long Yaoei's words made Zhou Long's face change immediately. Now he is in a difficult position. But he can only hold it in because those people said that Lin Fei has a desert dragonfly. How is it possible? Zhou Long roared in his heart. How could Lin Fei have a desert dragonfly? Did the ultrasonic larva evolve? It evolved in such a short time, unless it absorbed the attribute stone. Where did Lin Fei get the attribute stone? Could it be? Thinking of a possibility, Zhou Long's face suddenly became uglier. Could it be that Su Hongzi bought Lin Fei the attribute stone with money from home? Damn it! For a moment, the angry Zhou Long was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. I'm not interested. You can play the team game by yourselves. Come on, Zhou Long, aren't you going to challenge me? His goal this time is to get the first place in the practical trial. Perform well and be admitted to Tsinghua and Peking University? He doesn't need it at all. Therefore, Lin Fei ignored Long Yaoei and looked at Zhou Long. By the way, don't forget my rules, and the price has increased now. Remember to transfer 100,000 alliance coins to me when the secret realm is out. Lin Fei looked at Zhou Long with a smile. Although he is not short of money now, it is more attractive to get a pit. And it just happened that he had to defeat 3 candidates to complete the task, isn't it now? Zhou Long was confused. You have a desert dragonfly, why would I fight with you? Isn't this just asking for trouble? It was the first time that Long Yaoei was ignored by his peers. He frowned, and the happy mood just now was gone. He glanced at Zhou Long and said, "Don't you have a professional mid-level cat boss? They are all cats, so just fight. I'll pay for the alliance coins if you lose." Long Yaoei took over, and Zhou Long had to go up. Soon everyone came to the open space outside the supply station. The other candidates who were watching the fun also followed. The hot cat and the cat boss were facing each other. Originally, Lin Fei didn't plan to let the hot cat fight. Just let the desert dragonfly sweep away and leave. But seeing that the hot cat was staring at the other cat boss, the hot cat should want to defeat the other party to prove himself to his master, right? Then let this little guy fight. He just used the exploration eye to check Zhou Long's cat boss, elite qualification, strength level is LV.34. It's only 2 levels higher than the hot cat. The hot cat has been strengthened by the body strengthening potion. Meow. Yanrimo didn't look away. His master used such a precious thing to heal his weak body and front legs. He would never allow himself to lose. His fierce eyes fell on Zhou Long's cat boss. The cat boss also stared at Yanrimo fiercely. Hot meow. Zhou Long was also unhappy. If I couldn't beat a desert dragonfly, how could I beat a hot meow? The battle began. Boss cat, use the power gem. Zhou Long didn't care about that and gave the order first. Meow roar. The red gem on boss cat's forehead flashed, and the next moment a beam of energy shot out. The power gem is boss cat's only skill that can restrain hot meow. Zhou Long obviously wanted to make a quick decision. Hot Meow leaned forward and moved its forelimbs slightly downward. Flexibly dodged Boss Cat's power gem ray. Go over, double kick. Double kick is a new fighting skill that Hot Meow learned before the elf examination. Lin Fei's order came, and Hot Meow had already rushed in front of Boss Cat. Although there is no advantage in size comparison, in terms of momentum, Hot Meow completely suppressed Boss Cat. Meow. The cat boss was just about to dodge the skill like the Flame Cat, but its body couldn't compare to the enhanced Flame Cat. 2 consecutive kicks hit the cat boss hard. The second kick directly kicked the cat boss away. Spray flames. Lin Fei took advantage of the victory and pursued, and the Flame Cat sprayed flames. It directly hit the cat boss who was still in the air. The blazing flames were like a fire dragon. In the cat boss's pupils, the fire dragon quickly enlarged and finally swallowed it in one gulp. When the cat boss landed, it had become a ball of fire. Screaming non-stop. A kind-hearted candidate nearby hurriedly called out the water spirit. Sprayed a water gun to extinguish the flames on the cat boss. In just over 10 seconds, the winner was decided. As long as the command is appropriate. The power of the champion-level spirit is beyond doubt. There is no back and forth in the same stage battle, basically a big win. 063 Bad Luck Card, I wish you good luck seeking flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation tickets. Cat Boss Cannot Fight, Fierce Cat, LV.32, gain 1360 experience points. Professional level intermediate, more than 1000 experience points, not bad. Lin Fei was still very satisfied with this. Zhou Long was crushed and killed instantly. Long Yaoi had no expression at all. Just glanced at Zhou Long. What a waste, he was killed in 2 moves in the same stage. Long Yaoi looked at the 2 teammates next to him, one of them took out the pokeball and opened it, and a giant hornet rushed out. And it rushed towards Fierce Cat at a very fast speed. Fortunately, Fierce Cat was very fast. Narrowly avoided the sneak attack of the giant hornet. Fuck, play like this. Just rushed over. That Fierce Cat is so fast. The candidates around him saw the extraordinariness of Fierce Cat. The candidates who failed to sneak attack said nothing. He just commanded Beedrill to launch missile needles. Pyroka, use charged flame attack to block it. The level of that Beedrill was LV.38, but it was still easy for Pyroka to deal with it. Drill's main skill was physical attack, and its attack power was weakened by 1 level by Pyroka's characteristic intimidation when it faced Pyroka in the last game under the influence of the origin rules of Heaven and Earth. The Beedrill with 1 level of attack power lost was no threat to Pyroka at all. When several missile needles fell on Pyroka, Pyroka did not dodge or avoid, and stood in place with flames all over its body. It was not used to attack, but to resist skills like this. Charged flame attack can also be used like this. Lin Fei did not give the candidate on the opposite side a chance to react. Pyroka sprayed flames, and with double restraint, it killed the Beedrill of the candidate on the opposite side again. Beedrill Cannot Fight, Tornado, LV.32, gains 1520 experience points. Tornado's level is upgraded to LV.33. Full experience points? Lin Fei was a little surprised. He didn't expect to be upgraded to LV.33. 2 minutes later. When Tornado defeated another Pokémon again, side quest 15 was also completed, and he got the body strengthening pill. After eating it in a deserted place, the body can be strengthened. Long Yaoi was dumbfounded when he saw that all 3 of his team members were defeated by Lin Fei. Lin Fei, you really don't want to think about it again? You should be going to Tsinghua and Peking University, right? Long Yaoi wanted to fight for it again. But Lin Fei, who had already achieved his goal, no longer stayed. He only left a sentence, don't forget to transfer the alliance coins when you leave the secret realm, and then called the desert dragonfly to sit on it, and flew away in the envious eyes of the candidates. Only Long Yaoi and others with ugly faces were left there. This is the actual combat trial now. If it was in the elf secret realm, Long Yaoi still wanted to threaten Lin Fei? Lin Fei had already taught them a lesson. The elf secret realm is not protected by the laws of the real world. But now he is not completely powerless. Before leaving, he used the bad luck card on Long Yaoi. That was the reward for the side quest 6. Because there was no suitable target, he was left behind. Now this bad luck card fell on Long Yaoi. The other people who teamed up with Long Yaoi, I wish you good luck. After leaving the supply station, Lin Fei asked the desert dragonfly found a deserted place nearby and landed. He immediately extracted the body strengthening pills from the system. Body strengthening pills, after taking, it can comprehensively improve the body strength, exclusive to the host. Take it directly. The body strengthening pills melted in the mouth. A mysterious and special energy rushed to his limbs and bones. Soon it penetrated his whole body, warm. Then, Lin Fei felt full of power. With his power expanding, he looked at the ground, then looked at the desert dragonfly and ordered, "Desert dragonfly, help me get a smaller rock from the ground." Woo! The desert dragonfly was Lin Fei's initial elf. Although it felt strange about Lin Fei's request, it executed the order immediately. It raised its dragon tail and yanked it hard at the ground. Bang! Caw caw caw! The ground shook, cracking like a spider web. It didn't even release any skills. That huge body of 5 meters. It can have huge and terrifying power just by its body. The wild Pokémon in the distance were startled when they heard the sound. 2 long-tailed monster hands. The blood-red compound eyes looked at the hole that was smashed by itself. The desert dragonfly's wings fluttered lightly. The dust was blown away instantly. It picked a rock that looked smaller to it, rolled it up with its dragon tail, and placed it in front of Lin Fei. Looking at the rock that was almost half a meter high in front of him, Lin Fei fell into deep thought. Forget it, half a meter is half a meter, it feels okay. Stretch out your palm and place it on the rock, 5 fingers firmly grasp the top of the rock, and squeeze it hard with all your strength. Crack! This half-meter high rock was actually cracked by Lin Fei's bare hands. Woo! Seeing that its master suddenly became so powerful, the desert dragonfly immediately expressed its power, and humanistic admiration flashed in its blood-red compound eyes. Lin Fei looked at the rock that he had cracked with all his strength. He also looked at the cracks on the ground that were made by the desert dragonfly's tail. The excitement of strengthening the body faded a lot. Woo! The desert dragonfly tilted its head, with doubt in its eyes. What happened to the master? 064 High-level good luck, the evolution of the hot cat asking for flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation tickets. The Thunderstorm Forest is located on the east side of the Eastern Secret Realm near the edge. The entire forest is very wide. The elves inside are also all-encompassing, with all kinds of species. Lush and towering trees rise from the ground one by one. It is normal to be tens of meters high. The ones that grow more luxuriantly can even easily break through hundreds of meters. The ancient rocks are covered with layers of moss, covered with various unknown plants and fungi. Groups of unicorns are hidden in every corner, eating leaves. Occasionally, the bushes tremble slightly, and shaking sounds come from inside. Look carefully, you can see the purple meaning through the branches of the bushes. This is the natural hiding place of Arbok or Arbok series snakes. Be very careful when you enter the Thunder Forest. You may walk into the Arbok's lair when you pass through a bush. If a group of purple poisonous pythons that are several meters long suddenly rush towards you, you will be scared to death. This place is more primitive than the primitive forest in the real world. Fortunately, Lin Fei does not have to walk through the Thunder Forest. At this time, he sat on the back of the desert dragonfly and walked over the Thunder Forest. Boom! Suddenly, black clouds fell from the sky in front of him, densely packed. Thunder roared. Golden lightning struck from the sky, covering all sounds. Only the sound of thunder surrounded the entire thunder forest. The next moment, heavy rain poured down. Lin Fei had to let the desert dragonfly take him down. He found a cave and hid. I know why this place is called Thunder Forest. Lin Fei, who called out the 3 Pokémons, said helplessly. In Thunder Forest, thunderstorms are unpredictable and can rain at any time. The desert dragonfly's movements were very fast just now. But he still got soaked. But it doesn't matter. With the help of the heat meow, the rain on Lin Fei's clothes has dried in just 2 minutes. No wonder it is said that fire Pokémons and water Pokémons are essential Pokémons for trainers who venture into the Pokémon secret realm all year round. I1/2 the metal monster was responsible for vigilance at the entrance of the cave. As a psychic, it has the ability to easily detect any movement and can respond to any emergency. It seems that it can't stop for a while. Lin Fei muttered to himself, and then silently thought in his heart. Used the advanced good luck card. Ding! The advanced good luck card was used successfully. You have obtained higher level good luck. Within 24 hours the thunder outside suddenly disappeared. The heavy rain in the sky has also stopped. A unique smell of soil floated from afar. This is the special smell after the rainstorm in the forest. Tisk! Hiss! Looking from Lin Fei's perspective, a group of paras suddenly appeared in the distance. Hiss! Tisk! This number, according to preliminary estimates, may be more than 20. In addition to more than 20 paras, there are more than a dozen paras not far away. The Paras series is a very special kind of Pokémon. Its Pokémon body actually has no thoughts of its own. It is completely controlled by the special fungus life parasitic on its back. It was fine when it was in the Paras form. Although it was a bug Pokémon, its lively big eyes looked cute with flickering. As the special fungus life parasitic on its back continued to control and absorb nutrients, the evolved Paras' eyes lost their spirituality and luster, becoming dull and with only whites. The Paras looked a little weird at this time. At this moment, it was obviously after a heavy rain, and these Paras that had absorbed enough nutrients came out to prepare for collective evolution. Lin Fei took out his mobile phone and recorded this rare scene. Then he was a little excited. Is this the function of the advanced good luck card? He wanted to capture the rare electric Pokémon here, and also wanted to evolve the Pyro-Ka. As a result, he encountered a group of collectively evolved Paras just after using it. The Paras series is a Pokémon of bug and grass types. The fire skill of Tornado is 4 times restrained. After a series of flashes of white light, a group of Paras all evolved into Parast. Then Lin Fei came over with Tornado. The battle is about to start. These Parasts immediately used paralysis powder and poison powder to try to force Lin Fei and Tornado back. The fiery breath of Tornado made them very uncomfortable. The paralysis powder and poison powder of dozens of Parast are no joke. If there is no flying Pokémon, anyone who comes will suffer. Lin Fei has no flying Pokémon, but the desert dragonfly can fly. The emerald green wings with blood red lines flapped a few times. The paralysis powder and poison powder were blown away. Then, Torrent, go! Meow! Parast cannot fight. Torrent, LV.33, gains 520 experience points. Parast cannot fight. Torrent, LV.33, gains 580 experience points. Parast cannot fight. Torrent, LV.33, gains 1440 experience points. With dozens of Parasts, Torrent gained more than 20,000 experience points under the influence of winning experience points. Maybe the battle here is more noisy. After Torrent solved these Parasts, immediately, it encountered another group of forest killer giant beepers. So the giant beepers also followed the footsteps of Parast. Transformed into Torrent's experience. Torrent's level increased to LV.34. What? Torrent's appearance. Evolved. 065 Rare electric Pokemon appears seeking flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluation tickets. When the light of evolution faded, the original flaming cat evolved into the blazing roaring tiger. At this time, it can no longer see the traces of a cat. Instead, it looks like a ferocious tiger. Especially the color of its hair. Ordinary blazing roaring tigers are only red and black, but it is different. Between the red and black, there are some white hairs growing. This embellishment makes it look more handsome and beautiful than other blazing roaring tigers. There is a belt made of flames around its waist. There is a fire hole in the middle of the flame belt, which can easily spray out ultra-high temperature flames reaching 2000. Steel can be easily melted. Roar. After evolving, the blazing roaring tiger looked at itself. Originally, it was just the weakest fire-spotted cat in the Pokemon house. It was weak, with a slightly disabled forelimb, and 3 colored hair. But now, a surge of power surged out of its body. All this was brought to it by its master. The blazing roaring tiger turned around and looked at Lin Fei. It was originally a fierce roaring tiger. But in front of Lin Fei, it was still the kitten that was saved and had its fate changed. Lin Fei's exploration eyes looked at his elf partner. Joy surged in his eyes. Elf, blazing roaring tiger, fire and evil. Strength, LV.37, professional high level. Features, intimidation. In battle, it emits momentum to intimidate the opponent, reducing the opponent's attack by 1 level. Awakened skills, Call, Flame Fang, Bite, Bluff, Scratch, Charge Flame Attack, Body Building, Hell Stab, Flame Fist, Jet Flame. Exclusive awakening skills, DD Golden Hook Arm, Awakened. Qualification, Champion. After evolution, it still increased by 3 levels. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Looking at the big head of the blazing roaring tiger approaching him, he stretched out his hand and rubbed it, and whispered, "Congratulations, let's become stronger together in the future." Roar. Woo. I 1/2 AE I 1/2. The 3 Pokemons responded to Lin Fei's words at the same time. The desert dragonfly and the metal monster also congratulated the roaring tiger. At this time, the metal monster suddenly looked somewhere. Lin Fei, who was already familiar with it, knew immediately. This is because other candidates are approaching. In a place like the Thunderstorm Forest, there are candidates who are randomly teleported. Let's go, Desert Dragonfly, you come back first. The red light of the advanced Pokeball collected the Desert Dragonfly into the Pokeball. Next, Lin Fei will looking for the rare Pokemon in the Thunder Forest. Naturally, I can't continue to fly high in the sky on the Desert Dragonfly. With LV.37 Roaring Tiger and LV.34 Metal Monster following. Such strength is definitely the top among the candidates. Go over there and see what's going on. After thinking for a moment, Lin Fei took Roaring Tiger and Metal Monster away. Rentgen Cat, 100,000 volts. Swampert, Rock Collapse. Meow. Ho! In the Thunder Forest, 2 Pokemon are attacking a Magneto together. Electric skills flash like lightning, and electric shocks smash rocks and trees, and flames burn. Facing the joint attack of the 2 Pokemon, the Magneto seemed anxious. After it withstood the opponent's skills, the 2 magnet-like arms aimed at Rentgen Cat and Swampert. The next moment, a laser-like energy ray burst out. Lustrous Electric Cannon. Official translation, Cannon Light Cannon. Rentgen Cat and Swampert were hit by the Luster Light Cannon at the same time. There was an explosion on their bodies. But fortunately, both of them have attributes that resist Steel-type skills. That's why they can keep their remaining strength under this Luster Light Cannon. Luo Keixuan. Don't attack yet! The 2 candidates shouted. Suddenly, a Flame Chicken appeared in the hidden place. Don't worry, Flame Chicken, use a flying knee strike. A delicate shout responded to the two. The flame chicken stepped hard on the ground with 2 steps, and each step made a hole in the ground, and jumped up. Instantly rushed to the front of the self-explosive magnetron. Its knee slammed into the self-explosive magnetron, making a loud clang sound, and the self-explosive magnetron was defeated by the flying knee strike. The flame chicken that fell to the ground was emitting a red halo all over its body. It was very obvious. When this flame chicken was hiding in the dark, he used bodybuilding in advance to strengthen his attack and defense to level 6. This is how he could kill the magnetron with a flying knee strike. Seeing that magnetron finally fell to the ground, Rentgen Cat and Swampert also sat on the ground. Their physical strength was almost exhausted. Ha ha ha, finally defeated magnetron. Finally, we can go in and see that electric Pokemon. This magnetron obstructed us in every way, which is enough to prove that Pokemon is not ordinary. The 2 candidates walked out from behind the stone where they were hiding, feeling a little relieved after surviving a disaster. And the girl they called Luo Keixuan also came over, with a smiling expression on her face. But what she said made the 2 candidates dumbfounded. "Thank you, but I can go to see that Pokemon alone." Luo Keixuan, a pretty girl wearing denim shorts and a white one-shoulder top, said something that made the other 2 candidates feel cold. "What are you talking about? Didn't we agree to go in and take a look together?" "That's right, Luo Keixuan, even if we join forces, you are still no match, right?" The 2 male candidates looked unhappy. "It seems not, your Pokemon are not in good condition." Luo Keixuan looked at them with a smile, then pointed at her Blaziken and said, "And my Blaziken has been strengthened 6 times. This electric Pokemon belongs to me. After I capture it, I will help you capture other Pokemon. How about it?" Luo Keixuan suppressed her excitement. "Zeraora, if I'm not mistaken, that's Zeraora. Zeraora, known as the Fantasy Beast Pokemon." The 2 male candidates didn't see it, but Luo Keixuan did. How could she give up the Fantasy Beast Pokemon that is rarer than the Quasi-God? The situation was stronger than the person. No matter how unwilling the 2 male candidates were, they could only nod and agree, but it's agreed that if you go back on your word, you Luo family will have a hard time after the trial. Hehe, of course not. Yet. Success. Luo Keixuan cheered in her heart and jumped on the spot. The figure under the one-shoulder dress shook. The 2 male candidates on the opposite side swallowed their saliva. "It's so lively here, can you take me with you?" A voice came from a distance. Luo Keixuan's face changed immediately. Looking towards the sound, a young man was walking over. Beside him was a cool and handsome flaming roaring tiger. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is in the air in front of the young man. Floating. Shiny metal monster. P.S. It will be available at midnight tonight, please subscribe. Text. 066 Master Level Qualification, Zeraora. Shiny metal monster. The 3 people looked at the metal monster floating in the air, each with a shocked expression, which looked a little funny. "Metal monster, they are saying hello to you." Lin Fei looked at the metal monster and smiled. The metal monster actually waved at them. The platinum iron claws scratched, looking extremely sharp. Someone actually brought a shiny metal monster to participate in the elf examination. The 3 people looked at each other in surprise. Especially Luo Keixuan, whose heartbeat suddenly accelerated, making her face look flushed. A little deeper in the thunderstorm forest is where the Zeraora is. This person with a shining the candidate who was a metal monster must be very strong. We must not let him know about Zeraora. Luo Keixuan was nervous, but she tried to force a sweet smile on her face. She looked quite uncomfortable. "Little brother, it's nothing. The 3 of us teamed up to discuss coming to this forest to capture new Pokemon, but after searching around, we didn't find anything. Now we are having a headache. Luo Kexuan tried to make her expression look as pitiful as possible. At the same time, she also gave the other two male candidates a message: pretend to be pitiful and fool around. The other two male candidates saw that Luo Kexuan didn't say she was going deeper, and they all thought that Luo Kexuan was just worrying too much. Didn't you see that he was carrying a shiny metal monster? Would such a person compete with you for an electric Pokemon? However, since Luo Kexuan agreed to form a team, the two of them were willing to do some cover-up. Before, Luo Kexuan only agreed to temporary cooperation. Now that she agreed to form a team, it was no problem for them to cooperate. They immediately agreed with a smile. Yes, we are preparing to conquer electric elves. Brother, there are many electric elves in this thunder forest. You may meet a good electric elf. Faced with their words, Lin Fei nodded seriously. Immediately, he looked deeper, his eyes flashed, and he said, "That's what I mean. I am preparing to go to the depths to take a look. What about you?" After speaking, he stretched out his hand and pointed to the depths. It seemed that he was originally planning to go there. Not only that, Lin Fei has already walked towards the depths. There, it was where Luo Kexuan met Ziraura. Before she had time to conquer, she was discovered by Magneto. Then Magneto began to drive them away. Luo Kexuan's face changed, staring at Lin Fei, wondering if Lin Fei said that on purpose. Seeing that Lin Fei didn't stop, Luo Kexuan gritted her teeth and hurriedly followed him. Who is this person? He has a flashing metal monster. I've never heard of him. Luo Kexuan, who was following behind Lin Fei, went through the names of the young masters of the super families in her mind, but none of them met the requirements. Seeing this, the other two also followed happily. They kept nodding and flattering Lin Fei. Let's go over there too. Since we have the same destination, why don't we go together? Luo Kexuan was wearing a one-shoulder dress, and asked Lin Fei which examination area she was in. Lin Fei casually said the Imperial Capital examination area. Luo Kexuan immediately knew that Lin Fei was perfunctory to her, because she was a candidate in the Imperial Capital, and there were no candidates in the Imperial Capital with flashing metal monsters and red flame roaring tigers. I still have a fully powered armored bird, maybe we can make a bet later. As long as I use the Pokeball to collect Ziraura first. Call out the armored bird to take me away as soon as possible. As long as I escape from the telekinetic control range of the metal monster as soon as possible, he can't catch me. By then, even if Ziraura breaks free from the Pokeball, I can defeat and capture him again. Luo Kexuan walked with her long legs, calculating anxiously in her heart. Fortunately, this is a practical trial. Even if she fails, her life will not be in danger. If she is really in the Pokémon secret realm, she will definitely not dare to calculate a trainer with a shiny metal monster. As the four people walked, the road ahead suddenly narrowed. When they passed through the slightly winding road, everything in front of them suddenly became clear. No other wild Pokémon could be seen. It was as if this place and the thunderstorm forest outside were two different worlds. The trees were tall and the grass was lush. The fragrant flowers were blooming everywhere. On a spacious boulder in the front, a golden brown elf was lying there sleeping soundly, looking very cute. The four people who came over did not disturb it. At this time, it just turned over and shook its two fleshy paws unconsciously. Ziraura! It was really Ziraura. Seeing the sleeping Ziraura, Luo Kexuan's heartbeat almost jumped out. Her hand unconsciously reached for the elf ball on her waist. When she was about to throw it out, she suddenly saw Lin Fei looking at her with a smile on his face, as if he was ready to laugh at her. She was instantly scared and broke into a cold sweat. Did this person know that I was going to make a move? Luo Kexuan was terrified. Inexplicably, she put her hand down from her waist again. She had a hunch that this person was not afraid of her making a move, even if all the elves of the three of them were at full strength. And they don't know if they are willing to help. Thinking of this, Luo Kexuan subconsciously looked at the two male candidates. They obviously didn't expect that the elf here would be the legendary Ziraura. This is a super rare elf called a fantasy beast. It is rarer and more precious than a Quasi-God. The fantasy beast even has its own exclusive awakening skills. If this Ziraura can be subdued, it doesn't matter even if I lose the qualification for the elf exam this time. Thump. Thump. The heartbeats of the two began to accelerate. Although the probability of their subduing is very low, they have to try it no matter how low it is. During the time they just walked, their elves have drunk the potion to restore their physical strength and have the strength to fight again. So the two of them also looked at Luo Kexuan. If you want to make trouble, it's not enough to rely on the two of them. It's better to ask. Luo Kexuan also cooperated. The three people's eyes met. Luo Kexuan understood their thoughts instantly. The three people's thoughts coincided. There was silence for 2 seconds. Let's fight. Luo Kexuan grabbed her pokeball fiercely. At the same time, she deliberately shouted in a stern voice, "Why don't you two do it?" As soon as the voice fell, Luo Kexuan was surprised to find that the hand that was holding the pokeball could not move. A terrifying telekinesis fell on her, controlling her body. No matter how hard she gritted her teeth, her 5 fingers were just 10 centimeters away from the pokeball. The other two people were the same. Their hands didn't even fall on the pokeball. Stopped in the air. Feeling that the body was not their own. Metal monster, it's the telekinesis of that metal monster. I one half. The metal monster's black and red eyes stared at Luo Kexuan and the other two. A deep blue luster appeared on his body. It was easy for it to control 3 people who were not elite trainers by telekinesis. Lin Fei asked these 3 people to go with him just to avoid any trouble. Now that Ziraura had been found, there was no need to worry about these 3 people. He could just control them by telekinesis. Before approaching the 3 of them, he instructed the metal monster. The surge of telekinesis woke Ziraura up. It got up from the boulder and met Lin Fei's eyes. Elf, Ziraura, electricity, genderless. Strength, LV.14, novice intermediate. Features, power storage. When attacked by electric attribute skills, it will not be hurt but will absorb energy to restore physical strength. Awakened skills, grab, lightning, claws, lightning flash, random grab, volt replacement, loud roar, recharge. Exclusive awakened skill, plasma lightning fist, not awakened. Qualification, master level. Qualification. Master level fantasy beast elf. Seeing the information of the master level in the qualification column, Lin Fei took a deep breath and suppressed his ecstasy. It is indeed a fantasy beast elf that is rarer than a Quasi-God. I 1/2 EE superscript 1A 1/2. The strength of Ziraura, which is at the middle level of the novice level, has not grown up yet. After standing up, its head was only about the shoulder of Lin Fei. It woke up from the boulder and looked at the scene in front of it in astonishment. I 1/2 EE superscript 1A 1/2. Although I don't know what you are talking about, I feel that you should be asking about the self-destructing magnetron, right? Lin Fei looked at Ziraura and pointed at Luo Kexuan and the other two. It was just defeated by those people, but it should be fine. It will be fine after it recovers its strength. Lin Fei currently has a spirit affinity of +2. This allows him to communicate with wild spirits. And if he successfully subdues this Ziraura, his spirit affinity will be +1 again. He was looking forward to what would happen when he accumulated to +10. I 1/2 EE superscript 1 I 1/2. That self-destructing magnetron should have something to do with this Ziraura. After hearing that the self-destructing magnetron was defeated, Ziraura looked at Luo Kexuan and others fiercely. At this time, Luo Kexuan and others who were still bound by the metal monster's telekinesis suddenly broke out in cold sweats. Oh my god! What does this guy want to do? He won't bind me and let Ziraura kill us, right? The three people's inner monologues at this time were exactly the same. Lin Fei looked at Ziraura and pondered. This was his first time encountering a fantasy beast elf. To be honest, he really didn't know how to operate it to subdue it. Is it the same as other wild ordinary elves? Just invite the other party to fight and then defeat and throw the ball? Anyway, let's try it first. Lin Fei put aside all the nonsense in his mind, waved his hand and let the metal monster control the three candidates to move away. Ziraura, is the self-destructing magnetron here to protect you? If you have enough strength, the situation will be completely different. Lin Fei invited eagerly, fight a game, if you lose, follow me, I can make you stronger. Ziraura looked at Lin Fei and rushed straight towards him. A flash of lightning. I1/2 EE superscript 1 I1/2. It agreed with Lin Fei's words, and only by becoming stronger can it work. So direct. The blazing roaring tiger beside Lin Fei stepped forward. Roar. The blazing roaring tiger roared at Ziraura with a low 4.6 roar, but the professional high-level elf aura did not affect Ziraura, and its lightning flash was still smoothly performed. It hit the blazing roaring tiger hard. The body of the blazing roaring tiger trembled, but nothing happened. Instead, it slapped forward with one claw. It slapped Ziraura's chest, pushing it back more than 10 meters. Hey! Ziraura seemed to be stimulated by something. It turned over and rushed towards the blazing roaring tiger again. The blazing roaring tiger knew that its master wanted to subdue Ziraura in front of it. Since Ziraura in front of it was relatively weak, it did not use its skills for fear of seriously injuring the opponent. So it saw such a strange scene. Ziraura kept rushing towards the blazing roaring tiger. Every time, it was beaten back by the blazing roaring tiger. Every time once again, he stood up and rushed towards the blazing roaring tiger without giving up. When Ziraura fell down due to exhaustion, Lin Fei took out an empty high-level pokeball and pressed the button to enlarge the pokeball. Then he threw it towards Ziraura. Fortunately, the distance was not very far. The high-level ball landed accurately on Ziraura. Luo Keixuan and the other two could only watch Lin Fei capture the phantom beast. But then the three people's envious faces reappeared with surprised smiles, because Ziraura broke free from the high-level ball. How could it be? The method of capturing is wrong. Lin Fei frowned in astonishment. 067 The power of the gym owner, Ziraura follows. I1/2 E I1/2 I1/2 EE superscript 1 I1/2. Perhaps because it is a fantasy beast, it is loved by the origin of the rules of heaven and earth. After Ziraura broke free from the high-level ball, it knelt on one knee due to exhaustion. But its head was still staring at the blazing roaring tiger. Who? Ziraura gritted its teeth and panted violently. The white claws under its fleshy palms pierced deeply into the ground, leaving several deep and long scratches on the ground. The proud head was raised stubbornly. Its footsteps shook, and it trembled and forced itself to stand up. It wanted to fight with the blazing roaring tiger again. The roaring tiger gestured. But it consumed too much energy and finally fell down with a thud. Looking at Ziraura, who had escaped from the pokeball. Whether it was the metal monster or the desert dragonfly, or the fiery roaring tiger who kept repelling Ziraura, they all looked at the struggling Ziraura in surprise, with confusion in their pupils. If you want to become stronger, following the master is the wisest choice, right? They know that their strength is improving very quickly. Much faster than other Pokémon of the same kind. All this is because of the master. The fiery roaring tiger looked at Lin Fei, asking what to do next. Compared to them, Luo Keixuan and the other three were laughing in their hearts. But they were afraid that Lin Fei would see it, so they had a hard time holding it in. Ha ha ha! Ziraura actually broke free and didn't want to be subdued. Hee hee! As expected of a mythical beast, what else can you do if you don't want to be subdued? I really hope that other trainers can also find the clues here, and then fight with this person, so that I have a chance. Hey? Wait, that one there is a person standing on the back of Pidgeot. It seems that Luo Kexuan's prayer in her heart has taken effect. The wind whistled in the distant sky, and a huge Pidgeot flew by. There is also a candidate standing on the back of the Pidgeot. The candidate has noticed this side. He is driving the Pidgeot to fly here. God help me! 15. Luo Kexuan was ecstatic. I won half. The metal monster also noticed the Pidgeot, so it reminded Lin Fei. Lin Fei glanced at it, and his frown suddenly relaxed. Yes, I have high-level luck now, how could I have bad luck? Zeraora is a fantasy beast spirit. The blazing roaring tiger didn't want to hurt it when fighting it, so it didn't use any skills. It seems to make it think that we are not strong. The candidate's high-level luck should be working. I just need to defeat him and let Zeraora realize his true strength. In this way, without hurting it, it will be a piece of cake to conquer it. Lin Fei slapped his forehead. He almost outsmarted himself. He wanted to rely on Zeraora to get points. So he didn't want it to get hurt. The blazing roaring tiger defeated Zeraora without using any skills. Instead, it failed to realize its true strength. Now it happened that a candidate came from a distance, so Lin Fei could show his strength. However, just in case, Lin Fei needed the metal monster's superpowers to protect himself, so he winked at the metal monster. The metal monster nodded immediately and looked at the bushes next to it. The telekinesis controlled the 3 strong vines. Under the control of telekinesis, the 3 vines swam like little snakes, entwined Luo Kexuan and the other 2, and tied them up tightly. Screech! At this time, the Pidgeot in the sky fell. With a fierce cry, its huge wings cast a shadow on the ground. The huge Pidgeot fell, and a candidate jumped off its back. Luo Kexuan. The candidate who jumped off the Pidgeot was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect to meet Luo Kexuan here. And the other party was tied up with vines, a little embarrassed. Chen Feng. Luo Kexuan's face turned ugly after seeing Chen Feng. Because the candidate who came over was too strong, this Chen Feng could be ranked in the top 5 in the Imperial Capital examination area. She couldn't fish in troubled waters because of his strength. Just when Chen Feng was about to ask what was going on, he found the golden brown-haired Zeraora not far away, and his heart was pumped hard. Fuck! Zeraora! Chen Feng never dreamed that he would see the fantasy beast elf, Zeraora, in this secret realm of the east. Boscodora! Chen Feng threw out the second Pokeball without thinking, calling out his second main Pokémon. The mountain-like figure of Boscodora appeared, and after stepping on the ground with heavy feet, 2 holes were stepped on it. Boscodora! A super heavyweight Pokémon. The condition for triggering evolution is to reach at least the initial level of the elite level. After each Pokémon evolves, its strength will be improved, which means that the strength of the Boscodora in front of us has at least reached the middle level of the elite level. Bo! Roar! The extremely ferocious Boscodora showed a fierce light in his eyes when he appeared. The fierce breath and pressure rushed towards Lin Fei. In front of this momentum, the surrounding trees shook, the flowers and plants were swayed by the wind, and Zeraora on the side was slightly affected. I won half. Obviously, I didn't expect Boscodora to be so strong. It opened its eyes and stared at Boscodora, with a look of yearning in its eyes. If it was so strong, it wouldn't need other Pokémon to protect it. Faced with this momentum, Metal Monster and Blazing Roaring Tiger stepped forward at the same time. Chen Feng then noticed that the candidate who tied up Luo Kexuan had a Metal Monster in addition to the fiery Roaring Tiger. This color, and it's shiny? Damn! I've never heard of this person. He cursed in his heart, but Chen Feng couldn't back down. The fantasy beast Pokémon was right in front of him, and he would not give up if he didn't fight for it. He made a gesture to Pidgeot, indicating that he was ready to attack at any time. He looked at Lin Fei and said politely, "Brother, I admire you for taking out the shiny metal monster, but since you already have a Quasi-God, you don't have to steal this Ziraura, right?" Lin Fei's shiny metal monster made Chen Feng hesitate. Can ordinary people have shiny metal monsters? Chen Feng himself didn't believe it. Unable to figure out the other party's origin, Chen Feng chose to test it. Lin Fei didn't respond, but took out a pokeball. Chen Feng knew Lin Fei's choice when he saw this. Therefore, without hesitation, let Pidgeot launch the attack. Whirlwind Blade. Pidgeot's wings swung dozens of wind blades more than 1 meter long towards Lin Fei. The pure white wind blades were extremely sharp and could definitely split mountains and rocks. They whistled in the air, and the skin could feel a stinging pain from a long distance. Luo Kexuan and the other two looked at the whirlwind blades coming towards them. They were tied up by vines and wriggled desperately on the ground like insects. They just wanted to move away from themselves, fearing that they would be accidentally injured by the whirlwind blades. The pokeball thrown by Lin Fei opened with a bang. It just blocked the place where the whirlwind blades fell. Chen Feng's eyes condensed, without blinking. He wanted to see what Pokemon Lin Fei took out. To compete with his elite-level beginner Pidgeot. His Pidgeot and Boscodora were both Pokemon companions who grew up with him. 2 years ago, they both took a property stone worth tens of millions. After 2 years of slowly absorbing, they finally reached the elite level of strength, so that he could drive them and let them still obey his orders. To train 2 years in advance for the Pokemon exams is the most the second generation can do. If they train a few years earlier, the Pokemon will be even stronger, and they may not be willing to obey the orders of a trainer who has just reached adulthood. Fortunately, Lin Fei has no such worries. Bound to the power of the system, he can even tamper with the rules set by the origin of heaven and earth, ignoring the setting that the Pokemon needs to slowly absorb the treasures of the secret realm. Lin Fei raised his hand to catch the Pokeball that bounced back automatically. The white light in the air condensed into a desert dragonfly of the same size, and the whirlwind blade was easily dispersed by the wings of the desert dragonfly. A gust of wind poured down in the air, frantically stirring Lin Fei's hair. Ang! Woo! A dragon roar came out, and the blood-red compound eyes of the desert dragonfly looked fiercely at Pidgeot. Was it this Pidgeot that attacked its master just now? Its dragon-type Pokemon of the initial stage of the gym leader level continued to rise in pressure. It was like a prehistoric behemoth waking up. Boscodora on the ground felt the fear and kept making alert roars. If the trainer Chen Feng was not there, Boscodora would have retreated. Is this aura of gym leader level? Chen Feng knew that he had hit a wall. But it was too late. The tail of the desert dragonfly lit up with a blue-purple luster, which was particularly dazzling under the scorching sun. The luster quickly spread to the entire tail of the desert dragonfly. The next moment, the desert dragonfly's tail slammed towards the Pidgeot in the sky, and the blue-purple luster extended infinitely, as dazzling as a sky-high laser, covering the scorching sun in the sky. Dragon tail. Sizzle. This was the friction sound of the air being blown up by the dragon power of the desert dragonfly. Under the scorching sun, with the desert dragonfly as the origin and Pidgeot and Boscodora as the target points, the dragon tail quickly swept down from Pidgeot, and then landed on Boscodora's seemingly incomparably solid armor. Boom! The loud noise of the collision was louder than sonic skills. Layers of earth were thrown into the air, and the area within a 10-meter radius centered on Boscodora instantly sank 1 meter. The earth shook. Under this terrifying and angry dragon tail attack, the elite Pidgeot, who was the first to resist the damage, was directly in a state of near death. And the last Boscodora, whose dragon tail fell, stood in the center of a 10-meter high pit, his eyes had long lost focus. It was also killed in a second and fell into a state of near death. The desert dragonfly, a gym owner at the initial stage, attacked angrily, and its power was so terrifying. This made Ziraura's eyes brighter not far away. This is the power it wants. It also wants to become so strong. Chen Feng was dumbfounded. His two main elves were both in a state of near death and serious injury. Now, let alone subduing the mythical beast Ziraura, he even had trouble subduing a decent new elf. He was covered in dust, his head turned mechanically little by little, his whole body trembling, and his eyes looking at Lin Fei were horrified. This is bullying. Wu. The desert dragonfly, which killed two elves in a single move, rushed down from the sky. The big head rushed into Lin Fei's arms, and the blood-red compound eyes stared at Lin Fei without blinking, with an expression that wanted to know if Lin Fei was injured just now. Okay, I'm not injured, not injured. The shock wave just now is fine, the metal monster's telekinesis protects it. Lin Fei rubbed the big head of the desert dragonfly and comforted it softly. Wu hum. Hearing the affirmative answer from the owner, the desert dragonfly nodded at ease. The metal monster next to it made a strange sound, sounding like it was laughing at the desert dragonfly, as if it was saying that with it would definitely not let the owner get into trouble. The desert dragonfly slapped its tail and swung it over, treating the metal monster as a gyroscope, whipping it to spin several circles in the air. I 1/2 I 1/2. After the metal monster stopped, it didn't dare to laugh. It raised its two claws quickly, trying to cover itself, but it couldn't do it. At this time, Ziraura, who had recovered a little strength in the distance, suddenly came to Lin Fei on his own initiative. I 1/2 EE superscript 1 I 1/2 I 1/2 EE superscript 1 I 1/2. It clenched its claws tightly, pointed at the desert dragonfly to Lin Fei, and then pointed at itself. Now Lin Fei understood. It was asking if it could become as powerful as the desert dragonfly if it followed Lin Fei. Of course. Lin Fei affirmed without hesitation, come on, Ziraura, be my partner and go together. At this time, the metal monster used telekinesis to lift the advanced ball that Ziraura had struggled with in the distance and put it in Lin Fei's hand. I 1/2 EE I 1/2. Ziraura took the initiative to touch the advanced ball with its claws, let it open and take it in. And this time, the capture was naturally successful without any surprises. 068 impact on the scoreboard, continuous breakthroughs. Lin Fei rode the desert dragonfly and left. Only Chen Feng was left dumbfounded. And the three people, Luo Keixuan, were tied up like insects. Chen Feng came from the Imperial Capital Examination Area. Among the hundreds of candidates in the Imperial Capital Examination Area, his strength was enough to rank in the top 5. But he was killed instantly by a desert dragonfly from another candidate. With a click, Chen Feng, who was hit, fell to the ground. He was still looking at the desert dragonfly that had just killed him. The place where the dragonfly's tail fell. In addition to the huge pit with a radius of 10 meters, there is also a long pit that is 2 meters wide, like a giant snake passing through. Strong, too strong. After taking back the unconscious Pidgeot and Boscodora, Chen Feng sat on the ground and muttered to himself, his face full of disbelief. He thought that he would be defeated in the spirit exam. After all, he was not the first in the Imperial Capital Examination Area, but he never thought that he would lose so badly. By the way, that examinee. Who is it? Fug. I don't even know his name. Chen Feng slammed the ground hard, sitting there cursing, his face covered in dust. No longer the high spirits he had just landed. At this time, Luo Keixuan and the other two struggled hard, and finally broke free from the vines with the help of each other. No need to wriggle like a worm anymore. The three people patted the dust off their bodies, but heard Chen Feng asking questions. Hey, Luo Keixuan, do you know who the candidate was just now? Luo Keixuan tidied up the dust on her body and glanced at Chen Feng. Without even the interest to answer, she stretched out her hand and clapped it, a poke ball opened, and an armored bird condensed in the air, and she sat on the armored bird. God knows how bad her mood was. The fantasy beast Pokemon Ziraura. Just in front of her eyes, she watched it being captured and taken away by other candidates. Is there anything sadder than this? Thinking of this, Luo Keixuan, who had already sat on the armored bird and was about to leave, glanced at Chen Feng again. It was all because of this Chen Feng, who was so strong in the imperial capital examination area, but was killed in one move when he met that person. It's useless, she still wants to fish in troubled waters, what the hell? And it became a bug and crawled on the ground for so long, it was so embarrassing. Watching Luo Keixuan leave and disappear into the sky, the other two male candidates looked at each other and touched their noses awkwardly. Before they retreated, they were interrogated by Chen Feng again. How could they know what Lin Fei's name was? So Chen Feng naturally didn't get the answer, and he was extremely depressed. Because of the battle just now, all the wild elves nearby fled, and Chen Feng had to get up after sitting on the ground for a while. Damn, there are more and more big guys and dark horses in this elf exam. My failure may affect the speed of getting points next time. Took out the phone to confirm at the nearest supply station, Chen Feng took off his backpack in frustration. He reached out and took out the preserved primary energy liquid, called Pidgeot and Boscodora out and asked them to drink it. He had to go to the supply station quickly to let them recover completely. Ding! Side Quest 17 released, rush to the top 1000 of the score ranking, quest reward, Elf Affinity +1. Ding! Side Quest 18 released, rush to the top 100 of the score ranking, quest reward, Elf Affinity +1. Lin Fei rode the desert dragonfly to leave the thunderstorm forest, came to a stream and released his elf companions, and then asked the roaring tiger to pick a few large leaves. Lin Fei leaned over and spread the leaves on the ground. Before he sat down, he saw that the side quest was refreshed. Another 2 quests to increase the affinity of elves. After sitting down, he opened his backpack and took out a packed lunch from it. Lin Fei opened the record sheet while eating. After conquering Ziraura, the score ranking list of Lin Fei's record sheet was automatically opened. The examinees who have captured new elves have begun to take the elves to earn points. Lin Fei's current score is the actual combat trial score ranking list, Xing Cheng test area. Examinee Lin Fei, score 0, current ranking 36. After eating a few bites of lunch, Lin Fei tapped the virtual light screen of the record sheet with his fingers and opened the national test area ranking list. The last one is 2 points, number 6685, and those with 0 points are not on the national list. The record sheet can lock the breath of wild elves to judge the strength level, and thus determine the points obtained by the examinee by defeating the opponent. The strongest elves in it are only the beginner level of professional level, that is, below LV.29. And the wild elves in it will generally not actively pursue the examinee unless the examinee takes the initiative to provoke death. There is danger, but it is not high. The examinee can get 1 point by defeating a wild elf of the beginner level, LV.1 LV.9, of the novice level, with a maximum of 10. The novice intermediate level, LV.10 LV.15, is 5 points, with a maximum of 50. The novice advanced level, LV.16 LV.19, is 10 points, with a maximum of 100. The professional primary level, LV.20 LV.29, is 40 points, with no upper limit. The above is the rule for candidates to obtain points. In fact, setting the upper limit is very simple, so that candidates will not focus on low-strength wild elves to get wool. The Elf University does not need candidates with only points. Woo! At this time, the desert dragonfly that was watching Lin Fei eating lunch came over and gently nudged Lin Fei with its head, staring at the little lunch left in his hand, and licked its lips with its tongue. Hungry. I one half. Compared to the desert dragonfly, the metal monster was a little impatient. The 2 steel claws kept rubbing against his steel body, making an unpleasant clicking sound. Meow. The blazing roaring tiger saw the metal monster's antics, and imitated what the desert dragonfly did today. The strong and powerful tiger tail stood up and cut the metal monster in the air. Who knew that the metal monster had learned his lesson after being beaten by the desert dragonfly today? It noticed the roaring tiger's tail and temporarily let its body rise 10 centimeters in the air, just in time to avoid it. As a result, the roaring tiger's tiger tail failed to cut, but fell on the head of the desert dragonfly. Roar Wu seeing this, the roaring tiger awkwardly retracted its tail, scratched its head with its claws, and apologized twice with Wu Wu. Fortunately, the desert dragonfly I didn't bother with it. The metal monster laughed a strange I one half sound in the air. It's a pity that the desert dragonfly didn't blame the roaring tiger, otherwise it would have wanted to see the roaring tiger being beaten into a spinning top. I one half. Ziraura looked at the roaring tigers who were joking, and felt a little overwhelmed for a while. I'm not familiar with them. And its strength is too weak. I one half. The metal monster suddenly came behind Ziraura and pushed it, making it move closer to everyone again. The metal monster told you not to be so reserved. Lin Fei smiled and took out 8 energy cubes from his backpack. While distributing them to everyone, he looked at Ziraura and said, "We will be partners who will become stronger together in the future. Come on, Ziraura." The energy cubes were divided, 2 for each elf. Metal monster absorbed the fastest every time. When the desert dragonfly and roaring tiger had just eaten the first one, the most greedy metal monster had already absorbed it one by one with one claw. Then he looked at the other one of the desert dragonfly and roaring tiger with eager eyes, and was very greedy. In fact, with their current strength, 2 energy cubes for a meal are completely enough, and the metal monster is just purely greedy. But this thing is just like eating for humans, it is not easy to digest if you eat too much. I one half. Seeing this, Ziraura resisted the intention of eating both of them, and handed the energy cube in his right meat palm to the metal monster with a reluctant look. I one half. I one half. Seeing this, the metal monster's voice became a little higher. Immediately excited, he wanted to use telekinesis to take it and absorb it, but the roaring tiger rolled up its tiger tail and pushed Ziraura's energy cube back. Lin Fei smiled. This Ziraura has a pretty good personality. Don't feel sorry for that guy. He's just a foodie. Ziraura, this is your first time eating. Eat 2 to digest slowly. 1 per meal is enough for the time being. Come and taste it. I made it myself. It suits the taste of all elves. Lin Fei spoke. The metal monster could only stare at the roaring tiger with black and red eyes to express his dissatisfaction with the roaring tiger's meddling. Is that so? Ziraura looked at the metal monster, and then ate the first Fixie energy cube under its envious eyes. Opened his eyes wide, it was so delicious. After eating and drinking, Lin Fei began to take Ziraura on the road of leveling. During this period, Lin Fei's good luck card continued to work. With the good luck card, Lin Fei didn't have to worry about encountering an irresistible situation, so he put away the desert dragonfly. Left the blazing roaring tiger and the metal monster outside just in case. Let Ziraura lead the way, and Lin Fei walked in the middle. The blazing roaring tiger and metal monster followed behind. When passing through a forest, Lin Fei encountered a stream again. There were many wild Pokémon of LV.10 LV.16 drinking water beside the stream. Looking at the water Pokémons in front of him, such as tadpoles, woob, and goldfish, Lin Fei raised his mouth. Because Ziraura, who led the way in front, was a novice-level intermediate Pokémon, were the wild Pokémons encountered also of this level? It is worthy of the effect of high-level good luck, I like it so much. Ziraura, start, use lightning. Looking forward, Lin Fei gave the order like waving his hand. At the same time, he also used the remaining silver level experience crit card. In the next 10 minutes, every wild Pokémon defeated by Lin Fei's Pokémon partner will get 10-20 times crit. I 1/2 EE superscript 1 I 1/2. Ziraura took a step forward in response, Zhao Zhao. Challenged all water-type elves. Between the golden brown hair and Ziraura's palms, blue lightning sizzled and was born. These blue lightnings quickly spread all over the body along its hair. It rushed towards the nearest mosquito coil tadpole at a very fast speed. Seeing Ziraura rushing over, the mosquito coil tadpole's eyes widened, and in shock, its chubby body jumped up with force, ready to jump into the stream to avoid it. However, its speed was too slow, and Ziraura easily defeated a LV.13 mosquito coil tadpole. The mosquito coil tadpole cannot fight. With a 20x experience crit, your Ziraura gained 5200 experience points. Ziraura's level increased to LV.16. At the same time, the record sheet on Lin Fei's wrist captured the moment of defeat, and the score of candidate Lin Fei jumped from 0 to 3. Practical Trial Score Ranking, Star City Test Area. Candidate Lin Fei, Score 3, Rank 16th. With only 3 points, Lin Fei's ranking in the Star City Test Area doubled directly, 3 points so terrifying. Wow! What a guy! Lin Fei's eyes showed a touch of surprise. He didn't expect that the first wild Pokémon defeated by Ziraura would directly explode with a European Emperor rate, 20 times the experience critical hit. A LV.13 mosquito coil tadpole made it stronger. Feeling the change in the power in his body, Ziraura was stunned. This. When did it become so easy to improve strength? There are so many Pokémon here, can't it break through again and again? 069 The terrifying speed of score surge. Ziraura, who tasted the sweetness, seemed to have discovered a new world. ZZ. The blue electric light on its body still filled its hair. The strong electric friction between its palms generated electromagnetic force. With this electromagnetic force, Ziraura rushed towards a Pidgeot drinking water by the stream. Pip, pip. Pidgeot didn't expect that it could fly and became Ziraura's second target. It fluttered its wings and frantically, and the strong wind lifted its body. At the moment of flying away, Pidgeot turned around and gave Ziraura a sarcastic look. I can fly, can you still catch me if I fly? Ziraura stabilized his body rushing towards Pidgeot, and roared at the flying Pidgeot. I 1/2 EE superscript 1. I 1/2. Roaring loudly, a dark sound wave skill, can reduce the opponent's attack level by 1 level after hitting the target. The black sound waves rushed out in circles, passing through the top of the stream, and the water surface was shaken to form layers of water shadows. The Pidgeot, which had not yet taken off, was hit by this loud roar, and its takeoff posture was interrupted immediately. Boom! Ziraura took the opportunity to step hard on the ground, rushed out again, and did not give Pidgeot a chance. The right claw covered with lightning grabbed fiercely. With a sizzle. This Pidgeot was also defeated. Pidgeot cannot fight. With 14 times crit, your Ziraura gained 5320 experience points. Ziraura's level is increased to LV.17. Ziraura has newly awakened a skill, Thunder Fist. The record table points +5, became 8. Upgraded again. When Ziraura fought against the blazing roaring tiger before, it was just because the gap in strength between the two sides was too big. Now it fights against ordinary Pokémon of the same level, it still kills instantly. And the Pidgeot just now has reached LV.19, a high-level novice level, easily defeated by LV.16 Ziraura, without any chance to fight back. After 7 minutes, with the help of the silver level experience crit card and Lin Fei's 277 command, Ziraura's level broke through from LV.15 to LV.25. Newly awakened 2 practical skills, Thunder Fist and Split. The most important thing is Lin Fei's record sheet points. He turned his hand over and saw that it had reached 87. It's just a pity that the experience time of this silver level experience crit card is too short. Lin Fei had endless aftertastes, only 10 minutes, who was he looking down on? If the time doubled, Zeraura's strength could break through to LV.30 plus professional level mid-level. The early strength of the elves improved very quickly. But the later the strength improvement, the more difficult it is. Under the influence of the rules of the origin of heaven and earth, even if the strength is improved by absorbing the treasures of the secret realm, it is saturated for the elves. Otherwise, wouldn't the rich have flown away with all kinds of secret treasures long ago? There are 3 minutes left, try not to waste them. Metal monster, you can float, go around and see if there are any suitable opponents. Roaring tiger, you should also go around and look around. After giving the order, Lin Fei called out the desert dragonfly. Let the desert dragonfly lie on the ground, and he found a comfortable position and leaned on it. In the blink of an eye, he worked hard for several minutes. The time waiting for the metal monster to come back was just enough to rest. Zeraura, don't be stunned, work hard when you should, and rest when you should. Lying down, Lin Fei waved at Zeraura, signaling it to come over too. Woo! The desert dragonfly turned around and licked Lin Fei's hand with its scarlet tongue. Then it moved its wings on its back, shielding Lin Fei and Zeraura from the scorching sun in the sky. After Su Hongzhi was teleported in, he was very lucky. In the morning, he met his good friend Rong Xin. Su Hongzhi is also very strong. Su Minghui is her father. As the president of the Star City Elf Alliance Association, Su Minghui naturally provided his precious daughter with secret treasures worth tens of millions of yuan for cultivation in advance. On the eve of the actual combat trial of the elf examination, Su Hongzhi's 2 main elves broke through to the initial elite level one after another. In the entire Star City examination area, except for Lin Fei, the only one who can compete with Su Hongzhi is Su Vengkang's daughter Su Shat. Time goes back to a few minutes ago. Su Hongzhi and Rong Xin both captured new elves that they were satisfied with. Rong Xin's was a grass-type mushroom. Su Hongzhi's was a hunting swallowtail butterfly of the insect and flying type. They let the main elves follow and guard in secret, and the newly captured mushrooms and hunting swallowtails led the way in front. On a piece of grass, they encountered several novice-level initial-level shuttlecock grass, so the battle began. First, Rong Xin's mushrooms spit out a large amount of paralysis powder, which paralyzed the shuttlecock grasses and made them unable to escape quickly. Then Su Hongzhi's hunting swallowtail butterfly took action. Su Hongzhi's hunting swallowtail butterfly aptitude is good. He learned the 2 flying skills of wind and air blade at the middle level of the novice level. Especially the powerful skill of air blade, which is a blade for the paralyzed shuttlecock grasses. Under the cooperation of the 2 novice elves, the shuttlecock grasses were quickly defeated. And the 2 of them each received the corresponding points. Wu won, and another 9 points are in hand. After the battle, Rong Xin pulled Su Hongzhi to sit aside to rest, and couldn't wait to open the record table to check the points ranking list. Su Hongzhi did the same, stretched out his white jade fingertips and tapped on the virtual light screen, and the 2 also learned their own points ranking. Practical Trial Points Ranking List, Xinjiang Test Area. Candidate Su Hongzhi, 57 points, 2nd place. Candidate Rong Xin, 29 points, 8th place. Hongzhi, you are the 2nd place, let's work harder and let you get the 1st place in the Xinjiang Test Area. Rong Xin raised her head and drank a mouthful of water, wiped her mouth, and looked at Su Shat, who was the 1st place, with a look of eagerness. Su Hongzhi, who was next to her, had just finished drinking water. After taking out a tissue to wipe her mouth, she turned back and took out an energy cube from her backpack. She stretched out her white arm and handed it to the mouthparts of the hunting swallowtail butterfly, smiling and praising. Thank you for your hard work, hunting swallowtail butterfly, you performed very well just now. Then a majestic Pidgeot landed from the sky. Su Hongzhi naturally would not favor one over the other, and took out another energy cube and gave it to Pidgeot. They were looking for wild Pokémon on the ground, thanks to Pidgeot following them in the sky. After doing all this, Su Hongzhi shook her head and smiled at Rong Xin. I won't compete for the first place, just try to ensure the second place. The first place must be Lin Fei. Lin Fei is so powerful, shouldn't it be easy for him to win the first place? As for herself, just try not to let Su Sha take the second place. Not competing for the first place? But Rong Xin was stunned and opened her mouth to refute. After seeing the happy expression on Su Hongzhi's face, she suddenly thought of Lin Fei. Damn! Lin Fei is not here, and you still insist on feeding me this dog food, right? Rong Xin looked at her good friend angrily, with an expression of you've had enough. Hee, no, you just think too much. I think too much? I'll show you if I think too much. Haha, stop scratching, I'm wrong. The two of them played around on the lawn. By the way, let's talk about Lin Fei. After the play, Rong Xin looked through the Xing Cheng test area score rankings, and seeing that Lin Fei's score was still 0, she couldn't help but frowned and looked at Su Hongzhi. Your little lover is still 0 now. Rong Xin thought Su Hongzhi would be worried, but Su Hongzhi didn't think about it at all. When she heard the word little lover, she stood up with a red face, avoided Rong Xin's teasing eyes, and cleaned Pidgeot's wing hair by herself. At the same time, while thinking about Lin Fei's desire to get the first place in actual combat, she said in an affirmative tone, "This first day has just begun, don't worry. We are lucky. We have found new elves that we are satisfied with." On the first day's score ranking list, many rankings are based on luck. Before he finished speaking, Rong Xin shouted in surprise, Hongzhi! Hongzhi! Check the score ranking list on the record sheet. Your Lin Fei's score is soaring. Lin Fei started to exert his strength. Su Hongzhi quickly opened the score ranking list on the record sheet again. Yen pound. The gem-like eyes looked at the ranking of the Xing Cheng test area. Candidate Lin Fei, 3 points, 16th place. Just 5 seconds later, Lin Fei's name jumped again on the score ranking list. Candidate Lin Fei, 11 points, 13th place. 10 seconds later, it rose again. Candidate Lin Fei, 17 points, 10th place. Candidate Lin Fei, 30 points, 6th place. 4 minutes later, Lin Fei's ranking directly surpassed Su Hongzhi and ranked second. Wow! Hongzhi, second place, very close to Susha. Rong Xin was stunned, can the points increase so much? The first place Susha only has 68 points. 3 minutes later, Lin Fei's ranking has rushed to the first place in the Xing Cheng test area, with 87 points. 7 minutes. In the Xing Cheng test area, Lin Fei's points ranking went from 0 points to 36th place. Directly rushed to the first place with 87 points. How many elves must be defeated at one time to rush so fast? Su Hongzhi looked at Lin Fei surpassing herself, and couldn't help but be happy for Lin Fei. It seems that you have already conquered a satisfactory new partner. Lin Fei, you are still so powerful. Su Hongzhi's red lips moved slightly. Under this scorching sun, the girl's smile looked particularly stunning. Lin Fei, come on. I 1/2 R I 1/2 I 1/2 I 1/2 Q. But I can't fall behind you too much, I have to come on too. Lin Fei's ranking of points is not only for Su Hongzhi and Rong Xin, but also for the candidates in the entire Xing Cheng test area, and even for most of the 10,000 candidates in the country. After all, he is the first peerless man in history to get a written test score of 150 plus points. The actual test results of such candidates are naturally highly concerned. But when everyone has already conquered new elves and started to collect points, Lin Fei's name has not appeared on the national test area rankings, and many candidates are a little gloating. Is Lin Fei unlucky and has not been able to conquer new elves? Or, his actual test is inversely proportional to the written test score? If the former is reasonable. If the latter, it will be embarrassing. P.S. I will try to write 10,000 words today, please give me monthly tickets and 10 evaluation tickets. 070 Plasma Lightning Fist, Elf Affinity plus 10. In each supply station, there are a large number of candidates coming in and out. The purpose is to restore the physical strength of their own elves. The candidates who come to the supply station will also share the news and intelligence they know, and the one who is currently discussed the most by these people may be Lin Fei from the Xingcheng test area. Hey, I don't know what's wrong with Lin Fei. His points have always been 0. I'm afraid it's not that his luck is so bad that he can't even capture a new elf. It's probably you haven't met an elf you're satisfied with, right? This is only the first day of the trial, and the one who laughs last is the final ranking. Yet. But I've met candidates from the Xingcheng test area, and that Lin Fei is really strong. It seems that his initial elf is a supersonic larva. Puff. Supersonic larva? All the candidates in the country who are taking the elf exam are competing together. Many candidates with rich family backgrounds start preparing 2 or 3 years in advance. The main elf of Qinrong in our school is a professional high-level Pang Yan monster. Don't brag about the professional high level. Lin Fei is at least the top scorer in the written test. The historical highest score of 150 plus is a fact. The first step to progress is to learn to recognize the advantages of others. Kong Yuyu, who ranked first in the national exam area ranking, has 107 points. It's really scary. I can't fight 2 Mimosa with the mooker I just captured. I can only go back to the supply station to recover. Mimosa? Hello, lady, I want to capture Mimosa. Can you tell me where I found Mimosa? Thank you very much. Does anyone know where to capture Curly Ear? Li Wangxiang, who ranked second, is right behind with 101 points. These 2 people are too scary. Wait, what the hell? In the supply station, the candidates who were waiting for the elves to recover were chatting, and suddenly someone scored 3 consecutive national treasures. Everyone looked over. The top scorer of the written test, Lin Fei, whom they had just discussed, was rising at a terrifying speed in the practical test ranking. He rushed to the top 5 of the national list with sparks and lightning. Then, another person discovered this. For a while, the sound of national quintessence rose one after another. Unlike the candidates in other test areas, the candidates from Xingcheng saw that Lin Fei's ranking rose rapidly, and they laughed in their hearts, saying that you looked down on me, and now you are slapped in the face. Unbelievable, this is so unscientific. Is it because of luck that you found a group of wild Pokemon that are just restrained? Groups of iron-shelled pupae and iron-shelled kun. Damn, you can't rise so fast even if you ride a rocket. Envy, I have to hurry up to increase my points. So, a new round of discussions broke out in various supply stations. In the mountains somewhere in the west of the secret realm of the east, a girl sat on Venusaur's back, commanding the Scythers in front to fight against a Heracross. The Scythers' arms were like a pair of sharp knives, slashing at the Heracross on the opposite side. And Heracross was not to be outdone. The giant horn on its head was also the weapon it relied on for survival. Clock, colloque. Clock. Clock. Clang, 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 clang. When the weapons of Scythers and Heracross collided, there was a sound of metal intersecting and some flashes of fire, but Scythers still had the upper hand. After all, both of its arms could be used to attack, while Heracross only had one horn. After Scyther forced Heracross back with a knife, the girl on Bulbasaur's back saw this and immediately seized the opportunity to order, wing attack. I 1/2 I 1/2. Scyther rushed forward, and the 2 figures crossed each other, and the wing attack defeated Heracross. Seeing this, the girl looked at the record sheet on her wrist. In the virtual light screen, the points behind her name on the National Examination Area ranking list jumped from 107 to 116. Hey! The girl suddenly looked at the candidate ranked 4th in surprise. Candidate Lin Fei, 87 points, 4th place. What a fast speed! If I remember correctly, this Lin Fei should not have appeared on the National Examination Area ranking list, proving that he was a 0. Who knew that in the time it took Scyther to defeat a Hera Cross, this Lin Fei rushed from 0 to 92, and it only took a few minutes. Although I don't know what answers you filled in for the additional questions in the written test, I, Kong Yu, will not let you win in the actual combat trial. The girl came to her senses and stood up from Venusaur's back. She looked into the distance and landed on the mountains farther away. There are more wild elves in the larger mountains. You can also accumulate points faster and keep the first place. Vulpecula, Scyther, let's go, keep moving forward. Tap. AI 1/2. The girl opened her mouth slightly, and Venusaur and Scyther took action immediately. On the afternoon of August 1st, the competition among candidates in the entire Eastern Secret Realm was particularly fierce. The rankings on the points rankings rose and fell rapidly, and there was a change of ranking almost every 2 seconds. In the afternoon, most people were surprised at the awesomeness of Lin Fei in the Xingqiang test area, and thought that he would definitely take advantage of this momentum to hit the top 3, or even the first place, and kick Kong Yu, who was ranked first in the national test area rankings. However, Lin Fei's ranking stopped moving forward. Even the points did not improve anymore, instead they dropped. From the 4th place, he started to drop again. He was slowly surpassed by the candidates behind him. Until that night, Lin Fei's points did not increase. This naturally became a topic of discussion among many candidates. Some said that Lin Fei must have been very lucky and happened to meet a group of elves with very low strength, and some thought that something unexpected might have happened. In short, this topic lasted until the morning of August 2nd, and gradually everyone focused on other things. August 3rd. It was the 3rd day of the actual combat trial. Some candidates died. Yes, the ranking turned grey, which meant they died. The elf exam is not a game. The danger is low here, but low danger does not mean that people will not die. Poison elves and some special situations are simply hard to guard against. The sacrificed candidates did not make other candidates retreat, but they were more cautious and did not want to be the next one to die. Ziraura, don't be discouraged, take a rest first. In the deep mountains 10 kilometers east of the No. 05 supply station in the Eastern Secret Realm, Lin Fei was directing Ziraura to make an attempt. If there were outsiders here, it would not be difficult to hear the excitement in Lin Fei's voice that was difficult to hide. I1/2 EE superscript 1 I1/2. Ho ho ho. Ziraura's physical strength was seriously overdrawn. At this time, it knelt on its knees, panting, and supported itself on the ground with 2 claws, barely keeping itself from falling down. Looking more carefully, it was wet with sweat all over its body, and its golden brown hair was close to its body. Drops of sweat dripped down its drooping head to the ground, making a tick-tick sound. There was also a tired metal monster on the opposite side. The most greedy one flashed a blue electric light from time to time, which was left by Ziraura when he practiced with it. It floated in the air up and down. When it fell down in front of Ziraura, the metal monster stretched out its steel claws to cheer Ziraura. However, when cheering, the metal monster's black and red eyes would stare at Lin Fei, or more precisely, at Lin Fei's backpack. In that backpack, there was its favorite Fixie energy cube. Lin Fei said that if he could successfully help Ziraura, he could reward it with 2 extra Fixie energy cubes. For this, the metal monster could persist no matter how hard and tired it was. Woo woo. The considerate desert dragonfly flapped its wings, bringing some breeze to everyone. When the breeze blew, Lin Fei's mood seemed to be a little more stable. Please give me flowers. On August 1st, he successfully entered the top 100 of the points ranking. He completed both side quests 17 and 18, and his elf affinity was +2. That afternoon, while the high-level good luck effect was still there, he was about to rush to the first place in one go when a new side quest was refreshed. On the system screen, it was the side quests and rewards refreshed on the afternoon of August 1st. Ding! Side quest 19 released, help Zeraora awaken the exclusive skill Plasma Lightning Fist, quest reward, Elf Affinity +5, accumulated +10 can be fused. Ding! Side quest 20 released, rush to the first place in the points ranking, quest reward, gold level experience critical hit card. Take a bite of the peach fruit, feel the tender and juicy flesh bursting in the mouth. Lin Fei pursed his lips with some anticipation. One quest, Elf Affinity +5. It's just that this quest is a bit difficult, help Zeraora awaken the exclusive skill, Plasma Lightning Fist. He and Zeraora have been trying for 2 days now, but still can't succeed. Whether it's the temptation of Elf Affinity +5, accumulation +10 can be fused, or the fact that the side quest will not be refreshed if it is not completed, Lin Fei decided to try it for 2 or 3 days first. Anyway, the current Zeraora is completely bullying the wild Pokémon in the Eastern Secret Realm. If it succeeds, I wonder what it can fuse? The system's products must be high quality, let's look forward to it. 10 minutes later. Zeraora, who had been reflecting on his failure, suddenly stood up again. I1/2 E I1/2 I1/2 E superscript 1 I1/2 I1/2 C cent I1/2. It's ready again. I1/2 E I1/2. The metal monster also cheered up again. Zeraora looked at Lin Fei, at the trainer who sent him the change. He couldn't let him down. Very good, that's the momentum. Lin Fei patted the dust off his butt and commanded Zeraora to try again. Maybe it was something that Zeraora had suddenly gotten right, or maybe the hundreds of attempts over the past 2 days had worked. This time, when the current condensed between Zeraora's 2 claws again, a blue electric energy ball slowly took shape. I1/2 E superscript 1 I1/2. Zeraora was delighted, but soon heard Lin Fei's words. Don't be anxious, feel it slowly, and continue to generate current from your palm to enhance it. Seeing that there was a possibility of success this time, Lin Fei's heartbeat also accelerated, and he quickly reminded Zeraora. Very good. Take your time, take your time. Seeing that the blue energy ball between Zeraora's claws was getting bigger and bigger, Lin Fei's face was getting more and more happy. At a certain moment, Zeraora roared, and the condensation of this electric energy ball had reached its limit. Okay. Go. Lin Fei climbed onto the back of the desert dragonfly in an instant. The desert dragonfly has a ground system and will not be disturbed by the electric energy. I1/2 CEC I1/2 A Yen Yen AE per thousand grabbed the azure energy ball with 2 claws and slammed it hard against the ground in front of him. Boom! Sizzle! The energy ball did not cause substantial damage to the ground immediately, but merged into the ground. A azure light circle spread out around, with a range of only 3 meters. 2 azure currents rushed out along the ground, like a dancing thunder dragon, and slammed hard on the metal monster. An explosion sounded on the metal monster, and a black mushroom cloud rose on the spot. The surrounding flowers, plants, and trees withered instantly, as if they were affected by some irresistible influence. Lin Fei's eyes were fixed on the system light screen in front of him. Sure enough, it succeeded. Ding! You successfully helped Zeraora awaken its unique skill Plasma Lightning Fist and gained Pokémon Affinity +5. 071 Evergreen Power, Plan Butterfree Tribe. Your Pokémon Affinity +10 has been accumulated and can be fused to strengthen Evergreen Power. Do you want to start the fusion? When Lin Fei saw this prompt on the system screen, his heart was shocked. Really, he guessed it right. What is Pokémon Affinity? It refers to the natural closeness between the trainer and the Pokémon. The higher the affinity, the more the Pokémon trusts you. When it reaches a certain level, you can empathize with the feelings of your Pokémon partners. It is not even limited to your own Pokémon partners, even wild Pokémon can feel each other's feelings. If Lin Fei hadn't had Pokemon affinity before, how could he have seduced the mythical beast Pokemon Zeraora so easily? Isn't this a weakened version of the Evergreen Force? Now that he has accumulated plus 10 elf affinity, the system can actually help him fuse and strengthen it into the real Evergreen Force. Lin Fei is naturally familiar with the Evergreen Force. Not only can he understand the elf's thoughts by feeling the elf's mood, but he can also use this Evergreen Force to restore the elf, whether it is an abnormal state or physical loss. From now on, when you venture into the elf secret realm, you don't have to worry about encountering special situations that will cause your elf partner to be unable to be rescued. Start immediately. Lin Fei nodded without hesitation with great joy. The elf affinity fusion is successful, please feel it with your heart. Lin Fei pondered for a moment. I felt that a special force was indeed emerging in my body. He closed his eyes and felt it carefully. This is a mysterious power. It is hard to explain. The best way to verify it is to directly help Zeraora recover the lost physical strength. I1/2. The area around Zeraora was in a mess. With it as the center, the area within a radius of 3 meters was all charred. The most obvious was the traces of 2 thunder dragons wandering around, which was the main attack force of the plasma lightning fist that had just rushed towards the metal monster. After becoming proficient, the plasma lightning fist will form a lightning area when it is used. The area is full of lightning elements, and all general skills will automatically transform into electric skills. And electric skills are not only ineffective against Zeraora, but due to its electrical storage characteristics, they will provide it with physical strength and power recovery. Looking at the power of his punch, Zeraora opened his mouth slightly, obviously a little bit unbelievable. More than 2 days ago, he was still a weak elf who needed to be protected, but now a punch can cause such an effect? All this is because he chose to follow Lin Fei. I1/2. Hearing the voice of the metal monster, Lin Fei and several other elf companions came back to their senses, remembering that it had just been hit by the plasma lightning fist, and they all looked over. The metal monster was not hurt. After all, its body was not afraid of lightning. It was just that after taking a solid plasma lightning fist, it was already impatient for the reward that Lin Fei mentioned. Lin Fei was also preparing to use the newly acquired power of Changpan to restore the guy's physical strength, but the metal monster flew to Lin Fei's backpack, and the steel claws quickly pointed into the backpack, with an extremely expectant look. Okay, I said I would give you 2, keep your word, and you have helped Zeraora a lot. Lin Fei, who obtained the power of Changpan, was extremely happy, and took out 2 Fixie energy cubes from his backpack for the metal monster to absorb. I1/2. The metal monster was overjoyed after getting what he wanted. He quickly floated to the side to absorb the delicious food. The desert dragonfly and the roaring tiger congratulated Zeraora on his successful mastery of a powerful skill and his great progress. Zeraora wanted to be modest with them, but his physical strength was too exhausted and he almost fell down. Lin Fei quickly stepped forward to support it. Zeraora, thank you for your hard work. Our efforts have paid off. You should have a good rest today. Lin Fei touched the long golden hair on Zeraora's neck and activated the power of Changpan. The special power moved with his thoughts, slowly infused into Zeraora's body. Hey! Zeraora looked at Lin Fei in shock. It felt that the power and physical strength in its body were recovering rapidly. This. Could Lin Fei be some kind of elf? Lin Fei, who activated the power of Evergreen, immediately sensed Zeraora's shock. Combining it with his expression, he naturally guessed what it was thinking, and couldn't help but laugh and scold, "What are you thinking about? I'm a serious trainer. I1/2. Zeraora scratched his head embarrassedly. That's right, Lin Fei is naturally a human, it just subconsciously thought so because the power of Evergreen was too shocking. After resting Zeraora, Lin Fei felt that there was more than half of the power left in his body. This proves that his current power of Evergreen can barely help a Pokémon of Zeraura's strength to recover 3 times. This is already abnormal enough. At least Lin Fei himself is very satisfied. Rest in place for half an hour. Using this time, Lin Fei let Desert Dragonfly, Metal Monster, and Blazing Roaring Tiger feel his power of Evergreen respectively. The reactions of his Pokémon companions were as expected. No different from Zeraora, shocked. My master actually has skills? Well, if humans have skills, then Evergreen power can indeed be considered a skill, and a very useful skill. On August 3rd, considering that everyone had worked hard, Lin Fei did not take everyone to look for elves that day, but stayed at the No. 05 supply station and rested well for the whole afternoon and evening. Early in the morning of August 4th, Lin Fei, who had finished breakfast with the elves early, came to the lobby of the supply station. Now his score is only 105. Although it is still on the global test area rankings. But the ranking has dropped to 205th. Enough it can be seen that on August 2nd and August 3rd, the competition among these 10,000 candidates was fierce. Kong Yuya was still the first in the global test area ranking. 465 points. The talented girl from the Imperial Capital test area was very strong and steadily suppressed the second place Li Wangxiang by more than 50 points. The third place was a girl named Su Zian, from the Pengcheng test area. Until the 14th place, Lin Fei found a familiar name. Su Sha from the Xingcheng test area, with 285 points. The 15th place was Su Hongzi. Su Hongzi was closely behind Su Sha, with 276 points, not much behind. Occasionally, he would surpass Su Sha. Lin Fei didn't watch it anymore. He sat down next to a table with the loudest discussion in the supply station and listened quietly to the information shared by these candidates. Suddenly, a girl with wheat-colored skin stood up and invited people to form a team. Hey, I found a place with a group of Butterfree yesterday, dozens of them. The strength of those Butterfrees is generally high, estimated to be novice level and mid-level. Are there friends who want to form a temporary team to earn points? The temporary quota is 10 people. Butterfree Group? Butterfree Group is a special group. Ordinary candidates generally don't pay attention to them. Don't underestimate Butterfree Group. They not only have poison powder, paralysis powder, and hypnotic powder. They also have 2 superpowers, telekinesis and illusion light. Especially, Butterfree groups with more than 10 are hard to provoke. Imagine. Several trainers team up to challenge and provoke. The 8 Butterfrees on the opposite side cast poison powder, paralysis powder, and hypnotic powder respectively. The remaining 2 Butterfrees flapped their wings to cast wind. When the wind blows, these various powders that can put Pokémon and trainers into abnormal states will rush towards you. At the least, you will be scared out of your wits and run away. At the worst, you will be disturbed by poison powder, paralysis powder, hypnosis powder at the same time, making you unable to live or die, or even die. So even Lin Fei took a second look at the candidate who was planning to attack a group of novice-level intermediate Butterfree tribes. This is a girl wearing a beige short-sleeved top and sky blue denim shorts. She looks refreshing and is about 167 centimeters tall. After the girl challenged the candidates, the hall became more lively. Miss, you are too brave. The Butterfree tribe is the same as the Beedrill tribe, which is a trainer killer. We are just going to die if we go there. We are risking our lives for points. I was a little tempted at first, but after hearing what he said, I gave up. My parents are still waiting for my good news outside. What kind of trainer is it if you are afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind? I was prepared before coming in. If the Butterfree tribe can be operated properly, it will be a lot of points. Sister, count me in and I will go with you to see it. Forget it, I won't go. You are so brave. Seeing that only 2 people are willing to team up together, the girl was obviously disappointed. She immediately looked at the two girls who were willing to team up and said apologetically, "Sorry, if there are only 3 of us, my original plan cannot be realized. Let's..." The voice did not finish. "Count me in, 4 is enough, let's go." Lin Fei, who was sitting alone at a table in the corner and drinking tea, spoke up. He planned to spend 2 days today and tomorrow. He would directly rush to the first place in the national exam area ranking list. So now that there is a group of Butterfree here, he is naturally willing to form a team. "Who is it? 4 is enough?" With this tone, the top 10 in the national exam area probably don't have the confidence to say this. Does our No 05 supply station have such a big guy? If there is a big guy willing to lead the team, then I am willing to go too. Hehe, good guy, you are really calculating. Lin Fei stood up. He opened the Pokemon in his hand and called out the metal monster. As soon as the flash Quasi-God appeared, everyone present was instantly petrified and shut up. I 1/2 AE I 1/2. The metal monster looked in all directions. Floating behind Lin Fei, he followed him to the girl who invited him to form a team. "Let's go, 4 people are enough," Lin Fei said calmly. The girl barely recovered from the shock and nodded quickly. Okay, boss. Let's go, I think I'm the only one who knows where it is now." As she spoke, the girl's tone was full of excitement. "Oh my god, a metal monster, a Quasi-God metal monster. And it's a shining metal monster. I didn't expect to come here to try my luck and form a team and actually meet such a big guy. Now the points are settled." The other 2 girls' faces were also full of excitement. Obviously, they had the same idea as the wheat-colored girl. The 4 people immediately walked out of the hall. Some candidates in the hall followed them out stealthily. Lin Fei glanced back and warned, "If you want to prevent yourself from getting points in the next few days, follow me." The Butterfree tribe was proposed by this girl. Since no one else agreed to her invitation to form a team before, she naturally couldn't let others take advantage of it after he agreed. He knew what these people were thinking. After that, Lin Fei threw the Pokeball again to the open space in front. The white light condensed into a huge desert dragonfly. The desert dragonfly sang softly to the sky. Ang! The powerful dragon roar was enough to make everyone pale. It completely broke the minds of those candidates who were trying to take advantage of the opportunity. I didn't expect that this person not only had a flashing Quasi-God, but also had a desert dragonfly that looked so strong. 072 rushed to the first place and kicked Kong Yuyu away. After shocking those sneaky candidates, the wheat-colored girl led the way, and the main elves of the other 2 girls were Pidgeot and Muko, which could carry people. Pidgeot and Muko could barely carry 1 person. If they evolved again and became larger Pidgeot and Muko, they could carry 2 more people. The elves of the Homebird series have always been very popular. It is easy to breed and not so expensive to cultivate. After entering the secret realm, they can also carry people and help check the situation everywhere. What a good model worker! The destination is not far from the No 05 supply station. The 4 people were led by the elves. It took less than half an hour to arrive. In fact, it was because the elves of the 3 girls were too slow, otherwise they would have arrived long ago with the speed of the desert dragonfly. "Look, big brother, the place I'm talking about is that piece of woodland. The wheat-colored girl is named Zhang Manman." After arriving at the destination, she couldn't wait to point to the forest not far away. Lin Fei tilted his head and looked in the direction of her finger. He immediately saw a fruit forest. Lucky, no wonder there are so many Butterfree here. The fruit forest is one of the favorite places for Butterfree to live. Butterfree feeds on pollen and nectar, and sometimes occasionally sucks the sap of big trees. The fruit forest undoubtedly perfectly meets these 3 points. Yes. Boss Lin Fei, may I ask, do you have any plans? Zhang Manman looked at Lin Fei cautiously and asked. She actually wanted to talk about her plan. But when she thought about the fact that her plan required more elves. There are only 4 people here now, and there will not be enough elves tomorrow. So it is better to ask the big boss Lin Fei with the flashing Quasi-God directly. After arriving, the 4 people also made a simple self-introduction. Zhang Manman and the others only then knew that Lin Fei, the top scorer in the written test, actually brought a flashing metal monster. Plan? Yes. Lin Fei thought without hesitation. Looking at the orchard, Lin Fei said in a relaxed tone, I will bring my elves in later, and you can bring your elves in after you hear the sound of the desert dragonfly to clean up the remnants. Plan? What kind of plan? What danger can there be in bringing desert dragonfly in with Lin Fei? Poison powder, paralysis powder, and hypnotic powder can be blown over, and desert dragonfly can just use ultrasonic waves to deal with it. Then just crush it head-on to harvest points. Zhang Manman and the other 2 blinked. This plan seems to be the same as no plan. But they had the courage to come with so many people because of Lin Fei, so naturally, whatever Lin Fei said was what they had to do. Soon, Lin Fei sat on desert dragonfly and went over. Until Lin Fei left. The other 2 girls dared to speak loudly. Lin Fei is so handsome, I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Hehe, why didn't you ask when he was here just now? I dare not, haha, he has a strong aura, or Manman is brave enough to take the initiative to talk to Lin Fei. Manman, why don't you try asking? It's not a bad idea to ask. If someone likes you, you'll be lucky. That's right. The 2 girls teased Zhang Manman, but she smiled and didn't care. She still has self-awareness. I wonder what the scene will be like when I go there later. The scene changed. Lin Fei rode a desert dragonfly over the orchard. He looked down. Everywhere he looked were peach, cherry, and berry trees. Who would have thought that under the canopy of these fruit trees there are dozens of seemingly harmless butterfree hidden inside? He patted the desert dragonfly's neck and asked it to let him go. Woo! The desert dragonfly did as he was told. After landing, Lin Fei called Ziraora out. After resting yesterday afternoon and night, Ziraora had long recovered and was now full of energy with nowhere to vent. I1/2 EE superscript 1 I1/2 I1/2 C I1/2. Its 2 paws showed sharp white claws, gestured in the air twice, then looked at Lin Fei expectantly, asking what was planned for today. Haha, you'll be busy today and tomorrow. Lin Fei pointed to the orchard not far away. Ziraora, I'll go in with you with Roaring Tiger and Metal Monster later. You'll be responsible for fighting those butterfree. There are a lot of them. Don't worry about their poison powder, paralysis powder, etc., and end the battle with the least physical loss. Ziraora turned back in the direction of Lin Fei's finger. Are there so many opponents this time? It likes it. The sharp claws on its paws retracted, and it patted its chest. Ziraora said that there was absolutely no problem. At the same time, a human smile hung on its face. Obviously, it was very satisfied with the arrangement this time. Okay, if you are confident, let's go. Lin Fei also smiled when he saw this. It must be said that his elf companions all have strong personalities. So, the 4 elves plus Lin Fei. Mighty walked into the orchard. Everyone has their own responsibilities. Ziraora is responsible for inviting battles to improve himself and gain points. Lin Fei follows it and must ensure that the record sheet can record it. The blazing roaring tiger and the metal monster follow Lin Fei to protect. The desert dragonfly has the most special task. It needs to watch in the sky. Once the butterfree tribe has a tendency to collectively use poison powder, hypnotic powder, paralysis powder, etc., its wings will blow up a strong wind to blow it back. Make the butterfree tribe's most dependent means of survival ineffective. As for inviting these butterfree tribes to fight, in fact, every wild elf in the secret realm will always face challenges. Whether it is foraging, courtship or accidents. Wild elves grow and become stronger through challenges again and again. Soon, the Butterfree guard who was responsible for alerting the surroundings discovered Zeraora with golden brown hair at the first time. I1/2 EE superscript 1 I1/2. A. The Butterfree guard was responsible for the security of the tribe. When it saw the invasion of foreign elves, it immediately issued a vigilant voice to notify other guards. At the same time, it flew out of the tree canopy, and the two tentacles on its head collided with each other, and a psychic skill phantom light blasted towards Zeraora. Zeraora was so fast, how could it let Butterfree guard get what he wanted? It easily avoided the opponent's phantom light. I1/2 EE superscript 1 I1/2. Zeraora counterattacked. Lin Fei did not speak to command. This was also what Zeraora hoped for. It wanted to see how much progress it had made in the past 2 days. The phantom light that failed hit the ground, and a hole was blown out on the ground with a bang, and the debris shot around like bullets. A part of them rushed towards Lin Fei, and the metal monster's eyes flashed. I1/2 AE I1/2. An invisible barrier formed by superpowers blocked Lin Fei, and the debris had no effect on Lin Fei. Looking over there, Zeraora used the fruit tree to gain leverage, and jumped up with 2 ups and downs. He floated in the air with the electromagnetic force generated in his palms, and his whole body was shining with electric light. He swung his claws and slapped Butterfree's guardian flying in the air. Butterfree's guardian was killed instantly before he could even flap his wings. Lin Fei stared at the falling Butterfree. Butterfree, its specific information appeared in front of him. Sprite, Butterfree, Bug and Flying. Strength, LV.19, High-Level Novice. Features, Compound Eyes. With Compound Eyes, the hit rate of skills increases by 30%. Awakened skills, Wind, Telekinesis, Poison Powder, Paralysis Powder, Hypnotic Powder, Illusion Ray. Qualification, Professional. High-level novice Butterfree guards, so these Butterfrees are indeed of a higher level. Looking at the defeated Butterfree, Lin Fei estimated in his mind. If all these Butterfrees are defeated, the points will probably be around 180 to 300. It is really a direct wave of sudden wealth. But this kind of sudden wealth is probably only Lin Fei in the entire Eastern Secret Realm. The new Pokémons captured by other candidates do not have this ability. Butterfree cannot fight. Your Zeraora has gained 380 experience points. The movement of the first Butterfree's guard quickly attracted the attention of other Butterfrees. The second, third, and more Butterfrees stuck their heads out from the tree canopy. Hey! I1/2. Zeraora was nimble in jumping back and forth between the trees. With the advantage of being able to float, it was more flexible than the flying Butterfrees in such a place. Lightning. Thunder Fist. Thunder Fist. Split. It was killing like crazy. Zeraora turned into golden lightning and raged back and forth. Lin Fei hurriedly followed it for fear that the record sheet would not record it. Butterfree cannot fight. Your Zeraora gained 360 experience points. Butterfree cannot fight. Your Zeraora gained 340 experience points. Butterfree cannot fight. Your Zeraora gained 380 experience points. Points plus 8. Points plus 7. Points plus 9. After 7 or 8 Butterfrees were all killed instantly by Zeraora, the strongest Butterfrees in these tribes finally realized that something was wrong. The guy who invaded their territory this time was too strong. As for the desert dragonflies flying high in the sky, they didn't know it yet because they had restrained their breath and didn't expose themselves. They flew to the top of the sky, and screamed AA from their mouthparts, summoning all the Butterfrees to come out. Watching Butterfrees fly out of the tree canopy one by one, all flying densely to the tree canopy, and some of the scale powder unique to insect elves fell when they flapped their wings. Lin Fei's scalp was a little numb, knowing that they were going to use their tribe's ultimate move. Sure enough, under the call of the leading Butterfrees, dozens of Butterfrees simultaneously used poison powder, paralysis powder, and hypnotic powder to pour down all at once. Purple, brown, and green powders poured down like a flood, ready to cover the sky and the earth. They covered the entire orchard. This is the ultimate move that Butterfree relies on for survival. No matter how fast you are, they directly cover the entire 280 orchard. Poison powder, paralysis powder, hypnotic powder, you will get hit by one, right? Reality is not like in the game where you will only fall into an abnormal state. Zeraora. Lin Fei was afraid that Zeraora would kill too much and forget to tell it, so he shouted at it. Fortunately, Zeraora pulled back when those Butterfree gathered and retreated to Lin Fei's side. Purple, brown, and green powder rushed towards Lin Fei and his elves, densely packed, like countless small insects, breathtaking. But the next second, the desert dragonfly that had been waiting for a long time in the sky no longer concealed its breath, and the powerful pressure of the gym owner level dragon elf suddenly suppressed it. Along with the blazing roaring tiger and the metal monster, Zeraora, Lin Fei was slightly affected, not to mention the Butterfree tribe that was mainly targeted. Yi! 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 Dozens of Butterfrees panicked. Such a strong enemy is really rare in life. Even the Butterfree leaders were panicked under the pressure of the desert dragonfly's powerful aura. The desert dragonfly's wings vibrated at an extremely strange frequency. And an invisible wave rushed towards the poison powder and paralysis powder like a wave. Puff puff puff. The overwhelming powder was immediately hit by the ultrasonic wave and disappeared without a trace. This is simply bullying, a dimensionality reduction attack. The Butterfrees that were hit no longer listened to the leader's orders, and ran around in the orchard in a disorderly manner. Zeraora, go! Lin Fei waved his hand, and it was time to harvest points. What did you say? The rules stipulate that points can only be obtained by defeating the opponent with a newly conquered Pokémon? Aren't all of these defeated by Zeraora? As for the ultrasonic wave just now, that has nothing to do with Zeraora. Who let Lin Fei have a desert dragonfly that has reached the gym leader level and is still obedient? Other candidates don't have such a Pokémon. Their main Pokémon is at most elite level. But the skill strength of elite Pokémon can't copy Lin Fei's operation. Others challenge Pokémon one by one to gain points. When it comes to him, they come in groups. What can you compare with Lin Fei? So, Lin Fei's points, which had been quiet for more than 2 days, once again surged at an even more terrifying speed. Under the stunned eyes of countless candidates, he kicked Kong Yuyu, who was firmly suppressing everyone, with an extremely arrogant and unreasonable fierce posture. So far, the first place in the national examination area ranking has changed hands for the first time. 073 encounter, points break historical record. Lin Fei's Zeraora did not defeat all those Butterfree. According to Lin Fei's instructions, it left a few Butterfree that had not lost their ability to fight. This location was discovered by the girl Zhang Manman, and Lin Fei got a bargain this time. And his points have already topped the list. He himself did not expect that there were several Butterfrees in the Butterfree group that had reached the initial professional level, and defeating one would earn 20 points. So the points gained were more than 100 more than expected. That's why he kicked Kong Yuyu out directly. Although his cheating was unfair to other candidates, in the face of the temptation of the task reward, who would care so much? After kicking Kong Yuyu out, Lin Fei's side quest 20 was completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully topped the points ranking list, and completed 20 side quests. You have obtained a gold level experience crit card. Gold level experience crit card, after use, all Pokémons defeated within an hour will gain 10-20 times the experience crit. Cool. After seeing the effect of the gold level experience crit card, Lin Fei clenched his fists excitedly. This is simply an enhanced version of the silver level experience crit card. From 10 minutes to 1 hour. Lin Fei looked at Zeraora. It seems that he can find time to completely raise Zeraora's level next. The same is true for the red flame roaring tiger and the metal monster. As for the desert dragonfly, Lin Fei shook his head. The level of the desert dragonfly. Too high. In this eastern secret realm, the experience it gains from defeating wild Pokémon is pitifully small. Lin Fei tried. Let the desert dragonfly, who has reached the initial level of the gym owner, defeat a Pokémon at the initial level of the novice level, but the result was that he didn't even get 1 point of experience. I1/2 EE superscript 1 I1/2. Zeraora came out of the orchard with great excitement. This time it had a good fight. It also enhanced its combat awareness. Well, you did a great job. Lin Fei never hesitated to praise his elf companions. After praising them, he took out the elf ball. Everyone is great, come back and have a good rest. Roaring Tiger and Metal Monster too, they will be busy next. I1/2 E I1/2. Meow. I1/2 E I1/2. In fact, Metal Monster wanted to ask if he could get 2 more Fixie energy cubes, but when he saw Zeraora, who had contributed the most this time, Law didn't make a sound, so it couldn't make a sound either. The Metal Monster's red and black eyes stared at Zeraora, thinking in its heart that it seemed that it would have to instill the compensation concept in Zeraora in the future. The greedy monster regarded the need for more energy blocks for work as a compensation concept, but this time it had no choice but to give up. 3 red energy lines shot out. Lin Fei took back the 3 elf companions. Woo! Only the desert dragonfly stayed outside to ask Lin Fei. Lin Fei knew what it was asking, and nodded immediately. Well, you send a signal to let them come over. According to the so-called plan agreed before. After Lin Fei finished his work, he asked the desert dragonfly to use the dragon roar as a signal. As the dragon roar of the desert dragonfly sounded, soon, Zhang Manman and the other 2 were brought over by their elves. There was more doubt in their eyes when they looked at Lin Fei. Obviously, they had seen and heard the movement in the orchard before. There was no way. The purple, brown, and green powder that poured down from all directions could be seen from a long distance, giving people goosebumps. You can go now. I have something to do, so I'll go first. Under their gaze, Lin Fei had already turned over and rode on the desert dragonfly. Before leaving, he casually reminded, the Butterfree over there is no threat for the time being. You can do whatever you want. Desert dragonfly, let's go back to the supply station. Aang! The desert dragonfly rose again, its wings vibrated, and its body soared into the sky, and soon disappeared into the sky with Lin Fei. Zhang Manman and the other 2 girls didn't say anything. Since Big Boss Lin Fei said so, they would go over and see what happened. I don't know what Big Boss Lin Fei meant by do whatever you want. However, when they walked into the orchard with the elves, they saw an unforgettable scene. The next moment, the excited screams of the 3 girls rang out from the orchard. Ding! Side Quest 21 released, keep the first place in the points ranking for 3 days, quest reward, location of Steel Stone. Ding! Side Quest 22 released, help Metal Monster complete evolution, quest reward, ability enhancement card. Lin Fei had just walked into the supply station when the side quest was refreshed. Keep the first place for 3 days, isn't this what I was supposed to do? After a pause, he saw that the quest reward was Steel Stone. In this world, there are all attribute essences, attribute stones, and secret treasures of 18 attributes. Steel Stone is naturally one of the secret treasures that steel spirits can absorb, and it can be absorbed by metal monsters. After absorbing it, it should be able to evolve, right? So, the reward for side quest 22 is also free. Thinking that he can get 2 quest rewards for free soon, Lin Fei's mood suddenly became better. And the candidates in the supply station saw Lin Fei coming and were puzzled. Why did you come back so soon? Did you fail? People are like this. You can live well, but you can't live better than me. At least the fact that Lin Fei took out the shiny metal monster had already been exposed and spread in the supply station No. 05. Hehe, there is nothing great about having a shiny elf. He came back so soon. Isn't it a failure? The Butterfree tribe is very difficult to provoke. The four of them dared to go there. It is obvious that they were very defeated and came back. Say less. At least he has the courage to go there. It is only a matter of time before such a big guy takes off. No one dares to go up and ask his name. Maybe he has already been on the list. Wait, he went to the two girls. The hall of the supply station is very large. Some candidates watched Lin Fei walk in from a distance and discussed among their group of candidate friends. As a result, they saw Lin Fei walking straight towards the two girls who had just arrived at the supply station No. 05 not long ago. When the two girls just came over, many candidates went over to ask if they wanted to form a team. As a result, they learned that one of them was a big guy in the top 20 of the national test area rankings. The other one was also in the top 200. All those who wanted to form a team were rejected without exception. After seeing Lin Fei also walked over, the examinees immediately watched the show and prepared. Hehe, the top 20 big guys in the national examination area rankings, even if your main elf is a shiny metal monster, they will not pay attention to you. Ha ha ha, shiny metal monsters, they must have been awesome in the past, but unfortunately the rules of this elf exam have been changed, and it was changed by His Majesty Lin Ran himself, just to make it more fair. Don't chat here, form a team, there are a few monkey monsters 3 kilometers to the west, and 3 people are needed. Lin Fei didn't expect that he would see Su Hongzi after returning to the No. 05 supply station. He was still very happy to see his girlfriend. Originally, he thought it was difficult to meet in the Eastern Secret Realm. So he took a step and walked towards Su Hongzi. At this time, Su Hongzi was chatting with Rong Xin. Oh, Lin Fei told me that his favorite number is 5. I feel like he should be at the No. 05 supply station. Su Hongzi hugged her good friend Rong Xin's arm, blinked her big gem-like eyes, and continued in a playful tone, just help me, it's boring waiting here alone, and people always come up to me to form a team, it's so annoying. Su Hongzi. Rong Xin pulled out her arm, stretched out her index finger and tapped Su Hongzi's forehead, and said unhappily, I think you've been fooled by love. This is the Pokemon exam. Lin Fei likes the number 5, but it doesn't mean he will definitely be at the No. 05 supply station. He must be looking for wild Pokemon everywhere, otherwise how do you think his points just skyrocketed? After Rong Xin finished speaking, she seemed to feel that her voice was a little loud. Why did she feel that everyone in the hall was looking at her at once? She subconsciously shut up and looked up. It didn't matter that she looked at her, she just happened to see Lin Fei walking over. Rong Xin. Well, it seems that Su Hongzi is really right. Lin Fei is actually at the No. 05 supply station. It seems that I'm going to eat this bowl of dog food. Rong Xin silently gave up her seat. Su Hongzi was wondering why Rong Xin walked away. She was reaching out to pull Rong Xin, but unexpectedly, a hand next to her pulled towards her hand, and it seemed that she was about to touch her hand. Su Hongzi subconsciously prepared to stand up and back away. However, the voice of the owner of this hand made her beautiful eyes suddenly shine. Where are you going? I thought you were looking for me. Seeing that Su Hongzi's hand did not retract. In the wide eyes of the other candidates in the hall, Lin Fei grabbed Su Hongzi's soft and boneless hand and held it tightly in his palm. Da-da! Lin Fei. The extremely surprised Su Hongzi hadn't seen Lin Fei for 3 days. This time she came to the No. 05 supply station to try her luck. Unexpectedly, she really waited for Lin Fei. The little girl couldn't help it immediately. She even forgot to be shy, stood up, turned around and threw herself into Lin Fei's arms, greedily sniffing Lin Fei's scent. Crack! 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 The hall seemed to be filled with the sound of broken glass. Rong Xin looked at the reactions of the candidates around her. She seemed to feel a little better. Humph, let you all look here, this wave of dog food is delicious, right? Many candidates looked at each other in surprise. Those candidates who had the courage to discuss before now dared not say a word. Because everyone heard Su Hongxi's name. She called that candidate Lin Fei. Who is Lin Fei? Here, raise your wrist and open the national exam area rankings. The number 1 on the scoreboard is. No wonder he brought a flashing metal monster, it turned out to be this great god, then it's okay. It was a pleasant surprise to meet Su Hongxi at the No. 05 supply station. The next step was for Lin Fei and Su Hongxi to search for wild elves together. Rong Xin left. As a qualified tool man, Rong Xin clearly knew that it was time for him to retire. Well, actually when he came to the No. 05 supply station, Rong Xin met other friends he knew not far away. Since staying here means eating dog food all the time, Rong Xin thought this was too much of a bully for singles. If you can't afford to offend, can't you just hide? So she went to find her friend to form a team. Su Hongxi also learned that Lin Fei would keep the first place in the points ranking in the next few days, with money, and she said without hesitation that she would help. Lin Fei naturally didn't need her help. After all, Ziraura is so powerful. At the same stage, they crushed and killed each other. Su Hongxi's shocked expression when she saw Ziraura for the first time, and Lin Fei took the opportunity to take out his mobile phone to take a photo. Su Hongxi's red lips were slightly open in the photo. Although her eyes were a little confused, she looked very cute. For this reason, Su Hongxi blushed and acted like a spoiled child in Lin Fei's arms for a long time. But in the end, Lin Fei still couldn't delete the photo. On August 5 and August 6, all candidates could see through the changes in the points of the national test area rankings that Kong Yuyu, who ranked second, seemed to be crazy and wanted to catch up. Want to suppress Lin Fei, who is ranked first in the points ranking list again. From the point gap between Li Wangxiang, who is ranked third, and Kong Yuyu's madness is very effective. But effectiveness does not mean usefulness. The point gap between her and Lin Fei, who is ranked first, has not narrowed. On the contrary, it has widened. On August 7, the penultimate day of the practical trial of this ELF exam, Kong Yuyu's points change stopped rising wildly. After reaching 1,400 points, the increase basically stopped. In the actual trial of the ELF exam in history, very few people can reach more than 1,000 points. Not to mention 1,400 points. And in this practical trial, only newly captured elves can be used to defeat wild elves to count points. It was not so difficult before. Looking at Lin Fei's 2060 points, it seems so unreal. It broke the historical record. 074 Find the Steel Stone, Evolve Metagross. I discovered something, this actual combat trial. The awesome ones are really awesome, the unsuccessful ones are really unsuccessful. Indeed, we worked so hard to get only 200 or 300 points, and there are actually 3 of us who broke 1,000 points, and 1 broke 2,000 points. I was hit so hard that I doubted my life a little bit. I feel great to witness the birth of 2,000 points, ha 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 ha, I just don't know which elf university will recruit the top-ranked Lin Fei. This kind of people are all scrambling for it, it depends on which elf university offers higher conditions, hee hee. Tisk tisk, the gap is so big that I can't even feel jealous. On the afternoon of August 7, a large number of candidates gathered in the 10 supply stations in the Eastern Secret Realm. These candidates have been busy for a week. Now they are in the supply station, resting and sharing their own experiences, while waiting for the arrival of the last day on the record sheet. The last day. It is also the most intense stage of this ELF examination practical test. Because you can start a points challenge. For candidates who are ranked ahead of you but you don't accept it, you can challenge. This challenge can not only use newly captured elves. The most important thing is that the original main elves can also be used. Everyone has the right to challenge others. But when you lose to the opponent, half of the points will also be lost to the opponent. It can be expected that there will be a large number of invitations to fight at various supply stations tomorrow. The score changes on the national exam area rankings are not over yet. Unlike other candidates who have already rested and waited, Lin Fei and Su Hongzi, the young couple, did not stay in the supply station. They were sitting on the back of the desert dragonfly. The purpose was to fly directly to the north of supply station No. 06. If they could encounter wild elves along the way, it would be just right for Su Hongzi's hunting swallowtail butterfly to defeat them and get points. As for Lin Fei, he was no longer needed. 2 hours ago, the system light screen popped up a prompt. Ding! You have successfully maintained the first place in the score ranking for 3 days, and the side quest 20 has been completed. You have obtained the location of the steel stone. The location of the steel stone, 135 kilometers north of supply station No. 06. So, Lin Fei took Su Hongzi to the destination. The desert dragonfly is very large, and it can fly normally even if it carries 280 more Su Hongzi. But the speed is not that fast. Even so, after spending more than 2 hours, it still arrived at the destination. It looks like there is a huge mine below. Lin Fei looked at the steel stone prompt again. This is already within 1 kilometer of the steel stone prompt location. Steel stone location, 465 meters deep into the mine after landing. I see, the prompt after 1 kilometer has been changed to meters. Lin Fei, sitting on the back of the desert dragonfly, looked at the mine below. From the direction deep in the mine, he vaguely heard the roar of some wild elves. This is probably the base camp of ground and rock elves. I really want to use up that gold level experience crit card quickly, which lasts for 1 hour and gives 10-20 times the experience crit. Thoughts turned in his mind. That gold level experience crit card is very useful. In order to maximize the benefits, Lin Fei suppressed the idea in his heart. The level of wild elves in the Eastern Secret Realm is too low. It would be a waste to use that level of crit card here. After all, the desert dragonfly can't get any experience here. Land, desert dragonfly. Lin Fei patted the desert dragonfly's back with his palm. Woo! The desert dragonfly, having received the instruction, hummed downwards, and the frequency of its wings' vibrations significantly decreased, slowly descending from a height of dozens of meters. The strong wind caused by the vibration of its wings blew the flying dust and sand below into a frenzy, and Lin Fei took out the pokeball and released the metal monster. Metal monster, get to work. He didn't want the flying dust and sand to fall on him and Su Hongzi. Because of the environment, it was useless to let the desert dragonfly fan away with its wings, but it would cause even bigger sand and sandstorms. This kind of place is best suited for superpowers. I 1/2 agree I 1/2. The metal monster was most happy to do this kind of thing. This is much easier than fighting. Facing the flying dust and mud, its eyes lit up, and the surge of superpower blocked all of them 2 meters away, unable to advance any further. The flying dust and mud surrounded Lin Fei in a semicircle, and finally fell down helplessly. No wonder they say that psychic elves are like fish in water in the secret realm. Fake, it's really convenient. Su Hongzi looked at all this and was very yearning for psychic elves. I wonder what kind of psychic partner she can conquer at that time. I 1/2 I 1/2 I 1/2 agree I 1/2. Hearing Su Hongzi's praise, the metal monster waved its 2 steel claws immediately, as if to show its strength. Then the black and red eyes looked at Lin Fei, waiting for Lin Fei's next words. Don't praise it. The reason why I came so far today is to improve this guy's strength. I must let him work harder. Lin Fei took back the desert dragonfly and let it rest. He ignored the metal monster's eyes that wanted the Fixie energy cube, but his words made the metal monster excited. So this trip was specially for it. That's great. Can the strength be improved rapidly again? This seems to attract it more than the energy cube. I 1/2 agree. I 1/2 With this thought, the metal monster was immediately full of motivation. Seeing Lin Fei hurriedly expressed his determination. Leave all the dirty work to me, I'm not afraid. Hehe, it's so interesting. Looking at the funny metal monster, Su Hongzhi covered her mouth and chuckled. At this moment, the ground more than 10 meters away suddenly collapsed. An armored rhinoceros drilled out from underground. It was trying to learn the skill of digging holes, and it dug here and drilled out, just in time to meet Lin Fei and his friends. Roar! The stranger and the strange elf appeared in his field of vision, and the armored rhinoceros growled vigilantly. I 1/2. The metal monster looked over first. Was this its first enemy? But Lin Fei stopped it. Lin Fei looked at the armored rhinoceros, which was only LV.19. Hongzhi, do you want to let your hunting swallowtail butterfly try? This trip was originally intended to let Su Hongzhi get some more points. This LV.19 armored rhinoceros is just right, with a combination of ground and rock attributes. The grass-type skills possessed by the hunting swallowtail can restrain it 4 times. Yet, Su Hongzhi has released the hunting swallowtail. Both sides quickly set up their positions. Hunting swallowtail, come on, use the wind. Su Hongzhi, who was commanding the elves in battle, was different from usual. Usually, she was shy and well-behaved in front of Lin Fei, but at this moment, she put aside these 2 emotions and looked somewhat heroic when commanding the battle. In the environment of the mine, the evening sunset glows shine through the clouds, adding a strange brilliance to Su Hongzhi, making her particularly attractive. Lin Fei acted as a spectator on the side, while the metal monster was responsible for alerting the surroundings. The hunting swallowtail flapped its wings desperately, raising the flying sand. The metal monster used its superpowers to ensure that Lin Fei and Su Hongzhi were not affected by the flying sand, and the armored rhinoceros on the opposite side would not be affected even more. It has the rock element, which makes it resistant to flying skills. In addition, its thick skin and armor-like skin make it look down on the hunting swallowtail butterfly. Suddenly, it felt a sharp pain in its eyes. This doesn't seem to be just a wind. In the yellow-brown flying sand, green powder was mixed in at some point. This is the scale powder of the hunting swallowtail butterfly. Su Hongzhi was directing it to use the wind to lure the armored rhinoceros to be happy, and then let the hunting swallowtail butterfly use the silver whirlwind. Roar! The sharp pain made the armored rhinoceros realize that it seemed to have been fooled, and it raised its 2 front feet and stomped hard on the ground. The heavy body broke the ground under its feet. More than a dozen broken stones were thrown. Under the traction of the armored rhinoceros skills, these broken stones rushed towards the hunting swallowtail butterfly. Rock element skills, shoot down. However, the hunting swallowtail butterfly was no longer there. When it appeared again, it was already behind the armored rhinoceros. Successful, hunting swallowtail butterfly, use super absorption. Su Hongzhi clenched her pink fists excitedly, and the mouth parts of the hunting swallowtail butterfly were thrown out, and several emerald green energy chains tightly entangled the armored rhinoceros. Super absorption, start. 4 times restraint. The armored rhinoceros struggled to get away, and only had time to roar before losing the ability to fight, and finally fell heavily. Awesome! Su Hongzhi, who returned to Lin Fei's side, looked over at the first time and saw Lin Fei's smiling eyes. She seemed to have returned to the shy girl who was originally heroic and clean in the battle. Facing the praise of her lover, she couldn't help blushing. However, the roar of the armored rhinoceros seemed to have caused a chain reaction among other wild elves in the mine, and more roars continued to come from the depths. After a while, a lot of sand and dust flew up from the depths of the mine, and the ground was vibrating, as if many heavyweight elves were running at the same time. This is probably the tribe of the armored rhinoceros. This mine is the territory of the armored rhinoceros tribe, and now all the other armored rhinoceros are coming here. Lin Fei. The armored rhinoceros in reality are much more terrifying than animal rhinoceros. When these wild armored rhinoceros run, their weight and strength are enough to make girls like Su Hongzi subconsciously feel scared. It seems that the armored rhinoceros you just defeated should be of extraordinary status, but they come together to deal with it together. The next moment, Lin Fei threw the desert dragonfly's poke ball. The model worker desert dragonfly is online again. In less than half a minute, more than 20 armored rhinoceroses appeared in front of the two. Even if the armored rhinoceros is lying on its back, it is 1.5 meters tall. So many armored rhinoceroses rushing over at the same time are so powerful that the ground shakes and the sand and dust surge. Desert dragonfly, quicksand hell. In front of the owner-level desert dragonfly, no matter how much sand and dust there is, it is useless. Once the quicksand hell appears, all the sand and dust become part of the quicksand hell. The ground was soft, and the ground within a radius of 500 meters turned into quicksand. It was like a sea of quicksand. It swallowed all the armored rhinos in an instant. 10 minutes later, Lin Fei found the secret treasure worth tens of millions of yuan, the steel stone, in a cave deep in the mine. The attribute stone is twice as big as the attribute pure crystal. It is almost the size of a whole fist. The metal monster was the most excited to find the steel stone. It has the attribute of steel, and the steel stone has a fatal temptation to it. Don't look at it, it's for you. Take a few photos of the steel stone in your hand, and Lin Fei threw it to Jin. The metal monster screamed, and the moment the steel stone touched it, it turned into a torrent of steel color and poured into the metal monster's body. Your metal monster has obtained the steel stone. Your metal monster is ecstatic. Your metal monster has gained 800,000 experience points. The level of the metal monster has been raised to LV.35. The level of the metal monster has been raised to LV.36. What? The appearance of the metal monster? Boom! After the torrent of steel color was absorbed by the metal monster, it finally evolved. Superpowers and electromagnetic forces grew wildly in its body. A wave of energy waves spread around with the metal monster as the center. Lin Fei pulled Su Hongzi back a little further. When they retreated to the front of the desert dragonfly, the influence of this wave of waves dissipated. When he looked at the metal monster again, it had already evolved into a giant gold monster. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully helped the metal monster complete its evolution, and you have obtained the ability enhancement card. Shiny Metagross. The elf with the strongest brain. Inside the No. 03 supply station. All the candidates gathered at the entrance of the hall, tiptoeing to look into the distance. There, a Bulbasaur was slowly walking. Dong dong. Every time Bulbasaur moves forward, it will leave deep footprints on the ground. And next to the big flower on the back of Bulbasaur, there sat a girl who exuded a cold and aloof aura. It was such a girl, but no one among the many candidates present dared to underestimate her. She was Kong Yuyu, who had been ranked first in the score list for several days. I originally thought that the actual combat test of this Pokémon exam would be a competition between our Imperial City exam area and the Magic City exam area, but I didn't expect. Yes, I didn't expect that the strongest dark horse would be Lin Fei from the Star City exam area, and he was also the top scorer in the written exam. If he is not defeated, he will become the candidate with the strongest score in the history of the Pokémon exam, which is something that has never happened to our trainer students. When Bulbasaur carried Kong Yuyu to the door of the hall, the crowd automatically parted a path, and two teenagers came up. Yuyu, the points challenge will start tomorrow. At that time, everyone can use the main Pokémon. I have already found out that no matter how powerful Lin Fei is, he is only as strong as a desert dragonfly, which is definitely not your opponent. Yes, when you beat him, half of his points will belong to you, and you will be the record-breaking candidate. Lin Fei has a desert dragonfly, which everyone thinks has at least reached the middle level of the elite level, which is very strong. But Kong Yuyu's strongest main force is even stronger. So the two of them have full confidence in Kong Yuyu. 075 candidates gather, attracting everyone's attention. When she heard the name Lin Fei again, even the cold Kong Yuyu's face showed a trace of confusion. This time, the elf exam. Kong Yuyu participated with the idea of getting the first place. She has been a genius girl since she was a child. Among the young generation of the imperial capital. Who doesn't know Kong Yuyu's name? She was indeed well prepared. In the first round of written exam, she even scored a full score of 150. I thought she would definitely win the top spot in the written exam. Who knew that Lin Fei would appear at this time? He appeared out of nowhere with a written test score of 150 plus, even if she scored 150 points, she had to make way for him. However, the most important thing about the elf exam is the second round of practical trials. Even if the new rules are changed, Kong Yuyu is confident that she can achieve the highest score. It is not only Lin Fei who can think of using the main elves to assist the new elves to gain points. Other candidates also thought of this little bug. The same is true for Kong Yuyu. Her 1,400 points were actually achieved by using the main Pokémon to assist. And this time, she thought she was sure to win. But the result still gave her a slap in the face. The first place is still Lin Fei. Lin Fei's rise seems to be completely unconventional. Everyone's points increase in small waves, but Lin Fei is completely the opposite. Especially the first two times, each time the points increased sharply. After being ruthlessly suppressed twice in succession, Kong Yuyu now subconsciously thinks of tomorrow's points challenge when she hears Lin Fei's name again. Lin Fei, although I don't know what's wrong with you, they are right. The points challenge can use the original main Pokémon. This time, you will definitely not be able to get the first place again. Thinking 1,000 times, Kong Yuyu stood up from the back of Bulbasaur. The confidence in the points challenge in my heart is even greater than the previous 2 times. She stepped out from the back of Bulbasaur, who was nearly 3 meters tall, and the 2 whips of Bulbasaur were immediately placed under her feet, forming a downward whip bridge, allowing her to land steadily. Seeing Kong Yuyu taking back Bulbasaur, the 2 teenagers immediately greeted her with a smile. Walking beside Kong Yuyu with a lick of face, they walked through the crowd and entered the hall of the No. 03 supply station. Then the other candidates entered the supply station one after another. Then the supply station returned to its former bustle, and each candidate was bragging about sharing, waiting for the start of the points challenge. In the No. 04 supply station here the main members are candidates from the Magic City. The most eye-catching one is Li Wangxiang, who is ranked 3rd in the points ranking. The name of the young master of the Li family is also very famous among the young generation of Dragon Country. Originally, in this session, the young generation that the older generation of trainers are most optimistic about is Li Wangxiang, except for Kong Yuyu. At this moment, Li Wangxiang is betting on a Pokémon fight with a group of candidates at the No. 04 supply station. In the square outside the No. 04 supply station a large number of candidates are gathered here. There is a large open space in the middle. 2 candidates are directing their Pokémons to fight. On one side is the final evolution form of the 3 grass-type starter Pokémon, Turtle. On the other side is the soul-catching eye, Dark and Ghost. Led by Li Wangxiang, many candidates participated in this bet. Betting on which candidate and Pokémon will lose first. Dotai, use the leaf blade. Get out of the way, soul-snatching eyes, will use the stare. Dotai. The huge body of Dotai shook, and more than a dozen leaves like large blades flew out quickly, slashing towards soul-snatching eyes. However, soul-snatching eyes took advantage of its small body and flexibility to dodge Dotai's leaf blade, and then looked at Dotai. Its 2 crystal-like eyes lit up with a strange luster, staring. Tai. Because the strength of both sides was similar, Dotai was affected by the stare, and its defense was temporarily reduced. The trainer of Dotai realized the opponent's cunning, and immediately gritted his teeth, ready to let Dotai use rock blockade, which was the only rock-type skill that Dotai had learned. Soul-snatching eyes was too flexible and Dotai would suffer. It had been stared at once before, but it didn't expect to be stared at again this time. After its defense was weakened twice, Dotai was already in great danger. However, the opposing soul-snatching eyes and the candidate trainer did not give him a chance. When the Turtwig activated the rock blockade, soul-snatching eyes had come to the side of the Turtwig without knowing when, and split open with a claw and grabbed it fiercely. The huge body of the Turtwig retreated repeatedly because of the pain, and the rock blockade could no longer continue to condense. Soul-snatching eyes took advantage of the victory and won the gambling fight with a shadow sneak attack. Damn, are you kidding me? Tutai came as a grass-type starter Pokemon. How could he lose so quickly? What bad luck! I have lost the bet 3 times in a row. Alas, I won again. Haha. The candidate with the soul-snatching eye is ranked in the top 500 in the national test area rankings. Don't you know him? Damn, why didn't you tell me earlier? I bet on the wrong person. That soul-snatching eye is very strong. Indeed, I have never seen such a powerful soul-snatching eye. It should focus on the training speed, otherwise the speed would not be so fast. I seem to have learned something. Learning with the eyes does not mean that the brain will also learn. These are two concepts. Ha ha ha, we won, we won, we won again. Hurry up, don't cheat, and bring the voucher over. Seeing that the soul-snatching eye won, Li Wangxiang was overjoyed. While laughing, he quickly reached out to ask the participants in the bet to show their vouchers. These vouchers are recognized by everyone. Except for the secret realm, the transfer is based on these vouchers. As for cheating, I am afraid no candidate dares to cheat Li Wangxiang. Dare to lead the gambling fight in the Pokemon examination. Li Wangxiang is the first one. Kong Yuyu's ranking, Li Wangxiang's account. This is the characteristic of the two of them among the younger generation of trainers. Except for the 03RD and 04TH supply stations, the situation in the other 8 supply stations is mostly the same, all waiting for the notification of the opening of the points challenge. Time passed slowly. The sunset ended, and the dark night came as promised. The candidates waited nervously in the 10 supply stations. It was exactly 9 o'clock in the evening. All the record sheets of everyone received a message notification. Please note that from 6 o'clock in the morning on August 8, it is the time to enter the points challenge, and the actual combat trial will end at 6 o'clock in the evening. Everyone has a chance to invite others to fight. Please consider it carefully. This message notification was notified 3 times in a row. Make sure every candidate notices it. Soon, a sharp-eyed candidate noticed it. A new map appeared on the record sheet. After they opened the new map, they found a new ranking on it, which seemed to be the same as the national test area ranking. The difference is that they can click on the specific information of this ranking. When the first candidate clicked on the specific information of Lin Fei, the first in the national test area ranking, he was stunned. This turned out to be a positioning map. The first in the national test area ranking, candidate Lin Fei. Current location, Supply Station No. 01. Soon, the news spread like wildfire. Fuck. This is a fuss. Don't you mind watching the fun? Ha ha ha, the top 100 locations in the national exam area rankings are all transparent. This is a fuss. The new rules don't mention it. It was added temporarily. This time there's fun to watch. Let's fight. I was thinking before, if there is a candidate with more points but his main spirit is not as good as others, he will just hide and refuse to accept anyone's invitation to fight. What should we do? This new rule is probably specifically for this kind of thing. What we can think of is that the higher UPS have already. I just thought of it, don't worry. Please give me flowers. I'm in the Eastern Secret Realm, and I'm not on the national exam area rankings. I like to join in the fun. Look, most of the top 100 candidates on the national exam area rankings have left their original positions. You dare to go out in the secret realm so late, you must be strong. They are all going to the No. 01 supply station. Who is at the No. 01 supply station? What are they all doing there? Lin Fei is there, ready to show up. The candidates who can enter the top 100 in the national exam area rankings have all started to cultivate their main elves in advance, so they are full of confidence. These people have absolute confidence in themselves. They are afraid. They are afraid that if they go too late, Lin Fei will be challenged by others and lose points. That is the only terrifying score of over 2000 in the history of the elf exam. Who can defeat Lin Fei first? It means who can get 1000 points first. Plus their current points. As long as they refuse other people's challenges later, more than 1000 points can at least keep the top 5. So, even if it is already 9 o'clock in the evening, all kinds of evil and ghost spirits in the Eastern Secret Realm have come out, and it can't stop these candidates from going to the No. 01 supply station overnight. 0. Going late is a shame for yourself. I'm sorry for this opportunity. Lin Fei, in their eyes, has become a hot commodity. Everyone wants to go up and take a bite. It was 11 o'clock at night. On the big bed of room 05 of the No. 01 supply station. From time to time, 2 young playful voices came. Lin Fei, hee, good brother, don't scratch, I was wrong, woo woo woo. Hearing Su Hongzi's pitiful begging for mercy, Lin Fei stopped. His fingertips slid across the girl's long, black hair as delicate as silk, and finally pinched her upturned nose and taught her a lesson. Don't worry about anything tomorrow. I was originally worried about how to make them take the initiative to challenge me. Now don't worry about it. Just push them one by one tomorrow. Lin Fei smiled, with some expectation in his smile. I was originally thinking about when to use the gold level experience critical hit card, but now it seems tomorrow is just the right time to use it. Those people only know that his desert dragonfly is powerful, and they all guessed that his desert dragonfly was elite level mid-level before, but they didn't know that the desert dragonfly is already at the gym owner level. By the way, there is one person who knows, that is Chen Feng, whom he met when he conquered Ziraura, but Lin Fei estimated that Chen Feng from the Imperial Capital examination area did not tell anyone. It's very simple. Chen Feng has stepped on the pits and kicked the iron plates that Chen Feng has kicked. What reason does Chen Feng have not to let others kick them too? It's impossible that Chen Feng is the only one who is unlucky, right? That Luo Kexuan should have the same idea. Besides, in addition to the desert dragonfly, Lin Fei also has an evolved Metagross Sprite, Metagross, Steel and Psychic, Flash. Strength, LV.48, Elite High Level. Features, Eternal Pure Body, will not reduce its own abilities due to opponent's skills or features. Awakened skills, Slam, Electromagnetic Levitation, Telekinesis, Metal Claw, Chase, Bullet Fist, Miracle Eye, Mind Hammer, Ghost Face. Arm Hammer, Psychic Power, High Speed Movement, Light Wall, Comet Fist, Iron Wall, Shadow Clone. Qualifications, Champion. That's all. This is the specific information about the evolution of Metal Monster after absorbing the Steel Stone. The Quasi-God bloodline plus the champion level qualifications. After Metal Monster evolved into Metagross, it not only awakened the skills that it could awaken, but also learned Light Wall and Shadow Clone. Since you all want to challenge me, then, are you ready to accept the terror from the Quasi-God's final form? 076 You are so awesome, you almost beat me. The next day, August 8th. It was also the last day of the second round of practical trials for this year's ELF exam. Lin Fei did not get up early on purpose. Anyway, many of those people were coming for him. Since that's the case, then it doesn't matter if they wait a little longer. Su Hongzhi got up early, and the two of them fell asleep in each other's arms last night. Except for the last step, they did everything they should do. Su Hongzhi was still quite worried. After all, there were so many people who might challenge Lin Fei today. Although Lin Fei was awesome, he couldn't stand the other side's large number of people. However, after being worried about being taught a lesson last night, Su Hongzhi learned her lesson today. She just lay on the head of the bed, holding her delicate chin with her jade hand, and staring at Lin Fei with her watery eyes without blinking. At a certain moment, Lin Fei woke up faintly. What a sweet sleep! Seeing the girl staring at him, he reached out and pulled her over. He lowered his head and pressed it. Woo-woo! The girl widened her eyes. A few minutes later, the two who were eating the marrow of food parted their lips. The girl blushed and ran away shyly, preparing to wash up for Lin Fei. After washing up, the two slowly began to enjoy breakfast. There were also their elf companions, who were also enjoying it together in a room, but the appetite of the giant gold monster increased. After evolving, it can digest and absorb 4 Fixie energy cubes per meal. Fortunately, this thing was originally made by Lin Fei himself. He will be able to leave the secret realm this evening, and he will have enough by then. Food for elves is related to growth, so they can't just eat energy cubes. The supply station is specially opened for candidates, and the problem of balanced nutrition is naturally taken into consideration. In addition to energy cubes, there are also special dried fruits made from dried tree fruits, special elf drinks that can refresh enough, and indispensable moo-moo milk. When enjoying delicious food, you always don't feel the passage of time. 8 o'clock in the morning. The supply station No. 01 is full of candidates inside and outside. All of them are here to join in the fun and to find someone to challenge. Looking at the new map of the record table, most of the top 100 candidates on the national test area rankings are at the supply station No. 01. Some active candidates naturally want to come and take a look. They can't beat the big guys in full state. What if they have been challenged and their strength has been weakened? That's not necessarily true, is it? Maybe he can perform exceptionally well and win the battle, and then achieve a skyrocketing score. Many candidates have been waiting here since 6 o'clock. It's been 8 o'clock and there's still no sign of Lin Fei. There are more and more people. It's scary. I have a feeling that this year's elf examination will leave a strong mark in the history of Dragon Country. I came here on my King Swallow tonight. I can see Vietnam War candidates everywhere on the road. The candidates on the score list have been replaced one after another. It's really exciting. Why hasn't Lin Fei come out yet? So many people are waiting. That is to say, we are waiting to see the show. I don't know who will be the first to invite the challenge. Who will be the first to accept the challenge? Do you think it's a good thing to be the first to fight? Be careful of a capsize in the gutter. Lin Fei can get to more than 2,000 points, do you really think he has no strength? So what if he has strength? Don't forget which exam area he is from, Xingcheng. How can that place be compared with the main elves of candidates from places like the Imperial Capital, Magic Capital, and Pengcheng? What's wrong with Xingcheng? Aren't you guys from the Imperial Capital, Magic Capital, and Pengcheng suppressed by our big boss Lin Fei? What are you proud of? Are you getting cocky just because you have a little luck? Wait and see how that Lin Fei will be defeated. Have the guts to say that in front of that big boss. Don't be so rude, be rational, be rational. Among the people discussing, there are two people with more resentful eyes. That's Long Yaoi and Zhou Long. This elf exam is simply torture for the two of them. From the day he met Lin Fei, within an hour of leaving, Long Yaoi's team was simply unlucky, like the reincarnation of the plague god. Especially Long Yaoi. They found a cave with several orb silk spiders. They had been observing for a long time but didn't see any Alitos. As a result, several Alitos came in immediately after they entered. In addition, there were Zubat and Gulpbat in the deepest part of the cave. The light in the cave was very low. It was the home of Zubat and Gulpbat. Long Yaoi was bitten by a Zubat and bled a little. If he hadn't brought the intermediate energy liquid, I'm afraid he would have died there. Long Yaoi was like this, so his team was naturally not much better. Just going to that cave, the whole team was shattered. Zhou Long hit a rock when he was running away, his head was bleeding on the spot, and one of his arms was broken. The only thing to be thankful for was that Long Yaoi didn't give up on him. Still let him follow. After this incident, in the next few days, for some reason, the reputation of the two of them was ruined. Everyone said that following Long Yaoi would bring bad luck. This made Long Yaoi furious. There was no choice but to leave Zhou Long to help him run errands. Of the two of them, Zhou Long barely ranked 30th in the Xingcheng exam area rankings, mainly because he was injured and couldn't lead the elves to command the battle for a long time. Long Yaoi was not much better. While the two of them were unlucky, Lin Fei was soaring. There was even a flashing metal monster? How could they bear this? Hehe, Lin Fei, the higher you stand, the worse you fall. Those candidates from the Imperial Capital and the Magic Capital can't wait to grab all your points. There are also people who are completely opposite to these two. That is Chen Feng from the Imperial Capital exam area. Because Chen Feng lost to Lin Fei before, he didn't get any points in the past few days, so he is currently only ranked 10th in the Imperial Capital exam area. It is not his true strength level at all. But Chen Feng doesn't want Lin Fei to fail. On the contrary. Besides Su Hongzi, he was the one who hoped that Lin Fei could beat everyone in the face the most. The iron plate that Chen Feng had kicked, others should also kick it. Lin Fei, I hope you can try your best to shut those people up. I have nothing to say if I lose to you. The stronger you are, the more honored I am to lose to you. Chen Feng listened to the people around him discussing how many people Lin Fei could survive the challenge, and he was speechless in his heart, a bunch of idiots. Lin Fei's desert dragonfly is a museum owner level. Beside Chen Feng, there was a young man with a sly look in his eyes. Chen Feng, later you really don't want to fight? This is a great opportunity. Faced with their invitation, Chen Feng refused without hesitation and waved his hand. No, I'm not as good as you, just invite me to fight. Using him as a gun? Want to consume Lin Fei's spirit energy for Kong Yu in advance? Even if you do this, it's useless. A woman like Kong Yu won't even look at you for this kind of thing. Chen Feng shook his head secretly. I didn't pay attention to the two people anymore. He's out, he's out. Lin Fei is out. The originally noisy No. 01 supply station went crazy because of this sentence. All eyes looked at the corridor entrance of the supply station at the same time. Lin Fei smiled softly and walked out of the supply station hall slowly. He was holding Su Hongzi beside him. With thousands of eyes staring at her, Su Hongzi felt a little unnatural. She pursed her lips, but still mustered up the courage in her heart and stood bravely with Lin Fei. Lin Fei took her hand and squeezed it hard, then looked in the direction of Rong Xin in the crowd. Go to Rong Xin, cheer me up later. Yet. After Su Hongzi left, Lin Fei had 2 more pokeballs in his hand, and looked around. So many people challenged me, who should I challenge first? He rubbed his wrists, and then walked towards the square outside the hall. The side quests were refreshed and popped up in time. Ding! Side quest 23 is released, challenge 3 people and win, quest reward, teleportation skill card fragments. Ding! Side quest 24 is released, challenge 10 consecutive wins, quest reward, chance prompt card. Damn! Teleportation skill card fragments? Lin Fei was happy at that time. Although Metagross has psychic system, it lacks the most important skill of psychic Pokemon, teleportation. If Metagross learns to teleport, it will be even stronger. I didn't expect that the points challenge could have such a surprise, it was too unexpected. How about this, everyone bid? I don't have to challenge, I will challenge you if you pay, it's reasonable, 100,000 alliance coins per game. While saying this, Lin Fei thought that these candidates who came to challenge him were particularly cute. Such cute candidates should not mind being cheated of some money, right? Offering a bid? What kind of operation is this? All the candidates were confused by Lin Fei's words. Everyone looked at Lin Fei with a strange look. Is it because he knew he would lose, so why not take the opportunity to make some money? If he didn't accept the challenge once, his reputation would probably be ruined. So Lin Fei thought of such a way. Soon someone couldn't help it. Damn, so many points are fine. And such a beautiful girlfriend? I can't stand it. Immediately, the first candidate stood up. Lin Fei. It's just 100,000 alliance coins, I Zhongjun will give it. I know you have a very powerful desert dragonfly, but I'm sorry, my main elf is just right to restrain you. Come on, take out your elf. When this person stood up, someone among the candidates immediately recognized him. It was Zhongjun. I didn't expect him to be the first one to stand up. Zhongjun is ranked 76th in the National Examination Area rankings. His main elves are very strong. It is probably because the newly captured elves are not very good, so he only has this ranking. I also want to charge for the challenge. 1,000 is enough. Is there anyone who wants to challenge me? Now I can see Lin Fei's. WTF. National Quintessence, National Quintessence, National Quintessence. Zhongjun couldn't wait to take out his own elf, a geometric snowflake. It's an ice-type geometric snowflake, and it can float freely. No wonder Zhongjun jumped out first. The ice-type has 4 times the damage to the ground-type and dragon-type desert dragonfly. Of course, it was not the geometric snowflake that caused everyone to exclaim that it was the national quintessence. It was not the desert dragonfly that Lin Fei took out. It was a shiny Metagross. Have you ever seen Metagross? Yes. Shiny. What the hell? When shiny Metagross appeared, its white gold color was exposed to the sunlight and shone with golden light. All the candidates almost subconsciously took out their mobile phones to take pictures. The ones in front squat down a little, damn. We can't take pictures of the ones behind. Shiny Metagross, is it real? I thought it was just a rumor. Damn, Lin Fei is awesome. It's the first time I saw Metagross in person, and it's shiny, priceless. Didn't you say shiny metal monster before? How did it become Metagross? Boss Lin Fei, are you willing to buy this shiny Metagross? Forget it, just ignore what I said. 6. Can you afford shiny Metagross? You are dreaming. The style of the painting seemed to change all of a sudden. Even Zhongjun on the opposite side took out his mobile phone to take a picture. I won half. Seeing so many people taking pictures of him, Metagross was not shy at all, but posed to cooperate. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Fei threw a detection eye at the opponent's geometric snowflake. LV.46, mid-elite level, with the qualifications of a gym owner. It's pretty good. Okay, come on, let's fight. Knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in every battle. After reading the information of Geometry Snowflake, Lin Fei had no worries in his heart. But he still had to act out the drama later. What if he was too strong and scared the others away from the challenge? Wouldn't the loss be huge? Humph. Your shiny Metagross should have just evolved. At this point, Zhongjun had no choice even if he didn't want to challenge. Being restrained, he had to bite the bullet, otherwise he would lose face. Geometry Snowflake, use the freezing beam. Click. The geometry snowflake was like a snowflake that was magnified many times. It made a sound similar to a chain, and an extremely cold freezing beam blasted out from the center of its body. Hit the Metagross in front of everyone's eyes. I won half. The giant gold monster was shaken by this blow and almost fell from the air. It looked at the geometric snowflakes with surprise, as if it didn't expect the opponent to be so strong. Zhongjun was also stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect his geometric snowflakes to hit the opponent directly. Yes. My geometric snowflakes are very fast. Maybe I can turn defeat into victory? But the giant gold monster, whose play had already been performed, lit up his eyes. Telekinesis. Control. The next moment, Lin Fei also issued an order. Gold level experience critical hit card, use. Bullet punch. Bang. A sound of mirror breaking came from the body of Geometry Snowflake. It fell slowly. Geometry Snowflake cannot fight. With 10 times the experience crit, your Metagross gained 37,600 experience points. Crap! 30,000 for one. So cool! Lin Fei suppressed his ecstasy, and his face was surprised again. He looked at Zhongjun and suggested, "Classmate Zhongjun, right? You are really amazing, you almost beat my Metagross, but you can't be distracted in the battle. You see, you were distracted just now, and I defeated you in an instant. Remember to transfer money to me when you leave the secret realm. P.S. The third update, 12,000 words are here, please vote for the monthly ticket, and please vote for the evaluation. 077 Flashing Metagross is killing like crazy. Geometry Snowflake is an ice type. Although it is restrained by Metagross, why is it killed in one move? Zhongjun was a little dazed, feeling so unreal. In fact, among so many candidates present, there is probably not a single one who has really commanded the elves to fight against the final form of Quasi-Gods. I don't understand why Quasi-God elves are so rare and precious. In the same level battle, Metagross is higher than Geometry Snowflake, and the skills used can restrain Geometry Snowflake. It can't be killed in one move. What kind of Quasi-God is it? If it weren't for the fear of scaring other candidates, Lin Fei would have been unable to hold back. Zhongjun, who was already in a trance, was even more depressed when he heard Lin Fei's evaluation. I seem to have been really careless just now? Zhongjun couldn't help shaking his hands. Thinking back to the moment when the Metagross was teetering after being hit by a freezing beam from the Geometry Snowflake, he regretted it. Would he have won if he hadn't been careful? There was once an opportunity in front of him, but he didn't cherish it. Now that he has lost it, he regrets it. Isn't it regretful? Zhongjun's main Pokémon is this Geometry Snowflake. The other main Pokémon has not yet reached the elite level. Zhongjun is a person who is in a difficult position, but with so many onlookers at the scene, Lin Fei's words naturally cannot fool everyone. They looked in doubt. How could the Metagross be repelled by a freezing beam? But before everyone could come to their senses, another candidate ran up excitedly, took out a Pokeball and released the Pokémon inside. Lin Fei! I challenge you to. The white light dissipated. A humanoid Pokémon with 4 arms and more than 2 meters in height appeared. This is a superpower. A fighting-type superpower. Evolved from Goryeo, it has infinite strength. 15. The 4 arms allow it to sneak attack at any time during the battle. And it is a Pokémon that many trainers are not willing to encounter. It is Shi Xian, ranked 70th in the National Test Area Rankings. Facing the Quasi-God Metagross, is it okay to use superpower? It's not that simple. Shi Xian and I have encountered it before. The characteristic of that superpower is no defense. Under the influence of the origin rules of heaven and earth, if you encounter a Pokémon with no defense, unless you defeat it, you will always be defenseless. Defense influence, very annoying. So this is his plan. When the defenseless monster comes on the field, the monster uses skills. Lin Fei's giant gold monster can't dodge. The attack power of the monster is terrible. Fuck. Can you use this trick? Why didn't I think of it? Shi Xian got there first. Shi Xian didn't care when he heard the words of the candidates around him. He stared at Lin Fei opposite with eager eyes, and smiled without hiding. They are right, my monster has no defense characteristics, are you ready? Lin Fei raised his hand and looked at the record sheet. Half of Zhong Jun's points have been credited to him. His points have now exceeded 2300 plus. Seeing the wealth-giving boy Shi Xian on the opposite side, Lin Fei nodded immediately. When he saw that the monster learned the flame fist, Lin Fei had guessed what kind of tactics the opponent would probably use. Ready, let's get started. Shi Xian immediately gave an order to the power excitedly. Go ahead, power, use your maximum strength to perform the cross split. Boom boom boom. Power locked its eyes on the giant gold monster, activated its characteristic of no defense, stomped hard on the ground, leaving only spider-web-like cracks on the spot, and the power was already running towards the giant gold monster, with amazing power. Its two arms were placed in front of it to form a cross shape, showing white light. A chi-chi sound was heard in the air. Shi Xian stared at the rushing power. He was very excited. The cross split was not his real purpose. His real purpose was to let the other two arms of the power grab the giant gold monster and use the cross split as a cover. As long as the power can withstand the first attack of the opposite giant gold monster, he will be sure to defeat the opponent. Because no one knows yet, because of the relationship between the power's parents, his power has learned the fire fist. As long as the power can catch the Metagross on the opposite side, once the flame fist successfully hits the opponent, the balance of victory will definitely lean towards him. He has tested it in advance. The power can withstand the three psychic skills of the elite psychic elves. Shi Xian seems to have seen a lot of points waving at him. Metagross, the opponent is very strong, don't take it lightly. Lin Fei's face was solemn. The command made the Metagross use telekinesis. As soon as the superpower was activated, the power that was running towards him was directly suspended in the air. His legs kicked wildly, with nowhere to borrow power. How is it possible? Shi Xian broke the defense, he had tested it. How could this happen? The power was controlled by the Metagross telekinesis and thrown backwards fiercely. After this blow, the power did not lose its ability to fight. It lay there struggling and wanted to get up. Metagross immediately made up the knife. A bullet punch knocked the monster unconscious. Bailey can't fight, with 15 times the experience crit, your Metagross, LV.48, gained 54,000 experience points. Your Metagross level is increased to LV.49. I won half. After winning another game, the Metagross felt full of strength. The 4 steel claws couldn't help scratching, and the sound of metal colliding spread, making people's hair stand on end. Shi Xian also lost. But he was better than Zhong Jun, and made the Metagross use 2 moves. The non-defense feature didn't work at all. Oh no, it worked. The Metagross's telekinesis successfully fell 100% on the monster. Looking at the Metagross that was only 1 level away from the gym owner level, Lin Fei coughed and looked around. Are there any more people who want to challenge? Classmate Shi Xian, who knows that he is restrained by me, try not to come. Metagross is a Quasi-God after all. Damn, the second challenger Lin Fei was originally prepared to fight a few more rounds, but he didn't expect that Shi Xian had a monster force without defense characteristics. After all, the monster force has a fire fist that can restrain Metagross. In order to avoid accidents, Lin Fei can only let Metagross kill the opponent in seconds. Wait, Lin Fei, Shi Xian subconsciously called Lin Fei. He didn't use his monster force or fire fist yet. His tactics just started and ended. Classmate Shi Xian, Do you have other elves to challenge? Lin Fei looked over curiously, but let's make it clear first, the second elf will have to pay another 100,000 yuan for the challenge fee. Fuck. Shi Xian swallowed all the words that followed in frustration. Looking at Lin Fei with a big look in his eyes. If you lose, go down, let me take over. Another candidate who invited the challenge came on stage. This time, the candidate persisted for several moves, and even his powerful crocodile successfully hit the Metagross with 2 split attacks, making the Metagross shaky, and it seemed that he might win. But unfortunately, he was finally overturned by the Metagross. The powerful crocodile cannot fight, 11 times the experience, your Metagross, LV.49, gain 37840 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you successfully challenged 3 people and won, the side quest 23 was completed, and you got the instant teleportation skill card fragment too. 3 consecutive wins. Lin Fei couldn't help laughing, but it was a pity that the situation was not right. If it goes on like this, as long as 4 more side quests are completed, the instant teleportation skill card fragments can be collected into 10 pieces, and then the Metagross can learn to teleport. The next goal is to continue to complete 7 wins. Get the opportunity prompt card. In the first God level lottery, he got the chance interception card, and from then on, he won at the starting line by changing his fate. This chance reminder card should not be too bad, right? Soon, Lin Fei repeated the same trick. The 4th candidate who invited the battle came up. Swamp King cannot fight, with 14 times the experience crit, your Metagross, LV.49, gained 45920 experience points. Very good, the 4th candidate contributed tens of thousands of experience points. When the 5th candidate came on the stage, everyone's eyes lit up, because this person's elf was a Charizard. Fire and Flying Charizard. Restrain Metagross. When the battle started, this candidate had a trick. He let Charizard fly and change positions in the sky, so that Metagross's superpower would not catch it, and at the same time, he launched a long-range attack of jet flames at Metagross. The staff of the No. 01 supply station had to stand up and called a few elite psychic elves to form a barrier with superpowers. So the flames of Charizard were not flying everywhere. Lin Fei also had a way to deal with this tactic. He first let Metagross use high-speed movement to strengthen its speed ability to the peak. The opponent's Charizard could not keep up with the speed. Then it was telekinesis control. 2 telekinesis controls, and Charizard was thrown down hard. Finally, another bullet punch ended the battle. Win the 5th game again. Metagross was killing like crazy. In the end, it was no longer acting, and showed its true strength. But at this time, the candidates were already red-eyed, thinking that Metagross had fought so many games in a row, and its strength must have been greatly reduced. They all thought that they could defeat the opponent in the next 280 games. Their calculations naturally fell through. Lin Fei directly used the power of Evergreen to restore Metagross's physical strength remotely. When winning the 6th game, Metagross's level finally broke through the shackles between the elite level and the gym leader level. It stepped into the gym leader level of LV.50. When the examinees came to their senses, they were shocked to find that more than 20 people had already entered the arena. Lin Fei did not use the Metagross alone, but later changed to the Desert Dragonfly. The 2 elves fought back and forth, and won every game. Lin Fei's score also reached an astonishing 9,600. The strength of the 2 elves was naturally known by many examinees. But the atmosphere was set here. Even if it was really a gym owner level elf, they had so many people fighting in a round-robin battle. They should have won, right? At this time, the 2 teenagers from the Imperial Capital examination area next to Chen Feng finally couldn't help it. 9,006 points. This is simply an unprecedented score. The 2 looked at each other, and finally the thin boy with short hair went on stage first. There were other examinees who were originally going to go on stage, but when they saw this man, they felt cold in their hearts. It's over, there's no hope. This person is Kui Jing, who is ranked 6th in the National Exam Area rankings. In the Imperial Capital Exam Area, Kui Jing's strength is enough to rank in the top 3. If it weren't for seeing Kui Jing on the field, Chen Feng would have been unable to resist going up. The 2 elves of Lin Fei, the desert dragonfly and the metagross. No matter how powerful they are, it should stop here, right? This Kui Jing has been pursuing Kong Yuyu. This time he challenged Lin Fei, it should be because Kong Yuyu is coming soon, right? Thinking of this, Chen Feng raised his hand and opened the new map on the record sheet. Sure enough, he saw Kong Yuyu rushing to the No. 01 supply station. It's almost there. This Kui Jing made a good calculation. When Kong Yuyu arrived, he would just see him and Lin Fei's elves fighting. If Lin Fei can still win this battle. Chen Feng muttered in his heart. Looking at the nearly 10,000 points behind Lin Fei's name on the National Exam Area rankings, his scalp was numb. Looking at the powerful Lin Fei, in fact, regardless of whether he won or not, the many candidates present and Chen Feng from the Imperial Capital Examination Area were truly convinced. 078 refused the invitation to fight? Kong Yuyu was confused. We're here, the No. 01 supply station is Indiana front. A Kixie bluebird flew slowly from a distance. The elegant figure slowly landed near the No. 01 supply station. Shoo! Kong Yuyu stepped down from the back of the Kixie bluebird. She looked at the crowd of candidates on the other side of the square. She took a deep breath, took back the Kixie bluebird and walked over. No matter what, she must fight for the first place. Soundwave Dragon, Whirlwind Blade. Dragon Claw. Go! Ebe. In the sky, 2 flying dragons were confronting each other with terrifying momentum. The purple-black Soundwave Dragon roared first, and the bat wings on both sides slashed. From its sharp claws, it released a series of cyclone blades condensed with energy and slashed at the desert dragonfly. The air was slashed with a sharp chi-chi sound, and dozens of cyclone blades were indestructible and crushed the desert dragonfly on the opposite side. The desert dragonfly also roared. After fighting so many battles, its physical strength was now greatly consumed. The proud dragon roar shook the sky. Golden sandstorm particles rotated in the sky from time to time. The desert dragonfly's claws condensed into energy dragon claws more than 1 meter long, and it rushed into the dozens of cyclone blades without fear. The speed in the air was almost a green flash. As early as in the previous battle, it used the dragon dance to pull the speed and attack to the maximum level. No matter how sharp the cyclone blade is, it is as fragile as paper in front of the dragon claw. Swish, swish, swish. In the dark golden pupils of the Soundwave Dragon, the 2 dragon claws quickly enlarged. It passed by it fiercely, and it lost consciousness immediately. The purple-black flying dragon body fell from the air. It hit the ground with a dong sound, losing its ability to fight. The Soundwave Dragon cannot fight, with 20 times the critical hit. Your Desert Dragonfly, LV.54, gain 78400 experience points. Your Desert Dragonfly level is increased to LV.56. Roar! The Desert Dragonfly also fell to the ground, and its blood-red compound eyes were full of brutality, and the powerful feeling impacted the vision of every candidate. However, as Lin Fei's voice entered its ears, the violent breath of the desert dragonfly quickly receded. It turned into it acted like a well-behaved and obedient desert dragonfly. It flapped its wings, twisted its body, and brought up a strong wind on the field. It flew back to Lin Fei's side, put its head close to him, and waited for the master's praise. Woo ho ho! It was a little out of breath after fighting many games in a row. But every game was a win. Lin Fei reached out and rubbed the head of the desert dragonfly, affirming its performance just now. The message of the completion of the side quest also popped up on the system screen within his sight. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have completed the unprecedented achievement of breaking 10,000 points, side quest 25 is completed, you have obtained the fragments of the instant movement skill card 2. When Lin Fei accepted the challenge, the side quest was refreshed again. Side quest 25 is the achievement that allows him to complete the achievement of breaking 10,000 points. This point was completed after he defeated Kuijing and obtained half of Kuijing's points. In addition, there is also side quest 26, which allows him to maintain the achievement of over 10,000 points until the end of the actual combat trial, that is, until 6 o'clock in the evening. After so many battles with the giant monster, the desert dragonfly has consumed a lot of physical strength. Next, Lin Fei is no longer prepared to accept invitations. After all the tasks have been completed. As long as he refuses all invitations, the remaining task will be automatically completed at 6 o'clock in the evening. In this case, Lin Fei's eyes flickered, looking at the yellow sand wrapped in the superpower barrier, and patted the head of the desert dragonfly again. Remove the sandstorm in the venue E. Once the sandstorm starts, except for the ground and rock elements, other attribute elves will be affected to a certain extent. Under the effect of the desert dragonfly controlling the ground elements, the yellow sand quickly disappeared without a trace. Several staff members at the No. 01 supply station breathed a sigh of relief. The eyes looking at Lin Fei one by one revealed strange emotions. A candidate who brought a gym leader level elf to participate in the elf exam. This was the first time they had seen one. In order to maintain so many battles, the staff members were miserable. Several psychic elves were exhausted and panting. It was even harder than a direct battle. Kuijing, who had already taken back his sound wave dragon, came over and looked at Lin Fei with a little admiration, but this admiration was fleeting. Lin Fei, I admit that you are very strong, but you may not be able to continue to win the next battle. Kuijing stretched out his hand to tidy up his short hair, as if he meant something. At this time, other candidates naturally discovered that Kong Yuyu, who ranked second, had arrived at the No. 01 supply station. Your points have exceeded 10,000. Kuijing said to himself, with a smile on his face. He just stood up, and his purpose was not to beat Lin Fei at all. It was for the upcoming Kong Yuyu. But now you are definitely not Yuyu's opponent, which means that all your points will eventually help Yuyu. Lin Fei, thank you for your hard work. As soon as Kuijing said this, the other candidates seemed to feel something. Subconsciously, they made way. A tall girl stood behind, staring at Lin Fei in the field, and walked over slowly. Seeing this person, the candidates were moved. Then they smiled playfully. Hiss! Kong Yuyu is here. She just arrived at this time, and Lin Fei's elf is already in a bad state. A gym owner level desert dragonfly and a gym owner level giant gold monster, even if they are not in good condition, they should still be able to fight, right? Haha, let's fight, this is the strongest battle, right? I heard that Kong Yuyu's goal was to win the double champion in the elf exam and successfully ascend to the dragon, but she lost the champion in the written exam. Now let's see if she can win the first place in the practical trial. Boss Lin Fei can refuse, that's tens of thousands of points, if you lose, you will lose 5,000 points directly. If it were me, I would refuse. Hee. Listening to the discussions of the people around her, Kong Yuyu frowned slightly. She actually didn't expect so many people to invite Lin Fei to fight. Now she just arrived, listening to the discussions of the candidates around her, Lin Fei's elf is already in a bad state? She looked at Lin Fei in the distance. Kuijing and another boy hurried to her at this time. Yuyu, you are here. Kuijing smiled, and then continued to take credit, I just fought with Lin Fei with all my strength. His spirit is not in good condition now. If you challenge him now, you will definitely win. Another boy next to him also said, Yu, wait a little longer. I will challenge Lin Fei to further consume his spirit's physical strength. This boy's name is Cai Guang, and his figure is a little stronger than Kui Jing. Kong Yu did not respond to their words. Just as she was about to walk towards Lin Fei, she saw that Lin Fei had taken back the desert dragonfly and walked into the No. 01 supply station. Kong Yu's face changed slightly, and she hurriedly chased after him. Seeing this, Kui Jing and Cai Guang also followed happily. Not far behind Lin Fei, Kui Jing looked at Lin Fei with a gloomy face. Lin Fei, what are you doing? Are you running away without a fight? Yes, Lin Fei, Yu has arrived, and I haven't challenged you to a fight yet. 100,000, right? I'll give it to you after we get out of the secret realm. Cai Guang, afraid of missing the opportunity to show off in front of Kong Yu, he even took out the pokeball. Lin Fei saw this. How could he not understand the situation? No wonder Kui Jing just told him about the call. It turned out to be a dog. Seeing the real owner coming, he immediately took credit. But forget about using Lin Fei to take credit. He waved his hand, his footsteps did not stop, and he walked towards the main door of the hall while saying, no more fighting, the Pokemon is not in good condition. Lin Fei paused, especially the last battle with Kui Jing's Soundwave Dragon. His Soundwave Dragon is too powerful, I have to take my partners to have a good rest. Lin Fei refused. No more invitations. Doesn't that mean that the first place in the actual combat trial has been announced in advance? With over 10,000 points, no one can compare to Lin Fei. Kong Yu. The expression on her face was stunned, and then she slowly looked at Kui Jing. Rejected. Lin Fei actually refused. On the way here, she thought about defeating Lin Fei or being defeated by Lin Fei, but she never thought that Lin Fei would refuse to fight again. Then wouldn't her first place in the practical trial be ruined? Thinking of this, Kong Yu looked at Kui Jing with a look that wanted to slap him. Kui Jing, come on, I challenge you. Yu, I. Kui Jing never thought that things would turn out like this. Hurry up. Take out your second main elf. Kong Yu didn't care about anything else. She was so angry that she had no place to vent. What's wrong with Lin Fei refusing to fight? Other people's elves have consumed so much physical strength, why should they definitely fight? It's her fault that she didn't expect so many people to challenge Lin Fei, and it's her fault that she didn't come earlier. This Kui Jing is still hanging around in front of her, so she can only act as a punching bag. So, Kui Jing could only accept her invitation bitterly. Chen Feng, who was watching the excitement in the crowd, almost couldn't help laughing. This Kui Jing really deserved it. In a corner, Rong Xin looked at Su Hongzi with envy. Hongzi, winning more than 20 games in a row, what does this mean? More than 20 consecutive wins, I envy you so much, your Lin Fei is too strong. At this moment, Rong Xin felt that she might be finished looking for a partner in the future. With Lin Fei as a reference, she might subconsciously compare her requirements for finding a partner with Lin Fei. How can she find one? Yet, Lin Fei is very powerful. Su Hongzi never denied Rong Xin's compliments on Lin Fei. Looking at Lin Fei's figure, she suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shook Rong Xin's arm. Rong Xin, Lin Fei just fought so many games, I want to go over and take a look, how about you? Go ahead, love is more important than friendship. Rong Xin shrugged exaggeratedly. No one expected that the battle between Lin Fei and Kong Yu, which everyone had been looking forward to, would end like this. After Lin Fei left, all the candidates started to challenge each other. For a while, the outside of the No. 01 supply station became active again. Indistinctly, it seemed that Kui Jing's miserable voice could be heard. In order to vent his anger, Kong Yu challenged and defeated all of Kui Jing's elves. At this time, Lin Fei had returned to his resting room. The two elves, Desert Dragonfly and Metagross, were feasting on the feast that Lin Fei bought for them. LV.56 Desert Dragonfly, LV.55 Metagross. This was their huge improvement in the past hour. As for the end, Lin Fei could actually fight another game with Kong Yuyu. The status of Metagross and Desert Dragonfly was not that bad. After all, his evergreen power was silently replenishing and recovering them. However, for the sake of the coveted instant teleportation skill card fragments in the side quest, Lin Fei decided not to fight for the sake of safety. First, the time of the gold level experience critical hit card is also running out, and even if he wins, he will only get 3,000 to 4,000 experience points. Second, if he really loses, losing half of the points is a small matter, but failing the mission and not getting the instant teleportation skill card is a big deal. Instead of fighting, it is better to rest well in the supply station room in the next period of time. Isn't it nice to reward his elf partner? That afternoon, Kong Yuyu stayed in the supply station No. 01. She was unwilling to wait until Lin Fei came out before inviting him to fight. The result is also obvious. Lin Fei stayed in the room with Su Hongzi to rest, and didn't come out at all. At 5:30 in the evening, the Dragon Country Elf University admissions meeting was held as scheduled at the Dragon Country Elf Alliance headquarters to determine the final results of this year's elf examination. 079 Double Champion, Lin Fei. The annual Pokémon exam is related to the fresh blood of Dragon Country's future trainers, so the Dragon Country Pokémon Union headquarters attaches great importance to it. Half an hour before the end of the second round of practical trials of the Pokémon exam, a specialist will be sent by the Dragon Country Pokémon Union headquarters to discuss the final ranking with the principals of some Pokémon universities currently recognized by Dragon Country. Principals of various universities such as Tsinghua University and Peking University, Magic City Pokémon University, Zhejiang Province Pokémon University, etc. gathered together and expressed their opinions. This year's Pokémon exam results are beyond everyone's expectations. The principal of Zhejiang Province Pokémon University is a beautiful woman. She looked at the practical trial information sent back by the computer in front of her. Looking at the name of the candidate with a score of over 10,000, she smiled and looked at the other principals and said, as usual, this year's best candidate will be given priority admission to Zhejiang Province Pokémon University. Ahem. The principal of Tsinghua University and Peking University Shen Ruishan suddenly coughed twice, looked at the other principals who had made some changes, and took the initiative to propose, Principal Li, everyone can see Lin Fei's achievements. What I mean is, can we treat special students specially? Isn't he a special student? In the first round of written examination, the written test score of 150 plus broke the historical record. In the second round of practical trials, he got a score of over 10,000 points. Which principal can resist this? Originally, according to the default rules of previous years, the candidate who ranked first in the comprehensive score of the ELF examination was the top scholar, and each ELF university took turns to recruit him first. That is, sufficient recruitment conditions were offered in advance, and other ELF universities were not allowed to recruit him after the candidate agreed. This year, according to the rules, it was the turn of Zhejiang Province ELF University to recruit him first. But this year's candidate named Lin Fei. Not ordinary. The first place in the written examination, the first place in the practical trial. 283. Double Champions. There is another name for double champions, the Dragon Ascender. Being able to get double champions in the ELF exam. Prove that you have absolute real ability. For ordinary candidates in the ELF exam, getting one champion is already a great effort, and only those who can get first place in both rounds of exams can be called Dragon Ascenders. This kind of candidate is almost destined to have an extraordinary future. How could the presidents of other ELF universities be willing to let Zhejiang ELF University give priority to recruiting? Shen Ruishan's words immediately resonated with other presidents. Yes, President Li, let's see if we can take a long-term view on this matter. We can pay a certain price, but I hope President Li will agree to let our elf universities recruit Lin Fei at the same time. Everyone give the conditions you can give at the same time, and let Lin Fei choose who to choose in the end. Seeing that Zhejiang University had deprived Lin Fei of priority in recruiting Lin Fei in just a few words, Li Yunhan slammed the table. Pa! A palm print appeared on the more than 10 centimeters thick table. Then the whole tabletop broke with a click sound. The other principals smiled awkwardly and immediately stopped talking. Obviously, they knew that their request was not very reasonable. Li Yunhan's face was as cold as frost. He looked around. The aura of a high-level king burst out like the abyss, and finally fell on the principal of King Bei Elf University. He said lightly, Shen Ruishan, this year, your King Bei Elf University will not be able to enter the top 3 in the Elf Holy Grail competition. Just now, Shen Ruishan took the lead. The principals of other elf universities echoed. Li Yunhan naturally took the lead in targeting Shen Ruishan. Shen Ruishan's face was not very good either. Li Yunhan is the principal of Zhejiang Elf University. As soon as these words came out, it meant that in this year's Elf Holy Grail competition, the students of Zhejiang Elf University would specifically target the students of King Bei Elf University. Although King Bei Elf University is not afraid, being specifically targeted will seriously affect the competition results of their students. Suddenly, the door of the conference room opened. A young man walked in. His hair and eyebrows were light red, and after he came in, the temperature in the conference room actually rose significantly. When the young man came in, all the principals' eyes widened. I didn't expect that the commissioner sent by the Alliance headquarters this time would be him, Lin Ran. Your Majesty, the youngest champion of Dragon Country. What a headache! Principals, it seems that everyone has different opinions on the destination of this year's champion. Lin Ran walked slowly to the main seat and sat down, motioning the principals who stood up to greet him to sit down and talk slowly. Rubbing his eyebrows, Lin Ran didn't want to care about these things. But he was in an important position now, and he couldn't ignore it. Besides, this was a change in the rules of the elf examination that he personally intervened in, so some rules had to be conveyed by him in person to be most effectively implemented. Hello, Your Majesty. The principals of the elf universities took the initiative to greet him. Whether in terms of position or in reality, Lin Ran deserves their doing so. Lin Ran nodded to everyone. Li Yunhan immediately spoke up, Your Majesty, according to the rules of previous years, this student Lin Fei should be given priority to be admitted by our Zhejiang Province Elf University, right? Lin Ran looked at Li Yunhan, and it was indeed because of this matter that they quarreled. There is no way, the double champion is too scary. Even a person like Lin Ran who suppressed a generation could not compare when participating in the elf examination. Principal Li is right. Lin Ran first gave Li Yunhan affirmation. He looked at the other principals, and then continued, however, starting from this year, the recruitment method of the Pokémon University has changed. After the Pokémon examination, all Pokémon universities will put their own conditions and resources for trainer students on the table. Who recruits whom and who goes to which Pokémon university is entirely voluntary, and there will be no priority recruitment. Without waiting for Li Yunhan to ask, Lin Ran continued, in order to make up for the Pokémon University of Zhejiang Province, Principal Li will cooperate with me in the joint operation in the Taiping Sea Secret Realm in a month. The Taiping Sea Secret Realm is known as the largest Pokémon secret realm in the world. There have even been champion-level wild, fake, Pokémon in it. It's dangerous and terrifying, Li Yunhan was not prepared to give up easily. But after hearing that she could enter the Taiping Sea secret realm with Lin Ran, she chose to sit down. The other principals looked at Li Yunhan with envy. What are you looking at? This is the compensation from His Majesty, you don't have it. And even if it is a fair competition, my Zhejiang Province Elf University will not be afraid of you. I will definitely fight for classmate Lin Fei. Seeing that everyone was arguing again, Lin Ran hurriedly stopped them and said, "Okay, everyone, now let's start evaluating the final results of this year's ELF examination. First place, double champion, Ascender, Lin Fei, you have no objection, right? In this year's ELF examination, the first and second places are the least controversial." At 6 o'clock in the evening, when King Lu Penghua arrived at the Eastern Secret Realm with his hoodie, it meant that all candidates had completely finished the ELF examination. Under the instant movement of king-level hoodie, the candidates left through the secret gate in batches just like when they came in. Back to the square outside the secret hall of the real world. Ha ha ha, finally out. Oh my god, I almost died in there. The actual combat trial of the ELF examination is already the ELF secret realm with the lowest risk factor. Alas, my desk mate will stay in the Eastern Secret Realm forever. I don't know if my performance is valued by the ELF University. Although I am not ranked high on the score list, I have tried my best. I don't know how many candidates died. The death toll should be announced. After this, I will sleep for 2 days and 2 nights. No one can wake me up. Coming to the square and breathing the fresh air of the real world, all the candidates felt as if they had been reborn and were very excited. Lu Penghua, the person in charge of this ELF examination, and the presidents of the ELF Alliance associations in various cities, looked at these students and couldn't help but think of the time when they participated in the ELF examination. Lin Fei and Su Hongzi stood together. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have maintained your score of over 10,000 until the end of the actual combat trial, and completed the side mission 26. You have obtained 2 fragments of the teleportation skill card. The actual combat trial is over, and Lin Fei's mission is also completed. He was in a very good mood after obtaining 6 fragments of the teleportation skill card. Su Hongzi, who was standing next to him, noticed it at the first time. The soft little hand gently pinched Lin Fei, tiptoed to his ear, and whispered with a breath like orchid, "Lin Fei, what are you so happy about?" Su Minghui, who had counted the number of people in the Xingcheng test area, happened to see this scene. His eyes froze, and then he smiled helplessly. His little cotton jacket was worn by someone else after all. But fortunately, Hongzi's vision. I have to say, it's great. The top scorer of the double list, the Dragon Climber. Everyone. Lu Penghua, who had received the number of sacrifices in each test area, spoke, and all the candidates instantly quieted down. In this actual combat trial, 67 candidates stayed in the Eastern Secret Realm forever, and you, successfully passed this year's ELF examination. Many candidates looked unhappy. Obviously, these 67 sacrificed candidates had some relationship with them. Since you have chosen this path, you are destined to coexist with danger and opportunity. The final results and rewards of the ELF examination have been announced. You can check them by logging on to the official website of the National ELF Examination. Finally, cherish your days in the ELF University. I hope you have a bright future. Don't forget your original intention and keep moving forward. Lu Penghua sent his blessings to the future of Dragon Country, and his expectations for the trainers of the candidates in front of him. Then he asked the presidents of the ELF Alliance Association to take the candidates away. Only the top 3 in the final results of this ELF examination were left. Wait a moment, the 3 of you, I'll take you to see someone. Lu Penghua looked at Kong Yuyu, then at Chen Feng, and finally his eyes fell on Lin Fei. A bit of embarrassment suddenly appeared on his face. Before that, classmate Lin Fei, hee, I wonder if I can trouble you to do me a favor. Lu Penghua looked at Lin Fei with some expectation. Lin Fei didn't understand. Well, it's your shiny Metagross and the mythical beast elf Ziraura. I wonder if I can take a close-up photo. Even he, the King of Heaven, had never seen shiny Metagross and the mythical beast elf Ziraura with his own eyes. 080 Champion Lin Ran, surprise of parents. Lin Fei naturally did not refuse Lu Penghua's small request. Especially, Shiny Metagross not only did not refuse to take pictures, but also liked it very much. Specially posed for Lu Penghua to take pictures. This old-fashioned King Lu Penghua was so happy that he completely lost the king's momentum when he just spoke. Kong Yuya was holding a mobile phone next to him to check the rewards for the elf examination. The rewards for the top 3 in the elf examination this year are a bit special. In the past, the top 3 were rewarded with some alliance coins. But this year is the first year that Lin Ran participated in the elf examination. Therefore, the rewards are also very rich. The third place will be rewarded with 1 million alliance coins and 3 attribute essences, with any attribute you want. The second place will be rewarded with 3 million alliance coins, with and a pure crystal with any attribute you want. The first prize is 5 million alliance coins and a stone with any attribute you want. At the same time, the first place winner can also enter the Elf Egg Library at the Dragon Country Elf Alliance headquarters to choose a high-quality elf egg. The first prize is so good. But Kong Yuya doesn't care about these. She just wants to have a serious challenge with Lin Fei. After putting down her phone, she looked at the shining Metagross and Zeraora beside Lin Fei, and couldn't help but walk up and ask, "Lin Fei, do you have any elf university you are interested in?" "What?" Lin Fei came back to his senses and looked at Kong Yuya. "I don't know yet, let's see what conditions they offer at that time. It doesn't matter what the elf university is." He was just looking at the main task reminder on the system light screen. This main task has always existed since the first day of binding the system. Until now, it is finally completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully won the first place in the actual combat trial, the main task 1 is completed, and you have obtained a chance to draw a God level lottery X1. Ding! Main task 2 is released, please form the first Pokemon team and pass the certification of the King Trainer, task reward. God level lottery opportunity. The reason why he was in a trance was because of this main task 2, which actually allowed him to achieve the certification of the King Trainer. King! There are so many trainers in the entire Dragon Kingdom Pokemon Alliance. There are no more than 20 trainers who have successfully certified the King. There are many trainers who have a single King level Pokemon. But to certify a King level trainer, at least 3 King level beginner Pokemon are needed to have hope. Each King is a true strategic existence. Lin Fei didn't expect that he had just passed the Pokemon exam, and his second goal was to go straight to the King. But, this is more interesting, isn't it? If this main task is completed all at once, it would be so boring. As for which Pokemon University to choose, Lin Fei really doesn't care. We'll see what conditions they offer us then. Lin Fei, I'm sorry for offending you in the secret realm before, please forgive me. Remember to tell me which elf university you're going to, I'll go with you. Chen Feng took the initiative to apologize to Lin Fei. At this age, he already has 2 obedient gym leader level elves and a fantasy beast. He feels that Lin Fei is likely to create more history. And he, Chen Feng, wants to be a witness. In fact, Chen Feng was able to get the 3rd place thanks to Lin Fei. Some powerful candidates challenged Lin Fei, and their points dropped. On the contrary, Chen Feng, who was watching the fun, saw his points rise all the way. Later, he challenged a few people and barely took the 3rd place. Lin Fei nodded. Everyone wanted to subdue the fantasy beast elves. But Zeraora finally chose to follow him. After the 3 people were ready, Lu Penghua brought the 3 of them to an office in the lobby of the Eastern Secret Realm. "We're here. You 3 can go in." Lu Penghua's voice was slightly excited. His granddaughter would probably like the photos they had just taken. Lin Fei and the other 2 pushed the door open. The young man in front of them had a striking reddish short hair and eyebrows that instantly attracted their attention. Such a distinctive young man was naturally Lin Ran. He turned around and a smile appeared on his handsome face. "Hello. The conversation did not last long. Lin Ran just came to see the top 3 of this year's ELF exam in advance. The main purpose was to meet Lin Fei. Lin Fei's answer to the additional questions in the written exam is still fresh in his memory. About 10 minutes later, the meeting ended with Lin Ran giving Lin Fei his contact information. And Kong Yuyu and Chen Feng finally knew the answer to Lin Fei's score in the additional questions. Sitting on the high-speed train back to Xincheng, most people on the high-speed train were discussing this year's ELF exam. Lin Fei had just put down the phone call to his parents. He hadn't told us his actual combat test results yet. He just said he would go home to give his parents a surprise. Coincidentally, his parents also said they wanted to give him a surprise on the phone. They also gave him an address to pick them up there. Lin Fei remembered that area was the most prosperous area in Xincheng, and it was not far from Fixie Energy House. If he walked fast, it would only take more than 10 minutes to get there. It would take another 2 hours. Lin Fei took out his mobile phone to kill time with Su Hongzi. He learned that their whole class was ecstatic on the way back. They felt very honored to be in the same class with the top scorers of the double list. They also discussed whether they should go somewhere for a meal or something. Xincheng, Binjiang District, Binhe Road. Li Fei and Lin Suan were directing the movers to move furniture and electrical appliances. Building 6, 26th floor, turn left in front, there is a house number on the building. Yes, that's it, don't go the wrong way. Don't move this in yet, move the bed first. Under Li Fei's command, some movers took their moving elves and moved all kinds of new furniture and appliances to Building 6 in an orderly manner. Hao Li. Rest. Whether it is a sofa or a bed, these furniture that is extremely heavy for ordinary people are extremely easy in the hands of Wrist series elves. The community is called Xing Binjiang Guan. It is a special community built specifically for trainers. Only if there is a trainer in the family and the capital is verified can you view the house. Li Fei and Lin Suan have made a lot of money relying on Fixie Energy House during this period. During the time when Lin Fei participated in the elf exam, the couple thought about Lin Fei as there will be more and more elves in the future, so why not just change to a bigger and better house? First, it will allow Lin Fei's elf partners to have a more spacious place. Second, it is closer to Fixie Energy House and more convenient. In 7 days, Li Fei and his wife looked at many communities, but there were always some unsatisfactory places. Finally, they were introduced by Su Hongzi's aunt Su Xiaorong. We came to this Xing Binjiang Bay. Within a radius of 5 kilometers, there are elf elementary and junior high schools specially opened for those who will engage in elf-related professions in the future. The houses here are all duplex flats. Li Fei and Lin Suan were very satisfied after seeing them, and they spent tens of millions on the spot to buy them. The decoration inside is also complete. Even if Lin Fei has more elf partners in the future, there will be special rooms to live in. A Haoli was carrying a large sofa, and suddenly a car drove up. The driver was a woman. When she saw the Haoli carrying a large sofa, she frowned and honked the horn several times. In fact, the roads in the community are very spacious. Even if Haoli was carrying the sofa, it would only occupy less than half of the road. The other half was more than enough for a car to pass. But the woman honked the horn immediately. Beep, beep, beep. The sudden honking behind him startled Haoli, but he still held the sofa firmly and stood there without moving. It had just observed. It only occupied less than half of the road. The remaining half was still very spacious. It planned to wait for the car behind to pass before moving. This way, neither side would be delayed. Who knew that the woman driving the car was unyielding and was still honking the horn? Beep, beep. After honking the horn, she opened the window and looked forward. Hey! What are you doing? You're taking up the whole road just to move something. Get out of the way. My son is coming back soon after attending the elf exam today. I'm in a hurry to go back and cook. Hurry up. Ding ding ding. There's still a lot of road left, and a car can easily pass through. This woman is just lying with her eyes open. She honked the horn a few more times after that. Li Fei was so angry at that time, but Lin Xuan came over to persuade her that it was nothing, and asked Hao Li to step back and let the woman drive through first. Please give me flowers. What kind of person is this? Your son is coming back soon, and my son is coming back soon too. Why are you so proud? Li Fei was still a little angry thinking about what happened just now. Lin Xuan sighed and comforted him, forget it, there's no need to compete with such people. In the end, you will be the one who gets angry. Well, Xiaofei should be back soon. We have to install all the furniture and appliances quickly, and we have to clean up. Li Fei looked at the direction where the woman drove, retracted his attention, and frowned, I don't know if it's too late. I told you that it's best to ask them to deliver the goods as soon as possible. Hehe, cleaning includes installing those decorations and so on. I have already contacted them. There are special teams with elves to provide door-to-door service. If it's fast, it will be done in a few minutes. Lin Xuan has now begun to learn to spend money to hire workers to make his life easier and more convenient. When Li Fei heard that it only took a few minutes, his brows relaxed immediately. On the other side, the woman who was driving came home, threw all the big and small things on the table, and complained to her husband who had specially asked for leave from work, have you heard about the new family who moved in today? They treated the road as their own home after moving in. It's really inexplicable. Hearing the woman's words, her husband came out of the kitchen wearing an apron and frowned and waved his hands, okay, I saw the situation just now. The road is still so wide, and they haven't occupied it all. Can't you just drive over directly? I heard a little about that family on the way back. It seems that their son is also taking the elf exam. They bought here to give their son a surprise. The man has some leadership authority. When the woman heard this, she immediately refused to do it. He started chattering. You're blaming me? Who told them to move things when I came back? I just wanted to buy fresh vegetables for my son, you. Okay, let's cook first. My son should be back soon. I just called and asked him. He got good grades in the Pokemon exam and has a good chance of being admitted to Pokemon University in advance. Seeing the woman like this, the man quickly changed the subject. Sure enough, the woman was immediately happy when she heard this. Hehe, of course, I just don't know which Pokemon University he can be admitted to in advance. The woman packed up and went to the kitchen. Their son must not have a good grade in the Pokemon exam. Do you really think it's so easy to be a trainer? An hour and a half later, their son came back. Dad. Mom. My total score ranks 1465 in the country. According to the previous Pokemon University early admissions, those ranked in the top 2000 have a chance. I tell you, our Pokemon exam has produced a super dark horse, so awesome. After returning home, Liu Yang couldn't wait to share the Pokemon exam with his parents, and also talked about Lin Fei, the super dark horse. What? The top scorer in this year's written exam came from our star city. What? The score in the practical test exceeded 10,000. What? The top scorer in both lists. His parents were also extremely shocked and widened their eyes. Xiao Yang, you should learn from that classmate Lin Fei and try to perform well in the Elf University to attract the attention of your tutor. The woman only knew to let her son learn from the best and the most powerful. Okay, Xiao Yang just came back, let's eat first. I have something important to do later, and you two can go with me to see the world. Liu Yang invited the two to eat. Didn't you say you would come back today to celebrate for Xiao Yang? Is there any leader coming to Star City? The woman was slightly dissatisfied, but she also knew what her husband's job was. Xing Chang? No, we're coming to our neighborhood, to Xing Riverside Bay. Lu Yongliang glared at the woman and warned her seriously, "I've been telling you to control your temper. If you offend someone important, I might get my skin torn off with just one word. I hope this is the last time I honk the horn today. The trainer's circle is not like ordinary people." This. Lu Yongliang wanted to say something, but the woman nodded perfunctorily. "Okay, okay, I promise you this is the last time, okay." Looking at the woman's nonchalant look, Lu Yongliang sighed. "P.S. Today is Qingming Festival. I have to go back to my hometown in the countryside to hang graves. I'll try to write 8,000 words. This is the first update. 081 Governor of a province, the King of Heaven arrives." After the family finished their meal, Lu Yongliang quickly asked the woman to get him a briefcase. He was going to go out to deal with the things the leader had told him to do. Suddenly, he glanced out the window from the corner of his eye. Then, he heard his son Lu Yang's exclamation. "Dad! Mom! Look, look, a motorcade is coming in from the gate, all black Mercedes, so domineering. The security guards seem to be leading the way in front, maybe it's the big shot you mentioned, Dad." Lu Yang's excited voice made Lu Yongliang rush to the window and look over there with wide eyes. When he saw the license plate of a stretched national flag car with a string of zeros after the Xiang A in front of a motorcade of all black Mercedes, he was shocked. The big shot the leader mentioned turned out to be this person? And the big shot actually arrived more than half an hour in advance? It's over. I was just slow at home. I haven't left yet. At this thought, Lu Yongliang was anxious. He shouted towards the house, "Hurry up! What are you doing dawdling? Everyone is here. Here they come." The woman's voice was a little aggrieved, but she also knew her husband's job, and curiosity drove her to look out the window. "Yongliang." She pointed at the license plate of the national flag car with trembling hands, and was frightened. "That license plate. I remember that license plate is not the governor's. The license plate for the governor's car. Oh my God! The big shot who came to their 283 Xingbinjiang Bay turned out to be the governor? What is a governor? The governor of a province. The top leader of Xiongnan province. He is also a genuine and certified Tianwang trainer. Strategic existence. Stop talking nonsense, it's too late." Lu Yongliang quickly grabbed the briefcase and hurried out. "Yongliang! Xiao Yang and I, didn't you say you would take us to see some big shots?" The woman was anxious. The governor of a province came in person, a big shot that her husband could not see on weekdays. She had to cherish this opportunity. Idiot! Seeing that the woman still didn't understand the situation at this time, Lu Yongliang finally couldn't help cursing. The governor arrived at Xingbinjiang Bay more than half an hour in advance. "I haven't done any work yet. What the hell are you going to see? Whether I can save my skin is another matter." Bang! After saying that, Lu Yongliang slammed the door hard. The loud noise made the woman break out in a cold sweat, and then she came to her senses. She hurriedly went to the window to see where the convoy was parked. In her sight, her husband Lu Yongliang, wearing work clothes, had already run to the front of the convoy to lead the way. While leading the way, he asked the security guard next to him about something. The convoy was moving very slowly. 2 minutes later, it slowly stopped in front of building number 6. Such a scene has never appeared in Xing Riverside Bay. A large number of owners came out to watch the excitement. They all knew what was going on. There were trainers among them. What's going on? Who is coming with such a scene? Why are all these security guards leading the way on both sides? And the one who just trotted with the security captain to lead the way, should it be Director Lu Yongliang from the city? Tisk tisk. The key point is the car at the head of the convoy. Take a good look at the license plate of that car. Xiang A fuck. I saw it on the news, that is the governor's car. The governor came in person, the governor came in person to Arzing Riverside Bay. At this time, reliable news has also been reported in the community owner group. The governor of Xiongnan province came in person to Xingchengxing Riverside Bay because this year's top scorer in the Pokemon examination lives in Xingchengxing Riverside Bay. The governor came in person to express congratulations and condolences. Wow! Oni Stone stirs up 1,000 waves. All the trainers who usually stay out of the owner group were blown out one by one. Fuck! Why did I choose this time to go out? Is it too late to come back now? Smart people would have rushed back as soon as possible. You can still rush back. I just paid for the Secret Realm ticket and was about to enter the Secret Realm Hall. I am so confused. What are you all concerned about? The point is that the top scorer in the Pokemon exam lives in our community. The housing prices will skyrocket in the future. Yes, yes, yes. I just wanted to say this. Does anyone know which child the top scorer is? No, there don't seem to be many children in the community who participated in the Pokemon exam. Lu Yang from director Lu Yongliang participated, but it was obviously not him. Neighbors of building number 6, I haven't heard of any children participating in the Pokemon exam. The woman also saw the movement in the prestige group. It seems that the governor's destination is building number 6. Thinking of building number 6, the woman immediately thought of the family who moved today and blocked the road. She couldn't help but sneer, "Hey, I didn't expect to be so lucky to live in the same building with the top scholar. Xiao Yang, change your clothes quickly, and we will go down quickly. Maybe we can meet the governor in person with your father's help. Don't you admire the King of Heaven the most? The governor is the King of Heaven." But Lu Yang had already changed his clothes and went out directly. "Mom, I'm leaving first, you come quickly." You kid, wait for me." Bang! "Director Lu, didn't I ask you to prepare in advance?" Lu Yongliang's immediate superior looked at Lu Yongliang unkindly. Lu Yongliang's forehead was covered with cold sweat and he felt wronged. It only takes 5 minutes to arrange. He was ready to arrange half an hour in advance. Who knew that the governor would come more than half an hour in advance? This is my fault, my fault. Everyone who came down from the motorcade had a higher position than him, so he didn't dare to say anything to blame or talk back. Fortunately, the governor is in a good mood today, otherwise you'd better pray for the best. The leader glanced at Lu Yongliang, and then stood aside honestly. Following the team behind the governor, they walked into building number 6. At the elevator door on the first floor, a group of people were waiting at the elevator door. The leader had a head of silver. But he walked like a dragon and a tiger, and looked very healthy. He was the governor of Xiongnan province, Yan Xian. He was also a strategic level existence in Xiongnan province, King Yan. The highest person in charge of Xiongnan province. A man next to him was in his prime. He couldn't stop smiling. "Ha ha ha, Minghui, you gave birth to a good daughter. I heard that Hengzi's elf exam results were not bad, right?" Yan Xian patted the shoulder of the middle-aged man next to him. Listening to his name again, it was none other than Su Minghui, the president of the Star City Elf Alliance Association. Yan Xian and Su Minghui had a good personal relationship. Hengzi is indeed hard-working. This time, the final score of the elf examination is in the top 30. Su Minghui said cheerfully. In front of King Yan Xian, he obviously did not have the majesty that he had in front of other people. At this time, the elevator arrived. "Minghui, you and Venkeng can go up with me. The others wait downstairs to disperse the crowd and not cause too much impact." Yan Xian only let Su Minghui and Su Venkeng, the two presidents of the Star City Alliance Association, accompany him into the elevator, while the others waited on the first floor. In the elevator, watching Su Minghui talking happily with King Yan Xian, Su Venkeng next to him felt a little jealous. "Alas, my daughter is not as good as other people's daughters. The elevator quickly reached the 26th floor. After more than an hour and a half of cleaning, Li Fei and his wife had cleaned the new house inside and out. The decorations in the whole house are just right. It is guaranteed to make people feel bright as soon as they enter. A faint fragrance permeates the air. Lin Xuan, it's good. The team you found is really awesome. Li Fei recalled the starfish cleaning team just now. Because they just moved in, although the property has cleaned up every month, there is still some dust and smell in this room. After the starfish team arrived, several starfishes first cast foam rays in each room in a gentle way. Various slippery foam rays filled each room. All kinds of dust and the like were absorbed into the bubbles. Then another stronger starfish cast superpowers. All those foam rays were cleaned into the bathroom. After doing this several times, the whole house not only did not have the original odor, but was also filled with a faint fresh fragrance. Lin Xuan was about to say something proud when there was a knock on the door. Knock knock knock. The couple looked at each other and thought it was Lin Fei who came back. When they came to the smart door lock and looked at the screen, they found that it was not Lin Fei. 3 strangers stood outside the door, one of them was an old man with silver hair. Lin Xuan seemed to have seen him somewhere before. Was he an acquaintance? I couldn't remember it for a while. Excuse me, is this the residence of Lin Fei, the top scorer in the double list? I am the governor of Xiongnan province, Yan Xian. The old man's voice was very heavy, and it was transmitted to Lin Xuan and his wife in the room, but it made them confused. What, Lin Xuan, help me. Instantly, Li Fei felt his heart beat up to his throat. The man outside was the governor of Xiongnan province, King Yangxian. No wonder Li Fei also felt as if he had seen this old man somewhere. I didn't expect it was on TV. King Yangxian called their son Lin Fei. Double list champion, ascender? Li Fei stumbled and almost lost his balance. Fortunately, the quick-eyed and quick-handed Lin Xuan held him up. He suppressed his trembling voice. Wife, our son this time, seems to be really amazing. Lin Xuan didn't know what ascender was, but he knew the double list champion. The ELF examination is divided into written test and practical test. The ranking list of the 2 rounds of examination results is 2 lists. And the double list champion, doesn't it mean? His son Lin Fei took the first place in both rounds of the ELF examination? Hey! The couple forced themselves to take a deep breath. The son is so awesome, parents can't lose face and let the governor laugh at them. The 2 calmed down and quickly opened the door. Yan Xian tried his best to restrain his dignity and aura. He took the initiative to shake hands with Lin Xuan and Li Fei. Congratulations to you two, Lin Fei can achieve the current results. I think it is also thanks to your strong support. On behalf of Xiongnan province, I would like to express my gratitude to you. Li Fei and his wife were a little confused. Looked at each other. We didn't do anything, I thought. We just supported Lin Fei to go to the initial secret realm. But although they were confused, they still had to do their best. They warmly welcomed the 3 people into the house. 2 hours of high-speed rail and subway. Lin Fei finally arrived at Xingbinjiangguan community. Just now, his mother Li Fei called. Let him go into the community quickly and go to the 26th floor of building number 6. It was only then that Lin Fei understood the surprise his parents mentioned. It turned out that they changed the house to this place. This community is really good in all aspects. But my surprise is not yet. Hey! In Lin Fei's sight, a team of all black Mercedes cars suddenly appeared, and the team extended from building number 6. Not far from the entrance of building number 6, a group of people had gathered. Suddenly, someone waved at him from there. Lin Fei! Come on! It's Su Xiaorong. As the director of the Star City Elf Alliance Association, she naturally came along. Su Xiaorong's voice was loud. Instantly, All the onlookers turned their eyes to Lin Fei. P.S. Good night, please give me flowers. Monthly tickets. 10 points for evaluation. 082 The headmaster of the Heavenly King shows up in person to grab people. Where is he, the top scorer of the Pokemon exam? Look, over there. Is he the top scorer? He is so handsome. Not just the top scorer, but the top scorer of both lists. I heard that he is the Dragon Country's Dragon Rider this year. This would have allowed him to rise to prominence in the past. He will be even more powerful now. After all, he is a trainer. I feel that he will definitely be a new Heavenly King in the future. No wonder the governor came in person. This is really a blessing from the ancestors. Tisk tisk. Lin Fei walked towards building number 6. Hualala. The owners of the community in Xingbinjiang Bay looked over one by one. Lu Yongliang's wife had already squeezed into the crowd with her son Lu Yang. Looking at the handsome Lin Fei, the woman looked at her son Lu Yang and said earnestly, Xiao Yang, do you see? Lin Fei is your learning goal. Lu Yang looked at Lin Fei, whom he had seen from afar at the No. 01 supply station. He was filled with emotion. At this time, Lu Yongliang pulled himself away from the leaders. Seeing his wife and son here, he hurried over. He carefully and seriously advised, there are so many leaders here today, you must remember what you promised me at home. 9. I know what I said. The woman rolled her eyes at her husband. She felt that he was making a big deal out of nothing. He was the kind of person who looked extraordinary at first glance. She couldn't wait to curry favor with him. How dare she offend him? Seeing the woman like this, Lu Yongliang knew that she couldn't change for a while. Looking at Lin Fei's figure that had disappeared in the corridor, Lu Yongliang couldn't help but sigh in his heart, worthy of being a true dragon prodigy. He was so imposing at such a young age, what else could he do if he waited inside? Xiao Yang, you! Lu Yongliang was also ready to admonish his son. But he saw his son looking at the direction of the gate with excitement. He looked over quickly. He saw several people walking in from the gate with elegant temperament. Lu Yongliang recognized them at first sight. Immediately, his voice trembled a little. It seems that not only the governor, but also the king presidents of the Elf University are here. That's right, the presidents of the Elf University who were meeting at the Dragon Country Elf Alliance headquarters before now came to Star City. 15. The purpose is to recruit Lin Fei to study at their Elf University. Yongliang. They are the presidents of the Elf University? Isn't Xiao Yang ranked 1465th in the national final score? Do you think you can? The woman heard her husband's murmur and trembled, and her heart moved immediately. These elf principals are usually very busy. The dragon is hard to find. Now if there is a chance to let these top elf universities admit their sons, wouldn't it be? Don't think about it. Lu Yongliang frowned and looked at the woman. Xiaoang's grades have already reached the early admission ranking. Just wait for the early admission notice from the Elf University. Lu Yongliang, who was about to continue speaking, suddenly shut up. Because the principals in the distance had passed by them. Walk to building number 6. These are some real kings. It is too difficult to meet a king-level trainer on weekdays. But now, because Lin Fei, the top scorer in the double list of the elf exam, lives in this Xingbinjiang community, so several kings gathered at once. This is a scene that is rarely seen in a lifetime. According to the information I collected before, Lin Fei doesn't seem to live here. Shen Ruishan, the staff of King Bei Elf University are not serious enough. Lin Fei's parents moved in today. It is said that they want to give Lin Fei a surprise. Haha, then I have to congratulate Lin Fei. Only the principals who have the confidence to come here to recruit students in advance are the king level. Several king level principals talked all the way and walked into building number 6. After hearing their words, Lu Yongliang knew immediately. This Lin Fei actually moved in today. Moving in today means Lin Fei is probably not familiar with this community. His son Liu Yang is very familiar with this place. If there is a chance to make Liu Yang and Lin Fei friends, then after all, they are of the same age and have topics to talk about. Thinking in his heart, Liu Yang's eyes became brighter and brighter. He turned his head and prepared to remind his son Liu Yang. But he noticed that his wife's face gradually turned pale. Liu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Hasn't he always been like this? It's impossible to cause trouble suddenly. That's the thing that happened before, but before. Suddenly, the fact that Lin Fei's family moved to Xing Riverside Bay today came to mind. No one usually moves into Xing Riverside Bay. Not to mention that Lin Fei's family moved in today. And it just happened to be building number 6? Thinking of his wife's arrogant attitude towards the people moving from building number 6 today, Liu Yang's face suddenly became gloomy. He knew that his career in this life would end here. He was unwilling to accept it. He had finally come to this point today. Seeing that his son might have the opportunity to become friends with Lin Fei, who was destined to become a superstar in the future, but it was ruined because he married a stupid wife. He was overwhelmed with grief for a moment, looking at the pale-faced woman next to him who realized this, and slapped her in anger. Pa! The woman looked at her furious husband, covering her swollen face. Her eyes were filled with fear, and her body was shaking. Obviously, she had thought of some terrible consequences. Fool! Foolish! I used to think it was not easy for you to accompany me through thick and thin, but I didn't expect the consequences today. This scene was seen by a leader from Xincheng who came out to find Liu Yang. Because Liu Yang lived here, the leader planned to ask Liu Yang to make sure to arrange Lin Fei's life in Xingbinjiang Bay. This way, he might have a chance to get close to Lin Fei. Seeing this scene, he hurriedly stepped forward to ask for clarification. Coming out of the elevator on the 26th floor, Lin Fei's side quest was refreshed. Ding! Side quest 27 released. Please choose an elf university to enroll. Quest reward, instant teleportation skill card fragment. Ding! Side quest 28 released. Please make a splash in the freshman competition. Quest reward, qualification enhancement card. Lin Fei has already saved 6 copies of the instant teleportation skill card fragments. What shocked him was the reward of the qualification enhancement card. Qualification means it is for the elves. Qualification promotion is easy to understand. Let the elves' existing qualifications be enhanced. That is to say, among his elf companions, the desert dragonfly, which has the worst qualifications, can have its qualifications enhanced. The blazing roaring tiger and the metagross are both champion level qualifications, and Ziraura is even a master level qualification, except for the desert dragonfly. Lin Fei's initial elf qualifications are only Quasi-King level. Although he has the ability to win experience points, qualifications will not affect the desert dragonfly's strength improvement, but it can affect the speed at which the desert dragonfly learns other attribute skills. After obtaining this reward, the desert dragonfly will no longer have any worries in this regard. Not bad. Lin Fei, in a good mood, looked up at the portal of the 26th floor. This is the surprise given to him by his parents. It will be his new home in the future. After Lin Suan opened the door, the situation inside the house made Lin Fei's eyes light up. It felt very refreshing. Before he could take a closer look, he was immediately pulled by Li Fei to sit on the sofa to accompany the guests. Oh, no, it was to accompany the provincial governor Yan Xian. Student Lin Fei is destined to be extraordinary in the future. I, an old man, came here today to get some of the luck of the future king. Yan Xian looked at Lin Fei with a smile. One word, and he determined that Lin Fei would become a king in the future. Everyone can carry a sedan chair, but it depends on who is carrying it. King Yangxian, the governor of a province. In the past, he would have been an ambassador to a frontier. It is even more terrifying now. A senior high-level king, a mobile strategic-level strongman. It is impossible for Lin Fei not to feel proud when such a person comes to visit and show his goodwill. After all, he is just an adult. But his goal is not to become a king. His future must be more than that. So even if he is a little proud, Lin Fei is not arrogant. He chatted with King Yangxian in a humble tone. Su Minghui next to him was shocked. I didn't expect Lin Fei to be so calm in front of the governor. I couldn't help but look up to him again. With such a character, it is difficult not to achieve great things. Lin Suan was sitting on pins and needles next to him. The smile he tried to maintain on his face was almost stiff. He thought his son would have a promising future. But I didn't expect that this seemed to be too much. Look at who are the guests today. Su Minghui, the president of the Star City Elf Alliance Association. Su Vengkang, the vice president of the Star City Elf Alliance Association, is also the owner of the Star City Gym. Yan Xian, the king. He is also the governor of Xiongnan province. He, as a father, sits here like a mascot. Li Fei had already slipped away to the kitchen under the pretext of cooking. Originally, Li Fei and his wife wanted to treat guests at a restaurant. But everyone present has a special status. This time they came to show goodwill to Lin Fei, so what's the matter with eating at a restaurant? At this time, there was another knock on the door outside. Hearing this knock on the door, Lin Suan felt like he had found a savior. He quickly got up and went to open the door. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Li Yunhan, the president of Zhejiang Elf University. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am from Tsinghua and Peking University. Magic City Elf University. Looking at the people in front of him who said they were the presidents of the most famous elf universities in Dragon Country, Lin Suan forced a stiff smile on his face again. So there were a lot of people eating this dinner today. Fortunately, Li Fei and his wife bought enough dishes. After eating, several presidents began to fight for people. The first to speak was Shen Ruishan, the president of Tsinghua and Peking University. He looked at Lin Suan and asked with a smile, Mr. Lin, Ms. Li, in view of Lin Fei's excellent grades, I wonder if you are willing to let him come to our Tsinghua and Peking University. Seeing Shen Ruishan ask first, the other presidents curled their lips. Especially Li Yunhan, the president of Zhejiang Elf University. Who knew that Lin Suan and Li Fei looked at each other and shook their heads. Principal Shen, my husband, and I don't understand this matter, let Xiafei make the decision himself. Shen Ruishan. Shen Ruishan originally thought that Lin Suan and the others could make the decision, so he asked first. Unexpectedly, the two of them didn't care at all. Haha, it's as it should be. Enrolling in the Elf University is a big deal. The Heavenly King Yanxian next to him also spoke at this time. He looked at the principals, and there was some meaning of supporting Lin Fei in his words. Lin Fei's grades, in theory, can go to any elf university. I think it's better for the principals to get straight to the point and write down the admission chips they can offer at the same time. Wait for Lin Fei to read it, and then decide where to go. Everyone is a high-level heavenly king. Yanxian is also the governor of Xiongnan province. Whether in terms of strength or status, he is not inferior to the principals present. As soon as this was said, several principals complained in their hearts that he was an old fox. Write it out at the same time, then you can only show the greatest sincerity. Otherwise, who would choose you if the conditions you offer are not as good as others? Yanxian doesn't care so much. Whether it is Tsinghua University, Zhejiang University, or Magic University, what does it matter if you presidents are superstars? What does it have to do with my Xiongnan province? But Lin Fei is from Xincheng, Xiongnan province. Lin Fei will become a superstar in the future. That will also have something to do with him, Yanxian. So Yanxian must be speaking for Lin Fei. He came here in person today for this purpose. With him here, the principals will give higher conditions. That's the best. Principal Li Yunhan smiled happily, and she asked, raising her wrist and a light screen popped up. Immediately began to write down the conditions she prepared. Seeing this, the other principals could only sigh and write down the highest conditions they could offer. Shen Ruishan of Tsinghua University and Peking University had no other choice. But he must try his best. In this year's Holy Grail of the Elves competition, whichever university can recruit Lin Fei will win the game. It is a great deal to recruit a student like Lin Fei who is destined to be a superstar. Until now, Lin Suan and Li Fei beside him were still a little dazed watching all this. In just 1 month, their family has changed so much. Now, several superstars are competing with each other to invite their sons to school. With such a son, what else can they not be happy about as parents? Soon, several principals wrote down their own conditions and stopped. Li Yunhan looked at he hummed to Shen Ruishan, Principal Shen, since your King Bei Elf University hopes that Lin Fei will be admitted so much, I think you should announce your conditions first. Okay. Seeing everyone looking at him, Shen Ruishan was unambiguous. Yan Xian immediately smiled after receiving offers from several principals. Slowly disclosed the admission conditions given by King Bei Elf University. 20 million alliance coins. It's just the first of the conditions. Just let Lin Suan and Li Fei take a deep breath. Before Fixie Energy House, 20 million alliance coins was an astronomical amount that they could not even imagine. 083 Strengthen the Exploration Eye, Dragon Kingdom Elf Egg General Library. The first one, 20 million alliance coins. After hearing the first condition of King Bei Elf University, several principals present raised their eyebrows. I am afraid that the 20 million is similar to what they proposed. Second, a full set of essences of the 18 series of attributes. There are a total of 18 types of elven attributes. Under the original rules of heaven and earth, in the secret realm of elves, each attribute will have its attribute essence condensed and formed. 18 pieces of attribute essence, each worth 500,000 yuan. Here is another 9 million. Here is another 9 million alliance currency value. Article 3, 7 copies of pure crystals with designated attributes. Why 7 copies? Because Lin Fei's elves have exactly 7 attributes in total. A ground type and dragon type desert dragonfly. The blazing roaring tiger of evil and fire element. Metal monster of steel type and super power type. There is also the pure electric Ziraura. The above are the attributes of Lin Fei's 4 elf companions. There are 7 pure crystals, and the price of each pure crystal is 2 million. The value of 7 copies is 14 million. Article 4, a 1-to-1 exclusive elf mentor who is at the king level. There are not many students in Elf University. Therefore, classes are held in concentrated classes. Shen Ruishan offered Lin Fei the one-on-one condition of being a quasi-king level mentor. You know, even within the powerful King Bei Elf University, the most powerful elf instructors are the elite high level and the master level. There are too few elf mentors with quasi-king level strength. I'm afraid he's a big shot at the dean/vice dean level. You can imagine the difference between centralized teaching and one-to-one specialized guidance. This 4th welfare benefit cannot be purchased with a specific number of alliance coins. Yan Xian looked at Shen Ruishan. I have to say that the conditions for these 4 welfare benefits are excellent. Except for the 4th item, the total value of alliance coins for the first 3 benefits adds up to 43 million. A little less than half a billion. Article 4 can't even be measured in alliance currency. In terms of the size of King Bei Elf University, being able to offer Lin Fei such exclusive treatment is also worthy of Lin Fei's status as the top pick in the rankings. Old Shen, your 4th point is, which dean of your university is so free? Gao Xiang, the principal of Demon City Elf University, looked at Shen Ruishan and marveled. Shen Ruishan looked at Gao Xiang and smiled, but did not reply directly. He turned to look at Lin Fei and invited, classmate Lin Fei, our King Bei Elf University is absolutely sincere to you. To be honest, Lin Fei really doesn't necessarily care about the value of 500 million alliance coins. However, superficial skills still have to be in place. After thanking Principal Shen Ruishan for a few words, Yan Xian began to disclose the conditions given by the Demon City Elf University. Generally speaking, the conditions are similar to those of King Bei Elf University. Whether it is the King Bei Elf University or the Demon City Elf University, it can be seen that they all think that Lin Fei's incredible achievements are worthy of such investment. You know, that's less than 500 million alliance coins. Even for a high-level king, the amount is not small. Next is another elf university, and the conditions they offer are not as good as those of King Bei Elf University and Modu Elf University. But there is also a total value of nearly 30 million. It is still a welfare package that other elf candidates cannot hope for. Finally, there is Zhejiang Elf University represented by President Li Yunhan. Principal Shen, I told you that Lin Fei and our Zhejiang Elf University are bound to win. Li Yunhan looked at Shen Ruishan with narrow Danfan eyes and smiled leisurely. After listening to the welfare package given by Shen Ruishan, Li Yunhan knew that he was safe. The benefits she gave were specially tailored for Lin Fei. Lin Fei was also a little curious after hearing this. Although he does not need to provide direct alliance currency benefits. But in all fairness, the conditions provided by King Bei Elf University and Modu Elf University are really good. And this Principal Li Yunhan is so confident? No wonder Governor Yang Xian put the conditions of Zhejiang Elf University last. I am afraid that the Governor of Heaven also thinks that the conditions given by Li Yunhan are the best. Principal Li Yunhan of Zhejiang Elf University, the first treat given to Lin Fei is that upon successful admission, he will receive a full set of pure crystals with 18 attributes E. Oops! Good guy! Even Shen Ruishan was surprised by Li Yunhan's generosity. Unexpectedly, the first benefit she gave was worth 36 million. The second one, 3 attribute stones with random attributes. Attribute stone 1 is worth tens of millions. This is a secret treasure of a higher level than the attribute pure crystal. Treasure 3 is 30 million. Li Yunhan is determined to recruit Lin Fei. The third one, I think it is the most sincere treatment among the principals. Seeing the third welfare benefit, Governor Yan Xian paused slightly. The third one, the energy liquid for normal demand, unlimited supply. Energy liquid is a must-have life-saving product for trainers to explore the Pokémon secret realm. A bottle of primary energy liquid costs 10,000 alliance coins. A bottle of intermediate energy liquid costs 50,000 alliance coins. A bottle of advanced energy liquid is as high as 200,000. These are all one-time trial products. At least it can hold the last breath of the trainer at the critical moment. Especially the advanced energy liquid, only the trainers with rich family background can afford it. Ordinary families will go bankrupt after consuming a few bottles. And the advanced energy liquid is not available in the market through normal channels. You need a special relationship to do it. Li Yunhan offered such welfare benefits. No wonder Governor Yang Xian said this was the most sincere. Seeing that everyone was shocked by his handiwork, Li Yunhan also smiled, and his phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. Since Lin Fei can make that kind of fixie energy block, he will never lack alliance coins in the future. Compared to alliance coins, you should need these more than alliance coins. Come on, Lin Fei, come to Zhejiang Elf University. Li Yunhan invited him, and Lin Fei nodded in agreement without hesitation. This Principal Li Yunhan is indeed full of sincerity. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully selected the Elf University, side quest 27 completed, you got the instant teleportation skill card fragment too. Very good, the instant teleportation skill card fragments have been gathered in 8 pieces. The last 2 pieces are needed to synthesize the instant teleportation skill card. By then, he will have a giant gold monster that has learned to teleport. After the announcement, Governor Yangxian made the conditions sent to him by several principals public for everyone to see, confirming that there was no manipulation. When the other principals saw Lin Fei choose Zhejiang Elf University, they didn't say anything. The conditions they offered were not as good as others, so they had nothing to say. It was just this year's Elf Holy Grail competition. Now it seems that the first round has been won by Zhejiang Elf University. The principals said goodbye one after another, and Li Yunhan and Lin Fei exchanged personal contact information before leaving with a smile. Before leaving, he reminded Lin Fei. Don't forget 5 days later, which is August 13th. Report to Zhejiang Elf University. Seeing that things were a complete success, Yan Xian also asked to leave. Before leaving, he asked Lin Fei to get up early tomorrow. He would come and take Lin Fei personally. Go to the Elf Egg Library at the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom Elf Alliance. Lin Fei, the double champion, has a special reward of being able to go to the library to get an elf egg. And it is an elf egg with a guaranteed qualification not lower than the Hall Master level. Lin Fei is of course not satisfied with the elf egg with the Hall Master level qualification. So his eyes fell on the 2 rewards he had left. Opportunity Prompt Card, after use, within 1 hour, opportunities within a radius of 100 kilometers can be prompted. This kind of large-scale thing is obviously best used in the elf secret realm. Ability Enhancement Card, after use, you can enhance a special ability of the host, exclusive to the host. Currently enhanced special abilities, Evergreen Power, Exploration Eye. After the Evergreen Power is enhanced, the total amount of power in his body should be greater, and more Evergreen Power can be used. It is useful, but the recovery effect of Evergreen Power is not irreplaceable at present. For example, Energy Liquid can replace the recovery effect of Evergreen Power. And to feel the mood of the elves, the amount of Evergreen Power can be felt regardless of the amount. You can try the Exploration Eye. See if it can enhance a different effect. Thinking of this, Lin Fei directly used the ability enhancement card to select the Exploration Eye. The next moment, he couldn't help blinking his eyes many times, and the warm feeling filled his eyes. He called out his desert dragonfly. When he used the Eye of Exploration to fall on the desert dragonfly, he found that the detailed information he saw had not changed. Impossible! Lin Fei was stunned, and then he prepared to go to the elf house to try again. Mom and Dad, I'm going out for a while and will be back soon. Lin Fei, who took back the desert dragonfly, went out quickly. He went straight to the elf house in Star City. Lin Xuan and Li Fei were still in shock at this moment, and they didn't pay any attention to Lin Fei's going out. Lin Xuan, you said, is all this true? After a while, Li Fei suddenly looked at her husband, and she couldn't help asking, aren't some psychic and ghost elves very scary, and can create dreams that make people think about them every day? You said we. Everything that happened today was too fantastic for her. So much so that Li Fei thought it was a dream. What are you talking about? Lin Xuan cried to the sky, stretched out his hand and gently twisted Li Fei's arm. Hiss! Feeling the pain from his arm, Li Fei came back to his senses from his daze. Then she looked at her husband who had twisted her with a bad face. Don't you think you are dreaming? Don't do it, don't do it. It was 11 o'clock that night. Lin Fei, who had returned from a trip to the elf house in Star City, was in a particularly good mood. The Eye of Exploration had indeed advanced. The next morning, Lin Fei then, under the leadership of Provincial Governor Yan Xian, they went to the imperial capital, the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom Elf Alliance. Champion Lin Ran seemed to be absent. The person who was responsible for taking Lin Fei and Yan Xian to the Elf Egg General Storehouse was a thin old man. The old man was very energetic, probably only about 1.6 meters tall. His characteristic was that he always squinted his eyes. This reminded Lin Fei of a nanny in the elf anime. Hee, Yan Xian boy, Thanks to classmate Lin Fei, your Xiongnan province has been very popular this year. Other provincial governors are envious of you, right? On the way, the old man actually called provincial governor Yan Xian a boy. Lin Fei was surprised and stared at the old man for a few more times. No wonder this person was able to control the key to the elf egg general storehouse. This status must be terrifyingly high. Mr. Kong is right, hee. Yan Xian could only chuckle, then remembered something and added to Lin Fei's introduction, Lin Fei, I forgot to tell you that this Mr. Kong is the great-grandfather of Kong Yu, who was kicked off the top of the score list by you. Looking at the half-smiley expression of Governor Yan Xian, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. If this Mr. Kong has such a bad pattern, he might not be able to control the key to the elf egg warehouse, right? Sure enough, Mr. Kong glared at Governor Yan Xian. Go away. Don't make fun of me, kid. Then he looked at Lin Fei with a smile, little kid, the warehouse is ahead, have you decided what attribute of elf eggs you want to choose? The elf egg warehouse at the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom Elf Alliance is too big. It is impossible to put all high-quality elf eggs in one room. They are all stored in different categories according to their attributes. This can greatly avoid the problem of attribute confusion affecting the activity of elf eggs. Letting Lin Fei enter the elf egg library to select an elf means letting him choose the attribute he needs, and then Master Kong will open the storage location of this attribute for him. A full-staffed excellent elf team. The attributes need to be as non-overlapping as possible. Lin Fei is currently still short of 11 elf attributes. And his 4 elf partners have maxed out their output. As for defense, the Metagross can take care of both for the time being. The attributes necessary for exploring the elf secret realm are fire and water. He already has the blazing roaring tiger for the fire. So, Master Kong, please excuse me, I plan to choose a water elf egg. It's about his 5th elf partner, not only must it be of water attribute, but it's best if its skills can also take into account the nanny role. In this way, there doesn't seem to be much to choose from. 084 Zhejiang Elf University Report. A few minutes later, under the leadership of Master Kong, Lin Fei and Yan Xian walked into the Water Elf Egg Library. The procedure for entering the Pokémon General Library stipulates that 3 people must be present at the same time. Everything you see is amazing. The Pokémon eggs here are not like those in the Pokémon house. The Pokémon eggs in the Pokémon house are placed on the shelves. The Pokémon eggs here are stored in transparent containers. The active liquid in the containers not only ensures that the activity of the Pokémon eggs will not be reduced, but also prolongs the incubation time. The bottom of these transparent containers also emits a soft glow. The glow is reflected on the Pokémon eggs. Makes these Pokémon eggs crystal clear and fluorescent. In this Water Pokémon General Library, like night pearls, they are very beautiful. Little kid, choose carefully. The water Pokémon eggs here have been strictly screened by identification instruments. Mr. Kong introduced Lin Fei briefly. Lin Fei's eyes quickly fell on the Pokémon egg area of the 3 starter Pokémons. At first glance, he saw a Squirtle Pokémon egg. A touch on the transparent container, the light curtain flickered. The general introduction of this Squirtle egg appeared. Squirtle egg, father is Quasi-King level, mother is Gym Master level, activity 96%, after multiple identifications, the probability of qualification exceeding 85% is Quasi-King level. Lin Fei flipped the light screen twice with his fingers, looking at the introduction of this Squirtle, he crossed it out calmly. It seems that even the Pokémon Egg Library at the Dragon Country Pokémon Alliance headquarters, the Pokémon Egg identification method is only a little more accurate. It can't reach 100%. There is not even 90% certainty. As for the activity of the Pokémon Egg, as long as the activity is above 75%, the hatched Pokémon will not be affected at all. The qualification of the Pokémon Egg depends on his enhanced detection eye. The moment the spiritual light appeared, The information of this Squirtle Pokemon egg appeared again. However, only he could see the light screen for the 287th time. Pokemon egg, Squirtle. Attribute, water. Qualification, Quasi-King. Hatching success rate, 100%. Different from the appraisal at Dragon Country headquarters. The enhanced detection eye can not only see the qualifications 100%, but also directly see the hatching success rate. The previous detection eye could not check Pokemon eggs. It is true that Squirtle's final evolution form, Blastoise, is quite powerful. And it can also super evolve. However, Squirtle does not meet Lin Fei's idea of his water Pokemon partner. He stood in place, his eyes moving forward. The information of water Pokemon eggs was he took it in. Pikachu Pokemon egg, Quasi-King level qualification. Tadpole Pokemon egg, King level qualification. Seahorse Pokemon egg, King level qualification. Starfish Pokemon egg, Gym Master level qualification. This is the Dragon Nation Pokemon Alliance's water Pokemon egg repository. There are naturally champion level Pokemon eggs. There are 3 in total, namely Dragon Riding Pokemon egg, champion level qualification. Wooper Pokemon egg, champion level qualification. Lanternfish Pokemon egg, champion level qualification. 5 minutes later, Lin Fei, who had already read all the Pokemon egg information with his eyes, sighed. The 3 champion level Pokemon eggs of the water Pokemon, without exception, are all DPS. And Lin Fei's Pokemon partners are no longer short of DPS. There are 2 Pokemon eggs that meet his expectations. They are Slowpoke and Ugly. No matter if Slowpoke evolves into Hippopotamus or Hippo King. They can all awaken a nurse skill to heal fluctuations. And there is also a psychic attribute which is also very good. Feg. Although the attributes overlap with Metagross, Hippopotamus also has the opportunity to learn teleportation. At most, he can have an extra psychic to save his life. And Smelt. There is no need to say more about Smelt. The evolved Melodic can float and swim, can be used as a long-range turret, and has life-saving skills such as Water Ring and Life Drop. But its evolution conditions. This water-type Pokemon is destined to be unsuitable for most trainers. It's a pity that the qualifications of these 2 Pokemon eggs are all gym owner level. Lin Fei shook his head slightly, with regret in his eyes. If there is no suitable one, forget it this time. Lin Fei naturally understood the principle of better to have nothing than to have something bad. He turned around and returned to the entrance. Kong Lao and Yan Xian looked at Lin Fei, who had nothing in his hands, especially Yan Xian, who couldn't help asking, Lin Fei, there are so many high-quality water elf eggs here, you didn't like any of them. Yan Xian was a little surprised, this classmate Lin Fei has such high requirements? It doesn't matter, it's just right that he didn't choose the right one this time. Kong Lao's squinting eyes were still unclear whether they were open or not. Hearing Kong Lao's implication, Yan Xian immediately understood, looked at Lin Fei and nodded. Kong Lao means that a batch of high-quality elf eggs will be added to the elf general warehouse in a while. I will accompany you to come again then. Be a good person to the end, send the Buddha to the west. Since Yan Xian has decided to make friends with Lin Fei, the future king, then do everything to the end. Lin Fei didn't expect it to be so coincidental. This is the only way to find the next batch of high-quality elf eggs. He can find the water elf eggs that meet his taste. Maybe I can also try the elf secret realm. Lin Fei thought. In the secret realm of the elves, if you are lucky, you may meet a wild water elf with good qualifications. Lin Fei was surprised that he did not meet a suitable elf in the elf egg warehouse. However, he already has 4 elf companions. There is no need to rush for the 5th one. 4 days passed in a blink of an eye. During these 4 days, the elf class students of Xingcheng No. 1 Middle School held a class reunion, and Lin Fei also went as a farewell to his high school life. However, with him around, most of the other students were a little uncomfortable. After all, he was the top scorer in both the list, and any classmate would feel pressured to eat with Lin Fei. After the party, on the afternoon of August 12th, Lin Fei and Su Hongzhi walked out of the high-speed railway station in Zhejiang Province. They stopped a taxi and went to Zhejiang Province Elf University. Coming here a day in advance was naturally to adapt to the environment earlier. The two of them took a walk around Zhejiang Province Elf University, tasted some special snacks, and did activities that young couples do. In the taxi, Su Hongzhi asked the master about the nearby snack shops. The taxi driver knew that the Zhejiang Provincial Spirit University was about to start school, so he guessed that the two were going there. In the car, the driver kept asking questions. Ask them if they knew the Dragon Ascender. He also talked a lot about the Dragon Ascender. Su Hongzhi smiled at Lin Fei beside her. If he told the driver that the Dragon Ascender was sitting in his car, he would be reluctant to wash the cushion for a long time, and he had to rub the Dragon Ascender's luck. It was true that the taxi driver was talkative, but he also recommended some places suitable for young couples. Lin Fei took Su Hongzhi to stroll around the Zhejiang Provincial Spirit University. Su Hongzhi matched him with several sets of clothes and pants, blushing and saying that Lin Fei had a great figure and was a natural clothes hanger, so he bought more clothes and pants to change. That night, the two of them were in love. Naturally, they broke through the last layer of relationship. August 13th. The reporting office at the gate of Zhejiang Elf University. The seniors who are responsible for receiving new students are already looking forward to it. I am a little excited. The Dragon Ascender will become my junior. I can brag about this for the rest of my life. Don't be excited. For a true dragon genius like him, it is a sure thing that he will become a king in the future. Let's pay more attention to ourselves and whether we can get a place to participate in this year's Elf Holy Grail competition. Hate you. You are such a bummer. No wonder I haven't found a girlfriend after 3 years at Zhejiang Elf University. Hey, hey, hey. That's too much. No personal attacks. Hey? Look over there, isn't that Lin Fei? At this time, the elf candidates who were admitted by Zhejiang Elf University have arrived at the registration office one after another and are going through the formalities. As someone shouted Lin Fei's name. Everyone. Whether they were seniors going through the formalities, or freshmen coming to go through the registration and admission procedures. All of them looked at the boy who was walking towards the gate. The boy was handsome and walked towards this side with his own aura. The seniors who were still stubborn at first couldn't speak smoothly in front of this aura. They didn't come back to their senses until the boy had finished the formalities. Junior brother has such a strong aura, I didn't even have time to ask for his contact information, woohoo. Come on, junior brother Lin Fei, we can't handle this kind of person, let's be realistic. I just want to see that shiny Metagross with my own eyes, damn, it's so annoying to compare myself with others. I haven't even decided on the third Pokemon yet. The one who led Lin Fei to the dormitory was a junior. She had long legs, long hair, and a very beautiful face. Through the student ID on her chest, Lin Fei knew her name was Liang Qianghua. Junior brother Lin Fei, the treatment of students at Zhejiang Province Pokemon University is very good. The school prepares the sheets, quilts, and various toiletries for freshmen. They are all brand new and placed in the dormitory. You can just take them from your locker later. Liang Qianghua changed her usual carefree personality. She explained these things to Lin Fei in detail. Thank you, senior. The trainer major freshman dormitory is just in front. I can go up by myself. Liang Qianghua was still thinking about showing off, but the rest of the words were stuck in her heart before she could say them. Well. Okay, junior Lin Fei, I'll go and get busy first. Goodbye, senior. Lin Fei walked towards the freshman dormitory and passed Liang Qianghua. Looking at Lin Fei's back, Liang Qianghua stamped her feet. Alas! Junior Lin Fei is so outstanding, he must have a very high standard. With a self-deprecating smile and a sigh, Liang Qianghua turned around and rushed back. Each campus of Zhejiang Province Elf University has a different area, and each campus is specially separated. Especially for majors like Elf Trainer. Many battlefields are needed for battle practice. The campus area of the Trainer Major alone occupies 3,500 acres. And the freshman male dormitory is in the northeast of the entire campus. Pulling the suitcase, I took the elevator to the third floor. Lin Fei found his dormitory number and pushed the door open. 085 Earthstone, Desert Dragonfly promoted to Quasi-King. Fuck. You don't know. At the No. 01 supply station I was the 10th to challenge Lin Fei. His Metagross had won 10 games in a row. I took out my Charizard on purpose, thinking if I could defeat Metagross, but Lin Fei had just pushed the door open. Immediately, I heard someone discussing his heroic deeds during the actual combat trial. This classmate knows how to keep people on edge. He stopped at the critical moment. The other two classmates were already pulled in anticipation. All their attention was on the person who was talking. The three of them didn't even notice Lin Fei pushing the door open and walking in. What happened? Tell me now. That is, I was at the 02 supply station at the time and didn't get to witness Lin Fei's legend with my own eyes. It's good to listen to it. One person said it, and the other listened. The person who said it no longer kept people waiting. He was as aggressive as a frosted eggplant, and he drooped and complained weakly. As a result, the boss Lin Fei took back the Metagross with this sentence and took out his second gym leader level Pokemon, the Desert Dragonfly. Oh, what a pity. I don't know if I will have a chance to fight him in the future. The Snow Hat monster next to him pulled his clothes. The man ignored it. The Snow Hat monster pulled again. What's wrong? Snow Hat, what the hell? Lin Fei. 5 minutes later. The 4 students in dormitory 105. They are Lin Fei from Xingcheng, Xiongnan Province. Su Bin, a native of Zhejiang Province. Sun Tianya from Zhejiang came to Zhejiang Province Elf University to study. And Xieta from Pengcheng. The one who just boasted to the other 2 roommates was Su Bin. He is not short, nearly 1.8 meters tall. It can be seen that Su Bin's family should be quite rich. In addition to a fire-type Charizard, Su Bin also has a Snow Hat monster. It was exactly mid-August, and the weather was too hot. But their dormitory was not hot even without air conditioning, because of the Snow Hat monster. Sun Tianyu is only 1.74 meters tall, with dark hair. The skin is a bit dark. From his dress, he seems to be quite simple. The 2 elves are the duck-billed fire dragon and the lotus hat child. Seeing Lin Fei looking at him, Sun Tianyu scratched his head. He didn't expect that he would be in the same dormitory with the double-list champion, and he felt pressured strong. Xieta from Pengcheng is a short and thin man. Standing among the 3 of Lin Fei, Xieta looked a little weak. Brother Fei, Xieta, Sun Tianyu, let's go out for a meal, I'll treat you. The 4 of them got to know each other briefly. Then Su Bin suggested going out for a meal. Xieta and Sun Tianyu both nodded and looked at Lin Fei. Although the 4 people in dormitory 105 had just met. But it was obvious that Lin Fei would be the main person in the future. Okay, I'll ask my girlfriends if they want to share a table with their roommates. Lin Fei thought that they would all get to know each other in the future. As a result, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Su Bin and the others looking at him expectantly. Brother Fei, you are my real brother. Su Bin screamed. Please be sure to invite your sister-in-law, and ask her roommate to come too. Everyone came from the elf class for elf candidates. Therefore, a large number of candidates did not find girlfriends at all. If they want to find a girlfriend, they must look for someone in the same circle. This way, they can not only have common topics. They can also go to the Pokemon secret realm together in the future. But there are only dozens of students in a Pokemon class, at most hundreds of students. It's different when you come to Pokemon University. This is the whole Pokemon University. All the students in the same major are basically trainers. Su Bin has wanted to find a girlfriend for a long time. The other two, Sieta and Sun Tianyu, must have the same idea. The three of them were quiet, looking at the phone eagerly, waiting for the next step. 2 minutes later, Lin Fei made an okay gesture. Woo! Brother Fei is awesome! Ha ha ha, Brother Fei, awesome! Su Bin and Sieta were exaggerated. Sun Tianyu also smiled on his honest face. At this time, the door opened with a click. Wow, the classmates are so excited. A beautiful woman in her 30s walked into the 105 dormitory with crystal high heels. Looking at the person coming in, Su Bin and the other two stared with their eyes wide open. Because this person is the president of Zhejiang Elf University, Li Yunhan. Behind her are several people who look like university teachers. Several teachers are pushing a small cart. On the cart are sealed boxes. Principal Li, this is... Lin Fei's eyes lit up when he saw these boxes, and he thought of it. This is the complete set of pure crystals of the 18 series promised to you when you come to our Zhejiang Elf University, a total of 18 sets. Li Yunhan immediately pointed to the other 3 larger boxes. There are 3 attribute stones in the school's inventory, but only one of them can be used immediately. There are attribute stones that can be used immediately. Lin Fei looked at the 3 boxes with his eyes fanatically. One attribute stone can bring 800,000 experience points. I don't know which of his elf partners is so lucky that his strength will soar immediately. As for the third one, you have my contact information. As long as it is your normal need to explore the secret realm, just ask. Li Yunhan was domineering, and it can be seen that she was in a very good mood. Thank you, Principal Li. This is a good person. Lin Fei hurriedly thanked him. Although Li Yunhan promised this welfare treatment, Lin Fei did not expect her efficiency to be so fast. It was only a short time since he arrived at the dormitory. Principal Li Yunhan personally delivered these things. Well, classmate Lin Fei, this year's Elf Holy Grail competition depends on you as a freshman. Also, after you won the double list, the 5 million alliance coins should have been transferred to your name, and there is also a designated attribute stone reward. What attribute do you want to choose? Yes. Specified attribute stone. Lin Fei almost forgot about this reward. Super Power Stone. If you can specify the attribute, you must choose the Super Power system. Super Power Stone is very rare. After absorbing the giant gold monster, his strength broke through, and he learned to teleport. His safety factor in the secret realm of the elves rose sharply. Well, I guess so. It will probably be delivered tomorrow. You should pay attention. Li Yunhan looked at Lin Fei's roommate again, and encouraged with a smile, you are in the same dormitory with the Dragon Ascender. Everyone feels the pressure. Come on, classmates. After a few words of encouragement, Li Yunhan also knew that everyone couldn't let go here. So he stepped on the crystal high heels and left. After Li Yunhan and several teachers left, Su Bin and the other two swallowed subconsciously. Looked at the small boxes neatly placed on the table. They looked at Lin Fei with some horror in their eyes. These are a full set of pure crystals of the 18 series. One set of pure crystals is 2 million alliance coins. 18 sets, that's 36 million. Oh my god! There are also 3 attribute stones that are more expensive than pure crystals. One is worth 10 million, and here is another 30 million. At this moment, there is a secret treasure worth 500 million on the table in their dormitory. Also, there will be another super power stone tomorrow, which is another 10 million. It's not that fast to rob money, right? That Brother Fei, didn't you choose Zhejiang Province Elf University? Su Bin asked the question that the three wanted to know most. I hadn't decided yet. Lin Fei had come to the table. He opened the first small box and took out the earth stone inside. There is no earth stone in the elf world, but there is in this world. The presidents of the following elf universities came to my house together to offer conditions and treatment. President Li's sincerity was the highest, so I came here. This is not a secret. At that time, everyone in the entire community of Xingbinjiang Bay knew it. After saying that, he grabbed the earth stone in the small box. After holding it, it felt heavy. It was obviously just a fist-sized stone. But the weight was far more than ordinary stones of the same volume. Su Bin and the other two were completely numb. Good guy, they were afraid that Zhejiang Elf University would not want them. And Lin Fei was the top elf universities competing for people. And the presidents came in person? Those presidents are all genuine kings. Sometimes the gap between people is like this. Bigger than a dog. After observing the earth stone for a while, Lin Fei's eyes were on the complete set of pure crystals of the 18 series again. This thing will be used as a collection for the time being. As for the pure crystals needed by his elf partner, he has already discussed it with Su Xiaorong. Tomorrow, at the Star City Elf Alliance Association, a batch of attribute essences and pure crystals will arrive. The attribute essences and pure crystals he needs. Su Xiaorong will deliver them tomorrow. These things are too valuable. If we go out. Sun Tianyu looked at the secret treasures worth 500 million yuan and was at a loss. Such precious things, Lin Fei just put them in the dormitory. Old son, you haven't changed your mind yet. For this question. Su Bin patted Sun Tianyu on the shoulder. Don't forget that this is Zhejiang Elf University. You are more likely to be hit by a car when you walk outside than to lose something inside. Just lock the door, let's go. The four walked out of the dormitory building and came to the playground. Lin Fei took out the desert dragonfly's pokeball and threw it. With a bang sound, the desert dragonfly's dragon-like figure gathered on the playground. The new and old students passing by on the playground looked at them sideways. The parents who brought their new students to report were also startled. Damn! It's a desert dragonfly. The lowest strength is probably at the middle elite level. Whose desert dragonfly is this? It seems to be that boy, so young, looks like my child. Is he a sophomore or junior? Ah, it's Zhejiang Province Elf University, one of the top few elf universities in the country. This desert dragonfly looks so strong. Fuck. It's Lin Fei. Lin Fei, the top scorer in both the list. Please give me flowers. No wonder this desert dragonfly looks so familiar. My lizard king was killed by it in the first second at the No. 01 supply station. I'm so angry. Why are you releasing the desert dragonfly at this time? My Pikachu is shaking a little under its momentum. Lin Fei is so handsome. The earth stone in his hand is even more handsome. At this time, someone around noticed the stone in Lin Fei's hand. Isn't it the attribute stone of the ground-type elves? Immediately, many sophomores, juniors and even seniors gathered around. They stared at the earth stone in Lin Fei's hand with eager eyes. The breathing was a little rapid. A senior with long wavy flaxen hair couldn't help asking, Junior Lin Fei, can you sell me this earth stone? I am willing to pay a 5% premium, no, a 7% premium is also okay. A pink manatee followed this senior. The attributes of the manatee are the same as those of the Yubo Swamp King. Both are water and ground. So this earth stone is a fatal temptation for the manatee. The manatee also stared at the earth stone with eager eyes. If it can absorb this earth stone, its strength will skyrocket in the next period of time. After being completely digested in the next 1 to 2 years. It even has the opportunity to break through to the elite high level. After this senior finished speaking, another senior student in the 4th year spoke up. Junior Lin Fei, I am willing to pay a 10% premium and buy the Earth Stone for 11 million. If you need it in the future, just let me know. I will not refuse. This senior student's elf is a dragon-headed mole. The ground and steel dragon-headed mole can naturally absorb the Earth Stone. Seeing more and more people gathered around, Lin Fei looked at the desert dragonfly helplessly. The desert dragonfly immediately nodded in understanding. The master's Earth Stone must be prepared for it. These people actually tried to get their hands on its Earth Stone? It raised its long neck slightly and roared softly. Ang! The elf from the middle level of the gym owner easily suppressed all the surrounding sounds with a light roar. Some senior students even quickly took back their elves. There was no way, their elves were all scared by this roar. Su Bin and the other two were standing not far from Lin Fei. Damn, Brother Fei is awesome. I never thought that I, Su Bin, would be able to live in the same house with such a true dragon genius one day. Dormitory, haha. I must learn more from Brother Fei in the future. Others don't have such good natural conditions as me, hehe. Su Bin madly worships Lin Fei and has become a little fanboy. Sieta next to him poured cold water on him in time. I advise you not to have too high expectations. Brother Fei has a desert dragonfly and a shining giant gold monster, both of which are gym leaders. Even those seniors in the 4th year can't compare with him. Do you really think he will be like us and go to class in the Elf University honestly and step by step? Sun Tianyu next to him agreed very much. Su Bin was stunned. Yes, Brother Fei is different from us. He will definitely go directly to explore the secret realm of the elves, right? Alas, the thigh-hugging is over before it even starts. Everyone, I'm sorry, this Earth Stone is not for sale. Lin Fei looked around and calmly rejected all the seniors who wanted to buy the Earth Stone. He called out the desert dragonfly, which meant that the Earth Stone was for it to absorb. How could it be sold? He is not short of alliance coins now. The 5 million alliance coins for the first place in the double list, the 2.6 million alliance coins lost to him by more than 20 people from the No. 01 supply station who invited him to fight, plus the hundreds of thousands of net profits that Fixie Energy House can earn every day. He can't use it up normally. The Earth Stone can provide 800,000 experience points to the Desert Dragonfly. The Desert Dragonfly is now LV.56. According to the level upgrade, the current level of cubic experience is required. Lin Fei calculated. This Earth Stone can just help the Desert Dragonfly break through to the Quasi-King. Hearing that Lin Fei is not selling the Earth Stone, the seniors who need it are immediately disappointed. The main thing is that the attribute stone is not like pure crystal. Even if it is the Elf Alliance Association, there are too few attribute stones on the shelves each time. Unless they have enough background, it is difficult to buy them even if they save enough money. Therefore, they are willing to pay a premium of 5% 10%. It's a pity that Lin Fei didn't plan to sell it at all. More and more people gathered here. Under the gaze of many people, the desert dragonfly opened its mouth and sucked. This earth stone worth tens of millions suddenly turned into a yellow-brown energy torrent, which flowed into the body of the desert dragonfly. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your desert dragonfly absorbed the earth stone. Your desert dragonfly is ecstatic, it feels a large amount of ground element energy growing in its body. Your desert dragonfly has gained 800,000 experience points. Your desert dragonfly level has been raised to LV.57. Your desert dragonfly level has been raised to LV.60. Ang roar! The desert dragonfly, whose strength had increased dramatically, could not help but raise its head and roar again. The strong pressure of the dragon clan made everyone present tremble. Lin Fei officially had the first elf with the strength of a Quasi-King. 086 qualification enhancement card was obtained, and the attribute stone was exchanged. The desert dragonfly was promoted to the strength of a Quasi-King. It means that from now on, If it wants to learn new skills, it will have to spend more time and energy, and try step by step to succeed. But fortunately, tomorrow is the freshman competition. After completing a blockbuster in the freshman competition, the reward for the side quest 28, the qualification enhancement card, was obtained. The desert dragonfly is Lin Fei's initial elf. It is also the elf with the lowest qualification among his elf partners. Lin Fei obtained something that can improve his qualifications. Naturally, first time thought of it. The noise on the playground was getting louder and louder. It even attracted several elf instructors. Lin Fei put away the desert dragonfly and ran away quickly. Arrived at the place where he had agreed to eat with Su Hongzi, while eating, the people from both dormitories got to know each other. At this time, Su Hongzi's roommates suddenly realized that Su Hongzi's boyfriend was the top scorer in the double list of this year's elf exam. For a while, they were all envious of Su Hongzi. Su Bin and the others were so excited before, but now they really met Su Hongzi's roommates. And they suddenly became sultry again. Look again next to them, Lin Fei and Su Hongzi were interacting as if they were alone, and they were envious. Brother Fei is awesome, with both strength and beauty. The next day, the morning of August 14th. On the playground of Zhejiang Elf University. All the freshmen of the 290 majors, a total of 795 students, gathered. It was a hot summer day, and the scorching sun in the sky was terrifyingly hot. But the students on this playground did not feel the heat. Instead, they only felt the warmth of the sun on their bodies. The reason for all this? It was because there was a huge monster lying next to the playground. Big Ivory Pig. Hulu. This ivory pig is sleeping soundly. Even lying down, this ivory pig looks like a small mountain. If it stands up, it may reach a height of 5 meters. If an elf of this size runs on the ground, the scene. It is not an exaggeration to say that the earth is shaking, right? And with every breath of the ivory pig, the gas exhaled from its mouth and nose is in the form of ice mist. These ice mist-like gases freeze the ground under the ivory pig into an extremely solid ice surface, emitting a terrifying cold air. Everyone is so comfortable under the scorching sun, and it is precisely because of this. The students watched from afar, envious. What a huge body! My grandfather also has an ivory pig, but it is only 3 meters tall when standing up, not as tall as this ivory pig lying down to sleep. Haha, there is no comparison at all. Nonsense, I just don't know whose elf this ivory pig belongs to. Just its breathing is so scary, tut tut. I guess it might be our Zhejiang Province Elf University President Li's. An ivory pig with such scary breathing must be a Quasi-King level, except for the King level, right? It must be a King level. My dad's Quasi-King level elf is not so scary. It is definitely a strategic level King elf. It is likely to be our President Li's elf partner. It's so cool to have an ice elf in the hot summer, Tianzan's mobile air conditioner, ha ha ha. The students spoke one after another, and Lin Fei was also looking at the ivory pig. Elf, ivory pig, ice and ground. Strength, LV.79, high-level heavenly king. Feature, thick fat, hidden feature, awakened, because of the thick fat layer, the damage of ice and fire skills that attack oneself is halved. Awakened skills, random attack, ghost face, smell detection, fine snow, mud bomb, hail, ice fang, slam, white mist, earthquake, primal power, blizzard. Qualification, champion. This is a high-level heavenly king ivory pig. It's really terrifying. The high-level heavenly king is so powerful. How strong will it be to reach the champion level like Mr. Lin Ran? Looking at the detailed information of this ivory pig, Lin Fei sighed in his heart. The presidents of these top elf universities are all very strong. Dear students! On the podium in front of the playground, Principal Li Yunhan was speaking with a smile. There was obviously no microphone. but her voice was so overbearing that it reached everyone's ears. I am the president of Zhejiang University, Li Yunhan. On behalf of all the teachers and students of Zhejiang Elf University, I would like to extend a warm welcome to the 795 freshmen of this year. Elves are the most important role in this era, and we, President Li Yunhan, knows how to inspire people. After a few words, all the freshmen were quite yearning for their life in Zhejiang Elf University. The following are some official words of the school. Finally, I hope that the students will not forget their original intentions and forge ahead. Whether it is the trainer major or other majors related to elves, I hope that everyone can reach a new level by studying in Zhejiang Elf University. Everyone will actively participate in the freshman competition later and show their true level. I declare that the 2023 freshman competition of Zhejiang Elf University has officially begun. All students will start the battle as a whole class. Principal Li Yunhan's speech ended. Warm applause resounded throughout the venue, and the freshman competition began. Lin Fei stood up after clapping a few times casually. He looked at the several gym leader-level psychic elves ready to take their positions on the playground, and felt a little excited. Lin Fei's class was freshman, class 05. Before attending the opening speech, the class tutor of class 05 had already determined the students who would participate in the freshman competition. Lin Fei wanted to make a splash. People, it must be the first to appear. For his request, the class teacher of class 05 was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Lin Fei, the top scorer in both lists. The honor of the first place in this year's freshman competition. My class 05 must win it. The trainees of the 4 trainer classes of Class 01, Class 02, Class 03, and Class 04 have not yet appeared. And Lin Fei, under the admiring gaze of all the trainees of Class 05. He was the first to stand on the playground. Bang! The pokeball of the shining Metagross in his hand was thrown. Yahoo! The platinum Metagross shone brightly in the sun. Various envious eyes gathered from all directions. Lin Fei looked around and grinned. Everyone, feel free to come on, we will lose anyway. Since we want to make a splash, it's not too much for me to be a little arrogant, right? As soon as these words came out, the emotions of all the new students were instantly raised to the limit. Damn, brothers and sisters in the class, go! Lin Fei is awesome! Lin Fei is number 1. Lin Fei is invincible. Woohoo, Class 05 takes off, it feels so good to win without doing anything, haha. Class 02, I'll be the first to go. I've heard that Lin Fei was invincible at Supply Station No. 01. I don't believe it until I see it with my own eyes. Let me try. So what if it's a gym owner level Metagross? The worst that can happen is that we lose. 6. I thought you had a surefire way to win. Go, brothers, the future superstar gave us a chance to fight in a round-robin battle, fuck him. Looking at the new students, they were indignant like chicken blood. 4 of the 5 class instructors of the trainer professional class were looking out to the instructor of class 05. Lin Fei was assigned to class 05, Zhao Yan, you are so lucky. I am so envious. With Lin Fei here, won't Zhao Yan take all the school bonuses this year, next year, the year after next, and the year after next? Don't panic, Lin Fei won't stay in school forever. Faced with the envy of the other 4 class instructors, jealous and overjoyed, Zhao Yan waved her hands modestly. Luck, hee, let's watch the game. The freshman competition is a competition for 5 trainer majors. Each class has 1 person as a representative each time. Other classes can challenge. Winning counts as 1 point, losing deducts 1 point. Winning in a row counts an extra point. Finally, the class with the highest score will be the first place. Lin Fei was the first to appear in class 05, so this freshman competition was one-sided. Nidoking cannot fight, your Metagross, LV.55, gained 840 experience points. Big King Yan cannot fight, your meta gross, LV.55, gained 560 experience points. Dragon cannot fight, your meta gross, LV.55, gained 460 experience points. Instant kill, this is the real instant kill. No matter who goes up, what Pokemon goes up. Facing Lin Fei's LV.55 meta gross, they can only be killed instantly. Metagross title of the strongest brain of the elves is not for nothing. It can predict when the opponent's attack will be released based on the opponent's elf's footsteps, movements, and flight trajectory. Its brain can give feedback immediately. Through this information, combined with its psychic attributes and steel resistance, Metagross is really invincible. When Lin Fei won 10 games in a row, the atmosphere of the freshman competition was brought to its peak by him. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you made a big splash in the freshman competition, side quest 28 completed, and you got the qualification enhancement card. That's it. The qualifications of the desert dragonfly can be enhanced. Cool. I didn't participate in the next freshman competition. It was handed over to other students in class 05. This also made the other 4 classes feel relieved. Damn, it's too outrageous. Lin Fei's strength is for other freshmen. It was simply a crushing defeat. The freshman competition he did not participate in was the real competition. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Fei followed Principal Li Yunhan to the president's office of the Zhejiang Elf Alliance Association. The Super Power Stone has arrived. President Zhang, I'll trouble you more in the future for Lin Fei. Like Yanxian Tianwang, Li Yunhan was very optimistic about Lin Fei. In addition, since Lin Fei was a student at Zhejiang Elf University on April 6, she personally brought Lin Fei to get the Super Power Stone. The full name of the person she called President Zhang was Zhang Yaquan. He was a tall fat man, but his strength had not reached the high-level Quasi-King. At this moment, Zhang Yaquan, a high-level Quasi-King, was smiling. Haha, what are you talking about, Principal Li? Student Lin Fei is a true dragon genius among the new generation of trainers in Dragon Country. If you can help him, feel free to ask. Special talents should be treated specially. Student Lin Fei, here is my contact information. From now on, treat Zhejiang Province Elf Alliance as your home, hehe. Zhang Yaquan was able to become the president of Zhejiang Province Elf Alliance Association. Both his ability and vision are quite in place. Let's put aside Lin Fei's status as the top scorer in the double list. Just say that Li Yunhan personally took him to get the Super Power Stone. And got a personal meeting with the champion crown Lin Ran. Lin Fei is worthy of Zhang Yaquan's friendship. While speaking, Lin Fei also received the Super Power Stone reward of the top scorer in the double list. At the same time, Lin Fei proposed to exchange an attribute stone. Of the 3 attribute stones given to him by Li Yunhan, only the Super Power Stone can be used. He can't use the other 2 attribute stones of water and insects. He wants to keep the water stone. But the insect stone can be exchanged for the fire stone or evil stone, which can also improve the strength of the blazing roaring tiger. 087 The Lake of Rage, the strength of all members soared. After Li Yunhan introduced Lin Fei to President Zhang Yaquan, she left. She is the president of Zhejiang Province Elf University, a high-level trainer, and has a position in the alliance. She is very busy on weekdays. It is very rare to be able to bring Lin Fei here in person. Let's go, classmate Lin Fei, the fire stone and electric pure crystal you need have been programmed, I will take you there. Zhang Yaquan's attitude towards Lin Fei did not change because of Li Yunhan's departure, but became better. Come to the trading office of the association. Zhang Yaquan handed the fire stone and 2 electric pure crystals to Lin Fei in person. Originally, Lin Fei was going to buy the electric stone. However, attribute stones are scarce everywhere. However, Zhang Yaquan said that he would leave one for Lin Fei next time the goods arrive. Don't underestimate the share of only one. Lin Fei is destined to be stronger in the future, but now he is only the owner of 2 gym leader level Pokemon. Others don't know that Desert Dragonfly has also broken through. It is definitely not easy to let Zhang Yuquan keep a share of attribute stones with this identity. The Fire Stone was exchanged for the Bug Stone, and it didn't cost any money. 2 electric pure crystals cost him 4 million. Spending 4 million in a flash to get 2 crystals. Trainers are indeed an industry that can only be cultivated quickly by burning money. Ding! Side Quest 29 released. Please participate in a real Pokemon Secret Realm. Experience the real cruelty of the Pokemon Secret Realm. Mission reward: instant teleport skill card fragment. Ding! Side Mission 30 released. Forge ahead. Challenge a veteran Quasi-King trainer and win. Mission reward: Ruins map. Lin Fei, who was about to leave, stopped. I didn't expect the side mission to refresh again at this time. A new mission reward appeared. Ruins map. This is a 15-point reward that has never been seen before. Lin Fei is looking forward to what good things he can get from this Ruins map. Lin Fei, classmate, has something else to do. Seeing that Lin Fei, who was about to leave, stopped again, President Zhang Yuquan immediately asked with concern. President Zhang, is there a way for Pokemon trainers registered with the Alliance Association to increase their levels at one time? The Alliance Association will not let trainers rush into the Pokemon Secret Realm for no reason and without thinking. Generally, trainers who have been registered for less than 1 year. Only public secret realms and 1-star secret realms are allowed to be explored. Public secret realms and 1-star secret realms are the ones with the lowest risk factor. The trainers inside are not very strong. The wild elves are not that dangerous either. This obviously cannot experience the true cruelty mentioned in the system task. How long has he registered now? Just over a month. According to the regulations of the Elf Alliance Association. Now he can't go to those elf secret realms above 1 star. So it was this matter. Zhang Yuquan smiled and made a phone call directly. After giving a few instructions, he smiled at Lin Fei and said, "Of course it's not possible according to the regulations, but our Zhejiang Province Elf Alliance Association has always treated special talents specially." Lin Fei felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. Is this equivalent to taking a backdoor? But in order to enter the real elf secret realm as soon as possible. These can't be taken care of. Wasting time is wasting life, shameful. Student Lin Fei, you can just go directly to the elf secret realm in Zhejiang Province. But for the time being, you can only go to the 4-star elf secret realm. Starting from the 4-star secret realm, you need to have the hard strength requirements of 3 pavilion master level elves to enter. What does it mean to have someone in the court to get things done? This is it. Lin Fei kept this favor in mind. After saying goodbye, he went back to Zhejiang Elf University. He asked Li Yunhan for 3 bottles of high-level energy liquid. 1 bottle is 200,000, which is what Li Yunhan promised before. Then he took the high-speed train to Boning City, Zhejiang Province. There are 3 secret realms in the whole Zhejiang Province. 1-star secret realm, 2-star secret realm and 3-star secret realm. The level of the secret realm is divided according to the area in the secret realm and the strength of wild elves. Lin Fei's goal is the 3-star secret realm in Boning City, the Lake of Anger. The Lake of Anger secret realm, the secret realm area is 125,000 square kilometers. If 9. Water 75. Fly 63. Deer 2. Small 41. Say 0. It's bigger than Zhejiang Province. And the most important thing is, most of the secret area of Angry Lake is water area. The ratio of water area to land area is 10:1. This means that this is a paradise for water elves. If Lin Fei wants to venture here, it's better to have a water elf that can be ridden. He plans to go to the Angry Lake, which is known as the paradise of water elves. If he is lucky, he may encounter a wild water elf with good qualifications. At the school, Lin Fei has already greeted Li Yunhan. Li Yunhan will naturally not embarrass him. Give him a lot of freedom. An hour later, Lin Fei arrived at his destination, the secret hall of Angry Lake. Wearing a mask, he just walked into the secret hall. He saw a long queue of trainers. The Lake of Rage secret realm is well known far and wide. These trainers are probably not from Zhejiang province, but from cities around Zhejiang province. That's why there is such a long queue. Lin Fei originally wanted to queue up honestly. But he saw that there was a service desk next to it with the words Senior Member Office written on it. There were only a few people handling business there, so he walked over without thinking. Since President Zhang Yuquan asked him to come directly. That should have been a greeting, right? Although Lin Fei was wearing a mask, he could still be seen to be very young. Among the trainers who were originally queuing here, a young man in his 30s saw this and quickly reminded him, "Little brother, you've gone to the wrong place. That's the senior member office. You have to have elite level high-level strength. This man has a good heart." Thinking that Lin Fei was coming to the 3-star secret realm for the first time to watch the excitement. So he reminded him out loud. The man's words quickly attracted the attention of the trainers queuing over there. It's okay to watch the excitement while queuing. The senior member office is a service desk only available in 3-star and above secret realms. That little brother may not know it. It's normal. The first time I came to the 3-star secret realm, I made a fool of myself. Hehe, I didn't expect to have the honor of seeing other people make a fool of themselves today. Is there a possibility that the person is a senior member himself, and you are worrying too much? Impossible. Such a young senior member, he was wearing a mask, but judging from his eyes and posture, he should be in his early 20s, about the same age as my nephew. Don't call him, he might just want to take a look. Yeah, that's possible. Listening to the discussions of the people around him, the young man who reminded Lin Fei also felt that it was true. He might just be curious and go over to take a look. When he shouted like this, everyone noticed it. Lin Fei looked at the man who reminded him and nodded. Anyway, he was just reminding him kindly. When the young man saw Lin Fei nod, he gave an awkward smile. He felt that the person who said it at the beginning was right. This young man gave him the feeling that he might really be a senior member. High at the top member service desk. The few people who were here just now have left the secret gate. Lin Fei is the only one left. An uncle is handling the business. He was about to remind Lin Fei. When he saw Lin Fei handing over his ID card. This. The uncle thought Lin Fei didn't know, and just glanced at it casually when he wanted to remind him. When he saw the name on the ID card, he stopped talking. Lin Fei. The same name as the top scorer in the double list of this year's ELF exam? Or is it Lin Fei himself? Apply for tickets and buy a high-level secret backpack at the same time. Who cares? Just swipe your ID card first. 3 seconds later. The uncle immediately handled Lin Fei's business with a respectful attitude. After deducting 60,000 alliance coins from Lin Fei's ID card, he gave Lin Fei his ID card and ticket, and handed him a large mountaineering bag. A must-have bag for advanced secret realms. 20,000 alliance coins each. It contains various necessary tools for secret realms. Generally, trainers will prepare them outside. They won't come to the secret realm hall to buy them. But Lin Fei was too lazy to bother, so he just bought the ready-made ones. Don't ask, if you ask, you're rich. Student Lin Fei, the latest information about the Lake of Rage has been sent to your phone, please be safe. The uncle looked at Lin Fei with admiration. The call they received an hour ago was about Lin Fei. At this age, he can get the president of the Alliance Association to open a backdoor. What achievements will he make in the future? But the uncle can only envy. He is almost 40 years old and no longer has the ambition he had in the past. Put away the ID card. Lin Fei put the backpack he brought into the mountaineering bag. Then he put the ticket on his wrist and walked towards the door of the secret realm. Yes, the ticket for the 3-star secret realm is two-way, and the entrance is it will be used when needed, so it is made into a bracelet for easy carrying. Seeing Lin Fei's figure disappear at the secret gate, the trainers who were queuing in a long line looked at each other and were speechless. It turned out that the clown was actually themselves. A dizzy feeling came over him that was even more dizzy than the 1-star secret gate. When Lin Fei opened his eyes again, he had come to the hall of 290 on the other side of the secret gate. As soon as he walked out of the secret gate, several trainers came over. "Brother, do you want to buy the latest information about the Lake of Rage? I have more up-to-date information than the secret hall, and it only costs 10,000 alliance coins. Do you need to hire team members? We are professional team members, and the fee is very cheap. Since you look familiar, how about a 18% discount? Hey, do you want energy liquid, little brother? At the same price, I have energy liquid that is better than the one in the Pokemon Alliance Association. This is a must-have for saving lives." 3 vendors with smiles on their faces were selling products with lies. For example, this vendor who said that his energy liquid was more effective than the Pokemon Alliance Association, Lin Fei looked at him with a half-smile and said, "With such a high cost effectiveness, why are you doing charity?" As soon as these words came out, the vendors who were about to come to sell their products curled their lips. Knowing that they couldn't fool people, Lin Fei ignored the people in the hall and walked straight through them. At the same time, he took out the Pokeball of Desert Dragonfly. There was an open space before leaving the hall. This was specially for trainers to call out Pokemon in advance. The hall was a cordon. Leaving the hall meant stepping into the secret realm of the Lake of Anger. Not bound by the law. "Come out, Desert Dragonfly." The white light curtain condensed the figure of the Desert Dragonfly like a flying dragon. Lin Fei jumped up. The Desert Dragonfly soared into the sky, and there was a burst of flying sand and rocks outside the hall. The 3 vendors who had fooled Lin Fei into buying their things broke out in cold sweat on their foreheads when they saw this. "Damn, what a strong Desert Dragonfly, its size must be that of a museum owner, right? Fortunately, I didn't bother with it just now. Are young people nowadays so awesome? No wonder one person dared to come to the 3-star secret realm Lake of Anger." Leaving the stunned vendors in the hall, Lin Fei had disappeared. After flying for more than 10 minutes, the Desert Dragonfly landed on a rocky mountain. Under its terrifying dragon breath, the wild elves on the rocky mountain ran faster than each other, and the rocky mountain, which was originally noisy, suddenly became extremely quiet. The flying dragon leaned down to make it easier for Lin Fei to get off his back. After getting off, Lin Fei instantly threw out 3 more Pokeballs. At the same time, he took out the Fire Stone, the Electric Pure Crystal, and the Super Power Stone. 088 God Level Lottery, the badge of the friend of the mythical beast. I won half. As soon as the giant gold monster came out, he knew that it was in the secret realm by looking at the surrounding environment. It was excited. The secret realm meant that it had a chance to eat more Fixie energy cubes. But soon the Metagross looked at the Desert Dragonfly in confusion. The black and red eyes were full of shock. I won half. Faced with the Metagross's doubts, the Desert Dragonfly flicked its tail. It didn't respond to the Metagross at all. The blood-red compound eyes looked up at the sky. The pride of the Dragon Clan was fully demonstrated at this moment. Despite this, feeling the aura of the Desert Dragonfly that was obviously stronger than its own, the Metagross still knew that the Desert Dragonfly was stronger than itself. Megalodon, the Desert Dragonfly absorbed an Earth Stone before. Here, it's your turn this time, take it. Lin Fei smiled and threw the Super Power Stone to the Metagross. I didn't expect these 2 guys to compete in strength. Megalodon didn't expect there would be such a surprise. Immediately rushed over and grabbed the superpower stone with his steel claws. Then the superpower rolled up. The super energy stone caught by the claws turned into energy and was absorbed by it. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your Metagross has absorbed the super energy stone. Your Metagross is in high spirits, it feels that its super energy is surging wildly. Your Metagross has gained 800,000 experience points. Your Metagross has been upgraded to LV.55. Your Metagross has been upgraded to LV.59. Your Metagross has awakened a new skill, Destructive Death Ray. The momentum of the Metagross is also rising steadily. Waves of invisible fluctuations formed on this rocky mountain. Earth waves flew, sand particles flew everywhere. Metagross has been upgraded to LV.59. It is only a little bit away from breaking through to the initial stage of the Quasi-King. Woo woo. The desert dragonfly looked at the Metagross and seemed a little funny. I didn't expect it, the strength level still didn't reach the Quasi-King. Metagross was depressed. It felt like it was just a little bit away from breaking through the shackles. At the critical moment, it actually lost its chain. Meow. I won half. The blazing roaring tiger and Zeraora did not envy Metagross. They stared at the remaining crystals and stones in Lin Fei's hand. Come on, you two should also improve your strength together. Lin Fei looked at their straight eyes and smiled as he gave them the things. For a while, various elemental energies on this rocky mountain rose and fell. The wild Pokémon in the distance noticed the energy fluctuations here. They wanted to come and take a look, but they were afraid of the dragon power of the desert dragonfly. 2 minutes later, the strength of Lin Fei's Pokémon companions increased dramatically. The desert dragonfly reached LV.60. Metagross was LV.59, just one step away from breaking through to the Quasi-King. The blazing roaring tiger also absorbed the energy of the fire stone, breaking through from LV.39 to LV.49, and only one step away from breaking through to the gym owner level. And it also newly awakened the new skill of Explosive Flame Electric Shock, which is very powerful. Zeraora absorbed 2 electric pure crystals. The first electric pure crystal allowed it to gain 400,000 experience points. But the second one only gave 200,000 experience points, which was discounted. No wonder it is said that no matter how powerful the secret treasure is, the same secret treasure elf can only absorb 3 times at most, and it is estimated that the strength will not increase after the third absorption. Such a rule of the origin of heaven and earth can also be understood. If not, wouldn't the elves of rich people be able to rise to the top level without lying down? After absorbing 2 electric pure crystals, Zeraora was upgraded to LV.43. Newly awakened 3 skills, Discharge, Fast Defense, and Thunder. The qualification enhancement card has been used by Lin Fei on the Desert Dragonfly. Now the qualification of the Desert Dragonfly has jumped from the Quasi-King to the champion level. Very good, then the next step is God level lottery E. After interacting with the elves, Lin Fei focused his attention on himself. After completing the first main task, he got a chance to draw a God level lottery. He hasn't drawn a lottery yet. Start the God level lottery. God level lottery. Seeing the familiar blue turntable appear in front of him again, Lin Fei stared at the golden pointer excitedly. In the first lottery opportunity, he got the chance interception card, which completely changed his life. This second time, let me see what good things I can draw. The golden pointer turned wildly. It wandered between the cards, scrolls, and golden question marks. It finally stopped at the area of the golden question mark. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Divine Beast Friend Badge. Divine Beast Friend Badge. After wearing it, the Divine Beast elves will have an initial good impression of you. Divine Beast. Even though he was prepared in his heart, he thought that the second lottery would definitely not be bad. But this result naturally shocked Lin Fei greatly. The breath of the king level elves can affect the environment and weather. The champion level elves are the pillar of a country. Then, what about the divine beasts? Gurgle. For some reason, just thinking of these two words, Lin Fei's heart was filled with a faint palpitation. It seemed that just reading their names was a taboo. Lin Fei's mind moved, and the divine beast friend badge materialized in his hand. There is a beast pattern on it. If you look closely, you will find. The pattern shows the 3 sacred birds for a while, and the 3 sacred beasts for a while. In the blink of an eye, it turned into Lugia, Ho-Oh, and Groudon again. Lin Fei forced himself to look away. He just stared for a few seconds. He felt that he couldn't look any further. Hey! Lin Fei took a deep breath with his chest heaving. Perhaps the legendary beast is still far away for him now. But with this badge, maybe I can do things that other trainers can't do or even dare to think about. But how do I wear this thing? As the thought started, I saw that the badge slowly merged into his palm. When he spread it out again, his palm was empty. The badge seemed to have merged with him. He is no longer the same as before. Now, as long as a legendary beast appears, no matter who it is, they all have a mandatory initial favor towards him. It's a pity that there is no divine beast for me to try out the effect. In fact, Lin Fei also knew that the initial goodwill was just the initial goodwill. The divine beast would not follow him just because of this. In short, let's look forward to meeting the divine beast. Opportunity prompt card, use it. All that can be used has been used up, so the next is the opportunity prompt card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the opportunity prompt card has been used successfully. In the next hour, you will get the opportunity prompt within a radius of 100 kilometers. 86 kilometers to the left, the secret realm wonder leftovers was found. Fuck! So efficient! It turned out to be leftovers, in the left front? Lin Fei stood on the rocky mountain and looked to the left front. Only saw a lake. This thing can't be in the water of this angry lake. Lin Fei frowned. He didn't have a water spirit yet. You can only ride on the desert dragonfly or stand on the Metagross. Let's go check it out first. This thing is also called leftovers in the game. Although the name is a bit weird, the effect is to restore 1/16 of the elf's physical strength every turn. I just don't know the effect of this leftovers in the real world. Anyway, it will definitely not be bad. Secret wonders like leftovers are different from secret treasures. For example, the essence, pure crystal, and attribute stones in the secret treasures are all gone after the energy is digested. But once the secret wonders are absorbed once, they will always have an effect in the future. The price of the attribute stone is 10 million. The price of the secret wonders is 5 times that. In other words, a hint on this opportunity reminder card will allow Lin Fei to earn 50 million later. This is how trainers get rich overnight in the secret realm. And this kind of opportunity to get rich. It's a pity that this opportunity reminder card only lasts for 1 hour. If the time can last a little longer, Lin Fei was sure that he could make a lot of money. But there was no rush. He believed that he would get a better opportunity prompt card sooner or later. Desert Dragonfly. Go forward to the left front. Lin Fei took back the blazing roaring tiger and Zeraora. Megalodon was also taken back. He sat on the back of the flying dragon and rushed out of the rock mountain. He rushed into the endless lake of anger. The flying dragon flapped its wings and rushed 20 meters above the blue lake. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. The lake surface was rippled by its speed and surged in all directions. The water spirits under the lake were startled and scattered. About 55 minutes later, Lin Fei knew why the opportunity prompt card would prompt here. There were many islands of different sizes on the surface of the Lake of Anger, and the leftovers he was looking for were on an island. Fortunately, it is not in the water, otherwise it would be troublesome. He has no water Pokemon yet. Found leftovers 0.7 kilometers ahead. 0.7 kilometers, that is 700 meters. And the faint skill collision fluctuations coming from the front made Lin Fei understand. There are trainers on this island. He is not the only one. The moment you step out of the secret hall, there is no law in the secret. The most dangerous thing here is not wild Pokemon, but other trainers who have intentions towards you. I-1/4 Metagross. For safety reasons, Lin Fei called out Metagross. At the same time, let the desert dragonfly fly high in the sky of the island, so that it can swoop down and attack at any time. I-1/2 Metagross floated beside Lin Fei. Gives Lin Fei an absolute sense of security. Wait until the last 2 fragments of the instant teleport skill card are obtained. Metagross's strength will be even more terrifying. Beedrill, Missile Needle. Buzz. In a forest on the island. 2 trainers are fighting. One uses Beedrill. The other uses Butterfree. There is another trainer in the distance who is protected by a 2-tailed monster hand. Buzz. The 2 needles of Beedrill blasted a large number of missile needles at Butterfree, and these missile needles automatically aimed at Butterfree like missiles. The trainer of Butterfree it is not a vegetarian. A silver whirlwind blew up with a flap of its wings. After defeating the missile needles head-on, the silver whirlwind still rushed towards Beedrill. Get out of the way. Beedrill couldn't dodge. After being hit by the silver whirlwind, its body slammed into a raised earth mound in the forest. Beep. Buzz. Beedrill was still preparing to fly up and fight. Its strength is much higher than that of the opposite poison butterfly. The silver whirlwind that was resisted had no effect on it at all. But it suddenly noticed that there was a red object in the earth mound it crushed. This red object looked like a leftover apple core. Drill's gaze also attracted the attention of its trainer. The man immediately exclaimed, "A secret wonder." It turned out to be a secret wonder. He deserves to be rich. He laughed loudly and grinned at the trainer of the poison butterfly. It was a wise decision to hunt you 2 down. It made me rich. Secret realm rare item, 50 million alliance coins. In order to thank you 2, I will, forever. The man hadn't finished speaking yet. He suddenly stopped talking and looked somewhere. A trainer who was too young to be true came over. He was accompanied by a Quasi-God, shiny Metagross. Lin Fei came as fast as he could. But he didn't expect that the leftovers had been discovered. He smiled at the man and the woman who was fighting, then pointed to the leftovers in the mound in the distance and said, "Wait a minute, I'll take something and leave." 089 leftovers in hand, ugly fish school? Take something and leave. The man looked at the mound that Lin Fei pointed at, and his mouth twitched. For a moment, he was a little unsure. The secret treasure in the earth bag is worth 50 million. It is impossible for him to be driven away with just 1 sentence. Although I don't know how strong the Metagross is. But judging from Lin Fei's age, the strength of this Metagross should not be too strong. At most, it has just evolved, right? Otherwise, Metagross would not be so obedient. There are also limits to cultivating elves in advance. This is the case for ordinary elves, let alone Quasi-Gods. But Quasi-Gods? Or shining Quasi-Gods? Metagross, which ordinary trainers and ordinary rich people can't get, is brought by Lin Fei like this, which makes the man afraid to act rashly. So he plans to test it and snorts. I discovered this secret treasure first. It's not good for you to take it away with just 1 sentence. The man's name is Qian Lebang, a veteran elite high-level trainer. The woman next to him is Hong Min, and the young man protected by the 2-tailed monster in the distance is Hong Min's nephew Hong Jing. Qian Lebang and Hong Min had cooperated several times before. It was just this time that the 2 had a disagreement. That's why there was the scene of Beedrill versus Poison Butterfly at the beginning. It must be very difficult for a trainer to have a shiny Metagross. It was obviously unwilling for Qian Lebang to give up the 50 million. But if he could use this to get access to the other party's network resources, he would still be willing. There is gain and loss. And Lin Fei? He looked at Qian Lebang and didn't say any more nonsense. He didn't care about any conflicts between Qian Lebang and Hong Min. He just needed to take away the leftovers. As for who discovered it first, it didn't matter in the secret realm of the elves. Seeing that Lin Fei didn't pay any attention to him at all, Qian Lebang's face sank. But when he saw the other party's metagross, he didn't have the courage to do it. The metagross, even if it is not an elite high-level monster, is not something he can mess with. As long as the young man doesn't know the other thing. With this thought, Qian Lebang forced himself not to look at the secret realm wonders. Instead, he set his sights on Hong Min. Lin Fei looked at the two people who were fighting again and ignored them. He had come to the defeated Earth Mound. The soil of the Earth Mound had covered the secret realm wonders. The soil was thrown away by the Metagross's telekinesis. Soon, the leftovers were found. Controlled 290 to float in front of Lin Fei. This thing really looks like a leftover apple core. Can you believe that this little thing is worth 50 million? The leftovers are in hand. I one half. Suddenly, the vigilant Metagross looked at the approaching two-tailed monster hand and the boy, and issued a warning reminder, asking Lin Fei to look up. Wow. Seeing that he had successfully caught Lin Fei's attention, the two-tailed monster hand seemed very happy and jumped on the spot. Then he quickly moved away. He revealed Hong Jing behind him. Hong Jing should be a little older than Lin Fei. There was still some fear and trepidation in his eyes. Obviously he had just been frightened by something not long ago. Looking at his aunt Hong Min who was being beaten by Qian Lebang, Hong Jing made up his mind and pleaded with Lin Fei, "Please, help my aunt, we know the coordinates of a special water area." Qian Lebang was afraid that we would leak this information, so I attacked my aunt. "Please, I am willing to tell you this news. Just now, my aunt Hong Min has been forced to the end of her rope by Qian Lebang." When Hong Jing said this, her whole body was trembling with fear. He tried hard not to let his tears fall. At the age of 20, who can be calm in the face of life and death? "Xiaojing, run!" A heart-wrenching cry suddenly came from a distance. It turned out that Qian Lebang used a giant bee to force Hong Min's poisonous butterfly back, and then commanded the giant bee to kill Hong Jing. At the same time, Qian Lebang also called out his other life-saving elf with a ferocious look. Flame Arrow Hawk. He usually doesn't call out this life-saving elf easily to consume his physical strength. It is to be able to escape at the critical moment. The burst speed of the Flame Arrow Hawk is much faster than that of ordinary flying elves. It is the only terrifying raptor among ordinary flying elves that can compete with Pidgeot in a short time. Even when he was chasing Hong Min and the others just now, he didn't call out the Flame Arrow Hawk. But now, if he doesn't call it out, Hong Jing took when the twin-tailed monster hand approached Lin Fei. Qian Lebang knew that something was wrong in the distance. If he exposed that matter, with the temperament of this shiny Metagross trainer, Qian Lebang would definitely not have a share. He had already given up the secret realm treasure. It was impossible to give up that matter too. He must kill Hong Jing before he said it. While the shiny Metagross trainer didn't react, let the fiery arrow hawk kill Hong Min at the fastest speed. Then take him away directly. This was Qian Lebang's plan. He believed in the speed of the fiery arrow hawk. And it was a fiery arrow hawk that used high-speed movement to increase its speed level. A normal person would never be able to react to a sudden sneak attack. Screech! The raptor screamed, and its sharp claws quickly grabbed Hong Jing. And the giant bee spewed venom from its mouthparts. Two-pronged attack. Hong Jing felt death coming in an instant. The hairs all over his body stood up. This Qian Lebang. He was willing to offend the trainer of Metagross to kill him? Hong Jing trembled all over as he was locked by the aura of the fiery eagle. The fiery eagle's claws were about to crush his head. But then, Hong Jing saw a scene that he would never forget. Buzz! First, there was an extremely brutal superpower. A superpower barrier was formed in front of Hong Jing. The venom impacted the purple-black stinking venom and was blocked by the barrier. The next moment, the barrier instantly turned into telekinesis and directly entangled the fiery arrow eagle that rushed over. This telekinesis has a strong control power. The raptor's pupils were full of panic. Its whole body was controlled and slammed into the ground. Bang! Crack! The ground was smashed open. Cracks more than 10 meters long appeared crackling and spread far away. The wailing of the fiery arrow hawk came from the ground. It was smashed into the ground for more than 2 meters. The 2 pairs of wings trembled wildly, but it was pressed into the pit and couldn't move. The fiery arrow hawk cannot fight. Your metagross, LV.59, has gained 980 experience points. Tisk, it's a bit too little. Originally, the fiery arrow hawk that defeated LV.49 should have gained 1968 experience points. But the metagross is much higher than her. The experience was directly halved. I won half. The metagross, which killed the flaming arrow hawk in one strike, looked at the beedrill in the distance with its black and red eyes. The next moment, the beedrill sank heavily as if it had been hit hard. It followed the footsteps of the flaming arrow hawk. The beedrill cannot fight. Your metagross, LV.59, gained 920 experience points. The metagross, which instantly defeated Qian Lebang's 2 Pokémons, floated in the sun. The color of its body surface was shining with golden light. Just in a moment, the elite high-level flaming arrow hawk and the elite mid-level beedrill were both beaten into dead dogs. High-level gym owner vs elite level, it's that simple. How is it possible? Qian Lebang was dumbfounded. He stared at Lin Fei with bloodshot eyes. Gym master level, it's actually gym master level. It can kill his 2 main Pokémon so easily. It must be gym master level. This ridiculously young trainer actually has a gym master level metagross. Qian Lebang knew he was finished. He bet on his flaming hawk's speed, and now he obviously lost the bet. What are you in such a hurry for? Looking at Qian Lebang, Lin Fei said calmly. Only psychic elves can thrive in this high-level secret realm. If it weren't for the giant gold monster just now, it's possible that something might happen. The desert dragonfly in the sky is too late, because it takes time for Lin Fei's voice to be transmitted to the desert dragonfly. During this time, the fiery arrow eagle may have succeeded. This is the real situation in the high-level elf secret realm. Hong Min, who was far away, also hurriedly followed with the poisonous powder butterfly, holding the frightened Hong Jing and looking at Lin Fei vigilantly. Today is Hong Jing's first time to enter the 3-star secret realm. Hong Min took him with her, and for this purpose, she specially found her partner. Qian Lebang had done this several times, but who knew that they were lucky enough to find a school of clownfish? The habitat of the clownfish can be sold at a very high price. Then Qian Lebang got greedy. He attacked and seriously injured one of Hong Min's main elves. Then he chased and killed them. Until he met Lin Fei. Hong Min didn't know what to call Lin Fei for a while. My name is Lin Fei. Lin Fei waved his hand indifferently, but stared at Hong Min and Hong Jing behind Hong Min and asked directly, what did you want to say just now? Intuition told him that something good must have happened to these 3 people. Auntie. Hong Jing, who was trembling behind him, took a deep breath. We can't keep the news. We almost died just now. Let's fight. Qian Lebang wanted to keep the news of the clownfish alone, so he wanted to kill them. But he didn't expect to meet this trainer with the shiny metal monster. Otherwise, the 2 of them would have died long ago. Hong Min smiled bitterly. Yes, he had no choice. I can only bet on the character of this shiny metagross trainer. Don't say it. Idiot. He brought shiny Metagross with him. How could a young master born in a big family? Qian Lebang next to him was still thinking about threatening Hongmin and her aunt and nephew. Metagross directly sealed his mouth with telekinesis. Without this person interrupting, Lin Fei looked at Hongmin and the others. After chatting for 3 minutes. A school of clownfish. After learning the whole story, Lin Fei was overjoyed. Clownfish are very special Pokemon. Do you know Magikarp? Magikarp is known as a water Pokemon with super survivability. They can be seen in deep water, shallow water, muddy water, and clear water. And there are many types. Half of every 10 water Pokemon are Magikarp. And this kind of environmental survival ability is compared with that of clownfish. That's not good enough. The dependence of clownfish on the environment is even lower than that of Magikarp. Even in the stinky lazy mud, the clownfish can survive. Clownfish live in groups. It's just that it's very difficult to find their living place. In the Dragon Kingdom Pokemon Egg Library, there is only one clownfish Pokemon egg left. It's enough to show how popular it is. This kind of Pokemon egg is generally bought by trainers who are not short of money. However, compared with Magikarp, the number of clownfish is just a little brother. Magikarp has low environmental dependence and its body is full of hard bones. Most water Pokemon will not feed on Magikarp. But clownfish do not have the hard conditions in this regard, and their strength is weak. If they are discovered by other water Pokemon foraging, they will be eaten easily. And Lin Fei chose the Lake of Rage as the exploration site this time. The purpose is to find out, is there a suitable wild water Pokemon to capture? Now there is news about the clownfish school, he must go and see. If he can really capture a clownfish with qualifications beyond the gym owner level, it's a big profit. Tell me the coordinates, and you go with me. Lin Fei did it without hesitation. Since Hongmin and her nephew had already decided to show their cards, they did not hide it. Immediately, they sensed the coordinates of the waters where the Ucha fish school was found to Lin Fei. Lin Fei took out the map of the Lake of Anger from his backpack. According to the coordinates, he quickly got the direction and distance. Southwest, 93 kilometers. Well, Mr. Lin, do we have to go with you? Our flying elves have no energy left, this. Hongmin asked carefully with courage. She was afraid to follow Lin Fei. Lin Fei would kill her and Hongjing after seeing the Ucha fish school. There are no laws in the secret realm of the elves. You don't want to go? Don't you want to subdue the Ucha fish? Lin Fei looked at the two of them strangely. He only needed the Ucha fish with the best qualifications. As for selling the information about the Ucha fish school for money, he was too lazy to do such a troublesome thing. As for Hongmin and the other two who brought him the news of the ugly fish school, Lin Fei, who was in a very good mood, did not mind taking them over and letting them capture one as well. Of course, the most important thing was, he had to see if they had deceived him. If they dared to play tricks. He was not a good guy either. Hongmin and his aunt and nephew were stunned, and then they were ecstatic. So this was Lin Fei's plan to take them over? They were still judging others by their own standards. What is pattern? That's it. The aunt and nephew immediately thanked him profusely. 2 minutes later, the desert dragonfly was speeding across the lake again. The figure of the flying dragon disappeared in the southwest. As for Qian Lebang, knowing that this man had attacked and chased Hongmin and the other two for so long because of greed, Lin Fei let the giant gold monster kill him. Since he had already offended him, why not kill him? P.S. The house construction is stopped. I am going to participate in the maintenance today. Alas, it is a troubled time. I will update 4,000 words today and 4,000 words in the evening. 090 Quasi King's Power, looking for death. The Lake of Anger is to the southwest. There is a small island with an area of about 2 square kilometers. The length and width of the island are more than 1,000 meters, similar to a square. The island itself is in the Lake of Anger. In the lake. But there is a small lake on the island of 20,000 square meters in the middle of the island. At this time, at the edge of the island, a Pokemon exploration team descended from the sky. GA. The unpleasant but recognizable sound of the toucan creaked, startling the flying Pokemons on the edge of the island and causing them to fly away. In addition to the toucan, there are also the fork bat, the night owl and the king swallow. These Pokemons have different attributes. But they all have one thing in common, that is, they can all fly. They can all carry trainers as transportation. Among the 4 people in the group, the toucan trainer is the main one. 3 men and 1 woman, their faces were extremely excited when they boarded the island. As the only woman in the team, Barry took out 2 energy cubes from her backpack and threw them into the air. The king swallow opened its beak and swallowed them, and began to recover its strength. Barry suppressed the ecstasy in her heart. She looked at the captain Wei Hongyun again to confirm. "Captain, are you telling the truth? Are there really schools of JoJo fish here?" Wei Hongyun, who was called the captain, was burly and dark-skinned. He nodded seriously and looked at his 3 team members. "This is absolutely true, our luck has come. The bottom of the lake in this island should be directly connected to the Lake of Anger. The JoJo fish are hiding in the passage connecting to the Lake of Anger. Everyone, take a break and get ready to work. I'll make it clear in advance, if anyone has any crooked thoughts, the other 3 will join forces to siege." Although Wei Hongyun has cooperated with the 3 team members many times, but since it was about the JoJo fish, he still warned in a cold voice. The other 3 nodded in response to his warning. They were still afraid that Wei Hongyun, the captain, would do something wrong. 10 minutes later, after resting for a while, the 4 began to work together. Wei Hongyun is the strongest, so he was responsible for taking the elves to find the passage at the bottom of the lake that connected to the Lake of Wrath, and then guarding that place to prevent the clownfish from leaving. Belle was responsible for assisting him. At the same time, she was also responsible for being alert to attacks from wild elves from the Lake of Wrath. If an attack occurs, Belle needs to command the elves to take over immediately. The other 2 team members are Lu Ren and Zhu Yuan. They are responsible for finding the clownfish in the lake in the island. In short, this time their Hongyun expedition team made a fortune. Soon, various elf skills were released on the island. The wild elves on the island fled frantically. Not long after, Lu Ren and Zhu Yuan, who were responsible for finding the clownfish in the lake in the island, shouted excitedly, "Captain! Belle! Found it! There is really a clownfish, at least a dozen." The 2 shouted loudly. Since it was confirmed that there was, Wei Hongyun made a prompt decision. Ordered his blastoise to use the water cannon. Block the passage at the bottom of the lake that the clownfish were fleeing to the Lake of Anger. He and Bila left an elf each to guard it. I rushed to the island lake. At this time, Lu Ren and Zhu Yuan had already used their elves to drive the clownfish out of the hidden passage. Let them swim to the island lake of more than 20,000 square meters. Wei Hongyun, who came, stood on the back of the toucan and laughed wildly, "Quick! The night is long and dreams are many, take them all away quickly." While saying this, he released his water arrow turtle again. Boom! The 3-meter-tall water arrow turtle fell into the lake, raising a 2-meter-high wave. Kaka! Not only Wei Hongyun, Bila, Lu Ren and Zhu Yun beside him also called out all their elves. They always besieged the clownfish in the island lake. Gather them! However, one clownfish was very fast and escaped the encirclement. After Wei Hongyun found out, he looked at his toucan and ordered, "Toucan! Bring that Uchushu fish over there." The other team members had different expressions, and they had already started to think about what to do after they got out. However, just then, a cold command came out from the sky, Desert Dragonfly, Dragon Breath. The faces of the 4 members of the Hongyun expedition team suddenly changed. As the captain, Wei Hongyun shouted loudly, "Sorry, friend, we found these Uchushu fish first. Everything has a first come, first served, friend, do you want to be an enemy of our Hongyun expedition team? Our captain is a mid-level museum owner." Belle was more anxious than Wei Hongyun. She only needed the last alliance coin. She was sure to enter the museum owner level in the next 6 months. This group of Uchushu fish must not be lost. The desert dragonflies in the sky would naturally not be shaken by their words. It locked its eyes on the blast was that was about to chase the lone Uchuyu, and the dragon element energy in its mouth gathered into a deep blue energy beam and blasted out. An energy ray like the roar of a flying dragon. It streaked down from the sky above the lake in the island. It landed accurately on the blast was. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose up. The lake surface was blasted with water splashing 20 to 30 meters. This attack almost killed this intermediate level blast was. Seeing such a terrifying dragon breath skill, the faces of the 4 members of the Hongyun expedition team changed drastically. Knowing it in their hearts, this sudden desert dragonfly trainer has no intention of letting it go. Since the other party is not going to talk, they will not hesitate. Let's fight first. Do it. Wei Hongyun's toucan rushed towards the desert dragonfly in the sky. Drill straight. The Pokémons of Belle and the other 2 did the same. Big Swallow, Air Slash. Nighthawk, Divine Bird Special Attack. Fork Bat, Venom Shock. Only flying Pokémons are more convenient to attack the desert dragonflies in the sky. In order to ensure that the ugly fish school can be caught in one net, all the Pokémons of the Hongyun expedition team have been released. However, among their flying Pokémons, the most powerful are these 4. So if they want to fight back, they will use them first. The big swallow flapped its wings. From under its wings, 2 wind blade-like slashes whistled out. The Nighthawk was flowing with flying elemental energy. The azure luster covered the whole body. The powerful and sharp breath confirmed the desert dragonfly in the sky. It rushed towards the desert dragonfly fearlessly. The smallest cross-shaped bat was the most flexible. The crossed bat wings quickly closed the distance with the desert dragonfly. A stream of purple-black venom spurted out from the mouthparts like a sharp arrow. Forming a shock, it surrounded and killed the desert dragonfly. Hongmin and Hongjing, who were also on the back of the desert dragonfly, did not dare to make a sound. Looking at the 4 attacks coming from below, they prayed in their hearts that nothing would happen, nothing would happen. They did not expect that there were other trainers here. And they were the Hongyun expedition team, which was quite famous in the entire 3-star secret realm, Lake of Anger. Their captain Wei Hongyun was a genuine gym owner level mid-level strongman. I wonder if he can beat this young master Lin? In their hearts, they hoped that Lin Fei could win. Suspended in mid-air. Hongjing suddenly found himself and his aunt suspended in mid-air. Lin Fei, who was standing on the back of the desert dragonfly, snorted coldly. Facing the 4 powerful elf siege skills, he only glanced at them and said calmly, "Insects chirping." Ang! The desert dragonfly uttered the cry of a flying dragon in the sky. The wings trembled with an amplitude that was invisible to the naked eye. The powerful insect element energy condensed. The terrifying insect chirping sound tilted down like a sound wave, colliding head-on with the siege skills of the 4 elves. This was the first time that the desert dragonfly at the initial stage of the Quasi-King exerted its full strength. Under such a terrifying insect chirping sound wave amplitude, the wind blade of the air slash dissipated. The rushing toucan rolled its eyes. The purple-black venom impact shattered it completely. The azure energy cuticle around the night owl was dissolved. 3 elves fell from the sky and fell into the lake. A splash of more than 10 meters of water was thrown. Only the king swallow, with its excellent speed, barely avoided the sound waves of the insects. Ah! It looked at the other 3 elves in horror. Because the toucan is a mid-level gym owner. Plus it has a flying system to resist the insect system. So the damage it received is still within its tolerance range. But it was panting after flying back into the sky, and it was obviously exhausted. The night owl and the crossbat were directly in a state of serious injury and dying. They were elite and high level and could not withstand the power of the Quasi-King's skills. The lake surface of more than 20,000 square meters. Under the vibration of the sound waves of the insects, waves of water rose higher and higher. Please give me flowers. The group of ugly fish trembled and hid in the lake in the wind and rain. Captain! Not a gym leader, definitely a Quasi-King. Lu Ren and Zhu Yuan looked at the Captain Wei Hongyun at the same time and exclaimed. They just launched a siege with a gym leader mid-level plus 3 elite high-level Pokémons, even the gym leader high-level Pokémons had to retreat. However, they all saw the result just now. The flying dragon-like desert dragonfly made a move with the insect chirp. Their entire army was almost wiped out. They, the trainers, stood on the ground, and even though they were so far away and protected by Pokémons, they felt a palpitation and panic. High-level gym leaders can never do this. Only, Quasi-King level. Lu Ren and Zhu Yuan looked at Wei Hongyun, their faces and hearts were anxious. Captain, Quasi-King level is invincible. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no worries about firewood. Retreat first, Captain. You know, the King level is a strategic mobile bomb. Although the Quasi-King level has a Quasi, it is out of the scope of ordinary elves. Or any ordinary elf that reaches the Quasi-King level. It is no longer ordinary. The power of that skill can easily affect hundreds or thousands of meters away. I know. The unwilling Wei Hongyun did not turn his head. He stared at the desert dragonfly in the sky. And the figures next to the desert dragonfly. 0. When he saw the platinum-colored piece of steel in the air, his pupils suddenly shrank. Quasi-God. Metagross. And it's shiny. Fuck. A big guy has come to this angry lake. The luck of my Hongyun expedition team is too bad. Alas. No matter how unwilling Wei Hongyun was, he could only admit defeat. He clasped his hands towards the sky and said, "My friend, we are not as skilled as you and are willing to admit defeat. Please spare us." "Thank you very much." Lu Ren and Zhu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at each other. Fortunately, their captain was not blinded by the ugly fish and was unwilling to admit defeat. Otherwise, they would be in trouble today. Just now, at most, they could be regarded as a skill confrontation. And the other party took the initiative to release the skill. In the elf secret realm, there is a default rule in this situation. When the attacked party takes the initiative to admit defeat and there are no special circumstances, the side that attacked first will generally not attack again. Special circumstances refer to whether the two parties have become enemies. For example, Qian Lebang, who was killed by the giant gold monster before. He did not admit defeat and wanted to kill people in front of Lin Fei. Plus his greed and sneak attack on teammates. It is no one's fault that such a blind bastard was killed. When Wei Hongyun, Lu Ren, and Zhu Yuan all took the initiative to admit defeat, they ignored their only female teammate, Bailey. Bailey was really unwilling. Those ugly fish were not hers. A crazy plan came to his mind. There are so many Uchusha fish, I will just catch one and leave. The king swallow's fighting power is still there, and its speed is super fast. Just let the king swallow take the two Uchusha fish away. The captain and Lu Ren and Zhu Yuan are here. Even if I catch two Uchusha fish, the trainer of the desert dragonfly will never dare to come and chase. As long as the king swallow is fast enough. Fast enough. When I evacuate, I can spread the news that there are Uchusha fish in the secret hall and make a fortune. At worst, I will never come to the Angry Lake secret realm again. The brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. The king's swallow in the sky was taken back by Belle in the poke ball. The next moment, a voice that made Wei Hongyun and others shudder came out of Belle's mouth, "Captain, why don't you do it quickly?" Bang bang! 2 Pokemon rushed out of the poke ball. Crack! The king's swallow that had just been taken back reappeared. As soon as it appeared, it used high-speed movement. It rushed to the lake with an unprecedented speed. It grabbed the 2 Uka fish with its eagle-like claws. The other one was another flying elf of Belle, the proud pheasant. The proud pheasant grabbed Belle's shoulders and flew away. In the sky, Lin Fei and the other 2 stood on the back of the desert dragonfly again. Seeing this, Lin Fei's eyes turned cold. Looking for death. 091.091 Complete instant movement, champion qualification Uka fish. When Belle's shout came out, her 3 teammates were all stunned for a moment. What's going on? We didn't plan for this link before. But then they saw Belle take out 2 elves. The king's swallow rushed towards the Uka fish, and the proud pheasant took Belle away. Combined with the fact that they didn't plan for this link. After exploring in the 3-star secret realm for so long, how could they not understand? The only female member of their Hongyun expedition team. Belle, sell them out. So that she can catch 2 ugly fishes. Sell all 3 members, including the captain. The meaning of shouting that sentence can't be delayed any longer. Belle wanted the trainer of the desert dragonfly to misunderstand that the 3 of them also had the same plan as Belle. Thinking of this, the 3 of them felt their scalps tingling. Idiot! Belle, your behavior will kill the 3 of us. Lu Ren and Zhu Yuan's faces were ashen. They shouted at Belle, who was evacuating in the air. Damn it! Belle! Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Wei Hongyun, the captain, also changed his face drastically. If the opponent was only a high-level gym owner, this might really work. He, the captain, could have thought of such a solution long ago without Belle. But under the origin rules of this world, it is extremely difficult to break through between the Quasi-King and the high-level gym owner. There is an insurmountable gap between the 2. Other people are not like Lin Fei, who can directly break through with the help of winning experience points and accumulate corresponding experience. It is normal for most high-level gym owners to be stuck for 4 to 5 years or even 6 to 7 years on the way to the Quasi-King of Heaven from 290. Sure enough, the next moment, they heard a cold snort of anger from the sky. Destroy the death light. Then they felt the overwhelming breath of death pouring down. The desert dragonfly flying in the sky was angry. General element energy gathered crazily from all directions. This energy fluctuation can be felt thousands of meters away. Yellow and purple condensed in the sky, covering the light of the sun. Quick! 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 Seeing that the king's swallow was still a little distance away from the ugly fish, Bailey, who was grabbed by the shoulder by the proud pheasant and evacuated, had a faster heartbeat. She even shouted hysterically. The terrifying energy in the sky may fall at any time. Like a blade of death hanging high in the air. Her life seemed to have entered a countdown. But, it was too late. The yellow and purple energy in the sky swept from bottom to top. The king's swallow was only lightly touched and a huge explosion occurred on its body. The destructive death light did not stop. After brushing against the king's swallow's body, it went forward. It passed through the woods on the lake shore of the island like a laser. In the horrified eyes of the proud pheasant and Belle, it hit hard. The area within several kilometers seemed to be silent at that moment. Then a terrifying mushroom cloud rose up. Belle's body evaporated directly under this terrifying high temperature. The proud pheasant fell down in a state of near death. Where was there any woods? Hundreds of towering ancient trees tens of meters high were uprooted. This 20,000 square meter island seemed to be cut by a big knife that pierced through the sky and the earth. From the lake to the angry lake on the island, a deep pit 2 meters wide was cut out. The flames of the explosion shot straight into the sky. The huge rocks were shattered countless times. The clouds in the sky were destroyed by mushroom clouds. The wind roared continuously, and the whole island shook. It was like the end of the world. Gurgle. The water of the lake of anger poured into the deep pit frantically. It filled the deep pit in a short while. The desert dragonfly landed from the sky. At Lin Fei's signal, the giant gold monster's mind power surged, and the fire on the island was quickly extinguished. Hongmin and his nephew were already scared silly. Naturally, Lin Fei had no time to deal with them. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have experienced the true cruelty of the elf secret realm, and the side mission 29 is completed. You have obtained the instant movement skill card fragment 2. Looking at all this around, this is the true cruelty of the elf secret realm. It is far from the playhouse adventure of the initial secret realm or the one-star secret realm. Here, whoever has the biggest fist is the king. Strength is respected, and strength has everything. With the completion of side quest 29, the last 2 fragments of the teleportation skill card were also collected. Don't worry, go check on that fishy first. Belly was actually wronged, she was too anxious. Lin Fei wanted to subdue the fishy with the strongest aptitude. As for the other fishy, if he could subdue other trainers, so could they. He was not a bully. But before Lin Fei started to choose, Belly was so eager to snatch 2 fishy first, one of which was the fishy with the best aptitude. Isn't this courting death? Somewhere on the island, Wei Hongyun, Lu Ren, and Zhu Yuan, who survived, felt like they had survived a catastrophe. When the destruction ray fell just now, they thought they were dead for a while. But fortunately, the destruction ray was only aimed at Belly. At the critical moment, the 3 of them, with the help of their own Pokémon, avoided the explosion shock wave of the destruction ray. But they were not feeling well either. Lying on the ground, coughing up blood from time to time. A sun coral next to him was constantly casting life drops for the 3 people. Under the skill of performing regardless of the serious loss of physical strength, Wei Hongyun and the other 2 finally felt better. With trembling hands, they took out the intermediate energy liquid from their backpacks. This is the life-saving straw for trainers who venture into high-level secret realms. Drank the intermediate energy liquid at 50,000 alliance coins per bottle. The 3 finally pulled their feet back from the gates of hell. They looked at each other in dismay and smiled. Hey, another life was saved. The trainer seemed to see that we had no intention of helping Belle, otherwise. Lu Ren leaned against the trunk of a fallen tree and said miserably. Zhu Yuan next to him trembled and took out a small iron box from his pocket, tremblingly took out 3 cigarettes from it, and handed them to Lu Ren and Wei Hongyun with difficulty. With a click, it was finally lit. Take a deep breath. Exhaled a wisp of smoke. Yeah, that guy Bailey is really, her brain is blocked by the shoal of Jojo fish. How can someone who can have a Quasi-King level desert dragonfly be just an ordinary person? She is not even at the museum owner level, but she wants to make trouble? Okay. Wei Hongyun looked at his 2 remaining team members and suggested, this expedition ends here. Let's get out of the secret realm after a good rest. Also, keep the 3 people unchanged for the time being, and the 4th team member must be more careful. Lu Ren and Zhu Yuan deeply agreed with this. Bailey's operation was completely disregarding the lives of the 3 of them. This time they were lucky. What about the next time? Do you really think that all Quasi-Kings are so easy to talk to? Even if they didn't plan. But Bailey is their teammate. The Quasi-King with a bad temper. It is very likely that he will kill them at will. I don't know how long it took. A Jojo fish that was in a dying state woke up slowly. Its physical strength began to recover. This is the difference between trainers and Pokémons under the rules of the origin of heaven and earth. When Pokémons lose their physical strength, the rules of the origin of heaven and earth will have a protection mechanism for them. As long as they are not attacked again. The Pokémons will wake up after a while and their physical strength will slowly recover. If they are attacked again after being in a near-death state, it will be really dangerous. The surface of the ugly fish is full of pits and looks like a rotten holes. The whole body is earthy brown, and there are holes here and there on the fins. It looks really ugly. Otherwise, how do you think the name of the clownfish came from? It's their appearance. The clownfish opened its eyes and looked around. The trees that were tens of meters high on the shore were all gone. The smoke was everywhere, and broken boulders were flying everywhere. The whole island was as bumpy as its body. It was like hell on earth. La la. The clownfish looked around in panic. At this time, a voice fell from a high place. This is the skill power of the desert dragonfly. The sudden voice scared the clownfish, which was already in a state of panic, and subconsciously wanted to escape from here. Want to have such power? Jojo fish, don't underestimate your potential. Can it have such power? The ugly fish looked up, wanting to see the owner of the voice. The dragon-like desert dragonfly flapped its wings and stopped in the sky. A young man sat on his back. It was the voice of this young man that made it not underestimate its potential. Law. Power? The ugly fish longed for power. It no longer wanted to live the life of wandering and fleeing. Its dead fish eyes tried to look up. Finally, it saw the man's face clearly. There was no expression of disdain for its ugliness on his face. Instead, he sincerely invited it. The boy grinned, "Become my elf. Become stronger with me." Woo! The desert dragonfly opened its blood-red compound eyes and looked down. Looking at the ugly fish, the little one. Is this the new partner? Although it is a little weak, as long as it becomes the master's elf, it will soon become stronger, right? Just like them. The desert dragonfly also extended its invitation to this little one. Like. Uchiha looked at the desert dragonfly in disbelief. Such a powerful Pokémon, also invite it. It also wants to become stronger, so strong. The Uchiha, who made up his mind, immediately jumped happily in the water. Seeing this, Lin Fei also smiled. Took out the advanced ball that had been prepared long ago from the backpack and threw it down. Collected the Uchiha, which turned into a red line. Boom! Successfully subdued Uchiha. Boom! The floating Metagross surged with telekinesis. Dragged the advanced ball in the air back to Lin Fei's hands. Come out, Uchiha! Bang! The advanced ball was reopened, and Uchiha appeared on the lake again. It could feel that there were some subtle inductions between itself and the trainer who subdued it. Like. Want to find other Pokémon to fight? Uchiha jumped up and down on the lake. Although it was very weak, since someone was willing to train itself, then it is also willing to work hard for its trainer. There are two ways to become stronger. Fighting and absorbing secret treasures. We choose to have both. Come on, absorb this water stone, Smelt. Lin Fei's eyes were a little eager. Smelt is called the ugliest Pokémon in the world. And the evolved form of Melodic is completely opposite to it. It has to be said that the wonder of the creator is really incredible. Two completely different appearances. It turns out that they are different forms of the same Pokémon. There are two ways for Smelt to evolve. The first is the beautiful scale. The beautiful scale is actually the colorful reverse scale that fell off the chest of Melodic. Because the scale is colorful, it is very beautiful. So it is called beautiful scale. The price of beautiful scale is very expensive. Extraction Group, 975632410. More expensive than Attribute Pure Crystal. 8 million Alliance coins. Equivalent to the price of 4 pure crystals. Almost catching up with the Attribute Stone. It's just a thing that triggers evolution, but it's so expensive. But when I think about it, if a clown has it, it can evolve into the most beautiful Milotica in the world, everything is worth it. People who own a clown will definitely try every means to get a beautiful scale. But this thing is priceless, it's too rare. A Milotica can only shed 3 beautiful scales in its lifetime. How can it not be rare? And the second evolutionary path of the clown is even more bizarre. That is its own beauty. Beauty is an illusory thing. Rather than beauty, it's better to say strength. Clownfish with a certain level of strength. There is also a chance to trigger evolution. The stronger the strength of the clown, the more confident it is. The stronger the clown's qualifications, the greater the probability of triggering evolution after the clown's strength is improved. The clown he chose has champion qualifications. Before, Bell's King Swallow's goal was to take this clown away. This is why Lin Fei didn't hold back at that time. The purpose of Lin Fei taking out the evolution stone is self-evident. He wanted to see if the Chaochu fish could directly trigger evolution. 1 water stone, 800,000 experience points. Can directly turn Chaochu fish into the fish has been upgraded to elite level. The water stone fell, and the ugly fish excitedly swallowed it. Rich water elements surged from the ugly body of the ugly fish. Its strength began to grow rapidly. News about the mysterious water droplet of 092? Ding! Congratulations to the host, your ugly fish began to absorb the water stone, and the water element energy in its body increased greatly. Your ugly fish is extremely excited and grateful to you. Your ugly fish has gained 800,000 experience points. Your ugly fish's hidden characteristics have been awakened. This ugly fish has not had a good life since childhood. It has always been hiding from other water spirits. It has been hiding from other ugly fish. It has been in the smelly mud. It has also been in very dangerous undercurrent areas. It often hides on the shore with a lot of fallen leaves, using the fallen leaves that have sunk to the bottom of the lake as a cover, and eating rotten fallen leaves for food. For a long time, it has not developed well. But after absorbing the energy of the water stone, all this is no longer a problem. The surging water element. It began to fill the nutritional gap for the Chaochu fish from childhood to adulthood. Its level is soaring like a rocket. Finally it stayed at LV.44, the middle level of the elite level. As for the skills, it's hard to describe the skills. Lin Fei's exploration eyes fell on the Chaochu fish. Elf, Chaochu fish, water. Strength, LV.44, middle level elite. Characteristics, adaptability, hidden characteristic, awakened, because of the terrible adaptability, when performing skills that are consistent with its own attributes, the power is increased by 2 times. Awakened skills, water splash, impact, crazy. Qualification, champion. Yes, you read it right. Currently, the Chaochu fish has only these 3 skills that are automatically awakened. Why is the Chaochu fish always compared with the Magi carp? In addition to not relying on the living environment, the same goes for the skills that can be awakened. There are only these 3 rubbish skills. Splash jump, jump twice in the water, splash the water. Collision, swim over and collide with you. Go crazy, the lower the physical strength, the stronger the power. Splash jump is not much to say, nothing happened after it was performed. As for collision, Magikarp has a little advantage over Ugly with its hard bones. Go crazy is useless for them. When the physical strength is gone, the opponent doesn't need to get close to you at all. Stand at a distance and use long-range attack skills to defeat you. How can you get close to use Go Crazy? Ugly feels that it has become countless times stronger than before. But it has not awakened any new skills. Its dead fish eyes look at Lin Fei and its master nervously. That water stone is too precious. The master gave it to it without hesitation, but it. Not only did it not evolve, it only has 3 skills. Okay, Jojo Fish. Just when Jojo Fish was feeling anxious, Lin Fei's voice interrupted its random thoughts. Come back and have a good rest first. He took out the advanced ball and took it back. Although it failed to evolve, Lin Fei was not disappointed. At least he had already subdued the water spirit he wanted most. As for evolution, at worst, he would just keep looking for opportunities. He couldn't evolve in the secret realm of the Lake of Wrath. He would just use his money to make a way out after he got out. Isn't it just 8 million alliance coins? Buy it. Whether it's King Yanxian or Principal Li Yunhan, they both must know where to buy beautiful scales. His leftovers are worth 50 million, okay. Fusion Teleportation Skill Card. Teleportation Skill Card Fusion successful. Although Jojo Fish failed to evolve successfully, Lin Fei had other gains, the teleportation of Metagross. Use it directly. Target Metagross. He looked at the floating Metagross beside him expectantly. Metagross was stunned, and suddenly a switch seemed to be turned on in his mind. Various applications of teleportation appeared. I one half. This was the first time this had happened. Metagross was startled, and its black and red eyes looked around. Finally it landed on its master. Did the master give this new skill? How is it? Can it be used? Lin Fei asked Metagross to try to use teleportation without saying a word. The Metagross in the game cannot learn to teleport naturally. It seems that using a skill machine will not work. But his Metagross learned it. The Metagross, which was already so powerful, is now even more powerful. The next moment, the Metagross's superpowers wrapped Lin Fei, the desert dragonfly and himself, and disappeared on the spot. The water area of the Lake of Anger is in the middle. There are shores all around. In the evening of that day, Lin Fei returned to the secret hall. At night, ordinary trainers would not venture out. Whether it was a ghost or dark-type wild Pokémon, they were very threatening. The green dragon of the desert dragonfly descended from the sky, and the sound of flying sand and rocks immediately attracted many eyes in the secret hall. Desert dragonfly, so handsome. And it's just a green flying dragon. I really envy the person who trained the desert dragonfly. Alas, he has no money. That desert dragonfly seems to be the one from this morning. It seems to be true. That trainer is coming down. He should not be short of money. I have some new information I have collected. I wonder if he needs it. I feel the aura is so strong, stronger than the gym leaders I have seen. The people in the secret hall were talking about it. But when Lin Fei put away the desert dragonfly and walked into the hall, the vendors who were originally preparing to sell their information stopped. As Lin Fei's Pokémon partners became stronger and stronger, the aura fed back to this trainer is getting stronger and stronger. Now Lin Fei is just standing there. No matter his temperament or aura, he is no longer like an ordinary trainer. The secret hall is not just a hall. The area inside is very large. It is enough to accommodate hundreds of trainers to sleep in it. Every evening, the trainers in the secret will return to the hall. Pay a sum of money to enjoy a warm and comfortable room here, and there are all kinds of food and dishes in the room for consumption. In the corner of the hall, Wei Hongyun and the other 3 who were beaten up by Lin Fei during the day are also there. Captain! It's that one! Lu Ren's frown suddenly relaxed. Captain, let's tell him the news. He didn't pursue us during the day. He's a good person. Zhu Yuan was also excited. The 3 of them were unlucky. Originally they were going to withdraw from the island during the day. As a result, when they passed by a body of water, they found that the water element there was particularly active. It seemed that some treasure was condensing. The 3 of them were originally going to go over to see the situation, but considering their own poor conditions and the fact that their elf companions were also a little sluggish, they gave up the idea of in-depth research. When they arrived at the secret hall, the 3 of them became more and more itchy. They were going to have a good rest in the secret hall for a day. Tomorrow they would go to the waters they marked to find out. As a result, they were too excited when chatting, and the people next to them heard the sensitive words such as active water elements. Well, what's going on now? How active can the water elements in the lake of anger be? The fact that water elements are more active in such a place proves that there is a great possibility that secret treasures are condensing there. The hall was boiling. Force them to question. Everyone didn't want to provoke the original Hongyun expedition team. But now they have lost one person. In addition, the strength of Wei Hongyun and the other two is not at its peak. This makes many people eager to make a move. Although they can't command the elves to take action in the secret hall. But they don't need to take action here. There are many ways to prevent Wei Hongyun and the other two from entering the secret door back. Even the managers of the secret hall can't say much. They have to force Wei Hongyun and the other two to tell them the landmarks of the water area. And they have to let Wei Hongyun and the other three go with them to prove that they didn't lie to them before letting them go. The Hongyun expedition team of Wei Hongyun and the other three is also well known in the Lake of Anger. They admitted defeat to Lin Fei because Lin Fei was too strong. These people don't want to provoke them on weekdays, but now they dare to make trouble when they see that they are not in good condition. Wei Hongyun and the others are naturally unwilling to say it like this. As a result, they saw Lin Fei now. You are right. Looking at Lin Fei sitting at the table in the hall preparing to eat. Wei Hongyun's eyes flashed, and he made a decision in his heart. In the eyes of the three of them, Lin Fei's desert dragonfly is strong enough. Quasi-King. Crushing anyone present. And Lin Fei didn't pursue the three of them during the day, proving that he is a very good person. Telling the news to such people may even lead to a good relationship. Thinking of this, Wei Hongyun and the other two stood up. Seeing this, the people in the secret hall thought they were trying to leave again. They all stood up to prevent them from succeeding. Friends who use desert dragonfly over there. Wei Hongyun looked around at the trainers around him. Continued, thank you for your mercy during the day, the three of us have a water landmark to give you. Boom. So many trainers in the secret hall are for this water landmark. Wei Hongyun and the other two actually plan to tell this water landmark to others? Wei Hongyun. I warn you, don't be ungrateful. Do you really think your Hongyun expedition team is still in its prime? Damn. Do you want to give me a chance? Fuck. Tell me the water landmarks quickly, why don't we all get rich together? The trainers in the hall were all furious. Water landmarks? Lin Fei, who had just taken 2 bites of dinner, looked over and was a little confused. Seeing the reactions of the other people in the secret hall, he also understood. It seems that these 3 people are in trouble. Are they going to use him to get rid of the trouble? Lin Fei didn't want to meddle in other people's business, so he didn't say anything. Seeing that Lin Fei didn't say anything, the other trainers were relieved. Hehe, having a powerful desert dragonfly is very strong, but with so many people here, no matter how strong a desert dragonfly is, it can only be so strong. Wei Hongyun, you saw it, they don't want to pay attention to you at all. Haha, you have a good plan, hurry up and tell me, my patience is limited. Seeing everyone's reaction, Wei Hongyun frowned. He looked at Lin Fei who was unmoved, and looked around. He sighed. I really don't want to hand over the news to these people like this. Lu Ren is usually smart. He looked at Lin Fei who was still eating dinner calmly, and shouted loudly, friend. The water element of that water landmark is particularly active, and it is very likely that there are secret treasures condensed. Are you really not interested? Secret treasure? Lin Fei realized that this was the reason for the water landmark these people were talking about. He thought it was some rare water Pokemon. With a JoJo fish that can evolve into melodic, Lin Fei doesn't care about other rare water Pokemon. But secret treasures are different. If the JoJo fish, which has already absorbed a portion of water stone, absorbs another secret treasure, even if it is just a portion of pure water crystal, it is very likely to trigger evolution. This is what he needs. Lin Fei finished his dinner in a few bites and wiped his mouth. As he stood up, the aura that he had put away emerged again. The trainers who looked at him couldn't help but step back. This look, this aura. They couldn't help it. The trainers who surrounded Wei Hongyun and the other two subconsciously made way. Lin Fei walked in front of Wei Hongyun with a bright smile. Now, how do you trade? Mean Shao, here I come. Trade? Wei Hongyun and the other two finally understood why Lin Fei didn't react just now. He thought the three of them wanted to use this news to exchange for benefits. No need to trade, I'll tell you directly. In Lin Fei's surprised eyes, Wei Hongyun wrote a water landmark at an angle that only Lin Fei could see. Friend, it's here, it's true. We don't need to trade anything, nor do we need alliance coins. We just want to leave the secret realm of the Lake of Anger. You are strong, what do you think? Wei Hongyun and the other two looked at Lin Fei expectantly. They might not be able to keep this water landmark if they are not strong enough. But Lin Fei is so strong, do those people dare to use force against him? Okay, you go. Lin Fei nodded. The trainers around him were immediately upset. Hey! Why do you let them go with just one word? This is the secret hall, your desert dragonfly can't be used here. Friend, how about sharing the water landmarks? Don't keep the good stuff to yourself. More than half of the trainers looked at Lin Fei covetously. It seems that they are ready to rush up if they disagree. P.S. Second update, 8000, and there will be another chapter in the evening. 093 Water Secret Treasure Condensed. Planning. What's more, he rushed up with a fist, grinning, what's the use of saying so much, now there is one more person who knows the water landmarks, and it seems that he is much easier to control than Wei Hongyun and the others. This. Before he finished speaking, the sturdy man instantly bent into a bow shape. His eyes bulged out, and he was kicked away by Lin Fei like a cannonball. He flew back wherever he came from. Everyone was shocked. Seeing this, Wei Hongyun and the other two took advantage of this gap to rush into the secret door. When leaving, they did not forget to look back. I hope you can get that benefit. Buzz. The secret door teleported, and Wei Hongyun and the other two left here. Wei Hongyun and the other two left. Damn, I was careless, don't let this guy run away. Wei Hongyun and the other three are a little difficult to deal with, but there is only one person, so it is easier to control. Well, don't let him go too. Little brother, what's the use of knowing it? Do you dare to go out of this secret door? You can't do it if you go out. Fortunately, when Lin Fei was the top scorer in both exams, he refused the interview from the ELF TV station. Otherwise, I'm afraid many people would know him. Now these people didn't recognize him. Unless there is a freshman of the same age as Lin Fei. The guards in the secret hall who have the strength of the elf master looked at each other. They have the information of everyone who came in, and they know Lin Fei. Just when they were still thinking about what Lin Fei would do. But they saw Lin Fei actually opened the elf ball and called out a elf. Oh my god! Shiny Metagross! Fug! I know who he is. It is said that there is a shiny Metagross in the top scorer of the elf examination this year. Such a strong aura, is this a freshman this year? Are you kidding me? Calling out the elf to make it fight here? Unless you don't want to enter any elf secret realm in the future. That's right, you can't let the elf fight here. The appearance of the Metagross did cause a lot of commotion. But these people quickly came to their senses. So what if it was the shining Metagross? If you dare to take action in the secret hall, you will be blacklisted. Depending on the severity of the case. The minimum punishment is that you will not be allowed to enter any elf secret realm in the future. The guards in the secret hall looked nervous, not knowing what Lin Fei was going to do. Hopefully he wouldn't do anything that would embarrass them. Lin Fei didn't care about the trainers around him at all. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Everyone was alert when they saw this. Some others also called out their Pokémons just in case. I one half. Megalodon glanced at them, and superpowers surged. The next moment, it and Lin Fei disappeared. Teleport. You can't let Pokémons take action in the secret hall. But there's no rule that Pokémons can't use skills to teleport away, right? Lin Fei had made plans from the beginning. No matter how strong his aura and the physique fed by Pokémons are, he can't face so many trainers at the same time. But he can teleport directly. Teleport away directly, so that they can't chase him. Dozens of trainers were livid, knowing that they were fooled. They only cared about the Pokémons in the secret hall not taking action. But they forgot that they could use Pokémons to escape. At once, dozens of trainers rushed out of the secret hall. Everyone released their main Pokémon. And their target, Lin Fei. At this time, he had already sat on the back of the desert dragonfly and left. The news spread like wildfire as if it had wings. Almost all the trainers in the Lake of Rage knew one thing. That is, within a certain water coordinate of the Lake of Rage, a secret treasure is gathering. With so many people spreading the news, even if it is not true, it is recognized as true. Woo-ee! A full moon squeezed through the dark clouds and showed its head. In the sky, the desert dragonfly was speeding in the air like a green dragon. There were also floating Metagross and Lin Fei on its back. In order to get to the water landmark as quickly as possible, the two most powerful Pokémon under Lin Fei were dispatched at the same time. The desert dragonfly took him to speed in the sky. The wings vibrated, and it almost became a green light under the moonlight. Swoosh! At the maximum speed of 210 km per hour, 40 meters high, the desert dragonfly flickered over the angry lake. Because of its high speed, a strong wind blew over the surface of the angry lake. The strong wind blew the surface of the lake, and waves of water continued to form. Ripples rippled under the moonlight. Some water-type elves that came out to forage at night noticed the movement and dived back into the water. Megalodon followed and floated along. He used his superpowers to form a super energy barrier around him, to ensure that he would not be blown into a pool by the rushing airflow. When the whistling wind blew towards him, under the effect of the super energy barrier on the surface of the body, the strong wind did not affect him. After such a fast journey, 3.5 hours later, Lin Fei arrived at the water landmark of X175, Y366. I originally thought that there should be no other trainers here. When he got here, he found that it was not what he thought. There were all kinds of water-type elves gathered here. The figure standing tall was the extremely ferocious Gyarados. There were several Gyarados. The largest one was probably more than 10 meters tall. No water-type elves dared to approach within dozens of meters. Curious Lin Fei threw a detection eye over. Pokémon, Gyarados, water and flying, wild. Strength, LV.63, early stage Quasi-King. Feature, overconfidence, hidden feature, awakened, possessing absolute confidence. Every time a Pokémon is defeated, the attack level will be increased by 1 level. Awakened skills, Glare, Tornado, Ice Fang, Water Tail, Ghost Face, Dragon's Fury, Bite, Water Cannon, Dragon Dance, Pray for Rain. Destruction Light. Qualification, King. Oh my! Lin Fei was shocked when he saw the detailed information from the Exploration Eye. This Gyarados with strength reaching LV.63. It's actually wild? After the Exploration Eye is strengthened, it can identify whether a Pokémon is wild. A wild Gyarados at the initial stage of the Quasi-King is so scary. In the entire Lake of Anger, this Gyarados is probably one of the overlords. No wonder no Pokémon approached it within a few dozen meters. Opposite to this Gyarados, occupying a piece of territory, are poisonous stinging jellyfish with a red glow. These poisonous stinging jellyfish are densely distributed in this area of water, flashing red glow at the same time under the moonlight, and the number of them makes Lin Fei's scalp numb. There are also those that flash red light like Ultraman who has run out of energy, that is Starfish. There are also the most special 2 elves. At first, Lin Fei looked over and felt that they were just 2 reefs. It was not until he threw the eye of exploration over that he knew that this was Whale King. The largest elf among the common water elves, no one else. The level of the 2 Whale Kings is also as high as LV.60. Looking at their close relationship, plus they are a male and a female. Needless to say, they are the dominant elves of the Lake of Anger again. The 2 of them stayed on the water surface motionless, just like 2 mountains. Just now, Lin Fei almost misunderstood. And the movement of the desert dragonfly coming. It also attracted the attention of the trainers present. Hey, here comes another super powerful one. This aura is probably a Quasi-King. Hey, don't be afraid. He's traveling so fast. Look at the panting of desert dragonfly. His physical strength is only 1/10 of what it should be. Don't underestimate any trainer. It looks like he got the news from far away. I knew the news here would be leaked. Alas, I hope no more people come. It's difficult. The most difficult one is a Quasi-King. Even if we grab the treasure of the secret realm, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to withdraw. There is basically no trainer present who is lower than the gym leader level. The gym leader level here does not mean the gym leader certified by the Alliance. It refers to the trainer with the strength of the gym leader level Pokemon. Some are riding water Pokemon far away from the lake. Some are sitting on the back of flying Pokemon in the sky. Whether these trainers or those wild Pokemon, their eyes are all at the center at the same time. There, only 3 meters away from the lake, a ball of crystal clear blue energy is compressing. Under the influence of the origin rules of heaven and earth. When this ball of energy stops compressing, that is when the secret treasure condenses into shape. Through the blue energy, Lin Fei can clearly see that there is a drop of water in it. There is only one secret treasure of a drop of water. The water secret treasure among the secret treasures, the mysterious water drop. At the 2022 Imperial Capital Auction, the mysterious water drop was auctioned. The starting price is 100 million. I heard from those people that there is another Quasi-King here. Lin Fei's exploration eyes looked around like they didn't care about money. Finally, the location of the Quasi-King was determined. Under the distant moonlight, there is a sonic dragon staying in the sky, flapping its bat wings from time to time. The person on the back of this sonic dragon is the Quasi-King. And the level of the sonic dragon is LV.62. Fortunately, it's just the initial stage of Quasi-King. Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He still has a side quest 30, which is to challenge a Quasi-King and win. This time, let's take advantage of the opportunity to snatch the mysterious water droplet to complete it. Thinking of this, Lin Fei signaled the desert dragonfly to retreat a little. When the desert dragonfly took Lin Fei back a few hundred meters, other trainers also noticed it. These trainers had different looks in their eyes, and they easily saw through Lin Fei's thoughts. Sit back and reap the benefits. Tisk, you think so well? At such a distance, the daylily is cold. These trainers shook their heads immediately. No longer pay attention to Lin Fei. The eyes are back on the mysterious water droplet whose compression speed has obviously decreased. The trainers present are frantically stacking enhancements on their Pokemon. Attack, speed, defense. No matter what enhancements, stack them all. Pull it up to level 6. Lin Fei ignored those people. The power of Changpan in his body kept flowing into the body of the desert dragonfly. Restored the desert dragonfly's physical strength. At the same time, he took out the secret treasure leftovers from his backpack and gave it to the desert dragonfly to absorb. Things like treasures are not like treasures. Treasures are gone after absorption. But after absorbing a thing, as long as you absorb a second thing, the last thing you absorbed will be automatically forced out. After the desert dragonfly absorbed the leftovers, Lin Fei took out a bottle of high-level energy liquid worth 200,000 alliance coins from his backpack and gave it to the desert dragonfly to drink. The treasure used to recover from injuries was used by him to restore physical strength. Waste of nature. 10 minutes later. Under the three-pronged operation, the desert dragonfly, who was originally panting, had full physical strength. Then it was the turn of the giant gold monster. Lin Fei collected the giant gold monster before arriving here. Now release it secretly again, and use the power of Evergreen to replenish its physical strength. Half an hour later. The physical state of Lin Fei's two main Pokémon is full. And the Evergreen power he consumed also began to recover. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Fei explained his plan to Desert Dragonfly, Metagross, and Zeraora, who can also float. In the distance, the mysterious water droplets a few hundred meters away became more and more obvious in the luster. The elemental energy fluctuations became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, the rules of the origin of heaven and earth stopped compressing. The mysterious water droplets in the azure luster slowly emerged. The surrounding water element energy reached its peak at this moment. The mysterious water droplets, the water-based secret treasures condensed into shape. Roar. The first to act was the overlord Gyarados. It roared, like the roar of an ancient beast, which was breathtaking. The strong tail that had been hidden in the water condensed into a rotating water column. Water tail. Bang. Its target was not the mysterious water drop. It was the wild Pokémon around it. The strong water tail swept around, creating waves tens of meters high. Even the moonlight in the sky was obscured by the waves. Dozens of wild Pokémon screamed. Roar. Gyarados' body was flashing red. It was using its characteristic overconfidence. After the action just now, the attack power has reached level 6. The next moment, it looked at the mysterious water drop. As a dominant, it was very smart and did not rush over immediately. The densely packed stinging jellyfish had already collectively sprayed poison skills, acid bombs in the direction of the mysterious water drop. If you are hit by these acid bombs, your special defense will be weakened. These stinging jellyfish are the first to be unable to bear it. Using a large number of acid bombs to make all trainers and wild Pokémon afraid to use them. And their leader has already rushed to the mysterious water drop. The faint red light flickered. You can vaguely see the greed in its eyes. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, and a very high rating ticket. Flowers. 094 Fantasy Beast Bait, Evolve Melodic. I1/2 C I1/2. This stinging jellyfish is also very large. But it is nothing compared to the many water-type Pokémon present. It commands its little brothers to rush forward together. A&D. It is very well planned. There are probably hundreds of densely packed agate jellyfish and stinging jellyfish. They are divided into 4 parts, corresponding to the 4 sides. The acid bomb is ready to be used at any time. At first glance, it seems very unsolvable, but in fact, it's a bit taken for granted. A gym leader level intermediate trainer sitting on Pidgeot snorted coldly. He couldn't help it. There are so many people here, he knows that he doesn't have many chances. While everyone hasn't taken action yet, maybe he still has a chance. Come out, my guys. He stretched out his hand and threw it. One Pokeball after another opened. They are all Pokémon that can fly. This man is a gym leader who specializes in Pokémon that can fly. Pidgeot. Flamehawk. Ignore the acid bombs, rush in. The trainer's greedy voice sounded, and Pidgeot and Flamehawk responded. But it was not the Pidgeot that was carrying him. He actually trained 2 Pidgeots by himself. One is used for escaping. One is used for fighting. Cry. The 2 raptors spread their wings and rushed forward. I'm afraid they are 7 or 8 meters long. Even the moonlight in the sky was blocked. He only dared to let the two fastest Pokémon rush in to try. The other Pokémon surrounded him to protect him. Fuck. He is so fierce, isn't he afraid of acid bombs? Although the toxicity is relatively low and he won't be poisoned, it's not a good thing to have a large amount of special defense reduced. Let's see how he plans to deal with it first. Damn, there are too many Pokémons. I'll retreat first. Although the water-type secret treasure is good, I don't want to die here. The trainers had different reactions. Everyone looked over and watched the two raptors rushing towards the mysterious water droplet suspended in the air. During the period when the secret treasure was just condensed. Because the elemental energy is too huge, it will stagnate in place. It will fall normally after a while. It is precisely because of this unusual energy fluctuation. It makes it impossible to move it over even with psychic teleportation. Even if 293 is a psychic Pokémon that teleports closer, it can only be close to 10 feet away. It has to wait until the elemental energy around the mysterious water drop disappears before it can be taken away. In the sky, the Quasi-King on the back of the Sonic Dragon was also paying attention. When the agate jellyfish and the stinging jellyfish saw Pidgeot and the flaming eagle rushing over, they immediately changed their formation. One part continued to release acid bombs. The other part released special attack skills. Rounded water waves. Numerous bubbles connected in series to form a bubble beam. Acid bombs greatly reduce special defense. Then the collective special attack skills bring explosive damage. This is the plan of this group of agate jellyfish and stinging jellyfish. Although their general levels are not very high. But there are so many of them. If there is no way to deal with it, even gym owner level elves will be caught if they are not careful. Seeing that Pidgeot and Flamehawk were about to rush into the range of the acid bomb, a large amount of fog suddenly sprayed out from somewhere. With the help of the weak moonlight around, many eyes could vaguely recognize that the fog should be black. Black fog? Skill black fog. Gah! A shrill bird cry came from the sky. It was the Murkrow hidden in the darkness. This is how the gym owner would deal with it. Shrouded by the Murkrow's black fog, all abilities that have level changes will be reset to the origin. The special defense of Pidgeot and Flaming Hawk did not decrease. The hawk-like Flaming Hawk blocked the subsequent attacks of many agate jellyfish and stinging jellyfish for Pidgeot. The Pidgeot had rushed to the water-based secret treasure within 100 meters. The azure water-based secret treasure, the luster of the mysterious water droplets continued to magnify in Pidgeot's eyes. Also, an ice cone emitting an icy breath magnified. Roar! It was the Overlord Gyarados. A cold cone of ice condensed from the ice fang pierced Pidgeot. Instant kill. Pidgeot fell down without even having time to scream. The Quasi-King level Gyarados killed the gym leader level Pidgeot in one move, and without hesitation, he opened his bloody mouth and rushed towards the mysterious water drop not far away. And Gyarados' action was like a fuse. It triggered all the people present. The actions of wild Pokémon and trainers. Fake. After all, Gyarados is too strong. It is a Quasi-King at the initial stage. If it approaches the mysterious water drop, it may succeed. The battle has begun. It is obviously night here, but with the endless release of various skills, the sky is like daytime. Skills explode. The wind is howling. Raptors are screaming. The lake is even more full of huge waves. Woo! Suddenly, the two whale kings in the distance, which are like rockery, also moved their bodies. They rushed towards the mysterious water drop. The terrifying body of nearly 30 meters long. Even the Overlord Gyarados is a younger brother in front of them. The skills fell on them and disappeared directly. There is a layer of water curtain on their body surface. This is their water curtain characteristic. A water curtain can be condensed on the body surface anytime and anywhere. It eliminates the possibility of being burned. Now, this water curtain is actually used as a shield by them. Attacks below the initial level of the gym owner can't even break the defense. Seeing these two most difficult guys move ahead of time, the Quasi-King in the sky frowned. He originally planned to stand here and wait for all the elves to finish fighting. I believe that by then the elemental energy around the mysterious water drop will be gone. He can let his Alakazam teleport the mysterious water drop to his hand. But he didn't expect that the two Whale Kings would move so early. He didn't care about other wild elves, but the Whale King. With such a huge body, the Quasi-King didn't doubt that the Whale King would swallow the mysterious water drop along with the elemental energy in one gulp. Anyway, the Whale King's physique can withstand that kind of violent elemental energy. At the moment, he could only stomp his feet and let the Soundwave Dragon take action. The Soundwave Dragon under his feet stood at the highest point in the sky and took a deep breath, and the bat wings vibrated. A wave that surpassed all elves' skills crushed down from the sky. The storm of the Soundwave Dragon. Like a dimensionality reduction attack. Acid bombs, water waves, bubble beams. All disappeared. Under the storm, gym leaders below the middle level were directly cleared. Boom! The Quasi-King level Sonic Dragon made its unique roar. The Quasi-King on its back had left at some point. Standing suspended in the air farther away. Also suspended next to it was an Alakazam. Too strong, unbeatable. Mukahawk, come back. Quasi-King level, so strong. One move crushes all, one force defeats 10 skills. How can we fight for this? Fight for nothing. This is the most powerful storm I have ever experienced. The trainers in the team were dumbfounded. Originally, everyone thought that they might be able to compete with the Quasi-King level by working together, but after the storm just now, everyone realized that they had thought too much. Some trainers even had their eardrums perforated and bleeding under the storm. Even, some trainers died directly in the storm just now. All trainers retreated unwillingly but fearfully. Roar! The Overlord Gyarados stared at the Sonic Dragon in the sky. The night did not affect the eyes of these powerful elves. It knew that the two Whale Kings in the distance and the Sonic Dragon in the sky were its biggest competitors for swallowing the mysterious water drop. Buzz! The elemental energy around the mysterious water drop suddenly weakened. A hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the Quasi-King. As long as it delays for a while. Maybe his Alakazam can take away the mysterious water drop directly by teleporting. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he took out 2 secret treasures from his backpack, the Water Stone. And he spoke loudly to the Whale King and Gyarados, Gyarados, Whale King. Under the effect of Alakazam's superpowers. Even though they were so far apart. His voice was amplified many times. Because of the storm that Sonic Dragon had just used, the Whale King and Gyarados did not dare to underestimate him. When they heard his shout, they immediately looked over. As the overlords of the initial stage of the Quasi-King, they can fully understand what humans say. This mysterious water drop is very important to me. I hope you 3 can give me some convenience. These 2 water stones are my thank you gifts to you too, how about that? No matter how important it is, let's delay time first. This is the Quasi-King's plan. As for the water stone to be given to Gyarados and Whale King? Think too much. Everything is just an excuse and means for him to delay time. As long as it delays a little time. When the elemental energy around the mysterious water drop is further weakened. Alakazam can take this water treasure away directly by teleporting. The 2 Whale Kings and Gyarados are indeed considering the water stone. The Whale King was fine, the 2 of them relied on their tough skin and flesh, and were not afraid of being besieged at all. But Gyarados had no confidence in getting the mysterious water drop with the cooperation of the 2 Whale Kings and the Sonic Dragon in the sky. Roar! But it was also very greedy, 1 water stone was not enough. It wanted both water stones to be given to it before it agreed to retreat. The Quasi-King was pleased when he saw that Gyarados did not attack immediately. What he wanted was you are tempted. He took out another attribute stone from his backpack. But it was a flying stone of the flying system. 2 water stones and 1 flying stone. These were his gains at the cost of not leaving the secret realm for a year. Gyarados was already tempted. But the other 2 whale kings were unmoved. Because they had already absorbed the water stone. So the water stone was not very tempting to them. Gyarados urged the Quasi-King to give it the water stone. But the Quasi-King smiled cunningly, "Don't worry, they don't seem to be moved, Gyarados, if you can stop a whale king, I am willing to give you all 3 attribute stones." Driving the wolf to swallow the tiger, old operation. Although these wild Pokémon are the overlords of the initial stage of the Quasi-King. But in terms of IQ, they are obviously not really comparable to humans. You can stop a whale king without bloodshed, a big profit. But Gyarados is not stupid. It spit out a water cannon at the sonic dragon in the sky. Roar! It was dissatisfied with the opponent's aggressiveness. It wanted the Quasi-King to give it a water stone first. Otherwise, they would start fighting. The expression on the Quasi-King's face froze. Looking at the elemental energy that was about to be further weakened. Forget it, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. He threw a water stone in his hand at Gyarados. He regretted it just after throwing it out. The second before he threw it out, the elemental energy around the mysterious water drop was further weakened. He subconsciously asked Alakazam to control the water stone. The next second, Gyarados' happy pupils turned into anger. Roar! The yellow and purple energy condensed, and the destructive death light sprayed out. Dare to play with it? The sonic dragon narrowly avoided the destructive death light. The Quasi-King was just about to ask Alakazam to teleport the mysterious water drop over. Boom! I1/2 EE superscript 1 I1/2. In the distant sky, a golden-haired Pokémon floated by. The Pokémon's aura was not strong. It was probably only at the elite level. The thunder just now. It was the thunder it used to attack a trainer's Pokémon. This thunder attracted everyone's attention, including the Quasi-King. The trainers who retreated to a distance saw its figure clearly with the thunder. Phantom Beast, Zeraora. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I found this Pokémon first. Pidgeot. Go. The sudden appearance of the Pokémon made all the trainers red-eyed. This Pokémon is more precious than the water treasure. What water treasure are you still coveting? Hurry up and capture the Pokémon. Sonic Dragon. Alakazam. Quick. Quick. The voice of the Quasi-King changed. The next moment, the space around the mysterious water drop distorted. A giant gold monster teleported over. At the same time, a clown also teleported over. As soon as the clown with dead fish eyes appeared, it swallowed the mysterious water drop whose elemental energy had been weakened. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your clown has absorbed the mysterious water drop. Your clown has never felt such water elemental energy. Your clown has gained 1.6 million experience points. What? The appearance of a clown. Buzz. The moment the mysterious water drop was swallowed by Magikarp, the water element energy that was about to dissipate surged out again. Witnessed by the eyes of almost all Pokémon. A Magikarp that swallowed the mysterious water drop. It began to evolve like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. 095 vs Quasi-King, the Ruins map is in hand. Evolution, for most Pokémon, is just getting stronger. But for Magikarp and Magikarp, it is really a leap over the Dragon Gate. The light of evolution radiates a clean light. It is so dazzling at this moment. All people and all wild Pokémon are attracted. At the same time, everyone also knows the winner of this mysterious water drop. A Magikarp. 6. Everyone fought to death, and some trainers died, but this Magikarp got it in the end. Fortunately, I retreated quickly. I didn't pursue the mysterious water drop at the beginning. I just hoped to subdue that Zeraora. What about Zeraora? It must be the Pokemon of the same boss as that Uchiha and Metagross. This move arranged everyone. That Quasi-King boss with Sonic Dragon will not give up. Hehe, there will be a good show to watch. Sure enough, after everyone discussed, Zeraora was enveloped by a red light. It was obviously taken back into the trainer's Pokeball. Who is so generous, the mythical beast Zeraora, the Quasi-God Metagross, and a melodic. Each Pokemon is very precious and rare. Damn, I'm jealous. The color of the Metagross just now doesn't seem to be bronze. What? No way? Shiny Metagross? Amid the noise and heated discussion, the JoJo fish has evolved. The JoJo fish with dead eyes is gone, replaced by an elf that looks like a sea snake. The upper half of the body is cream-colored. The red eyes are bright and there is a halo in the eyes. There are 3 black spots under the neck. There are 2 main features. One is the red eyebrows that extend from above the eyes to outside the fur. The other is the colorful scales on its lower half. This is also the main reason why Melodic is known as the most beautiful Pokemon. The lower half is covered with blue and pink scales and has black stripes. Plus, the 4 large blue scales overlapped at the end of the tail have red dots, which looks very beautiful. It's a pity that it's night now. The above description only flashed when the light of evolution flashed. Min Xiao was hidden behind the night. The trainers present felt a sense of loss in their hearts. Woo woo. The evolved Melodic seemed to be chanting some kind of spell in a low voice. Under the fluorescent moonlight, all the wild Pokemon who heard its hum stopped their actions. Even the irritable overlord Gyarados was no exception. The trainers who were originally filled with various emotions also calmed down. I swear, this is the most beautiful charming voice I have ever heard. Yes, it is worthy of being melodic. The graceful figure and beautiful voice can cleanse people's emotions. Charming voice is an attack skill. But it can also be used to calm emotional fluctuations. The next moment, the attack of the Soundwave Dragon came with the rage of the Quasi-King. A huge slash with a green light in the night fell from the sky. Air slash. The target is Melodic. I one half. Megalodon stared. Just ready to launch teleport again to take Melodic away. Result. The Overlord Gyarados was not willing to do it. It spurted out a storm attack that was no weaker than the previous one from its bloody mouth. The air slash broke with a click under the impact of the storm. The broken air slash was dissipated by the whistling storm. The bat wings of the Soundwave Dragon vibrated to avoid the storm and looked at Gyarados vigilantly. What the hell? I didn't hit you. The Overlord Gyarados didn't care about that. The roar warned the Sonic Dragon in the sky. He also used his body of more than 10 meters to block between Melodic and Sonic Dragon. The fierce eyes were fixed on Sonic Dragon. As if to say, you try again? Then Gyarados turned his head and looked at Melodic behind him. The tail under the lake surface was gently pulled out and swung. It seemed to say hello. As for the 2 Whale Kings just now, they are old. After seeing the mysterious water droplet being absorbed by the ugly fish, there was no anger at being provoked as an overlord. The 2 huge bodies of several dozen meters turned around and left. The corner of the mouth of the Quasi-King who was suspended by superpowers twitched. In the case of this Overlord Gyarados, did he fall in love with that Melodic? Be serious, you are fighting for the mysterious water droplet. You fell in love at first sight? Sir, why don't you show up? You've taken all the benefits. There was no other way, the mysterious water drop had been eaten. And he felt that the strength of the Melodic had probably broken through to the Quasi-King. And there was also the annoying Gyarados. He just wanted to know who was the one who took advantage of this. A green flying dragon roared in the distance. A voice came from the dragon's back, each of you is just showing your abilities. It was just showing your abilities, how could it be said to be taking advantage? Lin Fei, sitting on the back of the desert dragonfly, did not hide his excitement at all. Seeing the master coming, Melodic and Metagross hurriedly approached. There was no need for Metagross to use superpowers to assist. Mean Xiao can move freely in the air like Haxorus. Woo! Mean Xiao was even more excited than Lin Fei. It knew that it could change its fate because of its master. Its soft body moved closer to Lin Fei's face. Please give me a hug. The touch of the smooth skin was conveyed to Lin Fei, showing his joy. The voice of the Quasi-King in the sky came again. Whose young master are you? I, Tao Peng, am well informed. I have never seen a Quasi-King with an elf team like you among the younger generation. Tao Peng, this is the name of the Quasi-King. Just lucky. Lin Fei, sitting on the back of the desert dragonfly, touched the head of Melodic and directly challenged Tao Peng, if you are not convinced, why not let the sound dragon and my desert dragonfly fight? Although the Quasi-King would not easily challenge others. But Lin Fei believed that the other party would not refuse. After all, the other party had just been robbed of the mysterious water drop by himself. This is worth hundreds of millions of alliance coins. Tao Peng was so angry that he laughed, you are so arrogant. Then come on, just in time to see how good your head-on combat ability is. Not only did you sneak attack and rob my mysterious water drop, but you also challenged me in person? Tao Peng was worried that he had no place to vent his anger. He just didn't believe it. Although he couldn't see who the other person was, his voice sounded so young, obviously a young boy. Damn! There's something interesting to watch. Take a picture quickly and post it on WeChat Moments. What the hell WeChat Moments? Mookowl, let's stay away and don't get affected. A battle of the Quasi-King level, terrifying, starfish, let's go. The conversation between the two was heard clearly by the trainers in the distance. They immediately got excited. Lin Fei looked serious, riding on the floating Melodic. At the same time, Let the giant the golden monster stared at Gyarados, who was still swinging his tail in the distance. However, Gyarados did not make any unnecessary movements. It seemed that it was satisfied as long as it could look at Melodic. It kept greeting Melodic, but Melodic ignored it. It did not make any move in the battle between Desert Dragonfly and Sonic Dragon, as long as it did not fight Melodic. Sonic Dragon, Air Blade. Tao Peng saw that Lin Fei did not react, and attacked first. He planned to teach this young man a lesson. Avoid, Sandstorm. Lin Fei asked Desert Dragonfly to start the sandstorm. Yubo. In the sky. Sonic Dragonfly's bat wings beat out dozens of sharp blades. Desert Dragonfly waved its green wings. The huge body twisted flexibly in the air. After avoiding the sharp blade, countless tiny sand grains spread out from its body. Sand grains filled the sky, and the entire water area was full of flying sand and rocks. It made a sound. Lin Fei and Tao Peng were both covered with super energy barriers. The sandstorm had no effect on them. However, the Soundwave Dragon was affected. It had the flying attribute, and the rock-type sandstorm would hurt it. In a blink of an eye, the purple-black dragon and the green dragon fought for more than 10 rounds. There were roars. The lake surface kept rolling. Trainers with insufficient strength couldn't keep up with the rhythm. Air slash. Rock collapse. Soundwave Dragon, use Storm. We use Dragon Claw to split. Tao Peng soon found something wrong. Both sides are now at level 6, but the Soundwave Dragon is faster. It has more skills to hit the Desert Dragonfly. But the Desert Dragonfly is still alive and well. Please give me flowers. Even occasionally, a Dragon Claw would grab the Soundwave Dragon, and the Soundwave Dragon would be a little scared. Dragon Claw can restrain Soundwave Dragon. What's wrong with this kid? Different from Tao Peng's doubts. Lin Fei is actually cheating. Desert Dragonfly is obviously inferior to Soundwave Dragon in level and speed. How can it still fight Soundwave Dragon? Even relying on the continuous influence of the raging sandstorm, it still has the upper hand. It relies on the leftovers that have been integrated into the body of Desert Dragonfly. Leftovers keep playing a role. It helps Desert Dragonfly recover its physical strength. And his power of Changpan is also supplying physical strength to Desert Dragonfly. How can you lose with 3 prongs? Suddenly, Tao Peng coughed. Soundwave Dragon was immediately swept by the dragon tail of Desert Dragonfly. It seemed to be exhausted and fell downwards. A glimmer of expectation flashed in Tao Peng's eyes. This is the secret code between him and Soundwave Dragon. Every time he coughs, Soundwave Dragon will deliberately expose a flaw, pretending to be exhausted to lure the opponent to come and finish him off. If the opponent really fell for it, he would be hit by the ultimate move prepared by the Soundwave Dragon. Of course, the Desert Dragonfly did not miss this opportunity. But it kept in mind Lin Fei's instructions. When it comes to finishing off a target, never get close if you can attack from a distance. It stopped its subconscious action of rushing over to finish off a target, and instead blasted out a destruction death beam. A yellow-purple energy ray swept across the lake. With the smell of destruction, the water on the lake surface was blasted open with a mark. But the Soundwave Dragon, which was originally falling, suddenly cheered up. It spread its bat wings to avoid the destruction death beam. The storm that had been brewing for a long time blew out again. But the Desert Dragonfly was unable to dodge due to the instantaneous stiffness of the destruction death beam. The storm hit directly. The green dragon let out a mournful roar and stopped its wings. Its body fell towards the lake below like the Soundwave Dragon before. The trainers in the distance sighed. Alas! Lost. Actually, it's incredible that it has held on until now. The speed of Soundwave Dragon is much faster than that of Desert Dragonfly. The attack of Desert Dragonfly should have been amplified to level 6. If it hadn't used the destruction ray to finish off the enemy, it should have been able to continue to hold on. Soundwave Dragon will definitely lose. There are too many factors that affect the battle. It's not just as simple as seeing who has stronger attack power. Senior Tao Peng is still a senior after all. His tacit understanding with Soundwave Dragon seems to be stronger than that of the opponent. So what? Didn't he drink the foot-washing water of the Desert Dragonfly trainer on the opposite side? The mysterious water drops were all taken away. Fuck. Look. Damn. The reversal is coming. Everyone was shocked and hurried to look again. Soundwave Dragon subconsciously rushed over to finish off the enemy. It thought that Desert Dragonfly was facing its storm again, and its physical strength should have reached its limit no matter how strong it was. Even Tao Peng thought so. Therefore, he didn't remind Soundwave Dragon to use long-range attack skills. But it was this difference in thought that made him lose. When the Soundwave Dragon waved its green claws and rushed to the Desert Dragonfly, the Desert Dragonfly's blood-red compound eyes that had been tightly closed opened again. Ang! Roar! A stream of azure dragon energy shot up into the sky. It was like a giant dragon winding in the sky. The terrifying murderous aura locked onto the Soundwave Dragon. It couldn't escape. The Desert Dragonfly actually learned the Soundwave Dragon's death feigning. The Dragon God with a level 6 attack dived. Yubo! The azure energy dragon enlarged in the Soundwave Dragon's pupils. In an instant then he swallowed it in. Boom! The explosion on the lake brought an end to this battle. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully defeated a veteran Quasi-King Elf. Keep moving forward, side quest 30 completed, you have obtained the ruins map. Very good. Lin Fei's mouth curled up. Just when the Desert Dragonfly roared and fell. He was subconsciously shocked. But he immediately came to his senses. The Desert Dragonfly has leftovers and the power of Changpan to continuously recover. How could it fail so quickly? He chose to believe in the Desert Dragonfly. Sure enough, that guy didn't let him down. Defeat the sound wave dragon above the level, and get the ruins map. 096 Space-Time Ruins, Time Roaring Skill Card? A battle between Quasi-King primary elves ended here. Ended with the defeat of the old Quasi-King Tao Peng's sound wave dragon. This battle was seen by all the trainers in the distance. They all exclaimed and talked about it. Lin Fei and Tao Peng were the protagonists of the discussion. At this time, they had disappeared from the water landmark. Hey? Where are the people? Both of them disappeared. Gone? After all, they both have Pokémon that can teleport. The trainer of that desert dragon is so strong. There should be another psychic Pokémon. Metagross can't learn to teleport. Okay, let's all go. The mysterious drops are gone. It's a pity that it's night. The battle just now was too exciting. Fuck. Go. That Overlord Gyarados is crazy. The trainers on the spot were still sighing. Suddenly, the several-meter-long Overlord Gyarados roared fiercely. The water cannon in its mouth fired without cost, like an unstoppable turret. The water cannon landed on the lake in the distance, raising a huge wave of dozens of meters. Roar! 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 No, how could there be no Mean Xiao? Where did Mean Xiao go? Its eyes, as big as lanterns, scanned the lake. It was looking for Mean Xiao everywhere. It roared ho-ho from time to time, which was extremely terrifying. At this moment, no wild Pokémon around dared to look at it. There is no doubt that Mean Xiao suddenly disappeared. This made the Overlord Gyarados, who was already quite irritable, even more violent. It was a pity that no matter how hard it looked there, 293 was destined to not find Mean Xiao. Mean Xiao was naturally taken away by Lin Fei. On a small island, Lin Fei looked at the Mean Xiao in front of him and was amazed. Elf, Melodic, Water. Strength, LV.60, Early Stage Quasi-King. Feature, Adaptability, Hidden Feature, Awakened. Because of its terrible adaptability, the power of skills with the same attributes as its own is doubled. Awakened skills. Impact, Crazy, Water Wave, Tightening, Charming Voice, Water Gun, Tornado, Water Ring, Charming, Life Drop, Dragon Tail, Self-Regeneration, Water Tail, Mysterious Guardian, Surfing, Praying for Rain, Coiling, Water Cannon. Qualification, Champion. Originally, the LV.44 Uchiuyu absorbed a mysterious water drop. It actually rushed directly to LV.60. Quasi-King. Once the opportunity came, it could not be stopped. Lin Fei really didn't expect. His second Quasi-King elf turned out to be Uchiuyu. The mysterious water drop could only make Uchiuyu reach LV.58. But don't forget that it has evolved. Each elf can increase its strength when it evolves. The skills are also a luxurious lineup. The charming voice of Melodic has shown its effect before. The charming skill allows it to kill those male elves in the secret realm. For recovery, there are Water Ring, Life Drop, and Self-Regeneration. In the game, the Water Ring continuously restores physical strength, the Life Drop restores 1/4 physical strength at a time, and the Self-Regeneration restores 1/2 physical strength at a time. It may not be so exaggerated in reality, but it is definitely infinite endurance. As long as it is not restrained, other elves will hit it head-on. The health volume is not as much as Melodic's recovery. 975628841. This does not take into account the secret realm wonders such as leftovers. If Lin Fei finds another leftovers for Melodic later. Single attack has Water Cannon and Water Tail. Group attack has Surf. In the distance, Do Peng has a 3-in-1 magnetron lighting up the sky above the island. Lin Fei's blazing roaring tiger is also lighting up. Under the dual illumination of lightning and fire, the color of Melodic became brighter. Woo! Its head rubbed back and forth in Lin Fei's arms. Okay, I know you are very happy. pat Melodic's head. Lin Fei comforted it. Lin Fei, right? What do you want from me? After the defeat of the Sonic Dragon, Tao Peng wanted to leave directly, but was kept by Lin Fei. The reason was that he wanted to discuss a business deal. Tao Peng had not left the secret realm for a year, so naturally he did not recognize the name Lin Fei. But there is no doubt that Lin Fei has the shining metagross. And he also improved the strength of the ugly fish to such an outrageous level. The desert dragonfly even defeated it head-on. His sonic dragon. So Tao Peng was still willing to get to know Lin Fei. Of course it's the water stone and flying stone in your hand. Lin Fei took out 2 energy cubes from his backpack while smiling and handed them to Tao Peng. Don't rush to refuse. Seeing Tao Peng's face change, Lin Fei asked him to release the sonic dragon. What do you mean? Tao Peng, who released the sonic dragon, looked unhappy and didn't understand. He has been in the secret realm of the Lake of Anger for a year. In a year, he harvested 2 water stones and a flying stone. He plans to take them out for auction. If he trades here, wouldn't he lose a lot of money for no reason? Especially the person who wanted to trade just intercepted his mysterious water drop. When he saw Lin Fei throw an energy cube to the sonic dragon, just when he was about to remind the sonic dragon not to eat the energy cubes prepared by others, the result. The sonic dragon opened its mouth to catch it and swallowed it directly. This. Tao Peng's eyes widened. Looking at the gluttonous sonic dragon, his mind was confused for a moment. You know, every powerful trainer will prepare Pokémon food for his Pokémon himself. Only he knows his Pokémon best. It's not that Pokémon won't eat Pokémon food prepared by others. They will dislike it after eating just a little. So he thought Lin Fei's energy cube was the same. But Sonic Dragon's reaction was far beyond Tao Peng's expectations. After eating, Sonic Dragon licked his mouth with his big tongue, looking expectantly at the other one in Lin Fei's hand. Yubo Yubo. The bat wings flapped slightly, and its meaning couldn't be more obvious. It was still not satisfied with the one just now, and wanted to eat more. Under Sonic Dragon's gaze, Lin Fei gave the other one to Melodic. Min Xiao obediently opened his mouth and swallowed it, with a satisfied smile on his face. Seeing this, Tao Peng seemed to know the purpose of Lin Fei taking out the energy cube. Sure enough, Lin Fei looked at him and smiled. This energy cube is the same as the one just now. After that, he took out a few more and threw them in his hand. The giant gold monster next to him looked anxious. As the energy cubes flew up and down, the giant gold monster's eyes also moved up and down. Suddenly, one of them was thrown to the giant gold monster. It quickly used its superpowers to hold it and began to absorb and taste it. The third kind of elves also like to eat it. Tao Peng's eyes changed. What's going on? He hasn't been out of the secret realm for only a year. Has the outside world changed so much? Even energy cubes that can satisfy the tastes of 3 elves at the same time have appeared? I will buy your water stone and flying stone at the market price. As a reward, I will give you as much of this stuff as you want. How about that? By the way, this is what I prepared. It can satisfy the tastes of all the elves of the 18 systems at the same time. Lin Fei threw a trump card just after they started talking. From the moment Tao Peng agreed to come over to discuss the deal, he could no longer keep the water stone and flying stone in his hand. Finally, Tao Peng was willing to sell 2 water stones and 1 flying stone to Lin Fei at a 50% discount on the market price after leaving the secret realm. The condition is that if Lin Fei gets extra water secret treasures, dragon secret treasures, and flying secret treasures in the future, he can give priority to selling them to Tao Peng. Obviously, Tao Peng thinks that Lin Fei will move to a higher level in the future. He is showing his good intentions in advance. Otherwise, relying on him as a quasi-king. Unless he is lucky enough to encounter a water secret treasure that is condensing like this time. Otherwise, it will not be his turn to buy. For this, Lin Fei readily agreed. There is no doubt that he can get extra treasures in the future. With the improvement of his strength, some higher-level Pokémon secret realms can also be visited. There is absolutely no shortage of treasures. The business was settled. 4 hours later, the two returned to the secret hall together. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning. When the trainers in the secret hall saw Lin Fei, they could only envy and hate. Obviously, the trainers who had fought for the mysterious water drop before returned to the secret hall and told everyone who got the mysterious water drop in the end. The secret treasure has been obtained by Lin Fei. It would be a loss if they came out to cause trouble again. They were afraid that Lin Fei would settle accounts with them later for the ruthless people who could snatch the mysterious water drop from several Quasi-King Pokémons. After resting for 8 hours in the secret hall, Lin Fei woke up again at noon on August 15. It took 2 hours to eat lunch and feed his Pokémon companions. Lin Fei stretched his body while sitting in the room. Then he clicked on the reward of the Ruins map. Ruins map, open after reaching the coordinates of the Angry Lake waters at x640, y550. Simple, there is no other explanation for this reward. But Lin Fei knows that as long as it is a reward from the system, it is definitely a good thing. It doesn't matter if there is no explanation. He took out his mobile phone first. Open the simplified 3D map of the Angry Lake sent to him by the secret hall. Enter the landmarks of x640, y550, and press enter to confirm. Soon a prompt popped up on the simplified 3D map. The landmark you are looking for is set as a tornado. The tornado is the most dangerous place in the Angry Lake. Please be extremely careful. It's here. Looking at the prompt on the simple 3D map, Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. The Angry Lake is the most famous elf secret place in Zhejiang province. It is very famous even in the whole country. The biggest reason is that this is the paradise of water elves, and it is this tornado. It is the most dangerous place in the entire Angry Lake. It is also the place with the most wild elves. You will know the good things this time after you arrive at the tornado. Putting away the phone, Lin Fei set off for the tornado. It is convenient to have desert dragonflies to travel. When Lin Fei was still a few thousand meters away from the tornado, from a distance, he saw the terrifying storm connecting the sky and the earth. It was like a tornado that was magnified countless times. But unlike a tornado, the hurricane of this tornado was black. The black hurricane draws a huge amount of water from the center of the lake of anger and flows upside down to the sky, breaking through the dark clouds. Under the dense black clouds, violent lightning flashes from time to time. Compared with this kind of lightning that inherits the heaven and earth, the power of the electric skills of the electric elves can be ignored. Even the ground elves will tremble under this thunder of hundreds of millions of volts. The water element energy here is the most abundant in the entire Lake of Anger. Many wild elves like to gather near the tornado. The reason is that this tornado will dissipate after an hour, and will not appear again until another hour later. When the tornado dissipates, the water area in the center of the tornado is most popular with water elves, and they will even fight for position. Before the next tornado comes, all elves will leave with a premonition, quietly waiting for the next tornado to dissipate. Lin Fei, sitting on the back of the desert dragonfly, is not in awe. But after arriving here, the introduction of the Ruins Map 4.6 has been refreshed. Relics Map, it is detected that the time and space here are disturbed by the tornado. You can enter the special ruins through the time and space channel. Do you want to enter immediately? Fuck! Don't enter yet. Lin Fei, sitting on the back of the desert dragonfly, was startled. How come this? The time and space channel is here? Woo! Sensing the shock of its master Lin Fei, the desert dragonfly turned around. A trace of doubt flashed across its blood-red compound eyes. Doesn't the master usually win? It's okay. Patting the desert dragonfly's neck, Lin Fei came back to his senses. I thought of it. This is the reward of the God level lottery system. I just didn't expect that this ruins map is actually related to time and space. It's safer to upgrade the giant gold monster to the initial stage of the Quasi-King before entering. It's about the most mysterious thing, time and space. Lin Fei felt that it was right to be cautious. If the Metagross could be upgraded to the initial stage of Quasi-King, the distance of teleportation would also double. It would also be more confident when encountering special situations. Ding! Side Quest 31 released. Obtain the inheritance of the space-time relics. Quest reward, Time Roar skill card. Ding! Side Quest 32 released. All members step into the Quasi-King. Quest reward, Gold level experience critical hit card. Side Quest refresh. Seeing the rewards of these two quests, Lin Fei's motivation was unprecedentedly sufficient. Damn, even Dialga's exclusive skills have been worked out, what else can't be done? Does this mean that my dream of taming the mythical beast has a chance to come true? 097 Big Surprise, Superpower Inheritance. Full of motivation, Lin Fei immediately clamped his legs around the Desert Dragonfly. Desert Dragonfly, rush over. Megalodon. Pick an opponent, this time I want you to break through to the Quasi-King. Go, 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 let's go now. The motivated Lin Fei infected his elf companions. The desert dragonfly flapped its wings and rushed towards the tornado. Beside it, the Metagrodon floated in the air. It heard that Lin Fei wanted it to break through to the Quasi-King. It rarely put its food aside. Megalodon looked serious. It's fine if the desert dragonfly breaks through to the Quasi-King. Now even the ugly fish has broken through first. As a flash Quasi-God, it has to save face. Wait until Lin Fei gets close to the tornado. At this time, a thunderbolt struck from the clouds. The tornado with a diameter of 2 kilometers in front of it was behind this thunderbolt. It slowly dissipated as if it had lost its source of power. Many wild water elves around cheered and rushed forward, greedily absorbing the rich water element energy in the air. The trainer in the distance was also excited to command the Pokémon to rush forward. There are so many wild water Pokémon here, it is the best place for them to train Pokémon skills and become stronger. At once, all the flying, water, and psychic Pokémon were released. Lin Fei sat on the back of the desert dragonfly and chose a water area with more water Pokémon. Just about to command Metagross to start harvesting experience. A sense of crisis came from the dark. Aang also sensed the desert dragonfly suddenly became a little irritable. Its wings flapped and the dragon body moved 2 meters away. A beam of freezing light rushed past Lin Fei's original position with a swish sound. This attack was not aimed at the desert dragonfly, but it was aimed directly at Lin Fei. I1/2 E superscript 1 1/2. A white sea lion was seen panicking and preparing to dive into the water. Megalodon. Catch it for me. If the freezing light just now really hit him. This white sea lion wanted to kill him. Thinking of this, Lin Fei's eyes turned cold. 15. There are no laws in the secret realm of the elves. So there is no need to follow the laws of the outside world here. I1/2. The giant gold monster stared at the white sea lion. Under the skill of mental strength, its superpowers surged out like an arm. It easily bound the white sea lion. The giant gold monster immediately stared at the white sea lion with a bad look. A trace of black evil spirit was wrapped around it like a substance. It just waited for the master's order, and its superpowers could kill at any time. I1/2 E superscript 1 EAE I1/2. The white sea lion felt the killing intention of the giant gold monster. It began to struggle frantically after being bound. Unfortunately, the level difference was a bit big, and the struggle was ineffective. Lin Fei could see it clearly with the exploration eye. This white sea lion is only LV.50, which is the initial stage of the gym owner. It should have just broken through to the initial stage of the gym owner not long ago. It has not yet condensed the aura of the gym owner level elf. This white sea lion is not in the wild state, which means. Lin Fei looked around. After the exploration eye was strengthened, he could tell whether it was a wild elf. But before he could take further action, a plump and beautiful mature woman sat on an ancient giant dragonfly and flew over. Sorry, handsome boy, my white sea lion and I are still in the running-in period, and its personality is not very good. I almost hurt your elf just now. The mature woman started to apologize as soon as she came over. The narrow and long phoenix eyes were full of embarrassment, but there was a hint of imperceptible anger in her eyes. Just now, she did it on purpose. Originally, the mature woman was like most other trainers, exploring various Pokémon secret realms to plunder resources. Let her Pokémon grow and become stronger. But one time, she killed a teammate who wanted to sneak attack her and found out. Instead of struggling in the secret realm, why not just target the trainers in the secret realm? She just killed an elite teammate. She got a total of 4.5 million secret treasures from that person. If you kill 2 or 3, kill more trainers, then collect, wouldn't the speed of secret treasures be greatly enhanced? Once this idea grows, it will take root like a demon in the heart. It will linger for a long time. Anyway, there are no laws in the Pokémon secret realm, so why not give it a try? The mature woman is very careful, she knows that this kind of thing must not be spread. So she is very selective about the target every time she attacks. The kind of opposite sex who is not experienced enough and very simple. Or the kind of girl with more sympathy. They are her main targets. Today, she saw Lin Fei on the back of the desert dragonfly and decided to take action. How many secret treasures can a trainer who can take shiny Metagross to the secret realm have? But she changed her strategy, so that if it fails, she can come forward to save it. For example, in front of her. While apologizing, the mature woman's phoenix eyes were also looking at Lin Fei. A hint of blush appeared on her face. She thought it was easy to control such a young man. Running in period. Do you mean it was just captured not long ago? Lin Fei glanced at the woman who was posing coquettishly. How could a white sea lion that had just been subdued reach the initial level of gym leader? This woman probably thought that he could not see the strength of the white sea lion, so she made an excuse, right? There are many trainers in the secret realm of the Lake of Rage. Only a small number of them know Lin Fei. It is normal that this woman dares to do this because she does not know him. However, no matter what the other party's purpose is, since she has the intention to kill him, there is only one outcome. I won half. Look over there, damn, it's amazing that he is handsome, that woman is simply the best, but she took the initiative to approach him. Hey? I'm afraid it's not just about being handsome, but also having a shiny Metagross, a shiny Quasi-God, a priceless treasure. It hurts my heart, brother, haha, no matter how handsome he is, it's not as good as being strong, working hard. Wow! That woman was killed? What? What's going on? That person is gone. Maybe he teleported away. When the mature female trainer of the White Sea Lion approached Lin Fei, it also attracted the attention of other trainers. A few men were discussing envy, but they saw a shocking scene. The trainer of the White Sea Lion was killed. Then the ancient dragonfly and the White Sea Lion suddenly attacked and wanted to avenge their master, but they were quickly suppressed and killed by the Metagross. Since these two Pokémon are their masters killed others together, so no one can be blamed. After killing the ancient dragonfly and the White Sea Lion after the mature woman, the giant gold monster was unexpectedly full of experience and broke through to LV.60. Lin Fei directly activated the time and space ruins. A wave of time and space fluctuations emerged, like the transmission of the secret door. Lin Fei was shocked. Wouldn't this teleport him to another unknown world? He tried hard to open his eyes, but found it was in vain. When he could open his eyes again, everything around him had changed. The angry lake that was originally full of water element energy disappeared completely. Instead, it was filled with flying sand and gravel all over the ground. The rich ground and rock elements made him feel a little uncomfortable. Here, seems to be outside a cave. There is a stone door in front. The stone door has the same rhythm as the time and space fluctuations. There is also a stone plaque above the stone door. There are a few words written on it. Time and space ruins superpower Yvonne. Psychic Yvonne, psychic? Lin Fei's eyes widened as if he realized something. Could it be that the reward of this ruins is to let me inherit superpowers? It's coming. Superpowers, I'm going to evolve into a psychic type. Lin Fei was so excited to think that he might have superpowers soon. Woo! The desert dragonfly and the metagross just felt that they were enveloped by an irresistible force, and they came here when they opened their eyes again. They hurriedly looked at their master. They were relieved when they saw that Lin Fei was fine. Next, I'm afraid that Roaring Tiger, Ziraura, and Melodic will have to come out to help. The space-time ruins are in the cave. And there is definitely no light in the cave. If there are wild Pokémon, they are mainly ground and rock types. Mean Xiao, who has been promoted to the initial stage of Quasi-King, can be of great use. Lin Fei called out all his current Pokémon partners. After explaining the reason to everyone, he stepped forward and pushed the stone door hard. Well, it didn't move at all. The elves around him cast doubtful eyes at Lin Fei. Ahem, Desert Dragonfly, use Quicksand Hell to open this stone door. The embarrassment that passed across his face was well concealed by Lin Fei. Let the professionals do it. He gave orders to the Desert Dragonfly. The Desert Dragonfly looked at the stone door in front and nodded. Waves of soil rolled under the solace of his feet on the ground. Under the action of the yellow-brown ground element energy, the soil around the stone door began to soften. Woo! Then the stone door was thrown up by the desert dragonfly's tail. Bang! A dull sound sounded. The stone door fell back with a click. An ancient smell full of years came from the cave. What came into view was indeed a pitch-black darkness. There is the so-called time and space relics inheritance in this cave. Although I don't know what it is, it sounds awesome. Anyway, it's a system reward, get it first. All 5 Pokémon looked at Lin Fei, waiting for his order. Looking at the black hole in front, Lin Fei took a deep breath, looked at the blazing roaring tiger and began to give orders in an orderly manner. Blazing roaring tiger and Ziraura are on my left and right, and their main job is to illuminate everyone. Meow. I1/2 EE superscript 1 I1/2. Blazing roaring tiger and Ziraura also know that their strength is a little weak, and it is best to illuminate everyone. Desert Dragonfly, Melodic, you go in front and behind. Mainly responsible for the wild Pokémon that may attack us later. Desert Dragonfly and Melodic also nodded vigorously. Both of them swung their tails, indicating that this matter is up to them. As for the Metagrod, be flexible and smart. After the voice fell, Lin Fei added another sentence to it temporarily. After the job is done, I will reward you with more Fixie energy blocks. I1/2 I1/2. I1/2 I1/2. I heard that there was another Fixie energy block reward. 293. Megalodon's voice was the loudest. One person and 5 Pokémons quickly stepped into the cave. There were lighting from blazing roaring tiger and Ziraura. Lin Fei took in the situation in the cave. Looking around, you can clearly see that the stone walls in the cave are covered with various unknown, moss-like plants. The cave is very spacious. With a wingspan of nearly 10 meters, the desert dragonfly has no pressure at all. The road in the cave is not formed naturally. The huge stone walls are piled up like a masterpiece. I1/2 C I1/2 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 C I1/2. As Lin Fei expected, the first wave of wild Pokémons appeared. A group of Geodudes and Rumblestones. It is estimated that there are hundreds of them. The level is not high, all below LV.30. But there are so many of them. They are piled together and rolling over, which is enough to make people's scalp numb. Woo! Min Xiao immediately prepared to attack. Lin Fei was quick-witted and quick-handed. He quickly reached out to stop them. Scorching Tiger, increase the flames. Ziraura, you go. Be careful, I'll let Metagross assist you. With so many Geodudes and Radon, it's hard not to collect them. It's not in Lin Fei's style to harvest some experience. Min Xiao is already at the initial stage of Quasi-King. No experience can be gained by dealing with minions like Geodude and Radon. Ziraura is different. It is only at the initial stage of Elite at LV.43. You can harvest experience by defeating these Pokémons. Ziraura obviously understood what Lin Fei meant. He immediately rushed over. Megalodon paid full attention to the surroundings, ready to respond at any time. A flash of lightning. Thunder Fist. Split. One move to kill Geodude. Radon is no exception. Geophysical cannot fight, your Ziraura, LV.43, gain 240 experience points. Geophysical cannot fight, your Ziraura, LV.43, gain 270 experience points. Rhythm cannot fight, your Ziraura, LV.43, gain 290 experience points. 10, 20, 30. These geophysical and rhythm were quickly dealt with by Ziraura. Level crushing, blood crushing, speed crushing. Hundreds of them. Also provided Ziraura with more than 26,000 experience points. However, Ziraura also paid a price for this. Panting. But soon. Min Xiao condensed a drop of life water from his forehead. Dropped on Ziraura. 098 inherited superpowers, used Time Roar. Before Ziraura completely absorbed the energy of the life water drop, the second wave of wild Pokémons appeared immediately. The rock crab in its evolved form, rock crab. A combination of bug and rock. This wild Pokémon is very powerful and can wrap rocks around itself as a house, but it is actually a crisp banana with low defense. This time, Lin Fei asked the blazing roaring tiger and Ziraura to swap. Just after seeing Ziraura's great performance, the blazing roaring tiger couldn't help it. He roared excitedly and rushed out. The exclusive skill DD Hook Arm, activated. Boom boom boom. The second wave of wild Pokémons was also harvested soon. The rock crab cannot fight, your blazing roaring tiger, LV.49, gain 300 experience points. The rock crab cannot fight, your blazing roaring tiger, LV.49, gain 390 experience points. The blazing roaring tiger harvested nearly 40,000 experience points. It was also very tired. Min Xiao used the life drop in time. Restored the strength of the blazing roaring tiger. It's good to have a mobile granny. In this situation, Ziraura and blazing roaring tiger needed 1 or 2 hours to recover even if they ate the Fixie energy cube. Now with Min Xiao's life drop, the recovery speed immediately soared. The third wave of elves soon appeared. Lin Fei frowned slightly. He stared at an armored rhinoceros casually. Elf, armored rhinoceros, ground and rock, unconquerable. Strength, LV.35, professional intermediate. Feature, hard head, using skills that will be affected by the reaction force will not be damaged. Awakened skills, horn collision, random attack, knockdown, trample, heavy stomp, gradual break, rock critical attack, straight drilling. Qualification, elite. Unconquerable? He used the Eye of Exploration to check the first and second times. All of them were in the unconquerable state. And the level of the wild Pokémon in this third wave has been raised. I wonder how many waves of wild Pokémon will come later. If the level keeps rising. Min Xiao. Looking at the armored rhinos rushing over, Lin Fei called out his trump card. Woo! The seductive body is even more gorgeous under the fire and lightning. Min Xiao sprayed water guns and fired. Crushed these little trash. The armored rhinos cannot fight. Your Min Xiao, LV.60, gained 120 experience points. Damn, the experience is too little. There are still more than 300 experience points for elite level players to defeat them. If it is replaced by a Quasi-King level Min Xiao, there are only more than 100 left. A burst of water guns, Min Xiao received more than 20,000 experience points. In the fourth wave, Min Xiao received more than 30,000 experience points. In the fifth wave, the level of the wild Pokémon that appeared has exceeded LV.40. Every one of them is elite. This cave. It seems to be inhabited by countless rock-type elves. In the eighth wave, the elves that appeared reached the elite high level. All 5 of Lin Fei's elf companions went to fight. In the 10th wave, Lin Fei's scalp was numb. His evergreen force also participated in the battle. He kept restoring the physical strength of his elf companions. All the Fixie energy cubes in the backpack were used up. There was only 1 bottle of high-level energy liquid left, and almost all of it was given to Melodic. Let Melodic restore physical strength to better restore other elves. Boscodora cannot fight. Your Melodic, LV.62, has gained 4,500 experience points. As the last gym owner level elf in the 10th wave fell, Lin Fei and his 5 elf companions were closely sensing the surroundings. After moving forward for a while, there was no other movement in the cave. Even the rock-type Pokémons that he had defeated before seemed to have disappeared. Looking at his fellow Pokémons, they were all panting. But everyone had gained a lot. Desert Dragonfly and Melodic were upgraded to LV.62. Megalodon was upgraded to LV.61. And Blazing Roaring Tiger reached LV.54. Only the remaining Zeraora reached 50. The huge upgrade of his fellow Pokémons fed back to Lin Fei. It also made him feel stronger. Thank you for your hard work, take a break here and then move forward. Hearing this, Roaring Tiger and Zeraora were the first to sit down. The flames around the waist of the Roaring Tiger were extinguished. The remaining Zeraora's electric light was still emitting a weak light. It could barely illuminate a 4-meter range. Desert Dragonfly and Melodic were in better condition. The worst condition was actually Metagross. I one half. The 4 platinum-colored steel claws of the Metagross grabbed the ground, and it had no energy to float anymore. Just now, thanks to the teleportation support from the Metagross. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to resist the impact of the 10th wave of elves. No wonder the side quest is to let him successfully obtain the inheritance of the time and space ruins. It turned out that there were so many strange wild elves guarding this cave. Looking at the exhausted Metagross, Lin Fei directly made a promise: very good performance. If there are no other wild elves later, the last bottle of advanced energy liquid will belong to you. I one half. Hearing the advanced energy liquid, the Metagross's eyes were obviously brighter. Floating up swayingly, indicating that he could fight again. However, just halfway through floating, it fell to the ground again, making a heavy bang sound, smashing a hole and several cracks in the ground. The Desert Dragonfly and Melodic lay on the ground weakly to recover. Min Xiao quickly regained his spirits with a self-regeneration trick. He added life drops to other elf companions. He also added a layer of water ring to himself. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Fei's evergreen power was also mostly restored. He restored the physical strength of his companions again. At this time, Melodic had recovered its combat power under the effect of self-regeneration and water ring. The second one to recover was the Desert Dragonfly. With the effect of life drops and leftovers, it immediately became alert to the surroundings. Although nothing had happened for so long, it was still a matter of precaution. Then Roaring Tiger and Zeraora also recovered one after another. When the Metagross recovered, it was already half an hour later. Let's go, keep moving forward. Lin Fei patted his butt and stood up, his voice somewhat excited. We have resisted these 10 waves of elf attacks. It stands to reason that we should have seen the true face of the ruins, right? One person and 5 elves continued to move forward. After turning left and right for hundreds of meters, some unknown plants emitting faint light gradually appeared on the surrounding stone walls. These plants were densely packed and illuminated the cave in front. Walk to the deepest part of the cave. Lin Fei came to a hall carved from a giant rock. In the middle of the hall was a throne inlaid with various strange stones. On the throne was a stone statue of a man holding a scepter. The man looked handsome. Even if it was just a stone statue, Lin Fei in front could feel his domineering. Megalodon, go and take a look. Lin Fei asked the giant to go and explore the way first. If there is something wrong, teleport back directly. Although the giant was made of a special metal structure, but Lin Fei still warned carefully. The giant waved its steel claws to let Lin Fei rest assured. Under Lin Fei's gaze, the giant circled around the stone statue of the man. Nothing happened. Since it is a reward from the ruins, there should be nothing else. After a moment of silence, Lin Fei also slowly approached the throne. Only then did he discover that there was a stone tablet next to the throne. There were also a few words engraved on the stone tablet. What is the use of personal strength? Even as strong as I am, I still age under the erosion of time. This is an irresistible force. I don't believe in fate, but I still failed. I died. Later generations, there is no need to remember me, replace me, and surpass me. Accept my power. I wish you to successfully find a way to resist the power of time and achieve immortality. He is actually pursuing immortality. Lin Fei looked at the stone statue on the throne with a complicated expression. This stone statue is the superpower Yvonne. There is a palm print on the right side of the words on the stone tablet. Pressing the palm print can inherit Ivan's power. I am different from Yvonne. I may not be unable to do what Yvonne cannot do. After a brief moment of unconsciousness, Lin Fei was confident. The power of the system can even change the rules of the origin of heaven and earth. If there is really a possibility of eternal life, Lin Fei will try it no matter what. The palm pressed on the palm print. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully accepted the inheritance of the time and space ruins, and you have obtained the time roaring skill card. Buzz! The stone statue seemed to move. Lin Fei's mind was in chaos. The next moment, he felt that his brain was about to explode. And a magical power was growing wildly. He looked around, and had an illusion. As if everything could be controlled by him. Woo! I 1/2 I 1/2. I 1/2 EE superscript 1 I 1/2. Seeing this, the 5 elf companions hurried over. Looked at Lin Fei with worry. Thinking that something had happened to Lin Fei. Especially melodic. It twisted its body around Lin Fei, staring at him with tearful eyes. The dragon tail of the desert dragonfly swung left and right in a bit of annoyance. I'm fine. The power in Lin Fei's mind was still growing wildly. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw that the stone statue on the throne had cracked. In the hall that was still brightly lit a moment ago. After the stone statue cracked, it fell into darkness. Without waiting for the blazing roaring tiger and Zeraora to light up the light again. I 1/4 squeak. 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 Dense squeaks came from all directions. The surrounding temple stone walls were full of red eyes. These eyes stared at him and his elves. It seemed that they were about to rush down at any time. This sound was probably much larger than the previous 10 waves of elves. Lin Fei's scalp almost exploded, and he quickly threw a detection eye. Elf, fossil helmet, rock and water. Strength, LV.39, professional high level. Features, combat armor, with a hard shell protection, will not be hit in the vitals. Awakened skills, harden, absorb, stare, mud shooting, sand splashing, water jet, super absorption take. Qualification, professional level. Sure enough, these red eyes are really elves. And they are extinct fossil elves, fossil helmets. But the number is too much. It's like the whole cave is made up of these fossil helmets. Forget it, now is not the time to think about these things. If all these fossil helmets rush over, it will not be comparable to the previous waves of elves. Just when Lin Fei was about to let everyone retreat, the system finally popped up a prompt. Ding! Remind the host that the time roaring skill is the key to escaping the cave and returning to the original world. Fuck! Why didn't you say it earlier? Lin Fei was angry and quickly used the time roaring skill card with his mind. Use the time roaring skill card, target the desert dragonfly. Although this time roar is Dialga's exclusive skill. But this is a reward from the system. Desert dragonfly has dragon attributes, so it should be able to learn it, right? Ding! Congratulations to the host, Desert Dragonfly has successfully learned Time Roar. Quick! Desert Dragonfly, use Time Roar! Lin Fei almost shouted this sentence in shock and fear. What was shocking was that Desert Dragonfly really learned it. What was scary was that if it was a little later, these thousands of fossil helmets with red eyes would rush over. Woo! Ang! Desert Dragonfly used the skill memory that suddenly appeared in his mind. Opened his mouth and spewed out a blue glossy ray from his deep throat. The fluctuation on it was the taste of time. Boom! The next moment, a deafening explosion sounded. The effect of the roar of time raged throughout the cave. The system prompts. The experience of the desert dragonfly is skyrocketing. The fossil helmet cannot fight. Your desert dragonfly, LV.62, has gained 380 experience points. The ancient feather insect cannot fight. Your desert dragonfly, LV.62, has gained 3650 experience points. The ancient armor cannot fight. Your desert dragonfly, LV.62, has gained 2780 experience points. When the roar of time raged in the cave, Lin Fei and his elf companions were swallowed by a black hole. When Lin Fei appeared outside again, he had already appeared on a small island. Lin Fei looked at the people around him at the first time. Hey! Fortunately, everyone is still here. Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. The last cave was really terrifying. Those densely packed eyes were all fossil elves. Fossil helmets, sickle helmets, ancient feathered insects, ancient armor. The roar of time that the desert dragonfly dropped at the end should have defeated many. Thinking of this, Lin Fei threw the eye of exploration on the desert dragonfly. When he saw its level, Lin Fei was stunned. Damn, intermediate Heavenly King. 099 Heavenly King Lin Fei, scolded online. Elf, desert dragonfly, ground and dragon. Strength, LV.74, Heavenly King Intermediate. Features, floating, greatly weakens the power of ground attribute skills. Awakened skills, sand throwing, biting, surprise attack, endurance, mud throwing, sonic boom, dragon breath, stomping, quicksand hell, rockfall, power of the earth, insects, earthquake, dragon claw, destruction death light, dragon god dive, time roar. Qualification, champion, qualification enhancement card. The last attack of the desert dragonfly was time roar. So much experience gained? Lin Fei had a strong urge. Wanted to return to the time ruins again. Then let the desert dragonfly perform time roar again. Harvest experience as much as you want, and your strength will soar. From LV.62 to LV.74, this temptation, who can stop it? It's a pity that this is just a thought. Time ruins, can never go back. Will the cave stay in that space forever? Lin Fei sighed, and then thought about it. Perhaps, that space is gone. The power of the superpower Yvonne has been passed down by him. That space can only stay in the depths of his memory forever. It's a pity that I was too nervous at the time and forgot to take 2 photos as a souvenir. Lin Fei smiled and felt that he was too greedy. It was a pleasant surprise that the strength of the desert dragonfly could increase so much. He was so good that he wanted to come a few more times. According to the experience of the elves, to improve their strength is the cube of the level. The desert dragonfly is equivalent to getting 2.7 million experience points for free. Woo! I won half. At this time, the other 4 elves also discovered the changes in the desert dragonfly. The breadth has increased by many times. The size has also increased. Counting the tail, the desert dragonfly is probably 8 meters long from head to tail. It is no different from a real flying dragon. Min Xiao and Metagross stared at the desert dragonfly for a while. Weren't they all the same just now? Why did you suddenly become so powerful? The desert dragonfly itself doesn't know. But they know that everything is related to their master. Sure enough, the master is the most powerful. And I. Let the 5 elves fight each other. Lin Fei focused his attention on himself. He looked at a 2-meter boulder 10 meters away from here. He had a thought. 293. Rise. The boulder seemed to be wrapped in a mysterious energy. It rose slowly and tremblingly. Lin Fei was able to control such a huge boulder to rise to 2 meters with his superpowers, and his eyes glared. Explosion! Bang! Ka ka ka! There was a sound from inside the boulder, and then the whole thing exploded. Countless tiny pieces of gravel shot around like bullets. The 5 elf companions were startled, and Metagross was ready to cast a super barrier for Lin Fei to block the gravel. No need, Metagross. Lin Fei waved his hand. He condensed a barrier in front of him out of thin air. The gravel hit the barrier, as if it was just grasped by an invisible big hand. It stopped 1 meter away from Lin Fei. It could not move forward any further. Feeling this power that was coming at any moment, Lin Fei smiled. This is the feeling of being powerful. Come back, everyone. Lin Fei took back the blazing roaring tiger, Ziraura, and desert dragonfly. Only Melodic and Metagross were left outside. What Lin Fei had to do now was to figure out where he was. Then leave the Lake of Anger. Go back to the outside world and trade attribute stones with Tao Peng. Prepare to let the blazing roaring tiger and Ziraura break through to the Quasi-King. Complete side quest 32 to get gold level experience critical hit card again. Because I flew on the desert dragonfly before. This time, Lin Fei planned to go in front of the Lake of Anger. Using Melodic as a mount and Metagross as a guard. Lin Fei turned over and rode Melodic. Let's go, Melodic, just find a direction. Woo! Min Xiao rubbed Lin Fei affectionately, and its beautiful body twisted. It seemed to be swimming in the air. They are now on an island. Min Xiao chose to go east by feeling. Leaving the island, falling into the water, and moving at full speed. More than 10 kilometers away from the island. Lin Fei met 2 elite trainers who were fighting for the essence of water. When the 2 trainers saw someone coming, they quickly asked the Pokémon to stop. There was a wary look in their eyes when they looked at Lin Fei. They were afraid that Lin Fei was the helper called by the other party. Their Pokémons were all focused on the Melodic below Lin Fei. Damn! He's riding Melodic with Metagross. I'm so envious. What does this guy want to do? He's so strong, he shouldn't steal our water essence, right? Whether it's Melodic or Metagross. The auras emitted by both made the 2 elite trainers cautious. Which landmark is this? Lin Fei rode Melodic all the way here and didn't see any identifiable landmarks. So when he saw these 2 people, he asked. Hearing that Lin Fei was just asking for directions, the 2 people breathed a sigh of relief. This is X710, Y150, located in the southern part of the entire Lake of Anger. That's right, friend, if you want to go back to the secret hall, you have to go there. The two people rushed to answer. Lin Fei took out a simple 3D map from his mobile phone. He quickly determined his current location. He is now almost in the southernmost part of the Lake of Anger. The place where he entered the time and space ruins was the tornado of the Angry Lake, which was the central area of the entire Angry Lake. I didn't expect that the location after coming out was so different. It is indeed related to time and space. Wait. Lin Fei was suddenly stunned. Time and space, since there is a difference in space. Then doesn't his cognition of time also have a deviation? Thinking of this, he called the two trainers who were about to run away with the water essence. Wait. The two were shocked, thinking that Lin Fei was really going to steal their water essence. They immediately showed a smile that was uglier than crying, and said embarrassedly, "Friend, don't fight with us for this water essence, you are so strong. I stole your water essence." Lin Fei frowned, and after coming to his senses, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These two people. Forget it, I ask you, what month and day is today? What month and day? Such an outrageous question, the two looked at each other. Both thought that Lin Fei was teasing them. But they still held back their emotions and answered obediently, August 30th. Lin Fei was relieved to hear the word August. It seems that the time has not changed? But it turned out to be the 30th. Hey! It's okay, you can go. Resisting the essence of national essence, Lin Fei waved his hand and let the two people go. Then he quickly called out the desert dragonfly. He took back the confused melodic. He controlled himself with his superpowers and rode on the desert dragonfly. Metallica, hurry back. Desert dragonfly, this direction, hurry up, as fast as possible. Go. Woo. Although he didn't understand why the master was so anxious. But the desert dragonfly's main feature was obedience. With a flap of its wings, the middle-level Heavenly King Desert Dragonfly rushed out a giant waterway 5 meters wide on the surface of the Lake of Anger, and then soared into the sky. After breaking through to the middle-level Heavenly King, the Desert Dragonfly's maximum speed soared to 126 m/s. It originally took several hours to get there. Now it's only less than an hour. The Desert Dragonfly brought Lin Fei to the Secret Realm Hall. Bang! It landed at a speed of 126 m/s, and there were trainers outside the Secret Realm Hall preparing to leave for adventure. As a result, I only felt a tremor. The Desert Dragonfly landed, and the aura of the mid-level Heavenly King had not yet subsided. Their elves trembled suddenly. Damn! MK Eagle! What's wrong with you? What else? My toucan is so scared. That desert dragonfly must be the Heavenly King. Fuck! The Heavenly King came to the 3-star secret realm. Shouldn't the Heavenly King go to the 4-star or even 5-star secret realm? Who knows? I didn't even see the shadow of that person just now, alas. Take it back. I guess that senior has an emergency. Amidst a burst of exclamations and discussions, Lin Fei rushed into the secret realm hall, gave the ticket bracelet to the person in charge of the secret realm to confirm that it was correct, and then walked into the secret realm gate. He didn't expect that he had stayed in the time and space ruins for such a short time. It was already half a month later outside. Outrageous! If he stayed longer, wouldn't it be several months later? Mainly before Lin Fei entered the secret realm. His parents told him to report his safety if he was okay. Also, the transaction with Tao Peng was scheduled for a week after that day. Now it has been a week since the transaction. Who knows if Tao Peng has traded the 3 attribute stones? Perhaps it is because Lin Fei has superpowers. When he was teleported through the secret realm gate, Lin Fei did not feel dizzy at all. He walked out of the secret realm gate and returned to the outside world. It seemed that even the air was familiar. He took out his mobile phone as soon as possible. When the mobile phone had a signal again, It kept shaking. Basically all were WeChat messages and missed calls. Li Fei 99 plus missed calls, 65 WeChat messages. Lin Suan 45 missed calls, 10 WeChat messages. Su Hongzi 99 plus missed calls, 99 plus WeChat messages. Principal Li Yunhan 3 missed calls. Zhang Yaquan, the president of Zhejiang Province Elf Alliance, also had a missed call. In addition, there was another missed call from the champion Lin Ran. Lin Fei walked out of the hall, prepared to be scolded later, and called his parents first. As expected, Li Fei and his wife were together. After answering the phone, Li Fei first asked if Lin Fei was okay. After learning that Lin Fei was okay, it was a storm of output. After that, he changed people and took turns with Lin Suan. Only with Lin Fei's repeated assurances was he able to hang up the phone. When he hung up the phone, Lin Fei arrived at the gate of Zhejiang Province Elf University. My sister is worried about these. I have a king-level desert dragonfly. There are also 2 quasi-king level beginner elves who are strong trainers. On the way back to school from the secret realm, I was scolded all the way. Can you believe it? Lin Fei walked into Zhejiang Province Elf University and called Su Hongzi. Su Hongzi was naturally surprised when she received Lin Fei's call. What reassured Lin Fei was that the girl didn't attack him violently like his parents did. She just complained that he hadn't heard from her for so long since he entered the secret realm. Don't do that again in the future. Lin Fei naturally agreed. It was probably the only time-space relic. In the future, he couldn't disappear even if he wanted to. It was lunchtime at noon. Lin Fei made an appointment with Su Hongzi on his phone. Take her out for a good meal. Su Hongzi was having dinner with several classmates. Seeing that Su Hongzi was about to get up and leave before she finished eating, someone at the table next to her, the boy, stood up and asked, Su, do you like today's food? I'll treat you to anything you want. How about we go to the canteen? Tang Yu, I've made it very clear to you. I have a boyfriend. Lin Fei is my boyfriend. Please respect yourself. It's been half a month since the start of school. Su Hongzi has such a good figure and a good appearance. At first, everyone said that she was Lin Fei's girlfriend. But it's been half a month, and Lin Fei hasn't seen a single person. Who would believe that such a beautiful girlfriend is ignored? So some thoughtful boys began to get excited. Thinking that Su Hongzi has a boyfriend is pure nonsense. For this reason, he personally found the seniors who received Lin Fei on the day of school registration. After verification, he learned that Lin Fei came to Zhejiang Province Elf University alone that day. So a few brave boys with good backgrounds tried to pursue Su Hongzi, and the scene just now happened. Su, don't use this excuse. I have verified that Lin Fei came to school alone to report. You and he are just high school classmates. Tang Yu scratched his head and said bluntly. The students around him shook their heads when they heard it. They cast a speechless look at him. Brother, even if she really doesn't have a boyfriend, it's strange that you can chase her with your straight man's way. Hearing this, Su Hongzi's mood, which was originally happy because she was going to meet Lin Fei, was immediately affected. She frowned slightly and snorted coldly, Lin Fei is back. If you don't believe it, just follow me and see. After that, she turned around and walked away quickly. She missed Lin Fei so much that she just wanted to throw herself into his arms and greedily smell his scent. Seeing Su Hongzi turn around and leave, Tang Yu was slightly stunned. Is it true? I don't believe it. Tang Yu, who didn't believe in evil, was instigated by a group of onlookers. Still raised his legs and followed. P.S. The second update is 8,000 words. The third chapter will be posted very late at night. Please vote for flowers and monthly tickets. Please vote for 10 points. 100 created a historical event just after returning to school. Beside the playground of Zhejiang Province Elf University, a tall and handsome boy is waiting for someone. Sorry, senior sister, it's not convenient. Ah, it's okay. In that case, I'll leave first, bye. The tall senior sister wearing black silk stockings was stunned. She thought that her approach would be rejected. But she didn't expect to be rejected so thoroughly. But she quickly concealed her emotions, leaving with a dream demon floating on her shoulder. Lin Fei, who rejected the senior sister again, pouted helplessly. When people become famous, all kinds of troubles will follow. And if he is handsome and famous like him, it will be a big trouble. Look, he just sat down for less than 6 minutes. There are already 4 senior sisters who came to approach. There were some female classmates who recognized him in the distance. Hey! Don't go, Lin Fei is looking at me, he's looking at me. Ah, really? Come on, say hello. The best candidate in the history of the elf examination, so handsome, and strong, it is simply a perfect match for my idea of a Prince Charming. I heard that he has a shiny metagross, a shiny Quasi-God, a priceless treasure. No chance, girls, I heard that Su Hongzi is his girlfriend. So what, can't I just think about it? This is the 4th one I've rejected, learn from the seniors. Hehe, Xiao Lang Grape, why don't you go and chat with me? Students who can come to Zhejiang Elf University. The family conditions are not bad. But at this stage, most people rely on their families. Lin Fei is different. It is said that Lin Fei's desert dragonfly is already at the level of a museum owner. This proves that even if Lin Fei doesn't rely on his family, he himself is already a strong man. This kind of person is simply a walking hormone in the Elf University. Lin Fei was about to take out his mobile phone to check the time. Then he saw Su Hongzi running towards him in the distance. He stood up and spread his arms. He squeezed the girl running towards him into his arms. The classmates around him, both male and female, all made a click-click sound. Tang Yu, who followed him, looked unhappy when he saw this scene. He always thought that Su Hongzi's rejection of him was just an excuse. Plus, the people around him kept instigating him. That's why he mustered up the courage to try to pursue her. I didn't expect that she didn't make excuses at all. What she said was true. This made him, who followed him, feel a little embarrassed. Su Hongzi, who hid in Lin Fei's arms, greedily sucked Lin Fei's breath. Although her little head was red with shyness, she was still unwilling to get up. Lin Fei looked at Tang Yu's face not far away, and then looked around. Everything was clear in his mind. There was nothing to be angry about. Su Hongzi is indeed very beautiful and has a good personality. It is impossible for no one to pursue her. It is just that he and her have confirmed their relationship now. Others should just give up the idea. Lin Fei tried to look at Tang Yu with a calm gaze. Despite this, Tang Yu still felt his body stiffen slightly. This is the gaze of a strong man with a mid-level spirit of the king. It is not Tang the eyes that Tang Yu should meet at his age. Looking at the goddess in his heart shyly hiding in someone else's arms, Tang Yu overcame his discomfort a little, looked at Lin Fei and challenged him. Lin Fei, I heard that you haven't attended classes for half a month since the start of the school, and we have all made progress in learning under the guidance of the elf mentor for half a month. Classes? Classes at the Elf University in the outside world. Basically all for becoming stronger in the elf secret realm. And surviving. Lin Fei's mentor is the elf secret realm itself. Isn't this more useful than any course? Looking at Lin Fei's indifferent look, Tang Yu immediately opened his mouth and challenged Lin Fei. On the one hand, Lin Fei was praised as almost invincible, and he wanted to see Lin Fei's strength. On the other hand, Tang Yu also had his own little plan in his mind. It's just an invitation. It's nothing to be ashamed of if he loses, because his opponent is Lin Fei. And if he wins, wouldn't that be a good opportunity for him to become famous? After all, Lin Fei hasn't been to class for half a month. Are you inviting me to a fight? Lin Fei suddenly realized that he was still just a freshman. Continue to learn about elves in class. Even challenging gyms. Isn't that what he should do at his age? Okay, let's have a fight. On a whim, Lin Fei immediately accepted the challenge. But then he hesitated. The elves he had were at least gym leaders. Among the freshmen, no matter who came, he would be invincible. Not just freshmen. Among the sophomores, juniors, and even seniors who are about to graduate, there are not many who would be a match for the blazing roaring tiger, right? Isn't this pure bullying? Tang Yu on the opposite side seemed to see his hesitation. Thought that Lin Fei was regretting accepting the challenge too quickly. He saw an elf instructor passing by not far away. He immediately ran over to explain the situation and asked the elf instructor to be the referee. The instructor was not prepared to deal with such a matter. When he heard that the other party was Lin Fei, he immediately came over. Lin Fei is now the most famous student in Zhejiang Province Elf University. He has been skipping classes for just half a month after the start of the school. It was President Li Yunhan who personally approved it. This kind of treatment makes all the elf instructors want to get to know him. Soon, more and more students gathered around the playground. So, the news of the elf battle between freshmen, Tang Yu from Class 01 and Lin Fei from Class 05 spread like wildfire, and many classmates and seniors who were curious about Lin Fei rushed over. Suddenly, the entire playground was surrounded by a crowd of people. Where is Lin Fei? Where is he? Look, the one who uses the blazing roaring tiger. Oh my! It's the best blazing roaring tiger in the universe. Lin Fei actually has a roaring tiger. I have to take a good look. This roaring tiger is so strong. The one opposite is our Class 01 Tang Yu. Come on Tang Yu, you have guts. Lin Fei hasn't been to class for half a month, I don't know what he is doing. I feel he is too arrogant. Even if he gets good grades in the elf examination, he still has to attend the class taught by the Zhejiang Elf University tutor. I feel I have learned a lot of useful things in the past half month. Is there a possibility that what you have just learned is something that others have already understood? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Stop arguing, the battle has begun. There were at least several thousand people surrounding the playground. The discussion of the crowd made Tang Yu a little excited. His spirit is Circle Bear. Circle Bear is a famous spirit with a violent personality. Then I will attack first. Circle Bear, use Ghost Face. Roar. The blazing roaring tiger did not show any breath. Circle Bear's strength has reached the initial stage of the elite level, proving that Tang Yu's family conditions are quite good, and this Circle Bear must have been trained in advance. Circle Bear, who used Ghost Face, stared at the blazing roaring tiger fiercely. The blazing roaring tiger stood there expressionlessly. The effect of Ghost Face was not triggered at all. Auxiliary skills do not necessarily take effect. For example, the effect of Ghost Face is to scare the opponent and reduce the speed. If the opponent does not take you seriously at all, it will naturally not take effect. In the eyes of the blazing roaring tiger, Circle Bear is like a little brother. Although I don't understand why the master would fight such a weak guy, since he is fighting, he must go all out. No need for Lin Fei to command. The blazing roaring tiger also glared at the other party. The energy of the evil element surged under the feet of the Circle Bear. The next moment, countless dark thorns emerged and hit the Circle Bear instantly. Circle Bear, use, et. Tang Yu wanted the Circle Bear to perform some skills, but he watched the Circle Bear fall straight down. The elf instructor who acted as the referee looked at Tang Yu speechlessly and announced helplessly, the winner of this battle is Lin Fei from Class 01. I'm going to vomit blood, damn, you challenged someone with this strength? Isn't this a waste of time? Si Fei Lu, Ju Chi Wu Lu Erbabasi Shh. Playground Joe there was also a sigh of relief. Obviously, they were very disappointed with this battle that started off well but ended badly. Tang Yu, who took back the circle bear, had a red face. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something. He looked at Su Hongzi, who was cheering for Lin Fei beside the playground. Finally, he lowered his head. Alas! The opponent is too strong. Everyone, take advantage of today to get to know everyone. If you want to challenge me, just go ahead. No more after the deadline. Please give me flowers. Lin Fei ignored Tang Yu and issued a challenge to all the candidates around him. The blazing roaring tiger has come out, so it can't come out in vain. See if these people's elves can gather enough experience to upgrade it to the next level. This scene. Just like the scene at the No. 01 supply station of the elf exam. Damn, so domineering. Brothers, who's going to challenge? What a rare opportunity. I'll do it. I heard that during the elf exam, it would cost 100,000 alliance coins to challenge Lin Fei. Now is this considered a free 100,000? Ha ha ha. Hearing Lin Fei's invitation to fight everyone, all the students on the playground were eager to move. They even took out their phones to call friends in the class group and dormitory group. Soon the first challenger came on the field. Bang! The elf that appeared was a Swamp King. This classmate's idea was almost the same as Tang Yu's before. The elf instructor didn't expect the scene to be so hot all of a sudden. He only brought 2 elves, I'm afraid they are not enough to be the referee. Soon, Lin Fei released the Metagross. Let the Metagross stand by to help the elf instructor watch. Then the battle began. Then the battle ended. That's right, the blazing roaring tiger at the middle level of the gym leader level bullied a group of freshmen who were at the initial level of the elite level or even not at the elite level. Did they have to fight back and forth? Just crush them. One after another, the students came on stage and were defeated one after another. Soon, the sophomores and juniors couldn't help it. They all went back to get the elves and came over. The class bell rang. But the students who were supposed to go to class were still on the playground, challenging Lin Fei's blazing roaring tiger one after another. When the elf instructors arrived in the classroom, they thought they had seen it wrong. There were only a quarter of the students in the classroom? What the hell? This has never happened since the establishment of Zhejiang Province Elf University. After asking around, it turned out that the students were all over the playground. Suddenly, one by one, the elf instructors also went to the playground. Squeezed into the group of students. Oh my god! Who is pushing me? It's the instructor. Instructor, please stand next to me, I'm here to watch the game. Ah, it seems like class has started, the instructors are here, will everyone be held accountable? What the hell, haven't you heard that the law does not punish everyone? Hee. The instructors are here to watch the fun. Lin Fei, you are indeed a man who is born to be a topic, so scary. Will it be too noisy? I guess more than half of the students from Zhejiang Province Elf University are here. Fuck. The instructor is also here to challenge, Lin Fei is going to be in trouble. Amid the exclamations of many students, an instructor came on stage. Lin Fei, I wonder if your invitation to fight includes our instructor. After saying that, the instructor directly released his elf Rentgen cat. Everyone knows the strength of this instructor, he is a mid-level gym owner. His strength ranks among the top among all instructors. He is a mid-level gym owner and an elf instructor. Everyone looked at Lin Fei expectantly, wondering if he would accept the challenge or retreat. Seeing the instructor, Lin Fei finally spoke up and gave orders himself. Fire roaring tiger, spray flames. Meow. This Rentgen cat is not to be feared at all. The physical attacker Rentgen cat was directly weakened by the scare of the fire roaring tiger's characteristics when it came on the field. The battle between this elf instructor and Lin Fei. It lasted for 5 minutes before being defeated. All the students realized how powerful Lin Fei was. Even the top elf instructors were no match for him. It broke. This news broke completely. For a while, all the forums of Zhejiang Province Elf University, all the groups of Zhejiang Province Elf University, all were discussing this matter. Some groups even started live broadcasts and recorded it. Lin Fei, who had been absent from class for half a month just after the start of the school. On the first day back to school, he challenged the whole school. Even the elf instructors were shocked. Still lost to Lin Fei. The first collective truancy incident since the establishment of Zhejiang Province Elf University was because of Lin Fei.